My name is Shungjio. I haven't been sleeping well for months, so I was feeling both annoyed and dazed. After lunch, I finally felt sleepy and rushed upstairs to rest. But just as I reached the second floor, I heard loud banging on the north balcony door. Frustrated, I opened the door to find a tall man, nearly 2 meters, with mixed race features and a disheveled appearance, his clothes muddy and torn. Before I could fully process his strange look, he asked me hesitantly if I had food. I explained that my restaurant wasn't open recently, and just as he was about to respond, he fainted right in front of me. Panicked, I instinctively tried to catch him, but he was too heavy for me. He fell to the floor with a thud. My sleepiness vanished in an instant as I realized something strange. This was the second floor. How did he even get up here? That's when the system I'd bound to a week ago explained. He's from another world. Reluctantly, I dragged him inside, accidentally bumping his head along the way. He was so hungry, he didn't wake up even after all the noise. I decided to cook him a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles. The smell woke him, and after eating the first bowl so fast he barely seemed to chew, he asked for more. I told him the noodles cost 28 yuan a bowl, and to my surprise, he pulled out a small green bottle instead of money. The system explained it was a rare sleep aid from another dimension, something that could help me sleep deeply without side effects. I accepted the trade. Then he pulled out more bottles, exchanging enough for 9 more bowls of noodles. One by one, he devoured all 10 bowls, along with 19 bottles of water. By the time he was finished, my head was spinning from how much he could eat. He then asked about taking food to go and offered another set of bottles, this time containing something that could ease my aunt's illness. Hearing about her condition, I hesitated, unsure if this could actually help. This marked the start of an unexpected journey with otherworldly visitors, thanks to the strange system bound to me and the magical anchor point that was now my restaurant's north balcony. I've been so worried about my aunt's illness and everything happening lately that I could barely sleep. When the system hinted there might be something in this new world that could help her, I couldn't ignore it, even though the man, Aries, didn't have the solution on him right now. My small restaurant only serves 2 dishes, egg and vegetable noodles and egg and ham rice. Both are priced at 28 yuan per serving. Aries said he had teammates who needed food too, so I did the math using a calculator. My sleep-deprived brain couldn't handle it otherwise, and sold him 40 servings of rice and 48 bottles of water in exchange for 52 bottles of gene nutrient liquid. As I cooked, the rich, fragrant aroma of sizzling eggs and ham filled the room. Aries sat there, trying to act composed, but his nose gave him away, twitching as the smell got better and better. By the time I finished, I was drenched in sweat and had to take a moment to cool off and change clothes. When I came back, Aries was already devouring his 3rd portion. He looked embarrassed when we made eye contact, but I didn't mind, he'd paid for it. After packing up the rest of the meals, Aries left through the 2nd floor balcony door, and silence returned. I stared at the bottles he left behind for a while before finally trying the sleep aid he'd given me. It had no taste, and I wondered if I'd been tricked. But soon after, I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I fell into the best sleep I've had in ages. When I woke up, it was already 4:30 a.m. the next day. I'd slept for 13 hours straight, something I hadn't done in what felt like forever. For the past month, I'd been so stressed, my grandfather's passing, my aunt's illness, and family members scheming over my restaurant, that I barely got any rest. But now, my mind felt clear, my body refreshed, and for once, I wasn't overwhelmed. This was a miracle. That sleep aid wasn't just good, it was life-changing. I carefully stored the 9 bottles of medicine and glanced at the gene nutrient liquid. If the sleep aid worked so well, this should too. But my aunt's condition is fragile, and she wouldn't risk trying unknown medicine directly. I decided to mix it into some millet yam porridge instead, hoping it would help her without alarming her. Later that morning, the daily ingredient delivery from the system arrived, including millet and yam. Perfect for the porridge. I even added some ginseng my grandfather had treasured to boost its effect. The smell of the simmering porridge, sweet and earthy with a hint of ginseng, filled the room, comforting and rich. I made a portion for myself and packed the rest into a thermal container with the nutrient liquid added. Then, I drove to the hospital where my aunt, recovering poorly from surgery, was staying. When I arrived, my cousin Shung Siu was arguing with my aunt's sister-in-law, who was loud and relentless. She even tried to take the porridge from me, but I avoided her and calmly told her to stop causing trouble. After dealing with her nonsense, I checked on my aunt. She looked frail and exhausted, even too weak to speak. My heart ached for her. I gently encouraged her to eat, opening the container to let the fragrant aroma fill the air. The smell caught everyone's attention, even the other patients in the room. My aunt, despite her lack of appetite, couldn't resist a small taste. With each spoonful, the warmth and sweetness seemed to soothe her, easing her discomfort. She finished the small bowl, which surprised even her. Seeing her appetite return gave me hope, but I didn't want to overdo it. I told my cousin to feed her more at lunchtime and place the container safely aside. Before I left, my cousin mentioned more schemes from the troublesome aunt, and she worried about my safety. She insisted her brother escort me home later. As frustrating as the family drama was, seeing my aunt eat and show signs of comfort made everything worthwhile. I could only hope the medicine would help her as much as it had helped me. I can't bring anyone back to my restaurant. It has its secrets now. So, when my cousin suggested I have someone escort me, I quickly refused. If they cause trouble, I'll call the police. Besides, Aunt still needs someone here, I said, leaving her without a good argument. Back at the restaurant, I barely sat down before my phone rang. It was an unknown number, probably one of those relatives trying to hassle me again. I ignored it. Then, I heard the sound of the iron door upstairs, another customer from the anchor point. I rushed up and opened the door to find Aries. He looked even worse than yesterday, his clothes now covered in blood and insect remains. Hesitating, he asked if he could come in and eat. It wasn't ideal, but considering the deals he brought, I allowed him inside. This time, he had something unusual with him, a giant crab claw, bigger than me. He explained that he had no money but hoped to trade the claw for food. After checking with the system, I agreed. We bargained for a while and settled on the claw in exchange for 40 egg and ham rice bowls, 20 crab meat fried rice, and 48 complimentary water bottles. The crab claw was incredibly tough, and I couldn't even dent it with a hammer. Aries offered to help but had to clean himself first. Food hygiene was non-negotiable. When he realized I wanted the meat for cooking, not the shell for materials, he was shocked. It's part of the insect species. It's poisonous, he insisted. I argued back, confident in the system's assurance that it was safe. To prove it, I steamed some crab meat, ate a piece in front of him, and felt perfectly fine. Aries was speechless and reluctantly accepted that it was edible. I cooked up the crab meat and began making fried rice. The aroma was irresistible, soft rice, golden egg, and the fresh sweetness of crab meat blending perfectly. Even Aries, who initially doubted, couldn't help but drool. The smell wafted outside, and soon a young couple entered the restaurant. Initially hesitant about the price, they were swayed by Aries's detailed review of the dish. His description made even me proud of my cooking. I added crab meat fried rice, 68 yuan per serving, to the menu, knowing its quality justified the price. Watching the couple debate whether to try it, I smiled. The anchor point might bring strange guests and ingredients, but it also brought a new vitality to my restaurant. A young woman entered the restaurant with her boyfriend, skeptical about spending 68 yuan on a single plate of crab fried rice. The price made the boyfriend hesitate too, despite how tempting the smell was. I got to work on their order, and as the aroma of eggs and crab meat filled the air, a mother and her little girl were drawn in by the smell. However, after seeing the price, the mother decided they'd eat at home instead, much to the little girl's disappointment. The smell of my cooking started attracting more people, including 2 elderly regulars. They decided to try the fried rice despite their initial doubts about whether someone as young as me could cook something worth the price. Meanwhile, the couple who ordered the fried rice were practically fighting over it, and the argument led to them ordering more, 2 plates for each of them, turning their spat into a competitive feast. Aries was back too, looking worse than before, but bringing a massive crab claw to trade for food. After some haggling, we agreed on 40 egg and ham rice bowls, 20 crab fried rice, and some complimentary water bottles in exchange for the claw. When he realized the crab meat was edible and delicious, he seemed both surprised and impressed. I cooked up the crab meat, blending it with rice and egg to make a fragrant, rich fried rice. After eating quickly, Aries packed up the rest and headed back to his team, who were waiting for him with empty stomachs. The moment he arrived, his teammates pounced on the food. While enjoying their meals, they questioned the mysterious white meat in the rice. When Aries admitted it was from the crab they had fought the previous night, the group froze in shock, unsure whether to keep eating. One brave teammate, a tall and fearless woman, declared that survival mattered more than fear of poison and started eating without hesitation. Her confidence inspired the others to cautiously follow suit. Despite their doubts, the delicious food gave them energy and hope to keep going, even in their dire situation. Meanwhile, I stayed busy at the restaurant, the scent of my cooking drawing more curious customers in. Aries quickly explained that the cold water crab was not poisonous. After hearing this, the teammates immediately regarded Shengjiao as an otherworldly master. Xie was the first to react. After swallowing the rice in his mouth, he quietly reached out and took away 2 boxes of crab meat fried rice. When the others saw this, they thought, "Good boy, you're pretty quick." Everyone used their best skills and divided the spoils up very quickly. Aries had just filled his stomach in the store before, so he didn't care about courtesy at this moment. So, take action. The rice bowls and box lunches were quickly divided up. Xie curiously tasted the fried rice first, feeling the fresh and fragrant taste of the soft white meat in his mouth. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in ecstasy. This meat is so fresh. In the past, when Xie smelled the strong ocean scent, his first reaction was, "The Zerg are coming again." Now, feeling the unique ocean scent slowly blooming in his mouth, Xie felt, "So fresh, so fragrant. I really want to take another bite." He followed his instinct and took another big bite, feeling the familiar and delicious aroma bursting in his mouth again, and snorted with satisfaction. Hearing the sound that Xie made unintentionally, Xiangming looked at him with disdain, then sat aside. Naturally, she couldn't stand the attack of delicious food, but Xiangming was obviously thinking more at this time. She asked Aries in a low voice, "How about we take the initiative tonight?" Aries, "Others, what ghost story are you telling?" Being watched by everyone, Xiangming coughed lightly with some embarrassment. "It's so delicious, it would be a pity not to kill it." Everyone, "That actually makes sense. Moreover, if they don't kill them, will the Zerg let them go?"
Ha!
Instead of passively waiting, it is better to take the initiative. Several people looked at each other and made a decision silently. Tonight, they will take the initiative to eat. Oh no, it's the insect killers. After Sheng Jiao served all the fried rice in the store, he did some simple cleaning in the kitchen. The young couple teamed up to show off 5 meals, and now they are obviously very full. Even so, it did not affect their heated discussion. They packed a few portions to take home for dinner. This meal is expensive, but it's delicious. It's good enough as long as it tastes good. The little money they earn is all for this mouth. As the 2 old men got older, their digestion ability was not good, so they ate very slowly. The slower you eat, the more you can taste the mellow flavor of the fried rice. Although the 2 people cannot be considered gourmets, they do have some knowledge about food. The crab fried rice in front of them made the 2 uncles very satisfied. Listening to the young couple at the next table discussing whether to pack up and take home for dinner, the 2 uncles looked at each other and decided. They came to eat at night. Fresh food tastes better, and they had to pack it up and heat it up themselves. Many delicacies taste one way when they are fresh, but the taste changes after they are reheated. They are close and not afraid of tossing. The young mother who had taken her daughter with her walked for a while, looked at her daughter's sensible little face, and wiped away tears sadly. She remembered what she had said to herself before she gave birth. She wants her daughter to have everything she didn't have when she was young, whether it's things or love. She is raising a daughter and also raising her own childhood self. The young mother thought that she didn't want her daughter to be like her, trapped for the rest of her life by things that were not available to her at a young age. 68 for a serving of fried rice is indeed expensive, but it won't empty her pockets or leave her with no tomorrow. It's just that you need to be careful with your budget in the coming week. Thinking of this, the young mother took her daughter's hand and said loudly, "Come on. Mom will take you to eat delicious fried rice." The moment she turned around, the young mother felt that she was no longer holding only her daughter's hand, but also the hand that she had longed for in her youth and had passed through the long river of time. After the young mother came in, she generously ordered fried rice. The little girl looked at her mother's cheerful and generous appearance and tilted her cute little head thoughtfully. Soon, a familiar aroma came. The little girl looked around happily. After a long time, she looked away and said excitedly and nervously, "Mom, the fried rice smells so good." When the crab meat is put into the pot, the freshness and fragrance reach its peak. At that moment, the young mother felt that the ocean seemed to be right in front of her, and she could reach it just by stretching out her hand. She pursed her lips, touched her daughter's head, and said softly, "Yes, it smells so good. Meng Meng should eat more later." Meng Meng nodded obediently. "Yeah, Mommy too." The fried rice was served quickly. The distinct grains of rice, gently wrapped in eggs, looked cute and delicious. The green beans and corn kernels used as embellishments also serve as an excellent foil, making the white crab meat wrapped in fat look even more tempting. The young mother looked at the plate of delicious fried rice and swallowed slightly. Sheng Jiu thoughtfully provided small bowls and spoons for the mother and daughter. The young mother gave some crab meat to her daughter in a small bowl, and she subconsciously put more crab meat into her daughter's small bowl. After seeing this, Meng Meng gently shook her head and said, "Mom, you eat too." After hearing what her daughter said, the young mother was stunned at first, but after she realized what was going on, she smiled gently and said, "Okay, Mom will eat too. Let's eat together." The girl and the young couple heard the noise and quietly turned her head to take a look. After looking away, she whispered to her boyfriend, "The whole world is lying to me about having a daughter." The boy was drinking water. Although he had eaten up to his neck, there is still a gap here, you can slip through it. Hearing his girlfriend's words, he subconsciously said, "Aren't you afraid of the pain and not giving birth?" When the girl heard that her boyfriend still remembered what she said, a sweet look appeared on her face. When her face was no longer red, the girl looked at her boyfriend's face, then at his belly, and asked in a low voice, "How about you give birth?" After hearing this, the boy's eyes widened and he looked at her in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" The girl winked at him coquettishly. "Please, you are the best." After listening to it, the boy thought seriously for a few seconds, then nodded. "Okay." After hearing this, the girl happily grabbed her boyfriend's hand and whispered, "Dear husband, Sheng Jiu. Otherwise, you two are a couple." Soon, more customers came into the store. Sheng Jiu looked up and saw a middle-aged woman who looked very tired. After the other party came in, he looked around and found the menu on the wall. He did not show any surprise at the prices on it, but just said in a hoarse voice, "I want a rice bowl with toppings." Sheng Jiu responded quickly, "Don't worry, customers, I will wash them very cleanly for each customer." The woman's name is Lin Qi, and she works in an office building not far away. She heard Sheng Jiu agree and nodded tiredly. Seafood allergy is no small matter, Sheng Jiu thought. She should wash the pot twice. Not only did she wash the pot, she also washed all the tableware that might be involved twice. The egg and ham rice had green peppers to enhance the flavor. Sheng Jiu was afraid that Lin Qi was allergic, so he asked loudly, "Can you eat spicy food?" "There are green peppers in the rice to enhance the flavor." Lin Qi's voice was hoarse and tired. "Okay." After hearing the response, Sheng Jiu felt relieved and got busy. The store currently offers 4 types of food: egg and vegetable noodles, egg and ham rice, crab meat fried rice, and yam millet porridge. Except for the yam millet porridge, eggs are used in every dish. The system standard is, at least 2 eggs are provided in each portion. Shungjiu really likes to watch the golden flowers blooming when the eggs collide with the hot oil. Beautiful and delicious, with an alluring fragrance. The rice with gravy was quickly served. The salty and fragrant taste of ham has a unique charm. When it collides with the fresh crab meat, it does not lose at all. Instead, it grabs half of the market, achieving a strange balance with the freshness and fragrance of the crab meat in the store. The 2 old men had finished their fried rice and were drinking water slowly. After smelling the rice with gravy, the 2 old men looked at each other and silently made a decision. Try this in the evening. Shungjiu quickly placed the rice in front of the woman. Egg and ham rice. Please enjoy. Lin Chi nodded politely. When she walked over here, she smelled the most fragrant smell in this house and walked in uncontrollably. After entering, Lin Chi found that the store was very small, the hygiene conditions were unknown, and there was the aroma of seafood. For a moment, he actually regretted it. However, she was very tired and didn't want to bother anymore, so she just sat down. Now looking at the rice in front of me, the golden egg flowers, the neatly cut ham pieces, and the green pepper slices of similar size. They lay lazily on the white rice, but could not suppress the gentle aroma of the rice. Lin Chi worked overtime for several days in a row and had not slept for several hours, but his mind was still working non-stop. She was extremely tired, but had no appetite when she came out of the company. At this moment, looking at the rice in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help swallowing. It smells a bit good. The fresh fragrance of rice, wrapped in the meaty aroma of eggs and the salty aroma of ham, aggressively penetrated into the nose along with the slowly rising white mist. Lin Chi had forgotten that she disliked this small shop in the beginning. She swallowed gently and quickly picked up the spoon. Seeing that the quality of the spoon was pretty good, her rejection was slightly reduced. Lin Chi tentatively scooped a small mouthful of rice and put it into his mouth. The salty and fragrant taste of the ham can compete with the fresh and fragrant taste of the crab meat, which shows how rich and overbearing its flavor is. The aroma of delicious food instantly exploded in Lin Chi's mouth, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Tasty.
She had no appetite, but at this moment, her taste buds were activated, her soul was awakened, her body seemed to be washed by the aroma of food, her inner fatigue was swept away, and a rare look of liveliness appeared on her face. Shungjiu took a look from a distance and murmured in his heart with sympathy, "Another one who can't sleep well. You have medicine food grade. Use it with confidence." After hearing this, Shungjiu thought the system wanted him to distribute the medicine, so he subconsciously said, "No, I don't have enough for myself." It seems that something is not right with Aries and the others, and it is still unknown whether the sleeping pills can keep up. Now that 1 bottle is less, Shungjiu doesn't plan to waste it. She can provide spiritual support to the physically and mentally exhausted Lin Chi, and she can also use her cooking skills to the fullest to soothe the other person's tired body and sleepy soul with delicious food. However, it was impossible to touch her medicine. Even if the other party paid, she would not give up the medicine. After experiencing the bliss of sleeping through the night, she no longer wanted to eat because of insomnia. The raw materials for the sleep-soothing agent are available in the interstellar plane. Although our technology cannot reach that level of purification, the corresponding ingredients can have a soothing effect. Hearing the system say this, Shungjiu became more energetic. Then I'll ask Aries and the others for help. Middlemen make a profit from the price difference. Although Shungjiu felt bad about the difference in price, when she thought about the crab claws that were taller than hers, her active mind returned to a peaceful state. Actually, some money should be earned by whoever it belongs to. It's okay for me to spend some of it. I'm not jealous of other people making money, really. She didn't want to just go in and find the ingredients before she was sent to see her grandmother with a crab claw. There will be more dangerous planes in the future. The system didn't give much advice, just a friendly reminder. After hearing this, Shungjiu fell silent. Lin Chi quickly finished her rice. When she wiped her mouth, she did not use the napkins provided by the store, but used the ones she brought with her. After wiping it, Lin Chi savored the aroma of the rice, with a look of reluctance on his face. She thought for a moment and said loudly, "Boss, pack 10 servings of rice. Thank you." Sheng Jio went to the kitchen to check the ingredients first, and then replied, "Sorry, there are only 6 ingredients left. Is that okay?" Lin Chi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded after realizing what was happening. "Okay." As she spoke, she had already come to the bar to scan the code to pay. After Lin Chi left, a few more people came into the store. They found the food smelled delicious, but they couldn't eat it. Some of them asked, "Can I not add the egg?" "I'm sorry, it will affect the taste and your dining experience." Although the diners were disappointed, they did not force it. The young couple originally wanted to pack up, but they were just drinking water and discussing having a baby when they found out that the food was gone. They were both dumbfounded. The 2 uncles were also dumbfounded. The girl didn't give up and offered some advice. "How about I help you buy eggs at the supermarket? Buy the expensive ones." Sheng Jio thanked her for her enthusiasm and explained in a gentle voice, "Our eggs are exclusively supplied by the company. The quality and taste of other eggs cannot be guaranteed, so we can't use them. I'm really sorry." After hearing what she said, everyone was disappointed, but did not make things difficult for her. "If you can't eat it today, there's still tomorrow." After all the diners left, Sheng Jio put away the tableware. There is a multifunctional dishwasher provided by the system in the back kitchen. It may look small, but it has a lot of functions. After putting the dishes in for half an hour, you can get new dishes. Moreover, no matter how big the tableware is, it can eat it. After Sheng Jio put the tableware in, he looked at the half basin of crab meat left and wondered what to do with it. Before I could figure out what was going on, the iron door upstairs was knocked again. Sheng Jio pulled the rolling shutter door down most of the way, tidied up the bar, and then hurried upstairs. The person who came was Aries again. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they thought about cleaning themselves up. Aries took the 2 bottles of sleeping pills he got from his teammates and wanted to come over to ask Sheng Jio to borrow tools to carry some water back. After listening to his request, Sheng Jio nodded. "Okay, wait a moment." Sheng Jio went to the warehouse and took out 2 buckets. These were used to store seasonings. His grandfather had cleaned them very clean when he was alive and placed them in the warehouse for storing things. "Now take it out and simply clean it." Sheng Jio handed the bucket to Aries. "Is it enough? If not, I have more." Aries thought about it and asked for 2 more. Sheng Jio gestured for him to go to the bathroom and install it himself. Although the roller shutter downstairs was mostly closed, it was not really closed. Sheng Jio was worried, so he pointed downstairs and said, "I'll go down first. Call me if you have any problems." After getting Aries' response, Sheng Jio went downstairs again. After a while, she had figured it out. She planned to make pot stickers with the crab meat, keep some for herself, and send the rest to the hospital. Cousin Sheng Zishuan should be staying in the hospital tonight. Sheng Jio plans to bring them some food and cook some porridge for his aunt. Having made a plan in his mind, Sheng Jio was about to go into the kitchen after going downstairs. As soon as he turned around, he heard the shutter door being slammed. She thought that she had run out of eggs and couldn't make anything, so she might as well just close the store. Sheng Jio quickly came to the door, opened the shutter, and took a look. "Sorry, we are out of ingredients. We are closed today. Please come back tomorrow." Standing at the door was a young man, about 1.80 meters tall, wearing a 3-piece suit and with his hair combed neatly. The first time he saw the person, Sheng Jio's thought was, "Isn't it hot?" It is mid-September now. It is a little cool in the morning and evening, but still very hot at noon. However, she was not willing to interfere in the affairs of strangers, so after Sheng Jio finished speaking, she was ready to pull down the rolling door. The man got anxious when he saw it. Hey, wait a minute, why are you so rude?" "Sheng Jio, didn't she explain it clearly just now? Besides, which word is impolite?" While Sheng Jio was stunned, the man pulled up the shutter door with great force and then walked into the store naturally. "Sheng Jio, not only can I not understand it, I am also very confused." Sheng Jio was afraid that the other party didn't hear clearly just now, so he had to look loudly again. "Sorry, today's ingredients are gone. If you want to eat, Please come back tomorrow. After Sheng Jio finished speaking, he thought, am I polite enough this time? The man didn't respond. After entering, he looked around the restaurant and said with disdain, this place is a bit small. Seeing the man being so open, Sheng Jio remembered what Sister Siu had said to him in the morning. Aunt Sheng introduced her to a guy who would come over at noon. Sheng Jio had blocked Aunt Sheng and the others long ago, so he didn't know any news about these people. Now this person. It's possible that he is the blind date arranged by Aunt Sheng. Seeing that the man was about to go upstairs, Sheng Jio said loudly, the second floor is a private area. Please stop. The man did not stop walking and said with a smile, you are not a stranger. Why are you being polite? Sheng Jio was furious and took out his phone to call the police. If you go upstairs again, I will report you as a trespasser. The man finally turned around at this time. He was dressed up, but his smile was greasy and disgusting. I heard from your aunt that you have never had a partner. You must be very hungry at your age, right? Sheng Jio didn't tolerate him at all. He just made a call directly. After the call was connected, he turned the phone around and showed it to the other party. Sheng Jio dodged flexibly and calmly told the other party about his situation. The man cursed, you stinky witch, I'm giving you face. As he spoke, the man pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and came over cursing. Sheng Jio kept staring at him and didn't dare to be distracted at all. As soon as he saw the other party wielding a knife, he shouted, police sister, he swung a knife at me, can I fight back? Is it considered self-defense? The man didn't hear clearly what the other party said. However, when he heard Sheng Jio talk about fighting back, he smiled disdainfully. Little witch, you have a lot of tricks. Are you playing hard to get with me? That's your friend, right? This number you marked for your friend? Little tricks, I've seen a lot of them. The man wanted to say something else, but Aries heard the noise, realized something was wrong, and hit him on the back of the head. Bang! Sheng Jio watched the man fly out. He was originally standing at the stairs, and a second later, he successfully lay down at the door of the store. Sheng Jio gasped in shock. The police were still asking about the situation with concern. She tried to stay calm. I fought back. Aries' power is that he can dismantle mechas with his bare hands. The cold water crab claws that she couldn't even knock down with a hammer were broken open by the other party with his bare hands. Would this punch kill him? Aries has a high level of mental strength and sharp five senses. When he heard something wrong downstairs, he went downstairs. When he saw someone stabbing the boss, he punched him without thinking. At this moment, looking at the young boss's frightened face, Aries wanted to say something. Sheng Jio was one step faster than him. After hanging up the phone, he rushed over, grabbed his arm, and asked nervously, he won't die, right? Legitimate defense and excessive defense are two different things. Aries might still be an illegal resident in this world. This matter. I can't explain it clearly. Sheng Jio was nervous and grabbed Aries' arm with a little more force. However, for Aries, the force was still very gentle. As early as when Sheng Jio grabbed his arm and clothes, Aries subconsciously tensed his muscles because he was not used to it. He tried to divert his attention elsewhere, but the touch on his arm kept attracting his attention. He couldn't feel any temperature through his combat uniform, but when he lowered his eyebrows and saw Sheng Jio's white and soft hand, Aries suddenly felt his arm a little hot. Looking at Sheng Jio's panicked face, Aries tried to regain his composure. Don't worry, I just pushed him. Sheng Jio. Your push is different from our push. Sheng Jio took 2 steps forward nervously. She didn't want to disgust herself by checking the other person's breath, so she could only see if there were any ups and downs on the other person's body. After staring for a while and finding that the other person was still breathing, Sheng Jio breathed a long sigh of relief. Soon, she thought of another question and asked the system in her mind. When the police come over, they will definitely ask about the process. Will he be arrested? Don't worry, we have provided identities to all visitors from other worlds, so we don't have to worry about being checked. After getting the response from the system, Sheng Jio felt reluctantly relieved. Aries tried his best to ignore the feeling on his arm and explained in a deep voice, Don't worry, I didn't use any force. I just pushed it. Through his contact with Shungjio and observing the diners coming and going during lunch, Aries has already had a general understanding of the abilities, or endurance, of humans in this world. So, when he rushed down just now and found that the young boss was in danger, although he was angry, he still controlled himself. Otherwise, if he punched the man with even a little force, the man's brains would be knocked out. Knowing that the man was still alive and after listening to Aries' explanation, Shungjio breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly turned around and pulled Aries to the back kitchen, avoiding the camera in front. Let's do a simple introduction now. When the police come, our words must match. Although it was not their fault, Aries had a special identity, so Shungjio couldn't help feeling guilty and nervous. Aries nodded quickly. I am Aries Sayer, from the first star of the Empire, 69 years old. Before he could finish his sentence, Shungjio looked at him in surprise. How old are you? Aries didn't understand, but he was honest. 69 years old. After making sure that he had heard correctly, Shungjio looked stunned. Xingji's 69 years old is really different from their 69 years old. Shungjio and his 69 years old, just look at the two uncles who came to eat at noon. And Aries in front of them looked like he was about 25 or 26 years old like the ones here. Aries saw Shungjio's confusion. The little girl's emotions were written on her face. So he explained in a gentle voice, the average life expectancy over there is 300 years. Shungjio. Immigration. She wants to immigrate. Aries gave a brief introduction and explained that he lost contact with the operations department because of the war. Because the escape pod was scrapped and the intelligent brain was disconnected, he was temporarily fighting against the Zerg on a remote planet. After finishing speaking, Aries felt mixed emotions. He never imagined that one day he would actually eat Zerg and find them delicious. After listening to what he said, Shungjio briefly introduced himself. My name is Shungjio. I'm 23 years old. This restaurant is mine. When the police come, you can say that you're my customer. Not long after the two people exchanged the news, the police arrived. The police were also shocked when they saw the man lying at the door. Shungjio quickly stood up to explain. In order to convince the police that what she said was true, Shungjio pointed to the camera in the store and said, "We have surveillance here." The police questioned the man carefully, checked his condition, and then checked the surveillance footage. Knowing that the man had wielded a knife, Aries was just trying to help out because he saw injustice. And it can be seen from the surveillance video that he did just push lightly, and the expression on his face didn't become ferocious at all because of the force used. And no matter what, he was in the wrong because the man pulled the knife. Among the police who came, there was an old policeman who looked at the man's face and frowned slightly. He looks a little familiar. The young policeman didn't see it, so he could only check it in the system, then nodded. Oh, it just came out last year. Shungjio. Although he knew that Aunt Shung had bad intentions, he was still shocked by her shamelessness. The man woke up soon after and insisted that he had been treated inhumanely. After realizing that something was not right, he changed his words and said that he and Shungjio were lovers and had a quarrel. We are really a couple. Her aunt introduced us. If you don't believe me, ask her aunt. We just had a quarrel. The knife treatment was just a romantic interest for a couple. It was not serious. Besides, isn't it normal for me to get angry and resort to knife surgery when my girlfriend cheated on me? Men's comments are becoming more and more dangerous. Shungjio didn't respond to his words at all. After cooperating with the police's inquiries, he strongly stated that he would not reconcile and must go through the procedures. After handling it, Shungjio took Aries back. Because of the trouble, a lot of people gathered to watch. Next to the restaurant is a braised duck shop owned by a man in his 30s. When Grandpa Shung was around, he got along well with his neighbors, so the duck goods owner showed some concern out of old friendship. Shungjio did not hide it and generously shared with everyone Aunt Shung's cool moves. After hearing this, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. From what the police said, the man was released just last year. You're young and doesn't look very reliable, so you better be careful. Yes. If you have any problem, tell our neighbors. The neighbors were all very friendly. Shungjio thanked them and took Aries back. This time, She directly closed the shutter door and locked it from the inside, then turned around and looked at Aries. "Sorry to waste your time. I'll fry you some pot stickers." Hearing the name of the unfamiliar delicacy, Aries' original words of rejection curled up between his lips and finally turned into the word okay. As for the teammates who are still waiting for water to clean up their own, Aries has selective amnesia. On the way back, just now, Sheng-Jio bought a piece of hind leg meat. Although it is not provided by the system, the taste may be a little worse. However, Sheng-Jio now has a system reminder. Whether the meat is fresh, has been injected with water, or has been treated with drugs, the system will give a clear indication on the meat. Sheng-Jio bought the hind leg meat with the best system evaluation in the market. The hind leg meat has less fascia and a good fat-to-lean ratio, making it perfect for mincemeat. She cut the meat and mixed the stuffing with swift movements. In fact, it tastes better if you chop it by hand. However, Sheng-Jio was afraid that Aries would be anxious, so he was lazy. The crab meat is already processed, so once the meat filling is ready, you can just season it. While processing the meat, Sheng-Jio also cooked yam and millet porridge. Aries stood at the kitchen door and tried to open his mouth several times, wanting to help. However, watching Sheng-Jio make the meat filling, watching her cook porridge, and watching her make pot stickers at a very fast speed, Aries didn't know what to do with his hands and feet, because he doesn't know any. In the end, Aries had no choice but to turn around, sit back at the dining table, and silently take medicine from his pocket. He came here today mainly to get water, so he didn't bring much medicine. At this moment, he took out everything at once. There are 6 bottles of sleeping pills in total. It's not that he is stingy, but he and his teammates are really out of ammunition and food. The genetic nourishing liquid is used to soothe mental power. His mental power is high and he uses it less, so he has a lot of stock. But the teammates had little left. When Sheng-Jio fries pot stickers, he likes to pour a layer of base and fry some rice crust to eat. The ratio of batter to water for frying rice crusts must be adjusted appropriately so that the resulting rice crusts will be crispy and fragrant. The white and tender pot stickers were neatly placed in the pan by Sheng-Jio. After arranging everything, Sheng-Jio counted the time in her mind. When the pot stickers were fried until crispy, she poured the prepared batter into the pot and then covered the pot. The meaty aroma of pork and the fresh aroma of crab meat swirled in the high temperature and then rushed into the air. Aries was originally worried about whether Sheng-Jio needed so many sleeping pills. When the fragrance wafted out, he no longer had the mind to think about these things. Aries couldn't help but twitch his nose and turned his head to look towards the kitchen from time to time. At this time, the millet porridge simmering over low heat in the casserole also slowly emits a fragrant aroma. Considering Aries' good health, Sheng-Jio did not put ginseng in it. After adding batter water into the pot, the rich aroma is slowly suppressed by the low temperature. However, soon, as the temperature rose, the aroma wafted out again with a stronger aroma. This time, the fragrance of pork and the freshness of crab meat are better integrated, and together with the burnt aroma of rice crust, they turn into wisps of white mist, floating to every corner it can reach. Aries could hardly hold back his saliva. This smells so good too. He had never eaten it. His eyes were completely out of control, and he kept looking towards the kitchen. Soon, the first pot of pot stickers came out. After Sheng-Jio served them, he looked at the millet porridge in the casserole. It is sticky, soft, sweet, and delicious, and the hardness is just right for normal people. Sheng-Jio first served out 2 bowls of porridge and then put the 2 prepared slices of ginseng in. Soon, the crab meat pot stickers, half of which were fried until crispy and the other half were steamed until fragrant, white and tender, were served on the table. The unique fragrance of the ocean rushed into the sky domineeringly. The aroma of pork followed closely behind, as if afraid that others would not be aware of its existence. The sweet fragrance of millet floats slowly at the end. It dissipates the slowest, but its fragrance is the longest. Aries' eyes were almost not enough. After Sheng-Jio brought the pot stickers and porridge, he smiled at Aries. "Crab meat pot stickers and millet porridge. Please enjoy. Thank you so much today." The man was wielding a knife and the situation was dangerous. even though Xingjiu had self-defense tools such as wolf spray and pepper spray at the bar. However, the huge power gap between men and women, coupled with some unexpected situations at critical moments, Xingjiu didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to counterattack successfully. So, she was really grateful to Aries. At this time, the delicious food was served, and Xingjiu bowed seriously to express his gratitude again. Aries' eyes were originally on the pot stickers. When he heard the voice, he moved his eyes away with difficulty and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's my duty. Even if the time and space have changed, I am still a soldier of the Empire. Aries' firm voice calmed Xingjiu's anxious mood. After thanking him again and again, she went back into the kitchen. There was still a lot of stuffing left, and Xingjiu wrapped it all up skillfully. After leaving a lunchbox for his cousin who was keeping watch in the hospital, Xingjiu packed the rest separately and prepared to take it back to Aries. When Aries saw Xingjiu packed 6 takeaway boxes, he hurriedly looked at the 6 bottles of medicine in his hand guiltily. He was a little embarrassed to take it out, but if he didn't take it out, he would feel even more embarrassed. After some hesitation, Aries took out the bottle of medicine. For Xingjiu now, sleeping pills are life-saving medicine. However, this meal was her thank you fee, and Xingjiu felt embarrassed to accept it. After the two sides pushed and refused for a while, Aries firmly kept the sleeping soothing agent and said, "This is a deposit. I will come back tomorrow at noon." After hearing this, Xingjiu put away the things. Aries quickly returned with the pot stickers and bucket. Seeing that the other party was almost born with 3 heads and 6 arms, bringing food and water, Xingjiu wanted to ask, "Why don't your teammates come along?" However, seeing Aries in a hurry, Xingjiu swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The system gave an explanation in time. Anchor Point also screens visitors from other worlds. Therefore, not every visitor from another world can see the back door of the restaurant. After listening to this, Xingjiu suddenly understood. The millet porridge had been cooked until it was soft and sticky. Xingjiu put the gene-nourishing solution in it and stirred it evenly. Then, he carried the thermos bucket and lunchbox and rushed to the hospital. When Xingjiu went over, he saw his aunt Xing Shaowan. Seeing Xingjiu, Xing Shaowan held her hand. Her eyes reddened. "Child, have you lost weight again? If it were you, I would just sell the restaurant. Don't listen to your grandfather and say that you have a connection with restaurants. How can a girl like you, who has never touched a woman's house, have a connection with restaurants? Even if you have a connection, it would have to be a big hotel or something." The aunt also felt sorry for herself. Xingjiu pursed her lips and smiled softly. "I'm fine, little aunt. I will get used to it slowly, and there are still many customers at noon today." After hearing this, Xing Shaowan pretended to be angry and said, "So what if there are guests? You smell like cooking fumes." My cousin Xing Zishuan is not a talkative person. Most of the time, he just stands aside in silence. Listening to his aunt talking to his sister, Xing Zishuan thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Did your aunt come to see you again?" After hearing this, Xing Shaowan's expression suddenly changed. "That rascal Chuaningning is causing trouble for you again?" Xing Siyu doesn't want to trouble others, and Xing Zishuan is a man of few words. Therefore, Aunt Xing probably didn't tell my sister-in-law about what happened when she came to the ward in the morning. Xingjiu doesn't have the character of not complaining. Her tears came suddenly, and she wiped them away with a look of grievance, while complaining. Aunt Xing made a scene in the ward, and she introduced a man who had just been released from prison as a partner. The man also made a scene in a restaurant, and even resorted to knife fighting. Xingjiu's language organization ability is very strong. Before she finished speaking, Xing Shaowan couldn't control herself anymore. It was Xing Zishuan who helped her to recite it, so she didn't get angry. When Xingjiu finished speaking, Xing Shaowan almost lifted the roof of the house. Okay, Cui Ningning, good job, I will beat this vicious woman to death." Xing Shaowan said she would fight, and that was a real fight. Xingjiu wiped his tears and tried to persuade her a few times, but it didn't work, and instead added fuel to the fire, making Xing Shaowan even angrier. She couldn't sit still any longer. Looking at her sister-in-law, who was still sleeping, she suppressed her anger and didn't explode on the spot. "I'll go back to find them now." Sheng Xiaowan left in a hurry. Sheng Zishuan and the others were already very busy, so how could Sheng Jiu let him go back with her? So, she quickly waved her hand and said, "No, I can handle it." Sheng Zishuan frowned in disapproval. Seeing this, Sheng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, big brother. If I can't handle it, I will tell you." As he spoke, Sheng Jiu put the lunch box and the thermos bucket on the small cabinet. "Brother, eat first. The porridge is warm. You can eat it after Aunt wakes up." As soon as the lunch box was opened, the rich aroma of pot stickers wafted out. The aunt in the next bed was so craving for millet porridge in the morning that she shamelessly asked for some. After drinking it, she felt relaxed, as if she had never been sick. She had a minor reaction to the medication, and after observation today, there was no problem and she can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Now, when the aunt smelled the pot stickers, she shrugged her nose. Although she was very greedy, she was too embarrassed to say anything. Sheng Zishuan had been busy all day and hadn't had a proper meal. When he smelled the fragrance of the food, he felt his saliva was uncontrollably watering. He looked at the pot stickers that were fried to a cute white, plump and fragrant taste, and said with a smile, "Our Xiaojiu's cooking skills are still the best." Sheng Jiu was naturally happy to be praised. "Then eat more, I brought a lot." Seeing that it was getting dark, Sheng Jiu prepared to go back. Before leaving, he asked about his aunt's condition, out of concern. While sorting out the lunchbox, Sheng Zishuan whispered, "After eating the porridge, I took a nap. I woke up at noon, drank some more porridge, and fell asleep again in the afternoon. I haven't woken up yet. The doctor said that a good sleep is a good thing, and is beneficial to recovery." After hearing this, Sheng Jiu thought, maybe the genetic nourishing solution took effect? Thinking that her aunt was not feeling so bad anymore, she felt better. Sheng Jiu left quickly, taking with him the thermos from the morning. After Sheng Jiu left and Sheng Zishuan finished showing off his pot stickers, the aunt in the next bed asked embarrassedly, "Excuse me, was this porridge and pot stickers made by that little girl just now?" Fearing that Sheng Zishuan might misunderstand her, the aunt quickly added, "I heard from the older sister who came before that your sister runs a restaurant? I don't mean anything else, I just thought that if she does run a restaurant I would like to order food." The aunt was savoring the porridge she had at noon, and her mouth was watering unconsciously. In fact, after she fell ill, she was always troubled by emotions such as irritability, anxiety, and sadness. After taking the medicine, her reaction was not serious, but she became much more depressed. The millet porridge at noon made her feel more energetic, and when she thought about it, she also felt a little longing. The aunt thought, since she had this disease, she probably wouldn't live for many days, and before she died, couldn't she satisfy her craving for food and eat to her heart's content? Thinking of this, she shamelessly opened her mouth. Sheng Zishuan was stunned by the question and nodded after realizing it. "I run a restaurant, but I'm not sure if millet porridge is on the menu of the restaurant. I have to ask my sister." Sheng Jiu didn't say much about the things in the store, and Sheng Zishuan didn't dare to make a decision. He could only deal with the aunt first and ask later. Auntie didn't mind. "Well, please ask." Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, Sheng Jiu muttered softly, "I'm so tired. The host can try to hire visitors from another world." Hearing the system say this, Sheng Jiu was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Aries? He doesn't look like a handyman." Sheng Jiu likes to cook, but she doesn't like washing dishes or cleaning. Therefore, the hygiene issues in the store and serving the food really require one person. However, with such a big secret to guard and facing guests from other worlds who might show up at any time, Sheng Jiu really didn't dare to hire anyone casually. Her plan was to hire an hourly worker, have him leave after the meal, and clean up the place. Now that the system said this, Sheng Jiu thought about it and felt not very reliable. Can she afford to hire someone like Aries? You can try. That night, Sheng Jiu drank another sleeping pill before going to bed, and then slept all night until dawn. The next morning it was the alarm clock that woke her up. At 7:30, the system delivery vehicle arrived. Looking at today's ingredients, Shang Jio was stunned for a moment. No flour? Because the store sells vegetable and egg noodles, flour is supplied on a daily basis. The noodles used were all kneaded by Shang Jio himself. When he saw that there was no flour today, Shang Jio asked the system in confusion. The dishes on the initial menu are designed so that the host can still operate normally with customers from this world even if there are no visitors from another world. Now that the visitors from another world have arrived, one of the initial dishes will be randomly reduced. After listening to this, Shang Jio looked at the small whiteboard where he wrote the menu. But there is no crab meat today, so I can only sell egg and ham rice? The host can take the initiative to attack and obtain crab meat. Also, we have millet porridge, Shang Jio. But the millet rice was prepared by her for her aunt. Gene nourishing fluid is so rare, how could she be willing to give it to others? Just as he was about to say something else, Shang Jio's phone rang. The call was from Sheng Zishuan, who first asked whether Uncle Sheng and the others were causing trouble again, and whether anyone else was trying to influence Shang Jio. After caring about her daily life, Sheng Zishuan expressed the request of the aunt in the next bed. We have it in the store. If you have time to do it, you can do it. If you don't have time or it's inconvenient, don't make it difficult for yourself. Today's ingredients include millet, yam, and a bag of wolfberry. The aunt felt good after eating it, probably because of the gene-nourishing liquid. But Shang Jio couldn't bear to do it. But if he refused, this may be the only hope of survival for those people. Shang Jio is neither a saint nor a philanthropist. However, seeing my aunt in so much pain, and now hearing what my eldest brother said, I feel a little bit reluctant. She thought about it, and did not respond for the time being. She first asked the system in her mind, what is the price of millet porridge? Without ginseng and gene-nourishing liquid, 38 yuan per bowl. With ginseng and gene-nourishing liquid, 298 yuan per bowl. Shang Jio. This price is really discouraging to people who don't know the truth. Shang Jio quickly replied to his cousin, I made it specially for Auntie, so it's not available in the store for the time being. After hearing this, Sheng Zishuan understood. He quickly responded and said that his mother was in good spirits today. When the doctor came to check on her, he would ask about her condition. Maybe she would be discharged from the hospital soon. After hearing this, Shang Jio felt much more at ease. After hanging up the phone, Shang Jio couldn't calm down. Have. The system's answer is simple and clear. After hearing this, Shang Jio felt a little moved. Considering his weak physical condition, Shang Jio thought for a moment and asked, is it easy? The system said nothing and gave Shang Jio a set of videos. In the video, there are ginsengs taller than her, green leafy plants thicker than her waist, and her two strong white spherical plants. After reading it, Shang Jio felt that he might be having some unrealistic thoughts. These things. Can she beat him? Is this some kind of international joke? These are all mutants, but if you want to get normal plants, you have to destroy the mutants first. Mutated plants are a bit like treasure-guarding beasts. Kill them, and you can get a small piece of plants. A small piece? The system was afraid that Shang Jio didn't understand the meaning of a small piece, so it played another video for her. In the video, a small piece of land is roughly equivalent to the yield of 1/3 of an acre of land. After reading it, Shang Jio started to feel moved again. However, she quickly calmed down, washed, cooked porridge, and went to the hospital. My aunt was in a really good mental state today. When I went there in the morning, she was still able to sit on the bed and talk to Shang Jio. When she was drinking porridge yesterday, she could taste ginseng in it. Seeing the people now, the aunt patted Shang Jio's hand helplessly. Did you use the ginseng your grandfather left for you? You silly child. That was left for you by your grandfather. Why use it on me? It's a waste. Shang Jio didn't care who she left it for. Her aunt had taken good care of her over the years, and she didn't think it was a waste for her to use these things. My aunt's mentality is not very good now, but when you are sick, a good mentality is very important. Thinking of this, Shang Jio smiled and said, Auntie is always joking. How can it be a waste if I use it on you? You are my best auntie. I am willing to give it to you. And I have asked my friend to get 2 bottles back, so you can eat them without worry. Sheng Xiu had just handed over his duties to Sheng Zishuan. Hearing Sheng Jiu's words, she smiled and said, "Mom, just listen to Xiao Jiu. The ginseng porridge is really effective for you. Look, your complexion looks much better today. Didn't the doctor say during the ward rounds that if you are in good condition tomorrow, we can be discharged from the hospital?" Being discharged from hospital means that the treatment was effective, although no one knows what will happen next. But things are good now, at least it gives people hope. Who doesn't want to live a good life? The aunt was persuaded to the point of being speechless. In the end, she could only pat Sheng Jiu's hand and said, "It's Annie, who has caused trouble for you." Sheng Jiu pretended to be angry and said, "If you say that again, I will be angry." The aunt was too embarrassed to say more, and she had slept well last night, so she was indeed hungry. When she was sick, in order to get her to eat more, both Sheng Xiu and Sheng Zishuan tried their best to buy all kinds of nutritious food for her. Sheng Zishuan even asked a friend to buy a bowl of porridge worth more than 200 yuan just to let his aunt eat one more bite. She knows all these things, but she couldn't eat it. "The only thing that my aunt can eat now and look forward to the next meal after finishing it is the millet porridge cooked by Sheng Jiu." Sheng Jiu watched the old lady drink a bowl of porridge and chat for a while before driving back. The restaurant usually only serves lunch and dinner, so it's just in time when the doors open around 10 a.m. Seeing that there was still time, Sheng Jiu turned around and went to a coffee shop. On the way, I received a call from Aunt Sheng. "Don't worry, Xiao Jiu, I have already beaten Cui Ningning for you. If she dares to mess around again, I will come to her house and beat her up again." Aunt Sheng is a hot-tempered person, and if she says she will hit someone, she means it. Sheng Jiu was just about to ask what was going on with his uncle. Before she could even ask, she heard Aunt Sheng say, "Don't worry, your uncle is also lying in bed and can't get out, it's all easy." Sheng Jiu. She is worthy of being my most powerful aunt. Sheng Jiu was a little envious of her. Thinking about how she had just borrowed 2 ginseng roots in the ward, Sheng Jiu felt that she really had to give the interstellar space a try. It's not in her character to back down before trying. Not only ginseng, but also the main ingredients of the sleeping soothing agent mentioned by the system. She wants them all. After ordering the banner at the coffee shop and agreeing on a time to pick it up, Sheng Jiu drove back to the restaurant to prepare the meal. Today's menu only includes egg and ham rice and millet porridge. Although he thought that 38 yuan for a bowl of millet porridge was extremely expensive, Sheng Jiu still ordered it. The millet in the system is really delicious. Aries said he would come over at noon. Just after 10 o'clock, Sheng Jiu was about to open for business, and the door upstairs rang. Sheng Jiu gave up on opening the door at this time and turned back upstairs. Aries is much better today than yesterday, at least not as embarrassed as before. However, there was still a lot of stuff on his body. The bucket that was taken away yesterday was brought back today. After seeing Sheng Jiu, Aries smiled embarrassedly. "Sorry, I made you laugh. Can I go in and wash first?" After saying this, Aries, fearing that Sheng Jiu would mind, handed over one of the buckets. "This is a thank you gift. Can you see if you can use it?" Sheng Jiu leaned over and took a look at the contents of the bucket. A large bucket of white and tender meat. It's impossible to tell what species it is. The meat of the cold water squid is cut a little roughly, but it does not affect the subsequent preparation, and it still has a delicious and tender taste. This property is good and has a slight effect of reducing the 3 highs. After listening to the system's explanation, Sheng Jiu subconsciously asked in his heart, "No poison. No." After getting the system's response, Sheng Jiu felt much more at ease. She nodded to Aries, "Okay, go ahead." When Aries entered the bathroom, Sheng Jiu asked the system in his mind, "Can you help me deal with it?" The situation was special yesterday, and she and Aries handled the crab meat. Today's words, "Let the system handle it." A large bucket of squid meat disappeared quickly. After Aries finished washing, he drew water again, and then he saw, the meat he brought is gone. Thinking about Sheng Jiu's mysterious methods, Aries didn't ask much. He had to fetch water first and let his friends have a simple wash. Otherwise, the strong smell will attract zerg, or mutated plants and animals. Seeing Aries was about to leave, Shang-Jiu hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Is it dangerous over there?" Aries thought about this question carefully before answering. "For us, it is not dangerous. It is almost a daily routine. For you, it is a little dangerous." Aries considered his words carefully to save Shang-Jiu's face. "The reality is very dangerous, especially for those who are not strong in combat. It is simply Hades." After hearing this, Shang-Jiu was indeed timid for a moment, but thinking about the sleep-soothing agent and gene-nourishing liquid, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Can you take me there?" Shang-Jiu knew that exchanges all required conditions, so she quickly pointed to the empty bucket and said, "I'll treat you to squid rice with sauce at noon." Shang-Jiu expressed his desire to go and take a look. Aries' first reaction when he heard it was to refuse. It's too dangerous. Moreover, his duty as a soldier made him instinctively refuse to let ordinary people have too much contact with the Zerg. That thing is poisonous. Even Shang-Jiu can handle it with his unpredictable means. But it's still dangerous. However, just when the words came to their lips, Shang-Jiu said that he would treat them to a bowl of rice topped with squid sauce. Slurp. Aries didn't know why his willpower had become so weak. His mind, which had been eroded by the food, quickly came back to its senses. It's too dangerous. I can't go. Shang-Jiu also knew the danger. But fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. She doesn't have much sleeping pills left. Aries probably has no stock now, and he brings the so-called Zerg here every day to pay for his meals. If Shang-Jiu didn't think of a solution, would she have to suffer from insomnia in the future? Even if she could bear it, her aunt's illness. Shang-Jiu's father died early, and his mother remarried later, and they lived an ordinary life. At that time, the restaurant's profits were not very good, and my grandparents were just feeling their way forward. When the family was in the most difficult times, it was the aunt who always took care of Shang-Jiu, ensuring that he had food to eat, good clothes to wear, and school to go to. There is clearly hope now, but Shang-Jiu has to watch her aunt die, and she can't feel at peace. After thinking it through, Shang-Jiu took a deep breath and said, "I won't cause any trouble for you. If the situation is not right, I will come back." The door on the balcony is an anchor point and a life-saving device. The system said that at the critical moment, Shang-Jiu could open the door and come in at any time. For visitors from another world, the location of the restaurant is fixed. However, for Shang-Jiu, the anchor point is mobile. Whenever she wants to come back, the door handle is always at hand. The system also said that if the situation is particularly critical, it can activate the protective shield to protect the host's safety as much as possible. We have requirements for binding to a host. Not just anyone can do it. We want to ensure your safety. With the system guarantee, Shang-Jiu felt relieved. Aries originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Shang-Jiu's determined expression, he couldn't say many words. After thinking for a while, he said, "I need to go back and discuss it with my teammates." Although Aries thought that he could protect Shang-Jiu alone, once Shang-Jiu stepped into that door, he would meet his teammates. At that time, everyone would be together and it would be easy to protect him, so he had to tell his teammates in advance. Seeing Aries give in, Shang-Jiu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. Thank you for your help, I'll go cook." Just then her cell phone reminded her that the system delivery truck had arrived, so she went downstairs to pick up the processed squid. When Aries heard Shang-Jiu say that he was going downstairs to cook, he swallowed uncontrollably again. He kept reminding himself his teammates were still waiting for water to go back and wash up, so he had to hurry. Go quickly and come back quickly so that you can have the first bite of fresh food. Thinking of this, Aries was full of energy. The two of them were now barely familiar with each other. Shang-Jiu didn't pay much attention to him and let Aries fetch water by himself. After she went downstairs, she opened the rolling door. "Sign for the processed squid first." I have to say that the efficiency of the system is really good and the knife skills are excellent. The originally large pieces of squid have been cut into small pieces even with fancy cuts and are just waiting for further processing. Shang-Jiu walked back with the ingredients. When he arrived at the door, he saw the two old men who came to eat fried rice yesterday. Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu were originally wandering around nearby, and when they saw the door was open, they came over on their own accord. Seeing Sheng Jiao, Grandpa Hong smiled and asked, "Young boss, do you have enough ingredients for today?" Sheng Jiao was planning to explore the new world in the afternoon. In addition, she didn't want to make herself too tired, so when she wrote the prices on today's menu, she also marked the limited quantity. At this time, hearing Mr. Hong asking, Sheng Jiao smiled and said, "Of course there are some who came early." After hearing what she said, the two old men looked at each other and then walked in without hesitation. From what the boss said, there will be no food for those who come late. After the two of them came in, they naturally wanted to order the delicious fried rice from yesterday. However, when they saw the menu, they were dumbfounded.
Ah?
No more fried rice? The crab meat was so fresh. I'm still savoring it. Boss, no crab fried rice today? After Sheng Jiao put the ingredients away, he replied, "Sir, the company didn't deliver crab meat today, but we have squid, which is very fresh and delicious." After listening to this, Mr. Hong waved his hands and said, "Squid is not an option. I have 3 highs." Uncle Wu was a little hesitant, but he thought that his blood pressure had been stable recently and his blood lipids were okay, so he spoke boldly. "I want a bowl of squid with sauce and rice." There are 3 kinds of food on today's menu: egg and ham rice, limited to 20 servings; millet and yam porridge, limited to 6 bowls; sauce squid rice bowl, limited to 20 servings. Many things, once they are limited in quantity, will give people a sense of urgency. Mr. Hong is afraid of his blood lipids and dares not eat squid. He looked at the menu for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, "I want millet porridge." He has to try this millet porridge, which costs 38 yuan a bowl. What does it taste like? What's the difference between this and the millet porridge at home? After the 2 uncles ordered their meals, they sat down nearby. After Sheng Jiao responded, he went to the kitchen. The millet and yam porridge was cooked early. The millet has now been cooked until it is soft, tender, and sticky. Sheng Jiao flipped it twice with a spoon, and the sweet aroma of millet wafted out instantly. Its flavor is light but lingering. It's like tea hidden deep in an alley. At first, the fragrance is very faint, and I always feel that the fragrance may not last long enough. However, as time went by, its smell became stronger and spread farther and farther. At this time, there was no other smell disturbing the kitchen. The sweet fragrance of millet mixed with the fresh fragrance of yam, accompanied by wisps of white mist, floated out leisurely. The fragrance is pleasant and exciting. Mr. Hong, who ordered millet porridge, sniffed the slightly sweet aroma and nodded continuously. "Young boss, your ingredients and cooking skills are really good." As he spoke, Uncle Hong looked at the wall beside him again. "Business license, yes. The boss has a health certificate. Environmental protection approval, yes. All necessary documents are complete." After reading it, Mr. Hong felt much more at ease. The documents are complete, so the ingredients should be fine, right? The millet porridge, which has been cooked for a long time, has an attractive sweet taste. Sheng Jiao turned it over a few times and saw that it was time to serve it out of the pot, so he served a bowl first. There isn't much in one bowl, and to be honest, 38 yuan is really expensive. But millet is really delicious, and yam tastes great too. After drinking it, my stomach feels warm and comfortable. If the experience is good after use, people will subconsciously feel that the price is quite worth it. Uncle Hong's millet porridge was soon served. Looking at the bright, golden millet porridge in front of him, Grandpa Hong couldn't help but squint his eyes. Feeling the aroma of rice and yam floating wildly in front of his nose, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is the taste, the same rice aroma I drank when I was a child. Many elderly people are actually becoming increasingly dissatisfied with today's food ingredients. Whether it is rice or millet, the rice fragrance that I had when I was a child is less and less there. The pork has no meaty taste. The vegetables are getting sloppier too. In short, I was not satisfied with anything, but I had to eat with a frown on my face. Because there is no choice. At this moment, a bowl of millet porridge with the sweet rice fragrance of childhood was placed in front of him. Uncle Hong couldn't help but recall the past, and his eyes became red. Uncle Wu couldn't stand the smell. He went to the disinfection cabinet to get a small bowl and a spoon and whispered to Grandpa Hong, "Don't eat alone, give me some, I want to taste it." The two people have a good relationship, and the two families interact with each other on a daily basis. Although the millet and yam porridge was indeed very fragrant, Uncle Hong was not stingy and generously gestured to Uncle Wu. "I'll give you a little." A little half. He originally wanted to say half of it, but when the words came to his lips, he felt reluctant. Uncle Wu didn't mind and scooped 2 spoonfuls for fun. Before the two of them started eating, they smelled a rich and delicious aroma. It was as if the ocean suddenly and gently embraced them, soft and fragrant, making people linger. They both turned to look towards the kitchen. That rich flavor comes from there. At this time, Sheng Jiao was processing squid. If you want the squid to be fresh, delicious, and not fishy, you need to be careful when handling it. When blanching the squid, in order to ensure its freshness and tenderness, the water does not need to be boiled. It is best when big bubbles appear at the bottom of the pot, but the water is not yet fully boiled. When putting the squid into the pot, you need to count the seconds. Once the time limit is exceeded, the squid will become tough and difficult to chew. The squid produced in StarCraft is soft, tender, and delicious. When blanching, the smell is uncontrollable and runs out like crazy. It is like a cheerful elf, non-stop to promote its deliciousness to the world. The squid was quickly blanched, and Sheng Jiao went to stir-fry the sauce. If you want the squid to be juicy and tasty, the choice of base sauce is also very important. Because squid is a temporary ingredient, the system did not provide Sheng Jiao with a corresponding sauce. However, Sheng Jiao has a mysterious weapon. The homemade sauce made by her grandfather is so delicious. When Sheng Jiao is too lazy to cook, she can eat a big bowl of rice with this sauce. This sauce is available in spicy and non-spicy flavors. In fact, when it comes to stir-frying squid, spicy flavor is best. However, we also need to consider that some people cannot eat spicy food. So the sauce flavor is also good. Sheng Jiao loudly asked Uncle Wu if he could eat spicy food. After getting a positive reply, he heated the oil in a pan. When the oil is heated up, scoop a large spoonful of homemade sauce into the pan and stir-fry until fragrant. The base sauce already has a rich aroma, and when it collides with the hot oil, it bursts out with an even richer and more tempting aroma. Uncle Wu smelled the fragrance and said, "Hey, this is a familiar old smell." They had eaten here before and had tasted Grandpa Sheng's cooking. Although his skills are average, the old man is quite good at making sausages and sauces. When Uncle Wu smelled this familiar scent and thought about Grandpa Sheng who had passed away, he couldn't help but sigh. However, he soon had no time to think about anything else, because the squid was put into the pot. At that moment, the aroma of the sauce and the fresh aroma of the ocean collided and merged, and the whole restaurant was surrounded by this fresh and fragrant smell, leaving people with nowhere to escape and surrendering on the spot. Mr. Hong was originally tasting the millet porridge, and he would comment from time to time, "It's soft in the mouth, the rice is fragrant, and it has a slight sweet aftertaste. Good rice, good yam." Even the wolfberry has a different taste when you bite it. As a result, as he was commenting, he became speechless. He knew that squid was delicious, but was it reasonable for it to be so delicious? Uncle Hong felt that he couldn't eat the millet porridge in his hand. The fragrance of millet is long-lasting, light, and elegant. The smell of squid is overbearing and arrogant, as if it is the only one in the world and all other smells are defeated by it. After Sheng Jiao stir-fried the base sauce, he added shredded green and red peppers. When the green and red peppers were 80% cooked, he added the squid, stir-fried a few more times, and it was ready to be served. What getting fired requires is absolute control over time. 1 more second, and you're too old to bite. If it's 1 second less, it will feel undercooked and not as palatable. Sheng Jiao managed time so well that even the system couldn't help but admire him. So beautiful. If this is paired with interstellar thorn pepper, it will be perfect. Hearing the familiar name, Sheng Jiao asked in his mind, "Is that the chili pepper that is taller than me?" That is a mutation. The ones that haven't mutated are all normal size. And if you eat thorny peppers for a long time, you can grow taller. Can you grow taller? Sheng Jiao was a little moved. Of course, she has no obsession with her height because she is only 2 centimeters away from 7 meters. However, her sister from her aunt's family and her college roommates. Many people are obsessed with the fact that they have not grown to 1.6 meters or 1.7 meters. If only we could get the thorn pepper back. Sheng Jiao quickly withdrew his thoughts and focused his attention on what was in front of him. A delicious and fragrant squid rice with sauce was served, and Uncle Wu couldn't control his saliva in anticipation. Mr. Hong was originally trying to control his blood lipids, but now that the aroma hit his face, he couldn't control himself. Let me have a taste. I'll take a bite. It shouldn't be too high, right? The two old men were discussing how to distribute the food between them. Sheng Jiao was about to turn around and go back to the kitchen when Lin Qi came in. Lin Qi is in much better spirits today. She thought it was because of the delicious rice with toppings she had yesterday. Yesterday, when Lin Qi was eating in the store, he was disturbed by the strong aroma of crab meat. Therefore, she thought the egg and ham rice was delicious, but she didn't think the taste was overly exaggerated. However, when Lin Qi brought the meal back to the tea room, his teammates opened the rice topped with toppings, and at that moment, it's no exaggeration to say, in the tea room, the aroma of the takeout from a dozen other people could not overshadow the aroma of the rice with toppings she brought back. Even the aroma of the rice noodles that they usually teased and added a drop of fragrance was crushed. Delicious food can heal a tired body and an empty soul. Lin Qi felt that her fatigue from yesterday had been cured by the delicious food, which gave her more energy to work hard for the company. So, today she decided to treat herself and have another meal. When you push the door open, you can smell the rich scent of the ocean. Lin Qi loves to eat fish and shrimp. However, she is allergic to seafood. Now, smelling the rich, fresh fragrance of the ocean, Lin Qi almost shed tears of exhaustion. After entering the store, she first took a look at the menu. Is there something missing today compared to yesterday? His tired brain was not working fast. After a long time, Lin Qi finally realized that something seemed to be missing. She didn't look carefully yesterday either. However, the rice with gravy is still there, and there is also millet porridge. For Lin Qi, a millet bowl that costs 38 yuan is not bad and acceptable. She hesitated between the rice with gravy and the millet porridge. When I turned my head, I saw Uncle Hong with an intoxicated look on his face, eating a mouthful of millet porridge and a mouthful of squid rice. Hateful. She wants to eat squid too. The fresh fragrance with a slight spicy taste is really intoxicating. Thinking of the miserable situation of going to the hospital after eating, Lin Qi swallowed and suppressed his greed. Sheng Jiao is still cooking at this moment. She hasn't eaten yet, and Aries will probably come to get the food soon. Although Aries didn't say how many servings, considering how much he and his 4 teammates eat, it would be at least 50 servings. Sheng Jiao felt that it was absolutely right for him to limit the quantity. Otherwise, she would be fried to death in the kitchen. Lin Qi struggled for a while, covered her shriveled stomach, and finally decided to drink millet porridge. People like them, who often work overtime and are so busy that they don't even know what eating and sleeping are, rarely have a good appetite. As far as Lin Qi remembers, millet is good for the stomach, so she wants to try it. After figuring it out, Lin Qi shouted loudly, "Little boss, give me a bowl of millet porridge." In the kitchen, Sheng Jiao had just finished his work and served out his squid rice. When she heard the voice, she looked up and saw that it was the customer who was allergic to seafood yesterday. She quickly responded, "I'll be right there." Although Lin Qi had said this yesterday, she was not sure if the boss would remember her. So she quickly said, "Boss, I'm allergic to seafood. Please clean the pot." "Thank you." Sheng Jiao replied loudly. "Don't worry, they are all bought one by one." Then, he raised his hand and washed the prepared bowl twice before serving the millet porridge. The millet and yam porridge has been turned off the heat and is kept warm in the casserole. The millet simmered over low heat has produced a little rice oil. When Sheng Jiao used a spoon to scoop it up, He could feel a slight resistance. Looking at the bright golden millet, Shang-Jiu couldn't help swallowing. It smells strange. Or she eats 2 servings for lunch? The clay pot used by Shang-Jiu was quite large, but the porridge it cooked only made about 6 bowls. The extra porridge probably wouldn't have been enough for 1 more bowl. Shang-Jiu knew how much he could eat, so he didn't serve himself first. She thought, let's wait, if I can't sell all of them, I'll have them as dinner. The millet porridge was served quickly, and it was not a big bowl. If Lin Chi hadn't come to eat yesterday, he might have felt, is this store crazy? They charge such a high price. However, after trying the rice with toppings yesterday, Lin Chi felt that the price was not expensive at all. It tastes good and it's not expensive. Lin Chi quickly scooped a spoonful of millet porridge, put it to his mouth and blew it slowly to cool it down, and then put it into his mouth. The soft, sweet millet and the soft and fragrant yams snuggle up to each other, wandering between the lips and teeth, and slowly sliding into the throat. The long-lasting fragrance remains between the lips and teeth even after the food enters the stomach, making people unable to help but savor it. The millet is coated with some micron oil, which is fragrant and smooth. After entering the stomach, it gives people a warm, comfortable, and happy feeling. So fragrant and warm. Lin Chi felt that his empty stomach and dry body were redeemed at this moment. Food can really heal her. Lin Chi thought that if she could eat such delicious millet porridge, she could work for the company for another 3 years. It's just overtime. She just does it. Although Lin Chi couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, he didn't dare to eat too fast. Even if he was drinking porridge, he had to eat slowly. Otherwise, her stomach would rebel. After serving Lin Chi's millet porridge, Shang-Jiu sat at the bar and ate squid rice. Shang-Jiu was quite satisfied with the squid he had processed. It is soft, tender, and tasty, with a very comfortable taste. Shang-Jiu thought that if he fried it a little longer, it would become too tough to chew. Squid is soft, tender, and delicious. Shang-Jiu nodded with satisfaction. After observing secretly, Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu also nodded. Originally, the 2 people were wondering, why did this store attract them every day? Was there something shameful going on? At this point, seeing that the boss was eating by himself, I thought there was no problem. The lingering fragrance of millet quickly drifted away, and the fresh aroma of squid was even more spicy, flying everywhere domineeringly. Soon, another customer came to the restaurant, a young father and daughter. After entering the store, the young father urged, "Hurry up, or you will be late for the art class later." Shang-Jiu looked up when he heard the voice and found that the person following the young father was a little girl. She didn't look very old, maybe 5 or 6 years old. Signing up for extracurricular classes at such a young age? Internal competition is so terrifying. After the little girl entered the store, she was not afraid. She looked at the menu and found a word she didn't recognize. "Dad, I want to eat that meal." She can't read, but she knows things. There was still a little bit of Uncle Wu's squid rice left. The little girl smelled the fragrance and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The young father looked at Uncle Wu's meal first, and then checked the menu. After seeing the price, I took a deep breath. So expensive? However, since they were already here, they were in a hurry. The young father didn't say much, and shouted towards the bar. "Please give me a portion of squid rice, please. Hurry up, the child is waiting for class." Shang-Jiu put down the meal he had just taken 2 bites of and said, "Okay, I'll be right there." After answering, Shang-Jiu looked at the child and asked, "Is it for the child to eat?" "Then I want a sauce-flavored one." The young father nodded quickly. "Hey, don't make it spicy." Shang-Jiu quickly returned to the kitchen. The young father pulled his child to sit down, wiped the table carefully, checked the disposable tableware, and then checked whether the disinfection cabinet was plugged in. The disinfection cabinets in some street shops are just for decoration and have never been opened. The young father took a look around and was barely satisfied with the hygiene and equipment in the store. He then saw the squid rice that he had just taken 2 bites of at the bar. The fresh, fragrant, and slightly spicy taste attacked him domineeringly. The young father couldn't help swallowing. He kept telling himself, "No, I can't eat it." Although he is young, he has a lot of pressure in life, and his blood lipids are already excessive. Squid is not very friendly to blood lipids. However, the young father was more satisfied with the shop. The taste of sauce aroma and spicy aroma is different. The spicy aroma is a bit like wine that cannot be hidden. Even if it is hidden deep, the taste will still burst out overbearingly, leaving you nowhere to escape. The aroma of sauce is a bit like tea. You need to push the door open carefully before you can embrace this rich aroma and feel the gourmet experience it brings you. When the base sauce was frying, the young father shrugged his nose and almost couldn't help asking Xingju to give him another portion. But no, that's blood lipids. The little girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she smelled it. "Daddy, it smells so good." The young father nodded and said, "Well, then you should eat more, but don't eat too much. Otherwise you will feel uncomfortable due to indigestion, and you have classes in the afternoon." After such a short period of time, the young father started muttering again. Xingju quickly brought the rice up. "The squid rice with sauce is ready. Please enjoy." The young father politely said thank you, and Xingju smiled and replied, "You're welcome." Xingju returned to the bar and prepared to continue eating. "Welcome." The censor bell at the door rang again. When Xingju looked up, he found it was the young couple from yesterday. Their first reaction after coming in was to look at the menu. After finding out that the crab meat fried rice was gone, I felt like the sky had fallen. The girl's name is Xue Wanling, who also works nearby. She came out during lunchtime just to satisfy her appetite. As a result, the food is gone? Xue Wanling asked in disbelief. "Little boss, is there no more crab meat fried rice?" Xingju hurriedly stood up and nodded. "The company didn't send crab meat today, but there is squid, which tastes good too." Xue Wanling was a little unhappy, but I love crab meat. I didn't say the rest of the words because I was already drooling. Her eyes uncontrollably fell on the little girl who was eating at the table next to her. On the plate. Wow! The squid rice looks so delicious with its rich sauce flavor. Moreover, the taste is even stronger than yesterday's crab meat. Xue Wanling thought that she didn't really need crab meat. "Boss, give me some squid rice. I want it spicy." After she finished speaking, she nudged her boyfriend, who was still stunned beside her, and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up," and click. Noticing that her boyfriend's eyes were on Lin Qi, Xue Wanling's death stare also fell on him. The boyfriend's name is Lin Zheng. After he realized what was happening, his desire to survive quickly came online, and he waved his hands frantically. "I just want to see that millet porridge. It looks so delicious." Xue Wanling continued to stare with a death stare. "Lin Zheng, help." The young couple finally ordered a squid rice and a bowl of millet porridge. After the meal is served, there will naturally be another fierce battle to defend and grab the food. Xingju was sitting at the bar, ready to watch the fun, when another customer arrived. "I didn't get to eat a lot yesterday, so I rushed here today and found that there was still food, and it was limited. I was very lucky that I was fast today, although the price is indeed high." However, those who entered the store yesterday had already looked at the prices and were fairly willing to accept them. "I can't accept it, and I won't come again today." "One serving of squid rice, boss. Please make it spicy." "Give me a bowl of millet porridge. It looks delicious." "I'll try the egg and ham rice." The shop is not very big, with only 6 tables for 4 people. Even if we use small stools to put together a table, there's not enough space for too many people. When the 2 uncles saw this, they quickly made room and decided to come back in the evening to check again in case there was any left. Lin Qi had to go back to work overtime, so after finishing the porridge, he left in a hurry without taking time to savor it. The young father and daughter still had to go to art class, so they didn't finish the squid rice and packed up most of it to take home. Space is gradually being vacated and new diners will soon be seated. There were only 6 servings of millet porridge, and they were sold out quickly. When the guest heard this, he felt a little regretful. However, the others smelled better, so you can try them. Soon, the egg and ham rice and squid rice were gone. When the diners who came later heard that it was out of stock, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Some people were discouraged by the price, but more people still wanted to spend money to try it. "This meal is so expensive. What does it taste like? Because it is limited, there were no customers in the restaurant in the afternoon. The door upstairs just happened to ring at this time. Sheng had already fried 50 servings of squid rice when the diners left. There were still ingredients for eggs and ham, so she fried 12 more as well. Today's ingredients are almost used up. Of course, there is definitely a surplus of daily supplies such as rice and oil. But the eggs were gone. After Aries came over, he told Sheng about the results of their team's discussion. We can take you there, but if it's too dangerous, we still suggest you come back. Sheng still cherishes his life very much. After hearing this, he nodded quickly. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. Hearing her say this, Aries nodded with relief. He was walking in front, carrying more than 60 meals. Sheng looked at him carrying so much, took 2 steps forward, approached Aries and asked, Do you want me to help you get some? The two people were so close that their auras were almost entangled. Sheng didn't notice anything was wrong, and Aries' body stiffened in discomfort. He froze in place for a long while without moving. Under Sheng curious gaze, he finally reacted and shook his head. No, I can carry it. Be careful. As he spoke, Aries had already stepped out. Just across the door is what the system calls the interstellar era. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. But, thinking about my sleep and my aunt's illness, Sheng thought she was really willing to take this risk. Wealth is sought in danger. So, Fugue, here I come. After figuring it out, Sheng took a deep breath and then took a step forward. Behind the door are a group of unknown trees that are towering into the sky. Sheng looked up, but couldn't see the top of the tree at all. Looking at such a big tree, Sheng exclaimed, It's so tall. Although Aries was not used to getting too close to people, he still walked as much as possible to the right of Sheng keeping a distance of about half a meter. This was naturally so that he could protect people if an accident happened. Hearing Sheng sigh, Aries looked around vigilantly and nodded. Well, this is a remote and desolate planet. Usually there are few people, so the plants are not restrained and grow wantonly. Aries looked serious and was a little nervous with Sheng She asked the system uncertainly. These trees are not spirits, right?
No.
Knowing that the tree was not a spirit, Sheng felt much more at ease. But before she could put her heart back into her stomach, her arm was grabbed by Aries. Sheng didn't even have time to think about how Aries grabbed his arms with both hands full of food. In a flash, she saw a strange creature that was taller and stronger than her, with several long tentacles suddenly reaching out to her. The tentacles had tiny barbs on them, and when they stretched toward Sheng they glowed with a faint blue light under the sunlight. The system answered Sheng questions in a timely manner. Sheng was very nervous at this time. The system told her that the location of the restaurant that diners from another world saw was fixed. They would need to go to the same place the first time before they could see the door. But Sheng is different. That door was an anchor for her, moving with her will, and whenever she wanted to go in, the door handle was always at hand. At this time, Sheng put his hand on the door handle. As long as the situation is not right, she will run away immediately. As for Aries, if she didn't hold him back, that would be the best protection for him, right? Sheng gripped the door handle nervously, his palms full of sweat, his eyes fixed on Aries' figure. Aries reacted quickly. When he found something wrong, he grabbed Sheng aside, put the food away, and then went out to fight. Sheng watched helplessly as the other person's arm transformed from flesh and blood into Iron Man's arm. A question mark slowly floated above her head. Is StarCraft so awesome? Aries' arm can not only turn into steel, but also change its shape at will. After discovering the tentacles of the cold water black shrimp rushing out, Aries' iron arm directly transformed into a knife and then swung it out. That knife can be extended. The long whiskers of the cold water black shrimp were instantly cut off by Aries' steel knife. Fearing that Sheng might be curious, Aries shouted, It's poisonous. Don't touch it. It's poisonous. Don't touch it. Aries' voice and the system's reminder were almost synchronized. Sheng didn't dare to touch it at first. She wasn't a reckless person. She would just go for it when she saw it. She is also very careful about her life. Sheng Jiu shrank in place without moving. Aries moved quickly, but the shrimp was too big. So, he struggled with the other party for about 10 minutes. In Sheng Jiu's view, the thick and scary shrimp tentacles that looked like tentacles were pried off and cut off one by Aries' sharp knife, followed by the shrimp heads. After its head was cut off, the cold water black shrimp shrank for a while. Sheng Jiu was staring at the scene. Watching the black shrimp bounce, an idea came to my mind. This shrimp, with such strong spine, the meat must be very chewy. Cold water black shrimp, chewy and delicious, is the main ingredient of growth enhancers. Sheng Jiu felt something was wrong after hearing this. Didn't you say before that the thing that made you taller was the pepper? Cold water black shrimp is the main ingredient, and thorn pepper is one of the auxiliary ingredients. Sheng Jiu understood as soon as he heard it. They all contain growth hormone. It's just a matter of how much. Aries originally wanted to light a fire and roast the shrimps, as they had always done in the past. After all, it is toxic and will pollute the environment if left for a long time.
But now,
after he put the shrimp down, he turned his head and looked at Sheng Jiu. Can you handle this? The other person looked at him with a bit of anticipation for the unfamiliar food. Sheng Jiu nodded gently. Okay. As we were talking, the system had already started working. All items, including shrimp whiskers, were cleaned thoroughly by the system. It wasn't the first time Aries had seen this, but he still felt deeply shocked. Although they have storage space, you need to do it yourself. Just standing on the ground, I collected it from a distance. I'm so envious. After the battle, Aries no longer looked embarrassed. Sheng Jiu thought, this interstellar space shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Aries' fighting power is at its maximum level alone. After Aries picked up the lunchbox again, he motioned Sheng Jiu to walk beside him. Zerg. Cold water black shrimp's combat power is not strong, but they have a keen sense of smell, and they like group activities and rarely go alone. Their shrimp antennae are poisonous and barbed. Once you are hooked, you will fall into hallucinations and let them slaughter you. You follow me closely to avoid accidents. After hearing this, Sheng Jiu instantly became alert. She was about to say something when footsteps were heard in the woods. Sheng Jiu nervously hid behind Aries. Aries' teammates heard the noise and rushed over. They saw only messy weeds at the scene and no Zerg corpses. Several of them looked at it in confusion. Aries quickly explained the confusion of his teammates and then introduced Sheng Jiu to everyone. This is the owner of the restaurant, Sheng Jiu. Sheng Jiu waved to everyone generously. Hello, I am Sheng Jiu, Sheng of Shengshi, Jiu of Peijiu. Aries' teammates had been very curious before about the restaurant that they couldn't see but could eat at, and about the boss who is said to have mysterious means to deal with the Zerg's toxicity. Now, when they see people, everyone is amazed. Xie Yi is young and the most lively. After hearing Sheng Jiu talking, he took the initiative to stand up and said, Hello, young boss. I am Xie Yi. Xie means thank you. Yi means comfortable. Xie Yi has a baby face, and when he smiles, he looks honest and cute. Sheng Jiu looked up at him and smiled. At this moment, she had only one thought in her heart. Have I entered the land of giants? Really, Aries' teammates are just too great. Even the girl who looked heroic and brave was over 1.8 meters tall. Sheng Jiu, who always thought that she was not short among girls, now had a slight concern about her height. Self-abasement. However, Sheng Jiu adjusted his mood quickly and nodded politely at Xie Yi. After Xie Yi came Shang Ying. She smiled brightly, revealing a row of neat white teeth that would have made the dentist envious and amazed. Hello, little boss. I'm Shang Ying. Shang for business, Ying for hero. Sheng Jiu smiled sweetly at Shang Ying. Shang Ying felt a little embarrassed by the laughter, and the tips of his ears were stained with a hint of frosty red. Song Ziki looked at the side, then showed his cute little canine teeth. Hello, little boss. I am the commander's deputy. My name is Song Ziki. Song Ziki is over 1.9 meters tall, but he has a pair of cute little canine teeth. When he smiles, he has an unexpectedly cute contrast. The one walking at the end was a tall and strong boy who looked a little cold and arrogant. The other party finally spoke, his tone slightly serious. "Hello, young boss, I am Yuan Yu." No further information was revealed. In his opinion, eating is eating, but everyone is not familiar with each other yet, so there is no need to reveal too much information. Sheng Jiu had the same idea. The less you reveal, the more mysterious you are, and the more wary they will be of you. Even if one feels greedy, one dare not act rashly. After everyone got to know each other briefly, Ares was about to speak and signal everyone to go back to the temporary camp to eat when he heard a rustling sound. After hearing the sound, Sheng Jiu subconsciously became nervous and then grabbed the door handle. Yuan Yu and the others also became alert instantly. It's obvious from this scene that something big is coming. Sheng Jiu wanted to ask, but was afraid of disturbing them. I could only hold the door handle tightly. Soon, an overwhelming greenness came over him, and Sheng Jiu felt that after looking at it for so long, his eyeballs seemed to turn green. The trees that once towered into the sky now looked friendly and kind. However, the sky is full of green. Even the big trees are surrounded by it. Xie muttered quietly. Why are they here again? Will they ever stop? Shang Ying's arms had turned into steel, ready to fight at any time. After hearing what Xie said, she sneered. If they can be finished, the world will be peaceful. After the arrival of the green sky covering magic, no one had any intention of taking action for the time being. Sheng Jiu also stared closely at the surroundings, not daring to miss any unusual movement. However, apart from the sky being covered by green, there were no other changes for the time being.
Bang!
Soon, a strange sound exploded beside my ears. Sheng Jiu was so scared that he almost opened the door and went back. However, she tried hard to steady herself and held the door handle tightly in her hand, as if only this could give her more sense of security. Pop-pop. After a strange sound, more sounds were heard. Sheng Jiu finally saw where the sound came from. Items are constantly falling from the sky, or rather the green that covers the sky. The steel on Ares' arm immediately transformed into a steel umbrella, which was then held over Sheng Jiu's head. Young boss, be careful. Don't get hit, or you'll feel a burning sensation. After hearing this, Sheng Jiu hurriedly pulled Ares. The opponent's iron arm turned into an independent small umbrella and held it above Sheng Jiu's head. At this time, Ares had no umbrella, but his teammates all had small umbrellas. Leaving the other party exposed outside, Sheng Jiu felt that he could not stay under the umbrella with peace of mind. So, when he saw Ares was about to go out, Sheng Jiu raised his hand and grabbed the other's silver-white combat uniform. Sheng Jiu's movements were not big, and even his strength was very small. But the moment her fingertips touched the combat uniform, Ares felt it. Sensitive five senses are the key to feeling. At the same time, he was too sensitive to the breath of other people, so Ares noticed it as soon as Sheng Jiu reached out to touch him. His body instantly froze, and he dared not move. He wanted to move, but was afraid that the movement would be too great and would hurt Sheng Jiu's fingers. If we don't leave, it won't look good for two people to be squeezed under one small umbrella. Ares simply couldn't imagine how exciting it would be to have two people's auras entangled together in such a small space. Ares hesitated for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I'll hold on a little longer." The steel they hold up is their weapon, and its size is actually very limited. This is also why Ares only held up a small umbrella that was big enough for one person to stand. The same goes for other teammates, because they also need to transform into weapons to attack. After hearing what the commander said, Xie shouted loudly, "Commander, hold on a little longer. Will you fight with your body later?" The others, who were older, noticed the unusual atmosphere and remained silent. Some looked at the sky, while others looked at the mutated plants. Xie is young and often speaks without thinking. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ares glanced at him, and before he could say anything, he felt someone pulling his fingers from behind, as if with a little more force. When Sheng Jiu heard this, he realized that if he held up the umbrella again, Ares would have no weapon to attack. He quickly pulled the corner of his combat uniform in his hand and said, "Come in. You've been hit twice. If you can't hide, I'll go back." Shungjio has a way out, so, if possible, she doesn't want to hold Aries and the others back. Aries was actually embarrassed to hide under the same umbrella with Shungjio. When he heard the other party say this, he subconsciously didn't want Shungjio to go back like this. So he turned around stiffly. When entering under the umbrella, Aries deliberately kept his distance. However, the space was so small that he was outside the umbrella with just a slight movement. Snap! Zizi the fruit fell from the green and landed on his back, bringing up a thin puff of white smoke. The combat uniform is extremely resistant to high temperatures. So, even though a puff of white smoke appeared, the combat uniform was not torn. Shungjio was looking at the magical scene and was already envious of the dress. As for the fact that she and Aries were too close, with their arms touching each other, in a time of crisis, how could Shungjio have the energy to pay attention to these things? Most of the time, she was thinking about opening the door and leaving, safety first. However, I don't want to just swim around for a few hours and then go back, without gaining anything. Therefore, Shungjio tried hard to keep himself calm, and at the same time he was concerned about the fallen fruits. What are those? She was not in a hurry to ask the system, so she asked Aries in a low voice. Aries had just been hit on the back by a star date. Although his combat suit protected it well, the scorching temperature still burned him slightly. Not painful, but hot. I always felt that the heat on my back quickly moved from my shoulders to the arm that was squeezed together with Shungjio, and the temperature of the arm also soared. When Shungjio opened his mouth, a slightly warm breath, wrapped in a hint of fragrance, slowly floated to Aries' nose. He could clearly smell the smell of food that was on Shungjio's body when he was cooking at noon. Aries' 5 senses were so sharp that he could smell a hint of Shungjio's unique fragrance in the aroma of the food. Very light flavor, but very unique. When Aries realized what he was thinking, the tips of his ears turned red uncontrollably. After Shungjio finished asking, he didn't get an answer, so he turned his head to look at Aries. Aries? A soft call brought Aries out of his trance. When he came to his senses, he felt a little annoyed. There were still some star dates in front of him that were not very lethal, but very persistent. How could he still be distracted? After adjusting his breathing, Aries turned his gaze to the outside. When he spoke, his voice was slightly hoarse. The mutant star dates reproduce very quickly. Under normal circumstances, their fruits can be made into various delicious foods and can also be used as medicine. However, after mutation, they reproduce faster and are more aggressive. Moreover, the temperature of the fruit exceeds 100 degrees and can burn people at any time. However, the fruit is not aggressive after it falls, but the temperature is still very high until it burns inside. Shungjio heard that there was such a magical plant and asked the system curiously, "Can we handle this?" After asking, Shungjio thought of something else and asked curiously again, "By the way, what is the use of star dates?" Aries said it can be used as medicine. Is it the main ingredient extract of the gene-nourishing solution? The system's answer was not the one Shungjio expected. But it is still important. A good sleep is what Shungjio needs most now. Although it is not genetic nourishing fluid, it is also what she urgently needs. She wants to pick it up. But it's hot. The temperature was enough to burn a black pit in the ground. Shungjio felt that his hands were no more resistant to heat than the ground. Fortunately, the system is always there to help her solve her problems. Don't worry, it can be handled. As we were talking, the system had already started working. The system can't touch anything through the door of the anchor point. But once it comes over, its abilities can be displayed. See it and you can touch it. So, what are you waiting for? Just pick it up. The star dates fell in large flakes, and then disappeared in large flakes. Everyone stared at it at first. When the star dates fall, the star date vine has the strongest attack power, so they have to avoid this time. It's better to wait until the opponent can't drop too many dates and fight Xing Ting directly, rather than being on guard against being stabbed in the back by Xing Zhao all the time, right? In the end, what did they see? After being glared at by Aries, Xie Yi was still a little confused. He couldn't figure it out, so he just stared at Xing Zhao. Then, the star dates fell and disappeared. The star dates fell again and disappeared again.
Gee,
Hold the grass? Is it haunted? He almost jumped up in fear, but Yuan Yu beside him held him down and said, "Are you crazy? Get out now. Large amounts of star dates are still falling. If they go out now, even the combat uniforms can't save them." Xie opened his mouth wide and pointed at the star dates that kept disappearing outside. "No, they're gone." Yuan Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I'm not blind." After hearing this, Xie almost cried out. "Aren't you afraid?" Yuan Yu was speechless. There are so many people here. Xie was about to collapse. So what? Can't the ghosts finish it in one meal? Yuan Yu's temple was throbbing and he no longer wanted to explain. Xiaoming smiled and said, "The boss is packing the ingredients. Why are you so anxious?" None of them were stupid. They had heard Ares tell them before that they had encountered cold water black shrimp. However, when they came over, there were neither corpses of cold water black shrimps nor burnt ashes on the ground. When they thought about Sheng Jiu's mysterious methods, they roughly understood that it was probably done by the young boss. Therefore, it is not surprising that large areas of star dates suddenly disappear. They also thanked Sheng Jiu for his magical powers. Otherwise, they would have starved to death a few days ago when they ran out of ammunition and food. After hearing Shang Ying's words, Xie looked at Sheng Jiu with horror. Sheng Jiu blinked at him innocently. Xie almost burst into tears. Yuan Yu looked on with disdain, and Song Wenqi was also quite speechless. After returning, I have to remind Captain Carl to strengthen the cultural courses of the 6th Squad. This won't work all the time. Xie was not actually a member of their team. When the accident happened, he was fleeing in all directions. After Yuan Yu saw him, he pulled him into their escape capsule and took him along. Although we were not in the same team, we were all in the frontline military camp, so we all knew each other. It's just that I don't have much contact with him in daily life, so I didn't know that Xie has such a personality. Large pieces of star dates fell, and Sheng Jiu didn't dare to think about what the bumper harvest would be like after he returned. Although dates are not a particularly common ingredient, they can be used as a supplement. If that doesn't work, you can dry them and make tea. Thinking of this, Sheng Jiu couldn't help but ask the system curiously, "What should we do with this batch of dates?" "Look at you." The system usually performs simple rough processing, and more often it depends on Sheng Jiu's intention. Will drying it affect its effectiveness? Won't. Then dry it and remove the core. I will slice it and drink it as tea, and I can also sell it. Yes, the price is 68 per cup. Sheng Jiu is now becoming more and more accepting of this pricing. The customized water cups have been distributed and will be delivered with today's shrimp and jujube slices. At the beginning, a few star dates fell, then they were scattered in large areas, and finally they became just a few scattered ones again. Ares and his men saw that the time had come and shouted, "Line up and fight." Following Ares' command, Yuan Yu and the others neatly assigned themselves their positions. They were moving very fast, because if they weren't, they would be strangled by Xingzao's vines. Sheng Jiu was protected by Ares behind him, staring at the fight nervously. Amidst the flashing swords and shadows, there were also colorful lasers. Sheng Jiu's eyes were dazzled, and he couldn't see clearly what kind of battle this was. However, as Ares said, the attack power of the star date vine is not that strong, it is just faster. About half an hour later, the battle was over. All members took down a large area of star date vines without any injuries. Looking at the chopped-up jujube vines, Sheng Jiu thought, "What's the use of these?" After processing, mince it and add some coarse grains. It can be used as feed or fattening. Although it doesn't have much effect, but you're here anyway. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Oh no, don't waste it. Take it, take it, take it. We want them all. Sheng Jiu thought to herself, I've risked my life to take this risk. As long as Ares and the others don't want them, then she'll take them all. You will feel more comfortable only when you have taken all the wool. Ares originally wanted to light a fire to burn the vines, but then he discovered the vine was gone, leaving only a patch of emerald green juice in its place. Everyone seems to have gotten used to Sheng Juyen's behavior of plucking others' information. Shang Ning even smiled and said, "This is good. It saves us from having to clean up the mess." Aries looked at Sheng Jio with an embarrassed smile and whispered, "The star date vine is not very useful, but when it is burned, it will have a slight fragrance. This thing, unlike the shells of the cold water devil crab or the black shrimp, can be used as mechanical materials." Sheng Ju nodded hurriedly. This area has been devastated, and it's not convenient for them to eat here. Aries and his men are going back to camp to rest, eat, and adjust. Sheng Jiu thought that his harvest today was already quite good. One cannot be greedy. The door is there. You can take your time. So, she took the initiative to say goodbye. "I have to go back to prepare meals. I'll take care of dinner." Sheng Jiu was able to get so many ingredients smoothly thanks to the help of the team. So, packing a few meals is not a problem. About 6,000 kilograms of star dates can quickly earn back the money for the meal. Sheng Jiu wanted to leave, but Aries didn't want to keep him, so it was indeed dangerous for them. However, seeing that the dark blue on Sheng Jiu's face had not completely disappeared, he raised his hand and called Sheng Jiu. "Young boss, please wait a moment." After Aries called Sheng Jiu, he turned to his teammates and asked in a low voice, "Does anyone have any sleeping pills?" Shang Ning spread his hands, indicating that he didn't have one. Neither did Yuan Yu and Song Wenqi. In the end, Xia Yi still had some stock. "I still have 3. Aries nodded after hearing this. "Lend it to me first." Xia Yi heard it and hurriedly took it out. "Commander, if you need it, just take it." Aries got 3 new sleeping pills and gave them to Sheng Jiu. "These are all we have left. When we get rescuers, I'll get you new ones." At this point, Aries thought of the star dates he had eaten before and quickly added, "By the way, after the star dates are dried, soaking them in water or cooking them into porridge has a very good sleep-inducing effect." Sheng Jiu was a little surprised to see the new sleeping pills. After taking them, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Sheng Jiu felt that this adventure was enough. Sheng Jiu opened the door and went back. In the eyes of others, she just disappeared on the spot. "Xia Yi cried out, thinking about the young boss's methods, and then felt reasonable, perhaps? Others took it well. They couldn't see the door of the restaurant yet. So, what's wrong with the small boss disappearing on the spot? After Sheng Jiu returned, he took a shower first. After cleaning up, they took stock of their gains with the system. Although the shell of the cold water black shrimp is heavy, it is also very meaty. After removing the head, it still yields 118 kilograms of meat. When Sheng Jiu heard about the amount of meat, he exclaimed, "Then we won't be able to sell all of it today, right?" Even if they were all sold, Sheng Jiu couldn't make so many dumplings. Sheng Jiu planned to make shrimp steamed dumplings with a shrimp meat, but shrimp soup would also work. But no matter what, it's fresh and delicious. After being frozen, the shrimp will lose a lot of its delicious taste. However, it cannot be sold to diners and can be kept for yourself. Cold water black shrimp, growing taller. Sheng Jiu made some plans in his mind and asked Xing Zhao again. The dry to wet ratio of star dates is about 5:1, which is the ratio after removing moisture and pits. The current amount of dry star dates is 1,200 kilograms. Do you need to deliver all of them at once? Sheng Jiu. Where should I put more than 1,000 kilograms of dried dates? Although there is a warehouse on the second floor, it is too full of star dates to be used, right? After thinking about it, Sheng Jiu shook his head and said, "Let's do it in batches, but I'll start with 100 kilograms today. I want to give some to my friends." "No problem." After counting today's gains, Sheng Jiu summarized today's performance. How to say it? Lying clearly. "It seems I need to practice more." Sheng Jiu muttered and drove to the market first. Shrimp steamed dumplings need a little pork filling to make the taste more mellow. In addition, side dishes such as corn kernels and carrots are also necessary. Thanks to the system's golden fingers, Sheng Jiu can pick out high-quality pork, corn kernels, etc. from the market. When preparing to leave, Sheng Jiu found a batch of tomatoes in the corner that were identified by the system as having excellent quality. The system's big reminder is hanging on the tomato. It would be hard for Sheng Jiu not to see it. The corn kernels and carrots she bought were only of good quality, and she only picked them out after searching almost the entire vegetable market. Now that there are excellent tomatoes, it is hard for Shungju not to be tempted. The woman selling tomatoes was wearing a headscarf and looked a little haggard. But when he looked at the people, his expression was sincere. Look at the tomatoes. They are grown at home, old varieties, with a soft and sandy taste. Try them first. The woman generously took a tomato and handed it to Shungju. Shungju took it and looked at it, then looked at the things in her basket. They are all of the same quality, and there is nothing bad mixed in them. Some are big, some are small, but each one is very plump. Shungju was very satisfied after seeing it and asked a price. After hearing this, the woman felt a little embarrassed. 5 yuan per pound. As if she was afraid that Shungju would misunderstand that she was cheating a young man, the woman quickly explained, "This is an old variety. The seedlings are expensive, and we didn't use any pesticides. Everything was watched over manually." The price of tomatoes in the market today is generally between 3 and 4 yuan. Of course, there are also 5 yuan ones. Is not even good enough in this system. The quality is good, and the price is acceptable. Shungju nodded after reading it and said, "Please weigh them." When she heard that Shungju wanted it, the woman was stunned at first, then she quickly responded, "Hey, do you live far away? Do you want me to send it to you? It weighs more than 20 kilograms. It's very heavy." Shungju was still carrying a lot of things in her hands. When she heard the woman ask, she thought about it and didn't refuse. "My car is parked outside. Sorry for the trouble." The two people completed the transaction quickly, and the woman also helped deliver the goods. Shungju originally wanted to ask if she came here often, but he was unsure about the quality of the other dishes. After thinking about it, he didn't rush to say it. If you come here often, you will meet him eventually. After returning, Shungju first changed the menu. Steamed shrimp dumplings, 68 yuan/8 pieces. Shrimp and tomato noodles, 68 yuan a bowl. Jujube tea, 68 yuan per cup. When Shungju came back, the delivery vehicle disguised as the system also came over and brought all the necessary ingredients. The shrimp meat has been processed very well, and because Shungju needs a granular texture, it has been cut into small cubes. The inside of the shrimp head has been processed and minced, then placed together with the star date vine. Shrimp shells are excellent mechanical materials and are now delivered roughly packed in barrels. 100 kilograms of dried star dates were delivered first, and the system considerately divided them into small packages, each containing half a kilogram. Although the packaging is simple, it doesn't look shabby. Shungju thought that he didn't need to go through all the trouble and could just send it away like this. After checking the ingredients, Shungju began to prepare the meal. She had to make both steamed dumplings and noodles in the evening, so she had to prepare them in advance. The dough needs time to rise so that it tastes better. The noodles need to be rolled out in advance, and it is best to also make a batch of shrimp steamed dumplings. Shungju was so busy that she couldn't help but mutter to the system while making dumplings. "I really want to hire someone. However, there are secrets in the store, and she is really not a good choice. After all, how was she going to explain the diners coming down from the second floor?" Before the system responded, Shungju's phone rang. She took a look first and found that it was Shung Siu's call, then she went to wash her hands and answered the phone. Shung Siu actually hesitated for a long time before making the call. There was no way. Her mother couldn't eat anything else now, so she could only eat the millet and yam porridge cooked by Shungju. Moreover, the more you eat, the more energetic you will feel. Shung Siu saw that her mother's condition was getting better and better, so she discussed it with her brother, and then she shamelessly called Shungju. When Shungju came back to prepare the meal, he had already cooked the millet, yam, and ginseng porridge. At this moment, the sweet smell of millet wafted out, and the whole kitchen was filled with the fragrance of rice. Hearing Shung Si's question, Shungju quickly responded, "I'm already well, and I'll be ready soon, but I might be a little busy tonight. Are you free to come over? If not, I'll find someone to run errands for you." When Shung Siu heard that there was, she was relieved. "No, I'll be there soon." Shungju felt relieved after hearing this. She is really busy today. Both the noodles and the dough need to be prepared freshly. although there are ready-made ones sold outside. However, the evaluations given by the system are not high. Ingredients are the main component of delicious food. If they are not perfect, the final taste will not be good. Sheng felt that his shrimp meat was so good, it would be a waste to pair it with bad noodle wrappers. So, prepare yourself. Although there was a lot of shrimp meat, Sheng didn't plan to cook it all in one night. She couldn't finish it even if she died of exhaustion. So, there are 20 servings of steamed dumplings and 20 servings of shrimp noodles, and the sale is over once they're sold out. Now all the noodles have been prepared and placed in piles on a large plate by Sheng. When needed, just take them directly. I am afraid that the taste of the noodles will be affected after drying. Sheng covered the plate with a dust cover. More than half an hour later, Sheng Siu came over. When she arrived, Sheng was making dumplings. Seeing Sheng busy, Sheng Siu also wanted to help. Sheng pushed her away hurriedly. No, 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 no. People without a health certificate are not allowed to come in. Sheng Siu also knew that Sheng was very concerned about food hygiene. So, she didn't force it. Besides, the dumplings she made didn't look good, and she might not be able to sell them if she really made them. Sheng quickly served the millet porridge and then skillfully steamed a pot of shrimp dumplings. I have to say, the cold water black shrimp is really fresh. As soon as the hot steam in the steamer comes out, the smell comes out domineeringly. Before, the kitchen was dominated by the fragrance of rice. Now, the aroma of the black shrimp immediately takes over the dish, leaving no chance for other ingredients to shine. A portion of steamed dumplings at Sheng is not cheap, so she uses a ratio of shrimp to pork of 2:1, with more shrimp and less pork. The pork mostly serves as a blending and embellishment. In order to make the steamed dumpling crust look more translucent and attractive, Sheng also added some corn starch into it. The shrimp dumplings steamed in this way have an attractive, crystal-clear skin. Its skin is not completely transparent, but translucent, and the ingredients inside are half exposed and half concealed, giving people an attractive sense of mystery. Ever since the smell of fresh shrimps wafted out, Sheng Siu became a little restless. She looked towards the kitchen frequently and swallowed from time to time. Seeing that Sheng was busy, Sheng Siu didn't want to disturb him. However, thinking that Sheng had cut all the ginseng, Sheng Siu felt at ease about not being able to accept the millet and yam porridge. Thinking of this, she found an excuse to take Sheng phone away. Sheng was busy and trusted his cousin very much. Without thinking much, he signaled to her that his cell phone was on the bar. The other party also knew the password, which was Sheng birthday. After Sheng Siu opened it, he quietly transferred 10,000 yuan to Sheng and then clicked receive on Sheng phone. If she gave it normally, Sheng would definitely be embarrassed to accept it. So, we can only do it quietly. After finishing, Sheng Siu put Sheng phone back on the bar. At this time, the shrimp dumplings are ready. In the rising hot air, there's the freshness of shrimp, the fragrance of pork, and a little bit of wheat aroma. Because the fresh and fragrant smell is too strong, it overwhelms all other scents. The aroma of black shrimp is not only overbearing and rich, but also wafts far away. At this time, it was almost time to get off work, so after asking Sheng Siu pushed open the door and started business as usual. When the fragrance wafted out, the owner of the duck shop next door was already intoxicated by the aroma. At noon, he was already dizzy with the fragrance. However, when Sheng is busy, he has no free time either. When he finally finished his work and wanted to go next door to try some food, Sheng food was sold out. Now, he felt that a new opportunity had come again. When the boss next door came over, Sheng Jiogong brought the steamed dumplings to Sheng Siu. Eat first, there are still some in the pot. I will put them in the lunchbox. You can bring them to your brother to try. Sheng Siu felt that the moment the steamed dumplings were served, her life has come full circle. At this moment, she didn't want to think about anything else and just wanted to enjoy the food in front of her peacefully. What pain, trouble, sorrow. That's after you've eaten. How can you fight these negative emotions if you don't eat enough? When Xingjie was about to go back to the kitchen to pack up, the owner of the store next door came in. Seeing the people, Xingjie greeted them with a smile. "Boss Li is here. Please take a seat." The duck goods owner was called Li Qingxiang. After he came in, his eyes were glued to the steamed dumplings in front of Xingxiu. The round, cute, crystal-clear dumplings were neatly placed on the plate. They looked really nice. There must be shrimp inside because through the translucent dumpling skin, you can see a little red inside. Moreover, the fresh fragrance in the air says it all. Li Qingxiang swallowed slightly and turned his head with difficulty to take a look at the menu on the wall. After reading it, his eyes widened and he almost exclaimed, "So expensive?" He thought that the braised duck food was expensive enough nowadays. But Xingjie's was even more expensive? Only 8 pieces for 68 yuan? It turned out that the squid rice at noon was not the price limit. Steamed dumplings are the best nowadays. Although Li Qingxiang thinks it is expensive, it is not a problem to try it occasionally. He swallowed and looked at Xingjie. "Please, young boss, give me some steamed dumplings." Actually, he wanted to try the shrimp noodles, but too expensive. Eating these two together costs more than 100 yuan. He only earns a few hundred a day. Finish the whole meal? What a spendthrift. Such a spendthrift. Li Qing thought that it was enough for him to just try something new. He is not greedy, really. Xingxiu only looked up when Li Qing wanted to come in, and soon he ignored everything else and focused all his attention on the plate of steamed dumplings in front of him. She first picked up a plump white dumpling, blew it to cool it down, and then took a small bite. The overwhelming fragrance, at this moment, passed through this small opening and rushed directly into Xingxiu's mouth. There was a little juice in the dumplings, and because they were too hot, Xingxiu kept blowing air out of them, but she was reluctant to spit them out. "Are you kidding? Spit this out?" How could she bear to do that? The dumpling skin is soft, tender, and delicious, and the key is that it is thin. After biting it gently, you will feel the fresh and fragrant shrimp and pork inside. The shrimp meat retains its graininess and tastes better. The pork was chopped very finely, and the fat in the hind leg meat was chopped into mud. After being cooked at high temperature, it has now turned into rich juice, making the filling inside more delicious. After taking a bite of the steamed dumpling, Xingxiu even felt that all her fatigue from the past few days was swept away, which made her unable to control herself and take another bite. Li Qing wanted to watch from the side and almost drooled. Xingjie made 5 servings of steamed dumplings from this pot. She doesn't have a large steamer in her kitchen, so she uses 2 steamers, each of which produces about 5 servings. Now 1 pot is ready. If there are no guests, the rest will be taken to the hospital to feed my cousin and others. But since there are guests, just give some away. Xingjie quickly responded, "Do you want to eat here or take it back to your room?" Li Qing thought it would be bad to keep the store closed, as it would affect business. "I'll take it back and eat it, and then I'll bring the plate back to you after I'm done, okay?" Li Qing always does this when he wants to eat at other neighbors' homes. Xingjie nodded. "Okay, Boss Li, please wait a moment." The fresh aroma of black shrimps kept wafting along with the hot air. Li Qing felt that every second he sat here, only able to smell but not eat, was torture. Fortunately, Xingjie quickly brought out his portion. Feeling the approach of the delicious and fragrant smell, Li Qingxiang felt that his life was complete. Xingjie brought out the plate and placed it on the table where Li Qingxiang was waiting. "Boss Li, please enjoy your meal." After he finished speaking, Xingjie remembered something and hesitated for a moment before asking, "By the way, I heard that Boss Li has a nephew who is currently attending university?" This was something that my grandfather mentioned to Xingjie when he was still alive. When Li Qingxiang's sister's son was admitted to university, he distributed wedding candies to the neighbors. Li Qingxiang's attention was originally on the steamed dumplings. When he heard Xingjie asking about his nephew, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly responded and nodded. "Oh, yes, at the University of Technology. The Industrial University is local to them and is a very good university." Whenever Li Qing mentioned his nephew, his face was filled with pride. After hearing that he agreed, Xingjie thought for a moment before asking, "I have a part-time job here, and I want to ask if your nephew has time to take it." "If he doesn't have time, it's okay." Can you help introduce a few classmates to come? Sheng Siyu was originally immersed in the delicious food. When she heard Sheng Jiu's words, she thought that Sheng Jiu was too busy and wanted to hire someone. She wanted to speak, but was afraid of disturbing Sheng Jiu, so Sheng Siyu tried hard to control herself. Moreover, the delicious food was attracting her attention. After taking a bite of the delicious food, Sheng Siyu's rationality completely collapsed, and she no longer thought about anything. Li Cheng thought it was difficult to agree to this kind of thing directly. I have to ask my nephew about this matter, and I will give you an answer later. Li Qingxiang also thought that the store was short of staff, so he had to work part-time. However, Sheng Ju soon made a request. We need people who are tall and strong, and look like they're not easy to mess with. It's also okay if they have a good mouth. We need about 5 or 6 people, and 1 or 2 more is fine. Li Cheng thought. Sheng Siyu. Working in a restaurant doesn't require much physical effort. Even if you go to the kitchen, the heaviest work is just washing dishes and moving some ingredients. Why do you need so many people? As if seeing Li Cheng's confusion, Sheng Jiu quickly explained, I have a not-so-dignified part-time job here, and I need someone who is not easy to mess with to come and help. Sheng Jiu briefly explained that he had ordered a banner and was going to the neighborhood where his uncle and aunt lived tomorrow and would hang the banner with drums and gongs to help his uncle and aunt become famous in the neighborhood. This kind of job is not easy, so it needs a group of people who look difficult to deal with to do it. Sheng Jiu finally talked about the working hours and fees. The working hours are about 2 to 3 hours. Once the atmosphere is set, you can leave. The part-time fee is 200 per person. After hearing this, Sheng Siyu was stunned. Li Qingxiang never expected that when he saw the weak and easy to bully Sheng Jiu fighting back, he was not weak at all, but quite mean. Li Qingxiang opened his mouth and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll ask for you when I get back. I should be able to give you an answer when I come over to deliver the dishes later. Tomorrow is Saturday and college students are on holiday, so there should be enough time. On the way back, Li Cheng's mind was half corrupted by the food, while he was still sighing at Sheng Jiu's methods. Li Qingxiang even put himself in the situation's shoes and then shuddered. No, still no. He felt that there was nothing wrong with being honest. Is it necessary to offend this niece? After returning to his shop, Li Qingxiang didn't have time to think about anything else. With the delicious food right in front of him, how could he think about anything else? He looked down at the plump steamed dumplings on the plate, and his saliva began to flow more vigorously. Only then did he realize that the strong smell of braised food in the store could not overpower the delicious fragrance of the steamed dumplings. After feeling the obvious contrast, Li Cheng wanted to mutter quietly, Didn't they put anything in it? Why is it so fresh? While muttering, he picked up a steamed dumpling and put it into his mouth. The skin of the steamed dumplings is very thin, so it will break if your lips and teeth touch it lightly. It is also amazing that such a thin skin can still remain intact when picked up. Li Qingxiang was thinking casually, but soon, he had no mind to think about anything else. The freshness of the black shrimp rushed into his mouth the moment the skin was thin and the flesh was exposed, leaving him no chance or possibility to refuse. They move aggressively between the lips and teeth, leaving no corner of the mouth. After chewing the shrimp meat, Li Cheng felt, I seem to be immersed in this delicious fragrance. Moreover, he did not reject such delicious fragrance and even immersed himself in it. Li Qingxiang groaned vaguely. It's too delicious. While he was talking, his mouth didn't stop moving. A steamed dumpling is not that big, and for an adult male like Li Qingxiang, it can be swallowed in 2 or 3 bites. However, this time he controlled his speed and savored it carefully. It's so delicious that you can't finish it in 2 bites. It would be a shame to just taste it. Even so, the 8 steamed dumplings were quickly eaten up. Li Qingxiang was still immersed in the food and hadn't come out yet. Then he looked down and found. The dumplings are gone, Li Cheng thought. What's the difference between this and the sky falling? Besides, he's not full yet. So have another one. But the dumplings are so delicious. The shrimp noodles should be good too. Gulp. I can't think about it. When I think about it, I can't control my saliva. Li Qingxiang, who was obsessed with food, did not forget to ask his nephew about his part-time job. At this time, on Sheng Jio's side, Sheng Siyu had already finished eating the steamed dumplings. For her, this amount of food is just right and she even feels a little full. But smelling the delicious aroma in the restaurant, Sheng Siyu almost couldn't help but said, "Give me another one."
So, control it.
Sheng Jio has already neatly packed the remaining steamed dumplings and the millet porridge. It was only then that Sheng Siyu realized what Sheng Jio had mentioned before, that they would go to their uncle's community to hang banners tomorrow. Although Sheng Siyu felt that this move was very satisfying for someone like her uncle who cared about face, after the banner was pulled up, he probably had to cover his face every time he walked for half a month. Sheng Jiogong took out the lunchbox. After hearing Sheng Siyu's words, he smiled and shook his head. "If I don't retaliate, they will stop bothering me?" Sheng Siyu fell silent after hearing this. As long as the restaurant is in. That's not the case. As long as my uncle and aunt are alive, they will probably have a lot of trouble. Not only will he trouble Sheng Jio, he will also trouble them. Because when the inheritance was divided before Grandpa Sheng passed away, Uncle Sheng and his friends felt that it was unfair in every way. But in Sheng Si's opinion, it is already very fair. The restaurant was built by my second uncle himself in the house he bought. Although he died within 2 years, it was my grandparents who supported the business later on. However, over the years, my grandparents used the money from the restaurant to renovate the old house in the village and built a 2-story building. He also saved up a dowry for his younger sister-in-law, bought a house for his younger brother-in-law, and helped him get married. He also gave some financial support to their families from time to time over the years. But in the final analysis, the restaurant was bought after my second uncle mortgaged all his belongings. That is to say, my second uncle is no longer around, so my grandparents took advantage of the situation and earned this money. If second uncle were still alive, people like them wouldn't be able to benefit from these benefits. So, before Grandpa left, he returned the restaurant to Sheng Jio. Uncle Sheng and his wife were so angry about this that they almost had a huge fight. However, Grandpa Sheng never thought of giving in. When the family property was divided, a lot of things were listed, and in the end Uncle Sheng couldn't find a place to refute. He probably thought at the time that Sheng Jio was just a little girl and couldn't keep a secret, and sooner or later this thing would be shamelessly snatched away by him. So, there was no more trouble. Not only this restaurant but also the 2-story building in my hometown. The house belongs to all 3 children, except for the second uncle, who is not around. At that time, the uncle jumped out and said, "Why is Aunt Sheng, a married woman, interfering? What does she have to do with the division of the family property?" Grandpa Sheng was so angry that he slapped him and roared, "Then I will donate it, and none of you can get a share." As a result, Uncle Sheng calmed down. What Grandpa Sheng meant was that the house had already been appraised, and either you sell it and the 3 families share the proceeds, or one family buys the house and divides the proceeds among the other 2. Sheng Siyu's family doesn't actually need a house in the village, even if it's a 2-story building, but it's not more convenient than living in the city. However, Uncle Sheng meant that the old house held too many memories, so he was reluctant to sell it. He planned to buy it with his own money and share the profit with the other 2 families. Uncle Sheng was unhappy after hearing this. If the house is sold and the 3 families share the money, no one will get the house. In Uncle Sheng's opinion, this is fair. However, if one family bought the house, Uncle Sheng would feel that the other party was taking advantage. As soon as he heard that Uncle Sheng wanted to buy it, he also expressed his desire to buy it. When Grandpa Sheng asked him to take the money, he said in a shameless manner that he didn't have it at the moment and would owe it to him first. However, Uncle Sheng could count the money on the spot. Uncle Sheng was not convinced, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the house belonged to Uncle Sheng's family. He divided the money among the other 2 families, and the house was also divided up. Then there was the land. Aunt Sheng threw a tantrum and demanded the 6 acres of land. She said she would hang herself at the house of whoever didn't give it to her. Uncle Sheng and Aunt Sheng were fed up with watching her shrewish antics, so they finally gave in. After the inheritance was distributed, Grandpa Sheng not only found someone to witness it, but also went to the notary office to notarize it. Grandpa Sheng is not worried about Uncle Sheng and the others. The person he is most worried about is Sheng Jiao. Uncle Sheng and his people have an advantage in status, which in itself is a form of oppression for Uncle Sheng. However, Sheng Jiao is a little girl and she will always be at a disadvantage when facing her uncle. So, Grandpa Sheng arranged everything that could be arranged. Even so, Uncle Sheng was still jumping around after Grandpa Sheng left. He wanted both Sheng Jiao's restaurant and the house in the village. Moreover, not only did he want it himself, he also instigated Sheng Jiao's aunt and uncle to join in. Sheng Siyu couldn't help feeling upset when she thought of her uncle's ugly face. She was very afraid that Sheng Jiao would retaliate. She would feel good now, but would get into more trouble later. Now, after hearing what Sheng Jiao said, Sheng Siyu really couldn't say anything. If Sheng Jiao gives in, will Uncle Sheng stop causing trouble?
No.
That man was shameless. When Grandpa Sheng and the others were there, Uncle Sheng would often come to ask for money. If they didn't give him money, he would hang himself at the door. All the neighbors knew that Shengji restaurant had a very bad son. Sometimes, Sheng Siyu couldn't help but ask her father, "Is my uncle really my grandmother's biological son? Their family is all very good. How could such a top-notch child come out?" Uncle Sheng was embarrassed after hearing this, and then said helplessly, "Your uncle gave birth to the child at home. There is no doubt about that." In the end, Sheng Siyu could only attribute it to genetic mutation. Sheng Siyu didn't know how to persuade him, so she thought for a while and said, "How about asking my brother to bring my dad here tomorrow? He's almost done with the autumn harvest and has some free time now. Let him come to help you during the day and stay at the hospital to watch over my mom at night." Sheng Siyu really didn't want to bother her uncle. "No, it's okay. If they really make a fuss, I'll send them to the police station." After hearing this, Sheng Siyu fell silent again. Knowing that he couldn't persuade Sheng Jiao, Sheng Siyu didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, when diners came to the restaurant, Sheng Jiao had to entertain them. Sheng Siyu said hello and left. Sheng Jiao turned around and responded, then looked back at the diners. The new diner looked familiar. They were a father and daughter who had come to eat lunch at noon. After the little girl came in, she happily shook her father's hand and said, Dad, I want to eat more squid rice." The young father did not refuse his child's request. The fact that he could come in meant that he agreed. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the menu on the wall, wondering what to eat. He really couldn't eat squid rice. Although he is young, the 3 highs have already come to him. Turning around, the young father was stunned. "Ah? Is there no more squid rice?" "Sheng Jiao, sorry, we're out of ingredients. In fact, there is still a part, but this thing can reduce the 3 highs to a certain extent." So Sheng Jiao left a part of it in the refrigerator, preparing to let his eldest brother take it back to the village to his uncle tomorrow. Moreover, if the ingredients are stored for a long time, they will not taste and texture as good as when they are fresh. So, at night, Sheng Jiao didn't plan to sell it. When the little girl heard that the delicious squid rice was gone, she felt like the sky had fallen. She pouted and was about to cry. The young father saw this and hurriedly comforted her. Man, don't cry. There is no squid rice, but there are shrimp dumplings." Man, woo, I eat squid rice." It was at this time that Li Qingxiang came over with an empty plate. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted loudly, "Boss, another serving of steamed dumplings and a bowl of shrimp noodles." Li Qingxiang, comforted by the delicious food, felt that spending more than 100 yuan on a meal was actually nothing. Seeing Boss Li coming over, Sheng Jiao quickly responded, "Okay, I'll be right here." The young father was still trying to coax the child into accepting that if there was no squid rice, shrimp noodles would be fine, or even steamed dumplings would be fine. Man refused to eat dumplings no matter what. "I don't want to eat dumplings, woo, I don't like dumplings." The young father was helpless. "How about millet porridge?" Man, woohoo. In the end, the little girl was coaxed by her father and had to choose the shrimp noodles. Dumplings were being steamed on the big stove, so Sheng Jiao used the small stove. There is a multi-stove stove in the kitchen, but the pots that can be placed are not big. Jio put the larger pot aside and moved the other two small pots further away. The two small pots are used to cook noodles, and the large pot is used to cook shrimp. Under normal circumstances, using shrimp heads to stir-fry shrimp oil will make this soup noodle dish taste more fresh and delicious. But the interstellar shrimp head, forget it, I won't let it go. After heating the oil, Jio first put in the chopped tomato pieces and fried them until the sand was gone, then added hot water. As soon as the hot water was put into the pot, the temperature in the pot rose instantly. Jio turned the heat to low in time and started to roll the shrimp. For each serving of shrimp paste noodles, Jio puts 10 walnut-sized shrimp pastes. For such an expensive bowl of noodles, the portion must be sufficient. After the shrimp slid into the pot, they slowly took shape, and Jio then turned to high heat to boil. In the two pots on the other side, you can just cook the noodles with water. By the time the noodles are cooked, the shrimp paste in the other pot also turns pink and rolls around in the pot, looking quite tempting. Jio scooped up the cooked noodles, put them into a large bowl, then poured in tomato soup, and finally placed 10 large and plump shrimps on top. The delicious and fragrant shrimp noodle soup is ready to be served. It will be quicker if you cook 2 portions at a time. Jio served the food to the father and daughter first. As she walked along, the aroma spread all the way. Grandpa Hong, who had just walked in, smelled the aroma and couldn't help but exclaimed subconsciously, this tastes delicious. Uncle Wu was one step behind, and he couldn't help but twitch his nose. It's so fresh, even fresher than squid. The fresh fragrance of shrimp, with its unique richness of the ocean, only needs to bloom slightly to make people have nowhere to escape. The two old men had originally planned to drink millet porridge. That millet porridge, although so expensive that it makes people frown, is really delicious. As the two of them got older, their appetites weren't very good, and they didn't eat much on a normal day. Sometimes, if you don't feel comfortable eating, you may also experience heartburn and other discomfort. However, this was not the case at all during the 2 days I ate at Xingji Bistro. Moreover, after drinking the millet porridge today, they always felt that their bodies were warm throughout the afternoon. So comfortable. So, when it was time for dinner, the two old men had no intention of going home and turned here, subconsciously. By the time I reacted, 2 people had already pushed the door open and walked in. Smelling the aroma of fresh shrimp, the two of them quickly looked at each other and felt that they were on the right track again. After Jio placed the shrimp noodles for the father and daughter, he looked up at the 2 uncles and greeted them with a smile. Meeting Li Cheng's eager eyes, Jio hurriedly turned around and went back to the kitchen. After glancing at the timer, Jio went out again. Boss Li, it will take about 6 minutes to steam the dumplings. Why don't you take the noodles home and eat them first? Otherwise, if they are left out for too long, they will clump together and affect the taste. Li Qingxiang had already started to feel dazed when the first bowl of shrimp noodles was served. Oh my god, it smells so good. Is there something added to it? It's not that he doubts Jio's character, it's mainly because there are so many technological means available nowadays. But after sniffing the aroma of the shrimp paste up close and feeling the scent of the ocean gently wrapping himself up, Li Qingxiang felt. It's probably not the technology, it's just that the raw materials are simply too good. So it is reasonable to be expensive. If he had the raw materials, he would definitely sell them at a more ruthless price than Jio. In those big hotels, 3 shrimp pastes that you can't tell what they're made of can be sold for more than 500 yuan. Is it expensive to sell a bowl of shrimp noodles for only 68 yuan? Li Qingxiang thought. How is it expensive? When he heard Jio say that it would take a while for the dumplings to be ready, he nodded immediately. Hey, give me the noodles first, I'll get the dumplings later. After getting the response, Jio found a tray and put the noodles on it. Li Cheng looked at the bowl of shrimp noodles that was filled to the brim with delicious flavor, and he felt his saliva starting to water uncontrollably again. The 2 old men happened to be standing by the table at the door. They watched the bowl of noodles being eaten as Li Cheng wanted to leave, and they swallowed their saliva as well. The 2 looked at each other and finally made a decision. One person ordered steamed dumplings, and the other had shrimp noodles. Looking at the limited quantity on the menu, the two of them each ordered an additional portion of steamed dumplings. I'm bringing this back for my wife. Otherwise, they'd always eat out and she'd be nagging me. I have to let my wife know that the food in this restaurant is really delicious. Seung-gyo quickly responded and went to the kitchen. When the tomato was fried in the sand, the taste was only sour and sweet, but when the shrimp slid into the pot, as the temperature rose, it gave off an overbearing fresh fragrance. Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu almost couldn't sit still. At this time, they had already eaten a lot of it, and they didn't care about the hot mouth, and they kept slurping. Dad, it's so fresh and delicious. Man didn't really want to eat noodles before, but she remembered that the squid rice she had at noon was delicious. At this time, after eating the noodles, the fickle child immediately thought that this noodles was the most delicious in the world. No, it's not noodles, it's these shrimp. Woohoo, it's so delicious. Even if it's hot, I want to eat it. After Man swallowed a mouthful of shrimp, he looked up at his father and said, Dad, can you eat this? Will I get high if I eat this? Man still remembers that his father said that he was tall and could not eat squid. The young father Ling Ziyu was very hungry at noon. If his blood pressure and blood lipids were not reminding him at all times, he would have been out of control. Squid won't work, but shrimp should be okay, right? He thought uncertainly. But thinking about how his uric acid level soared to over 600 just because of a disagreement, Ling Ziyu was too scared to move. Even though he was already confused by the fragrance. How can someone cook such delicious food? He really couldn't stand it anymore. So, it should be okay to eat a bite, right? Ling Ziyu swallowed his saliva quietly, looking at the plump and round shrimps. His eyes glowed green. Man saw his father staring at the shrimps, so he scooped up one and put it to his father. Dad, try it, it's delicious. The shrimp paste that is handed to your mouth is so delicious that you can't escape it. The fresh fragrance, with the domineering aroma unique to the ocean, drilled into my nose crazily. Ling Ziyu felt that he really couldn't stand it anymore. At worst, he can just take medicine when he gets home. He has been paying attention to his diet recently. After figuring it out, Ling Ziyu quickly picked up his chopsticks and took away the shrimp paste in the spoon. He thanked his baby first and then reminded the child, Dad said that you can't share tableware with others. It's unhygienic. Man nodded obediently. I know. Dad, please try it. After the little girl finished speaking, she lowered her head and started showing off her shrimp sliders. Woo, this shrimp ball is so delicious. I want to eat it every day. After Ling Ziyu taught his daughter, he blew on it and put the big, plump shrimp into his mouth. As soon as it enters the mouth, the fresh and fragrant taste is like a swirling gale, filling up the space between the lips and teeth in an instant. Ling Ziyu took a cautious attitude and gently bit into the shrimp paste. It is chewy, firm, and tasty. After biting it open, the fresh fragrance inside the shrimp paste burst out. The fragrance in the mouth reached its peak at this moment, so fragrant that it makes people dizzy. Ling Ziyu thought sometimes delicious food can really take away fatigue. The moment the shrimp meat entered his stomach, he really felt that all his fatigue of the day seemed to disappear. What is left is a self full of vitality. He was even looking forward to going home to help his daughter with her homework tonight. It's just homework, no big deal. Give him another shrimp paste, and he will look forward to it tomorrow night. Soon, Grandpa Hung's shrimp noodles were served. The steamed dumplings were ready. Seung-gyo served out a portion and put it aside, intending to send it to the next door later. The other portion was served to Uncle Hong and the others. Seung-gyo was just about to go out when a new customer came into the restaurant. They looked a little unfamiliar, and there were 3 of them. They looked like anchors. Among the 3, there were 2 young men, and one was a girl with full makeup and sparkling eyes. The 3 people's original destination was not here, but when they passed by, they were inexplicably attracted and then came in. The girl was holding up her phone and broadcasting live. The moment she entered the store, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes with makeup on looked particularly bright, and now they looked like the rising sun, giving people a sense of surprise that life finally saw the light. Two boys came in first and politely asked Xingjiu if they could come in as they were broadcasting live. Xingjiu didn't have any intention of being averse to this. They were all young people and it was normal for them to like doing these things. However, she pointed to the diners in the restaurant and said, if you want to include diners in the photo, please ask their opinions first to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for me, no problem. After getting Xingjiu's consent, the three of them entered the store. The two boys went to ask Uncle Hong and the others. The two uncles didn't care, but Ling Ziyu didn't like others exposing his child, so he refused. If others don't like it, they can't force it. Therefore, when girls are live streaming, the camera should not turn towards that side to avoid filming them. After entering the store, the girl chose a table close to the bar, then turned to look at the menu on the wall. Oh, family members, the menu cannot be included in the camera. Some passers-by don't like being photographed, and they happen to be sitting over there. But I can show it for you. Steamed shrimp dumplings, 68 yuan per serving, 8 pieces. No, how much? The girl greeted the netizens in the live broadcast room with a smile and explained the situation. However, after she finished reading the menu, she was already one step ahead of her fans in being defeated. Although the destination of her trip was a buffet restaurant with an average of more than 200 yuan per person, it didn't mean that she was being taken advantage of. This street shop, 8 steamed dumplings, 68 yuan? Is it because cheating is against the law that people are now robbing openly? The girl was so surprised that she was speechless, but some of the fans in the live broadcast room felt that it was okay. It's not like they haven't seen expensive things before. All kinds of plum assassins, chocolate assassins, ice cream assassins. The more they see a lot of things, the calmer they become. Some fans also think, this kind of fly-in-the-dish restaurant on the street sells dumplings so expensively? And there are only 8 of them? Are they made of gold? No, Xiao, you have to try it. I didn't even bother to look at the 28 yuan steamed dumplings, but I wanted to try the 68 yuan ones. How much? 68 yuan for 8? 8 yuan a piece? Is there really gold in it? Woo-woo. Prices are rising like crazy. This cow horse has been broken. The name of the girl's live broadcast room, Tianxiu Beauty Pageant. What was chosen was naturally not a handsome man, but delicious food. Tianxiu thought that since she was already here, she really didn't want to leave without seeing what these expensive dumplings looked like. After asking the two guys in the team what they wanted to eat, Tianxiu waved at Xingjiu and said, Boss, 1 steamed dumpling and 2 servings of shrimp noodles, please. Okay, please wait a moment. Xingjiu responded and went into the kitchen. The steamed dumplings were just out of the pot, and the ones next door haven't been delivered yet. Xingjiu quickly boiled the water, then picked up a plate of steamed dumplings and brought it out. Shrimp dumplings, please enjoy. The freshness of shrimp steamed dumplings is subtle and restrained. Because the freshness and fragrance are locked in the wheat aroma, you need to bite it open to feel the freshness and fragrance. After Xingjiu finished serving the meal, he took another one and hurried to the next room. Li Qingxiang had just finished the last mouthful of soup. Savoring the freshness of the shrimp and the deliciousness of the soup, he really wanted to have another serving. But he couldn't eat any more. Seeing Xingjiu bringing the steamed dumplings over, Li Qingxiang hurriedly stood up and went out to greet him. I'll do it, little boss. He was also planning to talk to Xingjiu about part-time jobs. Although Xingjiu was also concerned about this matter, there were still customers in the store and the fire in the kitchen, so she pointed to her side and explained the situation. Li Qingxiang listened and expressed his understanding. Then when you are done, remember to come find me. If my nephews are willing, we can talk later. Xingjiu was quite happy to hear the reply. If there is no reply here, she will need to find another way. When Xingjiu returned, the water was almost boiling. Seeing that there was no rush, she fried the tomatoes first. At this time, Tianxiu and 2 brothers from the team were taking a 360-degree close-up of the steamed dumplings on the table. Let's see what these 68 dumplings look like. The dumpling skin has something, it's translucent and looks pretty good. When the shrimp meat is cooked, you can see the slight red color clearly. This is a master. This kind of dumpling wrapper can be mass-produced. Don't believe it, Xiao. I am not afraid that he will not. add anything, I am afraid that he will add something. You never want to know what outrageous things they add to make the dumpling skin more chewy and transparent. Looking at the reminders from the barrage, Tianxiu was actually a little afraid to touch the steamed dumplings.
But
it smelled so good. The fragrance was so pervasive that she couldn't resist it at all. If it weren't for her professional spirit, she even felt that she couldn't concentrate on the commentary and would have just put down her chopsticks. Tianxiu thought, since it is something that cannot be refused, there is no need to refuse it. She quickly reached out her chopsticks and picked up a translucent steamed dumpling. The closer you get, the more obvious the reddish color of the shrimp meat becomes, and the more overbearing the aroma becomes. Tianxiu couldn't help swallowing, then took a small bite tentatively. The dumpling skin is very thin and light, and the tender, delicious shrimp meat inside is revealed at the slightest touch of your lips and teeth. Tianxiu didn't take a long bite, but she could feel the unique aroma of the ocean exploding in her mouth. She was caught off guard by the explosion, and a mouthful of delicious fragrance rushed straight to the top of her head, leaving her stunned. What's going on? Not tasty? Tonic, I was thinking about going to see why dumplings are so expensive. Everyone in the live broadcast room was curious when they saw Tianxiu was not moving. Tianxiu was stunned at this time. What does it feel like to have a mouthful of fresh food? At this moment, she felt it very clearly. The little bit of soup in the steamed dumplings flowed along the delicious shrimp meat between her lips and teeth as she took a bite. That feeling was really like the gentle seawater, gently cleansing her tired body and dry soul. Fresh and fragrant. This tastes delicious. Tianxiu reacted and swallowed the remaining dumplings in one gulp. In this bite, the shrimp meat is chewy and delicious, and the pork is soft, tender, and meaty. The combination of them brings a wonderful and comfortable feeling, giving people a great sense of satisfaction. Tianxiu's already bright eyes became even brighter. Fans in the live broadcast room see it most clearly. They saw with their own eyes what it looked like when there was light in a person's eyes. There was a gleam in Tianxiu's eyes in an instant. The other two guys in the team were still hesitating whether to eat it. These dumplings are really delicious, but when they saw fans saying that maybe something was added to the translucent skin, they hesitated again. Now, seeing Tianxiu eating, the two of them couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks. As soon as they took a bite, they began to regret it. Wow, it's so delicious. They should have eaten it earlier. Tianxiu was eating so intently that he didn't even bother to reply to the comments from his fans. There are 8 dumplings in a plate. If you are slow in picking up your chopsticks and then look back, you can only eat one. So eat dumplings first and then worry about the barrage. When Tianxiu picked up the 3rd dumpling, a rich and delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Tianxiu sniffed the food carefully and couldn't help but sigh. It's so delicious. How can I describe this feeling? It's like the waves gently embrace you, leaving a trace of delicious fragrance before swimming back to the boundless seabed. Wow, I didn't expect that my show could be artistic. I am even more curious. What kind of shrimp and dumplings are so delicious? Shrimp is fresh and fragrant. It must be delicious if it is cooked well. I am curious where the store is. Tianxiu, swear that you didn't make any money. I don't think so. When Tianxiu was making money, we all saw it but didn't say anything. But today, there is a light in her eyes. Fans are already curious about where the store is. At this time, in the kitchen, Sheng Jiu had already cooked the shrimp. As the temperature rose, the fresh fragrance of the shrimp paste could not be controlled at all. It not only covered Sheng Jiu's face, but also drifted in all directions, making everyone who smelled it stop for it. Man was already full. She usually didn't eat much, but today she finished 3 shrimp as big as walnuts, ate a lot of noodles, and drank a few sips of soup. At this moment, smelling the familiar fresh aroma, Man's cute eyes widened and he whispered, "Dad, it smells like noodles." Ling Ziyu was picking up the leftovers at the moment. He looked very satisfied after eating the big and plump shrimp paste. Hearing his daughter's words, he smiled helplessly. Man, this is the deliciousness of the shrimp, and the noodles are the aroma of wheat. The flour is made from wheat, and then water is added to make noodles. Man tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded. Dad is right. The two old men had finished their dumplings and were sharing the noodles. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of fresh food, can make you eat so much that you forget where you are. After the two uncles had divided the noodle soup, Uncle Hong felt that he had finally regained his sanity. While wiping his mouth, he whispered to Uncle Wu worriedly, "Why do I feel like I'm a little addicted?" Hearing him say this, Uncle Wu paused while wiping his mouth. "Is that not possible?" The two old men looked at each other and felt that the behavior of their legs automatically moving when it was time for dinner was really hard to explain. So, could it be that something was added?
Or,
"Wanna report it?" 2 servings of shrimp noodles came out of the pot, and Sheng Jiu brought the noodles out and placed them on Tianxiu's table. Tianxiu and the others also heard what the two uncles said, but the shrimp noodles were much more delicious than the steamed dumplings. It does not conceal its existence at all. In the light white mist, the delicious smell of the shrimp has already floated out, and with irresistible force, it drills into the nose. Tianxiu thinks, "Just let it go. So delicious." She can't control herself. Originally, in order to look good on camera, she needed to control her diet. Normally, no matter how delicious the food was, she would only take a few bites. She is not a big eater, so she doesn't need to eat a lot in front of the screen, and her fans know it. But at this moment, right now, she didn't want to diet anymore. She wanted to eat noodles and drink soup. You can tell from the delicious smell that the soup must be thick and fragrant. After serving them the shrimp noodles, new customers came. After the two uncles finished their meal, although they were nervous, they still packed up the steamed dumplings to take home. Tianxiu was so overwhelmed by the delicious soup base of the shrimp noodles that she lost her mind. She ignored the dissuasion of the two brothers in the team and insisted on packing 2 more servings of noodles to take home. She wanted a midnight snack, and she would not lose weight today. When the two young men saw that they couldn't persuade him, they stopped talking. When Sheng Jiu heard that she wanted to pack up, he nodded first and then pointed out the problem. The noodles will not taste as good as when they are freshly cooked if they are left for a long time. If you can accept that, I will cook them now. Tianxiu must have considered this when he wanted to pack it up. No problem, do it. 2 servings. Tianxiu thought that if the noodles were clumpy when she got home, she would use the soup to cook instant noodles. She has plenty of ways to drink such delicious soup again. As long as the diners can accept it, Sheng Jiu will not say anything more. Every time shrimp are cooked in the kitchen, as the temperature rises and the steam wafts out, the rich and overbearing aroma will make diners in the restaurant go crazy. Linny had to work overtime today, and she was afraid that she would be late and miss out on a good meal, so she made time to come here. Lin Chi likes to eat seafood. However, she also didn't want to go to the hospital every time she ate just because she was greedy. The most serious incident was when she couldn't resist the temptation and ate 2 mantis shrimps. As a result, she almost lost her life due to allergic shock. From then on, the 6 senses became pure. If she's not clean anymore, she'll explode. However, this does not mean that she is not greedy. Wow, especially the seafood from the boss's house. It's simply overbearing and pampers you. It doesn't want to waste any aroma and wants to show it off into the diners' mouths. Lin Chi adjusted his breathing at the door before going in. There weren't many changes on the menu. The squid rice at noon was gone, and 2 new shrimp-related delicacies were added. After Lin Chi finished reading, he found that Xiaomi Zhou was still there. It was like seeing a ray of light in the dark world. His eyes, which had become increasingly dull due to overtime work, finally lit up. Thinking optimistically, at least there is something she can eat. Sheng Jiu had just served the shrimp noodles to the 2 diners when he saw that it was Lin Chi coming over. He smiled and nodded, "Here you are." When the young boss smiled, he showed 2 shallow dimples, which looked quite cute. Lin Chi envied such a young and energetic girl. Unlike her, she was overwhelmed by life and had long been unable to stand up straight. She sighed slightly and nodded tiredly. "I'll have some millet porridge. Thank you." Sheng Jiu nodded after hearing this. "Wait a moment, I'll be here soon." The millet porridge has already been cooked in the casserole and can be served when needed. Tonight, because the shrimps were so chewy and delicious, no one was interested in the millet porridge, but Shungjo didn't think it was a big deal. This can be your own dinner. Besides, Aries and the others haven't eaten yet. It was around 7:40 in the evening when the limited edition steamed dumplings and shrimp noodles were sold out. After Sheng Jiao counted the ingredients, he prepared to close the rolling door. Li Cheng, who was next door, heard the noise and rushed out with his phone in hand. "Little boss, don't be anxious. We haven't talked about our business yet." Seeing him, Sheng Jiao remembered that she still had things to do. "Oh, sorry, I forgot about it." Li Qingxiang waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. How about we add each other on WeChat and talk slowly?" Sheng Jiao did not refuse. After the two of them scanned the code and said a few simple words, Sheng Jiao closed the door. Li Qing wanted to watch from the side and couldn't help feeling a little envious. It's great to get off work at this time. He probably won't be working until around 9 p.m. However, thinking about the benefits, he felt, actually, it's not bad to be late. After Sheng Jiao closed the door, he prepared to clean the store. The door on the second floor rang at this time. Sheng Jiao didn't bother to clean up and went to open the door first. Aries came in dragging two huge white. Sheng Jiao looked at the big white ball that could easily fit him and looked confused. "This is Run Fast." Mutated star mushroom. Two voices sounded almost at the same time. One is from Aries, and the other is the system's explanation. Sheng Jiao. Mutation? Is it delicious? Does it have any function? Aries was still there, and Sheng Jiao didn't want to be distracted and talk to the system in front of him, so he invited him in first. As the white ball came in, Sheng Jiao could see clearly that the white ball was tied with a rope. Sheng Jiao. Why is it still? Could it be alive? Star mushroom, common name. Fast runners, this mutant, if not, will fly away in the next second. They can easily reach a speed of 400 miles per hour. How many? After Aries dragged the two mutant star mushrooms in, he turned around and looked at Sheng Jiao. "We caught them this afternoon. I didn't know if the boss needed them, so I brought them here." Sheng Jiao carefully looked at the two bundled star mushrooms and asked the system, "How does it taste? Is it poisonous?" It is common for fungi to be poisonous. Sheng Jiao thought that it was okay even if they were poisonous. At most, he could just enjoy them. Moreover, the mutation. Is it really edible? Non-mutated, very delicious, comparable to the freshness of cold water black shrimp, but one has an ocean scent and the other has a plant scent, which is different. If it mutates, it is also very fresh, but because of the problem of gene arrangement after mutation, it has a bit of bitterness. Because the bitterness is bound to the taste, the anchor point cannot be processed, and it is not recommended for consumption. It's so big, but you can't eat it? That's a pity. However, it can be minced and used as feed. Chickens and pigs will definitely like it, and it looks good. Star mushrooms are a good ingredient for improving immunity. Sheng Jiao. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. After getting the system's explanation, Sheng Jiao quickly patted the big mushroom and asked Aries, "Then I will deal with it first?" Aries is now very familiar with going into the bathroom to wash. After hearing Sheng Jiao's words, he hurried out and said, "Okay." After getting Aries' consent, Sheng Jiao directly let the system handle it. She had already dealt with the previous star date vine, and she didn't have time to ask Xing Zishuan to pull it back. My uncle's family has 3 pigs and a dozen chickens. After feeding her, the food will become hers. Those are pigs that are fed with pure grains, so the meat must be of good quality. The 2 mutated mushrooms quickly disappeared. Sheng Jiao said hello to Aries and went downstairs to cook. There were still a lot of steamed dumplings, and Sheng Jiao steamed them all. She also cooked a lot of shrimp noodles. Separate the noodles and soup first. In this way, if the distance between them is not far, it will not affect the taste too much when you eat it. Sheng Jiao quickly prepared both kinds of food, and when he was packing them, Aries came down. After he came down, he looked at Sheng Jiao with difficulty. Sheng Jiao. As soon as he showed this expression, Sheng Jiao knew that he must have something to ask for. She thought about it and decided that if it wasn't too excessive, she would agree. It just so happened that she also wanted to ask Aries something. Shungjio's shop really needs a helper now. She really doesn't like to clean up. The two stood at the door, looked at each other, and then unconsciously moved away. After a long silence, Aries finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "There is something I want to trouble you with, young boss." Shungjio nodded after hearing this. "What a coincidence. I also have something I want to trouble the commander with." Commander came out. The tips of Aries' ears turned red. It's like the afterglow gently sweeping across the edge of pure white clouds. It's a beautiful scene that makes people stop and look, but they can't bear to look at it any longer, for fear of disturbing this romance that belongs only to the sky. Shungjio's gaze fell on Aries' ear. Looking at the faint blush on the horizon, she subconsciously looked away. After realizing it, Shungjio thought, maybe it's because he's been single for too long? Just because she caught a glimpse of the crimson sunset, a whole train unconsciously ran through her mind. Seeing Aries didn't say anything, Shungjio took the initiative to speak. "I need a worker here to help with the chores and clean up. I see that the commander has very advanced technology. Do you have any powerful robots that can be used?" Although Shungjio's original intention was to ask Aries for help.
But
How dare she ask a commander to work as a handyman? So, Shungjio thought he was being tactful and roundabout. But her emotions were written all over her face. When Aries reacted, he looked into the little girl's expectant eyes and knew what she was thinking. Under normal circumstances, Aries would naturally not be able to help. But they are now trapped on a remote and desolate planet, out of ammunition and food, and have no idea when they can get in touch with the operations department. Although they can fight the Zerg for food, it is not a long-term solution. Shungjio is now trying to explore on his own. What would they do once the little girl could get the Zerg herself? Aries had thought about this before. Before contacting the operations department, they had to think of a relatively stable way to make money for a long time. Now that the boss is in need, Aries thought for a moment and shook his head. "We can't contact the operations department and can't return to the first star. We can't help the boss get a robot for the time being." After hearing this, Shungjio looked disappointed. Aries saw this, his eyebrows were stained with a little smile, and he changed the subject and said, "However, I can't go back for the time being, and I don't have anything else to do. I can help the boss. I don't want any reward, I just want to ask the boss for a favor." Shungjio was pleasantly surprised when he heard this unexpected turn of events. "Tell me about it soon." Aries pointed upstairs and said, "My teammates can't get in. It's not convenient for me to carry water back and forth. I would like to ask the boss to try to connect a pipe to make it easier for everyone to wash. It's still tolerable to not take a shower for a day or two.
but as time went by,
Everyone always feels like they're going to stink. They exercise very hard every day and don't wash after sweating a lot. Just thinking about it makes me itchy all over." Previously, they had high-tech cleaning beads, one of which could ensure full-body cleansing. But now it has been consumed. So, taking a bath becomes the biggest problem. Aries himself was fine, so he could shamelessly use Shungjio's bathroom. But my teammates can't come in. After Shungjio heard this, he was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he asked the system in his mind, "Can the tube pass through?"
certainly.
"We only screen the diners and do not restrict the hosts." Knowing that the tube could pass, Shungjio felt relieved. She nodded gently, "Okay." After that, in order to show his sincerity, Shungjio quickly said, "Let's go up and do it now." It just so happened that she had closed the shop for a break, so she could do other things. Aries glanced at the restaurant, which had not yet been cleaned up, and shook his head. "Let's clean up first." Also to show his sincerity, Aries quickly said, "I'll do it." "Young boss, take a rest first." As he spoke, Aries had already packed up. He had never done this before. In the interstellar age, life was almost completely automated. There are so many different kinds of household robots that it's hard to count them all. Even if the person wants, he can let the robot help him scrub from head to toe while taking a shower. Therefore, Aries is not proficient in housework, but he is willing to try and will take the initiative to ask if he doesn't understand. Shang Jiu can't rest now because he hasn't discussed the appointment with Mr. Lee next door yet, and he hasn't counted today's turnover yet. Now that Aries is helping to share the burden, Shang Jiu feels less stressed. She put the tap water on first. Because the price is high and the ingredients are free, the profit is naturally considerable. However, the newbie benefits are only available for 1 month. 1 month later, apart from basic ingredients such as rice, flour, and oil, the system will no longer provide ingredients such as meat, eggs, and milk. So, Shang Jiu needs to figure out the rest on his own. These dishes in reality are of course also possible, but the system will set the final price of the dishes based on the quality. Only high-quality ingredients can bring high final prices and good profits. Therefore, if you want to make your labor more valuable, you have to go on interstellar adventures. Shang Jiu thinks. Star mushrooms are good. After taking inventory, Shang Jiu went to tidy up the refrigerator. She reserved a lot of squid and shrimp. In addition to giving some to my uncle and aunt, I also plan to send some to my college roommates and friends. However, the people around her have not yet noticed who is involved in this regard. Thinking of the pile of materials, Shang Jiu asked the system, what kind of metal elements are contained in those materials? Shang Jiu has to see if it is rare. If it is rare, he will pay more attention to it. If it's not rare, just leave it alone. Looking back, I decided to make a metal rack and put it in the kitchen to use as a storage rack. Mainly metallic iridium. Shang Jiu. Never heard of it. She took her phone and prepared to check it. After seeing that Li Qingxiang told him on VX that he had 7 students who were interested in tomorrow's part-time job, Shang Jiu first told him about this matter, then created a group and invited the 7 college students in. Among the 7 college students, there are 5 boys and 2 girls. In order to prove their part-time job capabilities, the 5 college students took a group photo for Shang Jiu. After reading it, Shang Jiu felt like his head was about to take off. She really needed a group of tall and strong boys to help her hold up the banner and annoy her uncle. However, wouldn't the outfit of the 5 men be too down-to-earth? They wore zombie costumes, which were a little small, but were supported by their powerful muscles, making them look bulging. They should be strong enough to cause trouble. Shang Jiu tried not to look at their clothes as much as possible, asked about their situation, and briefly explained their work content. This job content may seem like Hades to some people, but for people.
Oh.
Come on, guys. The 2 girls are both over 1.7 meters tall. The reason why these 2 people came here is because they have a clever mouth. Shang Jiu also discovered this when communicating with them, because they are so talkative and won't let go of the voice until 60 seconds. Shang Jiu feels that 60s is the limit of voice, not their limit. I can type a short essay directly and my hand speed is fast. Shang Jiu thinks that he is also a young man. Why can't he keep up with the speed? After making an appointment with someone for a part-time job, Shang Jiu was about to check the metal matter when he heard Aries' voice coming from the kitchen. Young boss, what is this used for? Shang Jiu looked up from his phone and found that Aries had already cleaned up the front area neatly and was now cleaning the kitchen. Shang Jiu is very concerned about catering hygiene, so the table in front is cleaned once with a cleaner, once with alcohol, and finally twice with clean water. All corners and edges must be wiped to ensure that when people reach out their hands, they don't feel any stickiness or dirt. Aries did indeed follow Shang Jiu's instructions. Although he has never done this before, he has a strong learning ability and even stronger operational capabilities. Shang Jiu felt that in just the blink of an eye, the other person had finished the work that would have taken her more than 20 minutes to complete. Aries didn't recognize many of the things here, and what he was holding in his hand was a bucket of detergent. After seeing it, Shang Jiu explained its use. Aries nodded and returned to the kitchen. Shang Jiu retracted his gaze and looked at the phone again. Finding that he had almost finished talking about things, he prepared to put the phone down and go upstairs to check on the water pipe connection. As a result, when he exited the chat group, he found that there were transfer records between him and Shang Jiu. She curiously opened it and took a look and found that it was indeed Shang Jiu who transferred 10,000 yuan to her, and she accepted it. Shang Jiu was not stupid. Thinking about the time when Shang Jiu borrowed her phone, she guessed that the phone must have been transferred at that time. She felt helpless and wanted to laugh, and in the end she could only send Shengxiu a series of ellipsis marks. Shengxiu. Well, I've read it but won't reply. Seeing that Shengxiu didn't reply, Shengjiu didn't say anything more. She was thinking about how to quietly incorporate the gene-nourishing fluid into her aunt's daily life after she was discharged from the hospital. Ginseng wine? Not very good. My aunt is ill and can't touch these things. Or just use genetically modified ginseng tablets. Shengjiu felt that this idea was feasible. Thinking of this, she went upstairs first and found the remaining ginseng, and then found the bottle she had used to pickle sugar garlic. There is still a lot of genetic nourishing fluid left, but Shengjiu doesn't dare to put all his eggs in one basket. After thinking about it, she divided half of it into the bottle, then cut the ginseng into very thin slices and soaked them in the water. When my aunt is discharged from the hospital and comes home, let them take this with them. When you cook porridge every day, scoop a spoonful and put it in. After finishing his own work, Shengjiu looked up and found that Aries had cleaned the kitchen. After Shengjiu thanked Aries, he went upstairs with him to study the water pipes. There are 2 warehouses on the second floor, which were used to store long-lasting ingredients such as cabbage and potatoes. After my grandfather passed away, these places were cleared out, and now there are only some daily belongings such as buckets and basins. Shengjiu looked around and actually found a very long tube. Shengjiu remembered that this was the pipe that his grandfather used to change the water in the fish tank when he was raising fish. The pipe was very long and could be connected to the shower pipe. Shengjiu and Aries worked for a long time and finally connected the pipe to the hot water in the shower. This way, Aries and the others could at least use the water from the water heater to take a hot bath. Of course, Aries' work was not finished yet. After the water pipes were connected, they couldn't just take a bath in the wild. If they were all men, there would be no problem. However, there is another girl named Xiangying in their team. So, we have to put up a simple shed. When Shengjiu heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and said, I have this. As she spoke, she had already gone to the warehouse to look around, and then found a simple wardrobe from the past. Although this thing is not very sturdy, I'll make do with it today. I'll go to the market to buy a better one tomorrow. There are still a lot of them in the market, some of which are racks for bathing in the villagers, and some are curtains. The current one, although a little crude, is even too small for Aries and his friends. But if you piece it together, you can get by for a day. It's better to be exposed than to stink, right? Moreover, they also have their own principles and will not watch their colleagues take a shower. They don't have any quirks, okay. After finishing the work, seeing that Shengjiu's forehead was sweating, Aries raised his hand and signaled, Little boss, you take a shower first. When you are done, we will use it later. They have very strong physical fitness, so cold showers don't really matter to them. Shengjiu had been busy all day and hadn't taken a shower yet, so Aries didn't want to use up the hot water first. He had just asked about this and knew that the water heater only heats a limited amount of water each time, and when it is used up, it needs to be boiled again slowly. Even if Shengjiu turns on instant heating, the water still needs the internal heating rod to work slowly for it to heat up. Shengjiu naturally would not refuse. After taking a quick shower, she reconnected the pipes and took a shower with Aries and the others.
They are incredibly fast.
Shengjiu even wondered if they could just rinse underwater and be done with it. It took them less than half an hour. Shengjiu even felt that. After they finished washing, the hot water in the water heater only caused minor skin injuries. It's too late. Shengjiu needs to rest, and so do Aries and the others. The 2 sides communicated for a while. Shengjiu asked about Xing mushroom, and then went to bed. The next morning, after Shengjiu got up, he first cooked the millet porridge and then received the ingredients arranged by the system. Today's ingredients, in addition to the daily ones, also include 20 tender tenderloins and a large insulated box filled with side dishes such as peppers, green onions, and carrots. As soon as he saw the ingredients, Shengjiu thought of a dish. Today's dish is fish-flavored shredded pork with rice? Yes, the price is 68 yuan per copy. The ingredients required are 1 tenderloin and 2 servings of rice, and other side dishes are up to the host to arrange. Each piece of tenderloin delivered by the system weighs about 8 taels. So, each serving of rice contains nearly half a pound of meat. At this glance, 68 yuan per serving. It's actually not expensive? Shengju nodded after looking at the side dishes. She was not planning to open for business at noon today because her aunt might be discharged from the hospital, and she wanted to send her home. She also has to keep an eye on her uncle. After the millet porridge was cooked, Shangjiu drank a bowl of it, then put it in a bucket and took it away. He posted a notice that the business would be closed for half a day and drove to the hospital. Shengjiu arrived early, and the doctor had not yet started his rounds. However, my aunt's condition has improved a lot. The doctor said yesterday that if there are no emergencies today, she can be discharged from the hospital. My aunt didn't expect that she would recover so well. In the first 2 days after taking the medicine, she felt like she was living a life worse than death. Just when she thought she was about to die, her body visibly recovered. As soon as Shengjiu arrived, he heard this voice. She thought, "Auntie, your intuition is right." She smiled and pushed the door open. "Auntie, there are only so many ginsengs, but I can't bear to give them to others, so I'll give them to you first." When the aunt heard Shengjiu's voice, she turned around in surprise and said, "Hey, Xiaojiu is here. Come quickly, come and let me see you. I was not in a good mood the past 2 days, and didn't take a close look at you. My aunt is really energetic now, and can even go out for a walk." Shangjiu sat over obediently and let the other party hold his hand. "You kid, have you lost weight again?" In fact, the aunt didn't quite agree with Shengjiu, a little girl, taking over a small restaurant. If Shengjiu hadn't been admitted to university and had never left home, his aunt wouldn't have felt too bad. But this kid has been to college and will have a better future. As a result, I am now trapped in this restaurant. It's just that Shengjiu was raised by his grandparents, so the affection is there. If Shengjiu is really asked to give up, this child will definitely be stubborn and refuse to do so. The aunt didn't want to persuade her any further, for fear that the child would get annoyed by hearing too much, so she could only touch her hand with heartache. Shengjiu saw that his aunt's eyes were red again and smiled to comfort her. "How can I lose weight? I have gained weight recently. You don't know that I have found a good supplier recently. The ingredients they have are so good. I even had a big portion of steamed dumplings last night." Speaking of steamed dumplings, the aunt swallowed subconsciously and said, "The ingredients are really fresh." The dumplings last night were so delicious that many people came to ask her brother where he bought the dumplings. Speaking of this, the aunt became interested. "By the way, are you making dumplings today? Do you have enough hands? If not, Annie will come over to make them for you. Auntie's cooking skills are definitely good." Shengjiu was unwilling to torment her. "The company didn't send any shrimp meat today, so I can't make it, but I brought some shrimp paste and squid, which are the leftover ingredients from yesterday. They don't taste good after being frozen, so I'm not going to sell them. You can take them back and keep them for your uncle to eat." When the aunt heard this, she waved her hands hurriedly. No, you bought them with your own money. Keep them for yourself. We have plenty of food at home." At this time, the uncle came in with Sheng Siu. Yes, Xiaojiu saves it for you to eat. My uncle is a thin, middle-aged man. His skin is tanned from farm work, but his teeth are very white. When he smiles, there is a sense of black and white contrast. Shengjiu turned around when he heard the voice and smiled when he saw his uncle. "Uncle is coming. My aunt is recovering well now, and my uncle is in a much better mood and smiles more often." After he came in, he first said to Shengjiu, "Xiaojiu, keep those things for yourself." After that, he pointed at Sheng Siu and said, "I asked Siu to bring some vegetables grown at home. You can take some back later and eat them slowly." Shengjiu liked the vegetables grown at home, so he took it with a smile. She accepted the other party's things, including the things she brought with her, and did not let her uncle and others refuse them. After my uncle and his friends tried to persuade him, they found that it was useless and could only accept it with a smile. Shun Zishuan was so eager to put the bottle of genetic nourishing liquid soaked with ginseng in a safe. I don't know if other ginsengs are good, but Xingjio's is really good. His mother was able to get better thanks to this ginseng. So, put it on display, store it carefully, and then go home and follow Xingjio's instructions and start using it. As he was speaking, Xingjio's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Xingjio was too lazy to look at it any further. When the aunt heard the noise and saw that Xingjio didn't answer, she couldn't help but frown. Is it your uncle or your aunt? Xingjio was not sure either, so he shook his head. I don't know either, but the possibility of my uncle and his friends is higher. While saying this, Xingjio told her uncle and the others about what she had done today. Just let the 5 older men, along with the 2 good talkers, go to the neighborhood where my uncle and his family live and put up banners. Thanks to Mr. Sheng Wenzong for introducing the man who was released from prison to my niece. Xingjio had already paid for the 2 custom-made banners and asked the college students to pick them up. Xingjio calculated the time in his mind and thought that the college students might have arrived. After the phone call was hung up, Xingjio took a look and found that college students had already started posting feedback pictures in the group that was temporarily set up last night. Uncle Sheng is a face-conscious person. He usually brags a lot in the community. Now Xingjio's actions directly rubbed his face on the ground. So, it would be strange if Uncle Sheng wasn't angry. Xingjio didn't answer the phone, and soon, Sheng Siyu's phone rang. Sheng Siyu hasn't blocked her uncle and aunt yet. Now he looked down and couldn't help laughing. They picked on me, a weakling. After hearing this, the aunt's face darkened. She took Sheng Siyu's phone, answered it directly, and pressed the speakerphone button. As soon as the phone was connected, Aunt Sheng's furious voice rang out. Xingjio is such a jinx. How dare she do this? Is she sick? How can her uncle live like this? Blah, blah. It sounded like Aunt Sheng was about to go crazy. The eldest aunt was not in a hurry and let her scold first, then asked, So, is there anything wrong with what Xiaoju said? Isn't the person you introduced to her a newcomer? When Aunt Sheng heard that it was her aunt who answered the phone, she was like a chicken with its neck strangled and dared not say a word. 3 seconds later, she hung up the phone. There is no way. The strongest fighters in the family are Aunt Sheng and Auntie Sheng. Before, when my aunt was sick, Aunt Sheng still dared to jump around and make a fuss. Now, when he heard his aunt's voice, he instantly became obedient. Xingjio was watching the scene from the side and couldn't help but want to laugh. After the aunt handed the phone to Sheng Siyu, she glared at the uncle and said, They are all good products raised by your family. My uncle felt wronged, but he didn't dare to say it. The family packed up and prepared to return to the village. Just as he walked out of the hospital, Xingjio's phone rang again. At first she thought that this was another person from her uncle and aunt's side. But after hanging up, he called again and then called again. A bit persistent? The eldest aunt looked anxious and snatched Xingjio's phone. You dare not. I will do it. I want to see which shameless person dares to bully the child. Do you think I am really dead? Xingjio did not refuse. After the aunt answered the phone, she pressed the hands-free button, cleared her throat, and asked, Who is this? The aunt thought once I spoke this voice, if it was really Uncle Sheng and his wife, they would probably hang up the phone honestly. If it was Xingjio's aunt and uncle, they would probably have to speak with their voices held high. As the aunt's voice fell, a very polite voice sounded from the other side. Excuse me, are you Miss Xingjio, the legal representative of Xingji Restaurant? The overly formal beginning stunned the whole family. However, Xingjio responded quickly, Hello, I am. What Xingjio heard next made him feel as if he had violated a law of heaven. Because the industrial and commercial, food supervision, fire protection, and other departments jointly came to inspect, and her Xingji Restaurant was the first stop. Xingjio, didn't the fire inspection just end last month? Xingjio was puzzled, but still cooperated and said that he was outside and would be back soon. My aunt and the others were originally planning to return to the village, but when they heard that something happened to Xingjio, how could they feel at ease? So the whole family went back to Xingji Restaurant together. While on the way, Xingjio received news from Boss Lee next door. AAA hot braised duck. I heard that it was reported, Boss, you should be mentally prepared. Are all the necessary procedures complete? Jio didn't know where the other party heard the news from, but she really had nothing to feel guilty about. Except system. However, the system said that all the ingredients were normal and there was no need to worry about inspection. Even if the food ingredients come from another world, under normal testing, the content of various elements is more refined and higher, and there is nothing else to it. Those hidden effects belong to metaphysics. You can't find out by checking. Jio first thanked Boss Lee, and then said that there were no problems on his side. When we got back, there were already quite a few people gathered at the restaurant entrance. There are also diners in the past 2 days who curiously asked, "Is the hygiene okay? Are the ingredients legitimate?" After Jio answered all the questions one by one, he opened the rolling door. After entering, the first impression you get from everything you see is clean. Jio had high standards for hygiene, and it was Aries' first time, so in order to show his sincerity, he wiped really hard. Jio even suspected that according to Aries' wiping method, her store would have to replace a batch of tables and chairs soon, otherwise the leather would fall off. After seeing the hygiene in the store, the food inspection staff nodded involuntarily. The initial impression of hygiene is acceptable. The bosses, or employees of the neighbors on both sides, also squeezed over to take a look. I was too embarrassed to squeeze in. After looking around at the door, a boss started to criticize his employees. "Look at the table they cleaned, and then look at you. We are all employees. Why is there such a big gap?" "Oh, yes. They don't have any employees yet. The boss does it all by himself. He's so busy every day, but he can still keep the place clean so well. Look at you guys." Jio, please let me go and stop bringing hatred to me. The kitchen in the back is cleaner than the front, especially the various stainless steel tables and kitchen utensils, all of which were polished to a shine. After watching, everyone nodded with satisfaction. The food inspection staff asked about the corresponding ingredients and checked the freezers and refrigerators. Jio actively cooperated. "We have the habit of keeping samples of our dishes for 48 hours. If there are any problems, we can trace them back to their source. Most of the ingredients are delivered by the company, and a small part is picked by myself at the market. All kinds of seasonings, all from big brands. I have the purchase invoices here." The second floor is a private area. Jio said that some storable vegetables were stored there in the past, but now they are gone, so she is the only one living upstairs. Upstairs and downstairs are a good dividing line. After hearing this, everyone respected Jio and had no intention of going upstairs to check again. After an inspection, there were no problems with the industrial and commercial procedures, and there were no problems with the fire protection. There was even a mini fire station between Jio and the next-door store. There are no problems with food hygiene, environmental protection review, etc. After the inspection, the staff went next door. "Boss Lee, isn't it just checking the neighbors?" Fortunately, he is usually very strict about hygiene. Therefore, there is no need to worry about temporary spot checks. However, it is hard to say about other shops besides Boss Lee. At this moment, there's more than just Cha Shing Ki Bistro? Do we need to check them? Go home and clean up. The crowd quickly dispersed, and many diners who were watching the excitement heard the news that the inspection was passed and hurriedly asked, "Boss, what time do you open?" "Little boss, what's for dinner today?" "Little boss, can we do it now?" Jio simply packed up and replied with a smile, "Sorry, I have something to do during the day, so I will be open in the evening. Today we have fish-flavored shredded pork with rice." Jio said that he had something going on, and the restaurant would only open in the evening. The diners were a little disappointed after hearing this. However, thinking that it would be nice to have a good meal in the evening, everyone quickly comforted themselves and went about their own business. After everyone left, Jio signaled everyone, "Let's go home first." My aunt wanted to say something several times, but finally she held back. After getting in the car, the aunt sat directly in Jio's small van and started cursing as soon as she got in. This group of snobbish people, jealous people, stupid and percent. After my aunt recovered, she regained a lot of energy and spirit, and she was full of energy when she scolded people. Jio thought, Wow, this nourishing liquid is really useful. However, she hasn't found the corresponding ginseng yet. You still need to work harder. At the end of the scolding, the ant was so angry that she gasped. Those people saw that you were a little girl opening a shop and wanted to bully you, but in the end they didn't bully you. Now I don't know where they are angry. What kind of people are you? The older auntie became angrier and angrier. No, I have to find you a clerk. You can't handle it by yourself. When your grandfather was around, he also had to find someone to help him. Sheng Jio didn't want his aunt to worry about this, so he slowed down the car and said softly, Annie, don't worry, I've found a part-time clerk who's over 1.9 meters tall and can kill several uncles with one punch. The eldest aunt was about to give some advice, but she was stunned for a moment after hearing this. After she reacted, she looked at Sheng Jio's expression and then asked tentatively, date? Sheng Jio. No, auntie, don't tell ghost stories. Sheng Jio denied it repeatedly. After observing for a while and realizing that it was not him, the ant breathed a sigh of relief. Although being strong is good, he can't be too strong. If he quarrels with you and starts fighting, your uncle and your brother may not be able to defeat him, even if they join forces. He can't be too tall. Let's find someone who is similar. He can't be too short. He will look like he is carrying a bag when he goes out. It's embarrassing. Once this topic was brought up, my aunt couldn't control herself and couldn't stop. Sheng Jio let her talk. Then my aunt really talked all the way. Sheng Jio's hometown is in the village, which is close to the town. It takes about 10 minutes to walk to the town center. It's not too far from the city, just over an hour's drive away. My aunt never stopped talking when she was in the car. Sheng Jio. Very good. She doesn't need to worry about it anymore, and her uncle will become famous in the village. Sheng Jio has to go back to open the store in the evening and start preparing meals in the afternoon. Therefore, there is not much time left in the village. However, it was useless even if she was in a hurry to leave. At noon, we were still kept, and my uncle's mother cooked a table full of dishes. Before leaving, he asked Sheng Jio to pack up all the meat and vegetables. You did it, that's what you did, can Aunt do the same? Take this chicken away. And this fish, I left it out on purpose and didn't serve it. Since her aunt loved Sheng Jio, she didn't refuse. Sheng Siyu and Sheng Zishuan watched from the side and laughed and joked. Oh, we are not biological children. Oh my God, where's mine? After hearing this, the eldest aunt waved her hands and said, Go away, go away. It's as if I'm starving you. During lunch, my uncle quickly caught 2 chickens and cleaned them carefully. He also went to the pond to catch a few fish, which he also cleaned and carefully loaded. He also caught some vegetables from the field. It's okay, Sheng Jio drives a van. If the van was smaller, all these things wouldn't fit in. That's it. My aunt also forced 2 boxes of milk on me. Sheng Jio. After lunch, Sheng Jio drove back, still thinking about Aries. Today at noon. They have no food. I don't know if Aries will break the door. However, Sheng Jio told the other party last night that she had something to do this morning. At noon, I'm not sure whether I can come back. Aries knocked on the door and found no one, so he probably left, right? I don't know what they had for lunch. Thinking of this, Sheng Jio was still worried. It should be okay for them to skip a meal, right? But don't be like the first time we met, where you collapsed from hunger. It's scary. Last time I was hungry for 3 days. The system spoke in time and relieved Sheng Jio's worries. Soon, she calmed down and drove seriously. Sheng Jio had a good meal and drink in the village and returned home with a full load. Diners who wanted to eat at Xingji restaurant at noon only felt. The sky is falling. They came a little earlier at noon. As a result, I saw a simple notice posted on Xingji restaurant. We are busy today and will be open in the evening.
Huh?
So what? Closed at noon? Little boss, you have learned bad habits. Isn't the stomach of the diners a stomach? How can they live without this meal? Some people who heard the gossip asked around, was it because the business inspection failed, so they closed down for rectification? Li Qing thought about it and waved his hands. That's not the case. The inspection was all qualified. It seems that someone in the family just got out of the hospital and went back to their hometown. Is there a patient at home? That's understandable. But what about her meal? Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu strolled over and found out that there was no food today, and they felt unwell. They didn't want to leave for the time being, so they stayed at the door of the store. Lin Chi came here with a mission today. She brought lunch to her colleagues the day before yesterday, but everyone thought it was a bit expensive, so they didn't ask her to help bring it yesterday. As a result, when I ordered other takeout, I could taste the difference. Some takeouts smell good, but taste bland. Some takeout food doesn't smell good and tastes even worse. In comparison, a 28 yuan rice bowl is not expensive, right? So, today, colleagues asked Lin Chi to bring food, fearing that she couldn't bring it. A colleague with dark circles under his eyes and a faint look when walking accompanied her. As a result, I found out after I arrived. The food is gone.
Huh.
Is that any different from the sky falling? Do you know how difficult it is for us cows and horses to have a good meal? The colleague who came with Lin Chi is called Sun Xiaoxiao, who is also a social animal who does 007 in daily life. She had been working so much overtime these days that her steps felt dizzy, and she was afraid that she would die suddenly one day. But what can they do? If they change to a different company, they will still earn less. Although their current company is very competitive, it at least pays more. Sun Xiaoxiao came out today just to try what the millet porridge that Lin Chi praised all afternoon yesterday tasted like. In the end, she couldn't eat it. Sun Xiaoxiao had been working overtime for half a month and had never felt so wronged. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying, covering her face. When Lin Chi heard her crying, she also wanted to cry. The cows and horses of the two companies hugged each other and cried bitterly. When Xue Wanling arrived, she saw the two people hugging each other and crying. Her heart skipped a beat. What happened? Xue Wanling looked at the two old men who looked familiar to her and asked, "What happened? Could it be that the store has gone bankrupt and is closed?"
No.
She already works like a cow to earn money, so she can't guarantee that she can come to eat every day, but if she comes every other day, she can still afford it. So, don't be yellow. Grandpa Hong pointed to the notice on the shutter door. "Little boss, we are closed at noon today." Everyone is very sad. When Xue Wanling heard that the store was not closed, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then I thought, we are closed at noon today. What does she eat? She wanted to cry too. After Sheng Jiu returned to the city, he was not in a hurry to go back to the store, but went to the community where his uncle lived. The neighborhood where Uncle Sheng lives is considered one of the older neighborhoods in the city. Older probably means. In the community, the elderly population accounts for a larger proportion. Therefore, if something happens in the community, it will be known to everyone in less than a day. The news will be spread all over the owners group. Sheng Jiu came over and first checked the work results of the college students. I have to say that college students are really serious. It was agreed at the beginning that the charge was 200 yuan for 3 hours. As a result, it was already noon, but they hadn't left yet. Not only did they hang banners at the entrance of the community, they also brought gongs, cymbals, and speakers. When Sheng Jiu arrived, he heard a voice from a distance. "Thank you, Mr. Sheng Wenzong and Ms. Cui Ningning, for introducing their niece to a blind date man who had just been released from prison, a lowly man, a wretched and shameless man." There is a morning market at the entrance of the old community. In order to avoid being driven away, the college students set up a stall. "I have set up my stall. Why do you care what I play in my speakers?"
No one really cares about this.
Not only was no one in charge, but there were always uncles and aunts who came to listen to the fun. Some even just put their small stools somewhere out of the way and sat there to listen, asking a few questions from time to time. College students don't know much about Uncle Sheng and his friend's situation. But, don't you know how to edit? It's now edited. How can a blind date man like that be introduced to my niece? 2 female college students who are good at speaking and have read online articles for more than 10 years appear at this time. After Sheng Jiu went there, he didn't rush to disturb the college students. When it was almost noon and the stalls in the morning market were starting to be cleared, Sheng Jiu went over to check on the people. Several college students were very happy when they knew the boss was coming. The 2 girls were indeed good at talking, and they pulled Sheng Jiu aside to report their results. Not only did they talk about it, The two of them also recorded a lot of videos and took a lot of photos. Moreover, they actually set up a stall to sell things and made quite a profit in the morning. Hey, we can sell whatever we put out. Isn't it a waste to put an empty stall? We paid the stall fee, so we should at least earn some money, right? That's right, that's right. But it doesn't delay our work. Their stall earns quite a bit of revenue in the morning, plus the part-time job money Shengjiu gave them. This weekend, let's fly their work attitude is so positive that Shengjiu is very satisfied. Not only did he give them the part-time fee agreed upon before, he also gave each of them an extra 100 yuan as today's meal expenses. After all, we had agreed on 3 hours, but they persisted until noon. The college students are very satisfied with this. Sister, if you have such a job in the future, please remember me. And me. Although the budget was exceeded, the result made everyone happy. After separating from the college students, Shengjiu went to the hardware market again. After selecting for half a day, he picked out a particularly large outdoor shower rack. Along with the rack, there are also water bags, water pipes, and other things. After asking for Shengjiu's address, the store owner said that they could deliver the goods. After listening to this, Shengjiu nodded with relief. Her cargo box was really full and couldn't hold any more stuff. After finishing all this, Shengjiu returned to the store. When he came back, he saw Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu standing guard at the door. Shengjiu was a little surprised, but then he reacted and greeted them with a smile. Hello, uncles. When the two old men saw that the young boss had returned, they felt much more relieved. It's good that I didn't run away. Otherwise, life would be miserable. Mr. Hong responded with a smile. Hello, young boss. Are you open as usual at night? Shengjiu nodded. Yes. Open it later. I haven't prepared the meal yet, and I haven't cut the meat yet. Today we have fish-flavored shredded pork rice. The pork tenderloin needs to be cut and then processed to make it taste better. It takes a lot of time to process all 10 tenderloins. When the two old men heard that they still had to prepare the meal, although they were anxious, they did not rush us and just smiled and said okay. After a brief greeting with the two uncles, Shengjiu entered the store. He did not rush to open the door, but listened to the noise on the second floor first. No one knocked on the door yet. Only then did Shengjiu feel at ease and started to move things into the store. When we were moving for the second time, the door upstairs rang. Shengjiu was not in a hurry to unload the goods and went to open the door first. Aries. He walked into the house wearing a sky blue outfit. Looking at this color, Shengjiu swallowed slightly. It smells a bit good. This is said to the system. Blood from the exploding lotus pod. New plants? Shengjiu was a little curious. What is this lotus pod used for? Cooking porridge? It is the main ingredient of the gene repair solution, which is what you want. If we can't get the gene repair solution, we can also consider this. However, since it involves a water battle, it is difficult to fight. When Shengjiu heard what he wanted, his breathing tightened. Aries thought she was frightened by his blood and hurriedly explained, Don't be afraid. This is the blood of the exploding lotus. It's not poisonous. After finishing speaking, Aries realized that he did not seem to have made himself clear and continued, It is just that the temperature is low, about the same as Xingzhou. The temperature is low, about -40 degrees Celsius. If it falls on you, it will be so cold that you will doubt your life. It's better that they have combat uniforms. The system also gave an explanation in a timely manner. Shengjiu also heard from this sentence that this thing is not easy to get. Moreover, the blood is blue. Are normal lotus seeds also this color? She asked the system uncertainly. This is mutated blood. After hearing this explanation, Shengjiu felt much more relieved. Not wanting Aries to misunderstand, Shengjiu waved his hand. I'm not scared. I'm just curious. Aries breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Shengjiu still had some goods to pick up downstairs, so she pointed downstairs and said, I'll go get busy first. When Aries heard there was work to do, he said seriously, Okay, I'll be there right away. What Aries said was right away, and it really meant right away. Shengjiu had just gone downstairs and came to the car, preparing to move things when Aries arrived. Moreover, all the blood stains on his body were washed clean. I know they are efficient, but is this too high? She only went downstairs for a few minutes, and the other person's blood was washed off. The system seemed to have sensed her confusion and hesitated before asking. "Wanna watch the video?" After hearing this, Shang Jiu almost exploded. Do we still have privacy? She is wearing clothes. Moreover, all-round monitoring of diners is also to ensure the safety of the host. Shang Jiu didn't know what to say, so he just murmured to the system. "Thank you, next time, you should tell me earlier about things like wearing clothes." Otherwise, the trains in her mind would have gone off the rails several times. Aries didn't know that Shang Jiu's sudden change of expression was because of him. Seeing that Shang Jiu had a lot of things, he just used all his strength to create a miracle. All moved in 2 trips. Aries easily carried 2 bags of cabbage weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand, and also took away 2 bags of potatoes. Even though he was carrying so many things, his steps did not change and were still light and agile. Shang Jiu. She wants to immigrate. After unloading the things, Shang Jiu took care of his personal hygiene and started preparing meals. Aries also tried his best to find something to do for himself. Wash vegetables and help clean used dishes, cutting boards, etc. The millet porridge has been cooked, and Shang Jiu has also revised the menu on the wall. Today's menu: millet porridge, egg and ham rice, fish-flavored shredded pork rice. There are still 6 bowls of millet porridge. There is nothing we can do about it. The kitchen utensils are only this big. The other 2 types of rice bowls are limited to 10 servings each. If you want the fish-flavored shredded pork to be delicious and tasty, the meat needs to be marinated in advance, and the sauce also needs to be prepared. Shang Jiu had a large quantity, so she divided the meat into 20 portions. After marinating it, she placed it in a refrigerator to keep it fresh. Then I prepared enough sauce for 20 servings. When you need to use it, if you are not sure, you can just weigh it and get the appropriate amount. For people who cook frequently, weighing is not necessary. Just use the spoon to dig, and you will know how much to get. Green peppers, shredded carrots, etc. also need to be prepared in advance. After these were prepared, Shang Jiu prepared some for Aries and the others first. Fish-flavored shredded pork is a sweet and sour dish with a slightly spicy taste. The main feature is a sweet, spicy, and appetizing taste. While frying the meat, Aries didn't think anything was wrong. After Shang Jiu has sautéed the meat, put it back into the pan and stir-fry it again, then pour in the prepared sauce. Aries. What am I doing? How did I end up near the pot without realizing it? By the time Aries reacted, he had already followed his instinct and came behind Shang Jiu, following the scent. At this time, he was only a fist away from Shang Jiu. Aries reacted quickly and subconsciously took a step back. At this time, Shang Jiu just turned the pot over. Aries took another step back because he felt guilty. After he reacted, the tips of his ears turned red uncontrollably. However, soon he no longer had those romantic thoughts. Because the sweet and sour aroma after being fried is really very tempting. Aries felt that this dish was a bit like his current state of mind. It has a slightly sour taste with a hint of sweetness. Before I have time to savor it carefully, its overbearing spiciness has already captured my attention, and I can no longer see anything else. He wanted to. The food in this place is horrible. It can even affect one's willpower. However, Aries didn't think this was a bad thing. On the contrary, I think this is pretty good. He has been too tense these years, and it is rare for him to have such a leisurely and relaxing time so that he can savor the joy of life. After Shang Jiu fried one portion, he turned around and asked Aries, "Do you want to eat first?" These words pulled Aries back from his trance, and he nodded hurriedly. Yes. Although he has become accustomed to this kind of life of taking 1 or even 2 bottles of nutrient solution a day. But nowadays, having 3 meals a day and experiencing the 4 seasons seems not bad, right? Besides, he had been hungry for 2 meals today, so what's wrong with eating something good? Aries quickly ate happily. He was very fast, 1-2. Shang Jiu's eating speed could hardly keep up with his eating speed. Aries wanted to eat quickly, one reason being that his teammates hadn't eaten yet, and the other reason was naturally that he wanted to help Shang Jiu do more work. The food on his side is ready, and it's time for Xingjio to open for business. When the time comes, it will be his turn to take the stage. Xingjio felt that he couldn't keep up with the speed at which the diners were eating. How can this be possible? So, Pan, get some energy, stir fry for me, turn up the heat to the highest. Portion after portion of fish-flavored shredded pork rice was fried, and the fragrance wafted out. The spiciness of green peppers is quite overbearing. Therefore, when these aromas waft out, they are mainly sour and spicy, with a sweet taste hidden in them, carrying a somewhat restrained meaning. But what if it doesn't exist? That's impossible. It will come out quietly when you ignore it. Uncle Hong and his friend strolled along, and finally strolled back. After smelling the familiar fragrance, the two old men looked at each other, and then sped up their pace. That's the taste. The aroma of the boss's food is different from others. The two uncles walked very quickly. Li Qingxiang, who was closest to him, could no longer control himself. If there weren't other customers in the store, he would have wanted to run over and shout, "Boss, save one for me." No, one portion is not enough for him anymore. At least 2 servings will do. At this moment, Xingjio had already prepared meals for Aries' teammates. Today there is not only that but also the food I brought back from the village. After Xingjio asked Aries and knew that he didn't mind, he gave him a bottle of pickles and a bottle of beef sauce. My aunt has great craftsmanship, and these things are made from solid materials. Ingredients not provided by the system may not taste as perfect, but they have an indescribable lingering flavor. After tasting the beef sauce, Aries gave an honest review. It's not as good as the boss's. After he finished speaking, Aries felt that his words were somewhat ambiguous, so he said as a remedy, "The rice cooked by the young boss is still the best." Xingjio didn't think much about it, thinking that Aries might be a little picky. "Don't you like it? Then change it, I have something else here." After hearing this, Aries silently put the 2 small bottles into his pocket. Xingjio. She even brought out another kind of mushroom sauce. These are the perfect match for millet porridge in the morning. Now that it is brought out, it is unclear whether to give it or not. Xingjio wanted to take it back, but Aries just stared at the sauce in her hand. In desperation, Xingjio generously shared. "I'll give you this to try as well." Thinking that there were mushrooms in it, Xingjio also missed the star mushrooms. After she handed the bottle to Aries, she whispered, "We have mushrooms over there, right? The ordinary kind, not the mutated ones." Aries first put away the mushroom sauce, then nodded. "Yes, the 2 mutants we before were guarding a patch of star mushrooms, but that thing." At this point, Aries hesitated. "It's really poisonous." Xingjio didn't care. "It doesn't matter, it's fresh enough. It can all be processed." Aries thought that the poison of this star mushroom was different from that of the cold water magic crab. To them, the cold water devil crab is considered a form of impurity pollution. However, star mushrooms are purely poisonous, and they were poisonous before they were contaminated. Aries struggled for a long time, and after organizing his words, he explained it to Xingjio. There is a difference between toxic and polluting. Xingjio was stunned after hearing this. Is it really poisonous? This question is not only a question to Aries, but also a question to the system. Anchors can handle this. After hearing this, Xingjio felt relieved. "Don't worry, I can handle it." After he finished speaking, seeing Aries' disapproving look, Xingjio gestured. "That mushroom looks delicious at first glance." The freshness of mushrooms is different from the freshness of shrimps, or the freshness of the zerg you mentioned. Xingjio was also unable to describe how delicious it was. It's like when people are tired, they are suddenly embraced by nature. The fragrance of flowers and grass lingers around you, allowing your body and mind to truly relax. Xingjio spent a long time organizing his words and describing it to Aries. Aries swallowed calmly and said, "I'll kill him right now." If he had known it was so delicious, he would have killed it earlier. It's just a matter of killing some mutant star mushrooms that are guarding. These are all minor problems. Xingjio raised his hand hastily when he heard this. "Take me with you later." Aries refused directly. "No, it's too dangerous at night." He soon realized that his tone was too harsh. Fearing that Sheng Jiao would be angry, Aries quickly softened his tone and said gently, "During the day, it will be relatively safer, and the view will be better." Sheng Jiao thought that it was indeed dangerous at night. Not only in the interstellar space, it's dangerous here too. So, she nodded and said, "Okay, go deliver the food and then come back to work. I'm going to open the store for business." Aries nodded and quickly disappeared behind the door with the food. Sheng Jiao went downstairs, tidied up, and then went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by the resentful faces of Mr. Hong and Mr. Wu. Sheng Jiao was startled at first, but then he smiled after he reacted. Before she could say anything, Mr. Hong said quietly, "Young boss, if you don't open the door, we will be so greedy." Sheng Jiao was amused by the two old men. She opened the door and invited people in. The first thing the two uncles did when they came in was to look at the menu on the wall. Egg and ham rice, limited to 10 servings. Millet porridge, 6 bowls, this looks normal. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice, limited to 10 servings. Today's limit is a bit too much. The two uncles didn't say anything. After a brief discussion, one ordered millet porridge and the other ordered fish-flavored shredded pork rice, trying to make sure everyone could have a taste of each. Sheng Jiao was about to enter the kitchen when he heard the door upstairs ring. "Sheng Jiao, it's only been a few minutes?" Did Aries fly directly to deliver meals to his teammates? Although he was confused, Sheng Jiao went up quickly and opened the door for Aries. In order to eat conveniently, Aries' teammates found a place close to the restaurant and set up a temporary camp. The distance between their camp and the door of Sheng Jiao restaurant is now about 6 minutes if they walk fast. After opening the door, Sheng Jiao explained that there's a guest downstairs, then hurried downstairs and went into the kitchen. Aries washed himself in the bathroom and then went downstairs. The two old men were not unfamiliar with this face. They took a quick look and then looked away. Grandpa Hong sniffed the sour, spicy, and slightly sweet smell in the air and muttered quietly, "This smells so good." Millet porridge is also fragrant. Didn't you smell the fragrance of rice? How could I not smell it? The two of them just whispered a few words and didn't think about anything else. Because when the marinated shredded pork is put into the pot and stir-fried with shredded green peppers, carrots, and fungus, the aroma is not particularly strong at this time. When the prepared sauce is put into the pot, the high temperature and the sour and spicy taste collide, and the aroma that is stimulated in that instant turns into curling white mist, floating out all over the sky. Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu subconsciously turned their heads towards the kitchen, smelling the aroma wafting over, and swallowed their saliva. "Little boss, this meal. It smells so good." Aries followed the instruction and served the millet and yam porridge to the two uncles first. The sweet fragrance of millet floats lightly in the air. Although its taste is light, it is long and slow. It will make people smell its presence in every corner. Its fragrance is not overbearing, but it slowly and invisibly arouses people's desire and expectation for delicious food. In the kitchen, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice is already out of the pot. The aroma is not as fragrant as when the high temperature and ingredients collided violently before, but the aftertaste is still tempting. Lin Qi, who cried with Sun Xiaoxiao at noon, found an excuse to skip work early. This was something Lin Qi had never done before. She has always been the queen of the queens. Sun Xiaoxiao was no less eager. As a result, the two of them skipped work just to have a bite to eat. If the company catches me, well, it can't be helped. After all, both of them work really hard and occupy important jobs. The most you'll get is a deduction for your attendance. The two of them no longer cared. Lin Qi didn't have lunch, so he and Sun Xiaoxiao quickly ate something else. Then, for the whole afternoon, her stomach hurt so much that she began to question her life. The stomach medicine doesn't work immediately. When the stomach pain finally subsided, Lin Qi felt a desire in his heart again. She thought she was already so busy and had been so unkind to her body, so it wasn't too much to skip work and have a meal, right? She expressed her wish to Sun Xiaoxiao in a veiled way, but unexpectedly Sun Xiaoxiao had the same idea. The two of them hit it off immediately and they brought in a colleague, so 3 people came. Before they even entered the door, they smelled the sour, spicy, and sweet aroma. The fragrance was like a pair of invisible hands that slowly reached out to them from a distance, as if trying to grab them and take them to a paradise of food. Lin Chi's eyes turned red. That's the smell. The boss is open. Lin Chi, who usually had difficulty reaching the fourth floor, now exerted all his strength and charged forward. Sun Xiaoxiao saw that it was not possible. She couldn't fall behind. Then, he propped up his dizzy body and went. The partner who was one step behind had a question mark slowly appearing above his head. The partner in the sales department, named Wenwan, although she went out to visit clients under the pretext of going out, she did have clients to return to. Wenwan felt that she was very full after having lunch and did not need a snack at this moment. If you are too fat, she also needs to consider whether her white shirt will be inappropriate. But the taste. Slurp. Would it be too fragrant? Wenwan wanted to leave, but her steps did not obey her. By the time she reacted, she had already sat down with Lin Chi and the others and was subconsciously wiping the dishes with her hands. Wenwan, no. Did I lose my memory? I missed a big step in the middle. Why don't I feel anything? Although Lin Chi drooled at the smell of the fish-flavored pork shreds, her stomach. The doctor said that if she didn't have a regular schedule and a regular diet, she wouldn't be able to maintain a healthy stomach. Moreover, you need to avoid spicy and stimulating foods, drinks, and fruits. You should eat less, or best not eat them. Lin Chi reluctantly ordered millet porridge. She comforted herself that millet porridge was also very fragrant. Look at the uncle at the next table. He is drinking millet porridge with a look of intoxication on his face. Even so, when the aroma of shredded pork with fish sauce wafted over from the next table, Lin Chi swallowed uncontrollably again. Although Sun Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, she was still strong. So, after coming over, he just waved his hand and ordered the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Wenwan looked at the menu on the wall and couldn't help but tremble. So expensive? But seeing that Lin Chi and Sun Xiaoxiao were accepting it well, Wenwan thought about it and ordered a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. She wanted to try this 68 yuan meal. How delicious was it? Why was it so expensive? After the three people entered the store, another customer came in. Aries tried his best to greet them with a smile. A mixed-race handsome man who is over 1.9 meters tall, good-looking, with a pair of deep-set eyes. When he looks at people, he is particularly affectionate. Wherever such a person stands, he is a sight to behold. The new people who came in were two young girls, who came in following the smell. The first time he saw Aries, his eyes widened. Woo-woo. What a dish. With such a figure, it would be a shame not to take off all the clothes and paint. The muscle lines, the direction, the texture. Well, the texture cannot be seen. But when you look at the other person's gestures, the fullness brought out by the clothes, the lines and texture of the muscles must be there. The two girls looked at each other and swallowed unconsciously. At this moment, they didn't even know whether the ready-made model in front of them was more attractive or the aroma of delicious food in the store was more tempting. Being stared at by the two girls, Aries stood there very calmly and asked politely, "There is a menu on the wall. After the guests have made their selections, they can scan the code here to order." The two girls are art students, and they really can't help but admire those beautiful lines. However, the two of them knew their limits and would not ask directly, hello, we are art students and we need a model. Can you take off your clothes?" They were afraid of being arrested as hooligans. The two of them looked at each other, tried to control themselves, followed Aries' reminder, and glanced at the menu on the wall. At first glance, there are so few dishes. At second glance, how much? How much is a bowl of millet porridge? It is indeed a bowl, not a big bowl. Oh, it is indeed a bowl. Golden millet porridge? And there's the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. How much does it cost if I order this dish at a restaurant? The second time the two girls' pupils trembled when they entered the store was because of the prices. But you have something to say now that you are here. The two girls are a little thin-skinned. I thought that I had come this far, and people had already opened their mouths. If I thought it was too expensive and didn't want to eat it, would it not taste good? And This rice smells so good. At this time, Shungjio was already cooking the fish-flavored shredded pork rice for Lin Shi and her friends. The sauce was poured into the pot, and the aroma that was released the moment it collided with the high temperature was so great that even Shungjio himself couldn't help drooling. It smells so good. Shungjio decided to fry one for himself after serving this table of guests. The sour, spicy, and sweet taste wafted out, directly striking at the last bit of rationality of the two girls. They didn't even know how they ordered the food, scanned the code, and sat down. After sitting down, people finally regained their senses, and one girl wanted to say, "This is too expensive. Are we crazy?" As a result, Aries went to the next table with a serving of shredded pork with fish flavor. The two girls watched the rice bowl in Aries' hand go to the next door. The girl who was about to say it was expensive swallowed her saliva and said, "It smells strange." The girls traveling with her nodded in agreement. The two of them didn't talk about the expensive things at this moment. She first looked at Lin Chi's table and then looked at Grandpa Hong's table, who had almost finished their meal. Uncle Hong and his friend had already poured the remaining millet porridge into the plate of rice. They had finished their rice, and only a little bit of soup was left. The two uncles didn't want to waste it, so they poured in the millet porridge, let it soak up the flavor, and ate it together. Although it is not appropriate to lick the plate in public, gourmets always have their own way of licking the plate. The millet porridge will go around and get a taste of it, and the plate will be clean. Soon, everyone at Lin Chi's table was present, and the two art students were also present. There were no new customers in the store at the moment, so Shungjio quickly fried himself a portion and took a sip. It is sour and spicy, and has a slightly sweet aftertaste. The shredded meat is marinated very well, and it is just the right amount of softness and hardness, and very delicious to chew. The sauce is well seasoned, with a hint of sweetness in the sour and spicy taste. It has both a sweet and sour taste and a spicy and refreshing taste. The side dishes, such as shredded green peppers and carrots, after being soaked in the sauce and then colliding with the shredded meat in the high temperature of the fire, now exude a faint fragrance. When you bite them, it feels like elves hidden in the mountains, quietly dancing on the tip of your tongue. A bite of sour, spicy, and sweet shredded pork, paired with a bite of fragrant rice that is just the right amount of softness and hardness. The satisfaction of the delicious food wandering between your lips and teeth will make you squint your eyes unconsciously and revel in it. When Aries saw Shungjio was eating with great concentration, he also swallowed his saliva. His eyes lingered uncontrollably on the fish-flavored shredded pork rice several times. Although Shungjio was still immersed in the food, he could feel the other person's gaze. She turned her head to look at Aries, thought for a moment, and then asked, "How about I give you half? I haven't touched the other side yet." Aries felt that he should refuse out of politeness.
But
the aroma of delicious food has already penetrated into his mind.
who can resist it?
He smiled a little embarrassedly and took the initiative to get a small bowl and a spoon from the sterilizer. After asking Shungjio, he scooped out the half that she had not touched. The two art students originally thought that since it was so expensive, they might as well try it. If it's not delicious, they will go to the school forum to criticize others. And on the wall of confession, they will try to make this small restaurant famous. However, when the rice with toppings was served, the aroma was so overbearing that it rushed into the noses of the two people. When the two people dug it up and tasted the first bite.
Huh?
What did you say?
What?
What are you posting? What are you expressing? Those are just couples' tricks. What does it have to do with us? Well, the rice bowl is delicious. Besides, the owner of the shop eats it himself, so the ingredients must be fine and the hygiene should be okay. When they sat down, they felt that the table was clean, the chairs were clean, and the floor did not have that greasy and sticky feeling that came from not being mopped for years. So, eat it with confidence. It's so expensive. If you waste a drop of soup, they will wake up in the middle of the night and slap themselves. At this time, the two art students understood what the two old men did by dipping the millet porridge in the soup.
To be honest, they both wanted to.
But they didn't order millet porridge. A girl whispered, "Don't be afraid. I still have some bread slices from this morning in my bag. We can use them to slip through the cracks later." Another girl was eating without even looking up. When she heard the word slip, she seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the menu with difficulty. I remember there was a drink on the wall. As we were talking, we saw the jujube tea. 68 yuan a cup. Girl? The girl was so surprised that she almost swallowed the food in her mouth and choked to death. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, took out the water from her bag, and drank 2 sips. The girl was drinking and thinking. She was just daydreaming. Was she worthy of drinking such expensive water? No. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't even dare to drink 4 yuan lemonade every day. 68 jujube tea. She just needs to look at it. After being surprised, the girl lowered her head to enjoy the food. Lin Chi drank the millet porridge slowly, feeling the sweet rice swirling between her lips and teeth, feeling the soft and tender millet slowly warming her scarred stomach, feeling the satisfaction her body got at that moment, and feeling the brief relief her soul got at that moment. Warm, comfortable, and intoxicating. Lin Chi thought this was what she wanted, real food that could make her relax. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. It is delicious and nutritious. It can nourish her worn-out body and soothe her emotions that are about to collapse due to the torture of work. It is the perfect delicacy. Is expensive its disadvantage? No, that's hers. It was also at this time that she belatedly noticed that there was a dish of jujube tea on the menu. Lin Chi felt that he worked so hard just to feed this mouth. In particular, the stomach that had been restless for a long time was finally soothed by the millet porridge. It was now immersed in a warm tranquility, and Lin Chi began to look forward to other delicacies even more. She couldn't eat seafood, but couldn't she drink jujube tea? After figuring it out, Lin Chi raised her head and shouted, "Little boss, please give me a cup of jujube tea." Sun Xiaoxiao ate, without raising her head. When she heard the sound, she looked up and found that the price of jujube tea was the same as that of rice topped with gravy. She hesitated for a moment, then thought again. I am so tired. Shouldn't the cows and horses have something good to eat? She wants one too. When Juan looked at it, "Hey, don't leave me behind." Although it's expensive, she dared to do it. Ordered it. All 3 of them ordered it. After hearing this, the art student next to him raised his head from the food with difficulty, wanting to see what the 68 yuan cup of jujube tea tasted like. What kind? Just boiled dried jujube slices in water. At least, that's how it is for 2 art students. Xingjiu is brewed in a health-preserving kettle. After it was cooked, I pour myself a cup and took a sip whenever I remembered. She is not greedy. Don't fall asleep before finishing the work. After Xingjiu poured the red date tea, Aries quickly passed it to the 2 girls. The red date tea is ready. Enjoy your meal. The teacups that come with the system are simple and clean, without any extra decorations. Moreover, the jujube tea poured out did not contain any dried jujube slices and only looked light red. It can be seen that it is indeed not a cup of ordinary boiled water. Sun Xiaoxiao saw that she only spent 68 yuan to buy a cup of the stuff, and the rice in her mouth became a little tasteless. She wanted to say something, but the menu clearly stated what was going on, and the health pod on the bar clearly stated what was going on. It was her fault that the delicious food had corrupted her brain, and she ordered without thinking. Woo-woo. A week's breakfast money is gone. She is guilty. Lin Chi didn't think it was expensive. She picked it up and took a sip. The fragrance of dates is very light, but has a sweet aftertaste. The sweet taste is not strong. Lin Chi thought it should be the taste of the jujube itself. Light and subtle flavor, warm and comfortable temperature. However, when it flowed into his stomach, Lin Chi had a feeling as if his mother's hand was gently touching the top of his head. How do I describe that feeling? Lin Chi misses home a little. Her eyes felt a little sore, and she couldn't help but take another sip. At this moment, her tired body was once again warmed and healed, comfortable and safe. Lin Chi even felt that at this moment, he subconsciously slowed down his pace in the fast-paced life he was caught up in. A cup of jujube juice doesn't contain much juice, but after drinking it, it makes people feel like they want more. Xingjiu had finished his half of the meal by now. Aries finished earlier. When he saw Xingjiu was about to clear the plates, he consciously did so. After washing, Aries came back and tasted the jujube water again. It has a very light taste, but after drinking it, my tired spirit feels relaxed. These plants have a soothing effect on their mental strength. However, since the plants are either mutated or contaminated, it is not so easy to extract the corresponding elements. Aries feels very satisfied that he can now drink the safe and unpolluted jujube tea. He felt that his teammates really needed this. Even if they don't drink water, they can just eat the star date slices dry. Thinking of this, Aries asked tentatively, "Can you sell me a bag of star date tea first?" He also knew that he was now penniless and his pockets were cleaner than his face. Fearing that Shungjio would not agree, he quickly said, "I will pick star mushrooms for you tomorrow. If you want thorn peppers, I can also try to help you get them, but that thing has a strong smell and may not be able to get it." What Shungjio wants more now is actually the exploding lotus seeds. She wasn't sure if this thing was easy to make, so when Aries mentioned it, she asked tentatively, "What about the exploding lotus seeds?" Aries looked embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't want to, but it involves naval and air combat, which is quite troublesome. If their mechas or warships were there, then that wouldn't be a problem. The problem is, they have no energy stones, and the mecha is now just a pile of scrap metal. Seeing that Aries did not answer immediately, Shungju knew that it would be difficult. It's difficult for them, but what about her? Saving people is not that easy. Shungjio didn't want to embarrass others, so he quickly shook his head and said, "Then let's go with star mushrooms and thorn peppers." Her words only aroused Aries' bloodiness. He is now familiar with Shungjio and knows that the other party wants to explode the lotus seeds in order to save his aunt's life.
It involves human life.
Thinking of this, Aries whispered, "It's not that we can't take a risk and try, but there is no guarantee of success." They tried it today, but failed and got sprayed with juice all over them. Shungjio didn't force it. He just said to do it according to his ability and went to meet the new diners. The new person who came in was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, holding the hand of a pretty little girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old. After my aunt came in, she first looked at the food that others were eating. It smells so good. Then I looked at the menu again. It's so expensive. After Ankwa came in, she looked around with a critical look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything in front of her granddaughter. She just commented in her heart, "The hygiene is okay. It's a small street shop, so you can't expect too much." It smells good, but if her granddaughter hadn't insisted on coming, she wouldn't have wanted to go into such a small shop. I guess there is no guarantee for the hygiene of food ingredients? Ankwa looked at the various documents on the wall with concern. They should be complete, right? She was not sure, but she looked again and again before turning back to look at the menu. Then a question mark slowly appeared on Ankwa's head. She went into a street-side restaurant, not a big restaurant. A bowl of rice with gravy is sold directly for 68? Why don't you go and rob it? Millet porridge costs 38 yuan a bowl. The breakfast shop downstairs from their house only sells millet porridge for 1.5 yuan a bowl. When the little granddaughter, who was being held hand, came in, her eyes were too busy to keep busy. She looked at this table and smelled that table. After watching for a long time, the little granddaughter tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and said, "Grandma, I want to eat this meal." She was referring to the fish-flavored shredded pork rice on the table of the 2 art students. Ankwa hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear to refuse her granddaughter. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, she wiped the tables and chairs with the wet wipes she brought with her, arranged her granddaughter, and then went to the bar to order food. During the process, Ankwa walked sideways to ensure that she could see the road and pay attention to the movements of her granddaughter. "Don't think that you are safe when you enter someone else's restaurant," Antigua said. She is a professional in looking after children. When she takes the children out, they must be within her sight. Seeing her granddaughter sitting obediently, Ankwa felt relieved. When ordering food, she couldn't help but mutter, "Are the ingredients in your house safe? Is the meat good? Don't fool people with leftovers." "I'm a picky aunt. I can tell whether the meat is good or not at once. If it's not good, be careful or I'll report you. Also, have you washed your dishes? Are there any cockroaches in the kitchen?" At this time, Sheng Jiu seemed to understand why Ankwa did not bring her granddaughter when ordering food. She also knew that it was not appropriate to say these things in front of the children, so after avoiding the children, she simply stopped controlling herself. Being questioned, Sheng Jiu was not angry and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Auntie, it's all clean and good meat. It is delivered only after the company passes the inspection. The kitchen is wiped several times a day, and the stove is almost rubbed to sensitive skin." Seeing that Sheng Jiu had a good attitude and explained carefully, Ankwa was barely satisfied. She ordered a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork rice and said it didn't want to be spicy because the children couldn't eat it. After that, I ordered a bowl of millet porridge. Seeing that there was jujube tea, I asked if it had sugar. When I heard no, I ordered a cup too. Sheng Jiu signaled Aries to pour tea, and she turned and went into the kitchen. Seeing that Sheng Jiu, a young man, was the boss, Ankwa's eyes widened in surprise. This. Can it be delicious? After she muttered to herself, she thought again that they came in because the food tasted good. So, it should be delicious, right? Aries had already poured the jujube tea and handed it to his aunt. "Aunt, do you want me to help you deliver it?" Ankwa shook her head and was about to leave when she heard Aries' gentle reminder. "Our wild jujube is a special product. It is very effective in helping you sleep, and it is not recommended for children to drink it." Ankwa really ordered it for the child. After hearing what Aries said, Ankwa was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Did you put sleeping pills in it?" Aries didn't expect his aunt to say that. He was also stunned. No, the food inspection staff came here yesterday and conducted random inspections. There are no problems. Our boss is also drinking it." After Aries finished speaking, he pointed to the half cup of tea left by Sheng Jiu on the bar. Ankwa took a closer look and smelled it out of concern. After she confirmed that it was the taste of red dates, she felt relieved and asked for a bottle of mineral water for her granddaughter. The millet porridge had been cooked long ago and had been kept warm on the stove, so it was served on the table first. Ankwa smelled the sweet aroma of millet and nodded slightly. "This rice is good. It has a bit of rice aroma." When the granddaughter Xiaofu saw that it was millet porridge, she couldn't help but pout and said, "I don't like it." In order to nourish the child's spleen and stomach, the daughter-in-law often prepares millet and yam porridge for the child. "I've tried expensive, cheap, bought from outside, and cooked at home. After a long time, the child no longer likes to drink it." Aunt Gwen naturally knew that she ordered this porridge for herself. However, she didn't say it directly because children's hobbies only last for a short time. After a while, I felt that the food was delicious and wanted to try it. If I told the child now, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Before drinking the porridge, Ankwa carefully checked the bowl, the porridge, and even the small tray under the bowl to prevent scalding.
Clean.
Only then did Ankwa feel at ease and scoop up the first mouthful. The sweet and soft millet, the fragrant and soft yam, they seem to be separate, but they are wrapped around each other and moving forward. Hand in hand, they carry the fragrance of nature and rush to the lips and teeth, and to the depths of the senses. For a moment, Ankwa seemed to be dreaming back to her childhood. Back to those years. Although life was hard, the rice still had a lingering sweetness, and the dishes had a refreshing flavor. I was young then, and I didn't know what kind of life I was living. Now, looking back, how are vegetables grown nowadays? How do you make all the dishes tasteless? Ankwa was complaining in her heart when the fish-flavored shredded pork rice arrived. The sweet and sour taste swirled and rushed over like an all-encompassing force, leaving no chance for anyone to dodge. Ankwa thought, "This smells so good." Xiaofu couldn't wait any longer. Grandma, I want to eat it, I want to eat it." Ankwa didn't have time to eat herself and was busy unpacking the spoon and chopsticks for her granddaughter. Xiaofu couldn't wait any longer. Grandma, I can do it myself, I can do it." Children aged 5 or 6 can already do many things on their own. However, how could Ankwa, who had raised her by herself, bear to let her granddaughter suffer? I really wish that a mouthful of rice could be fed directly into the child's stomach so that it would be easier for him. Seeing her granddaughter taking the initiative to eat with a spoon, Ankwa couldn't help but praise her. Our Xiaofu has grown up a good child. Sun Xiaoxiao had just finished eating and was slowly savoring the jujube tea. Before, she thought that this tea was expensive and simple and really not worth the price. At this moment, she just wanted to say, "It smells so good." The fresh and elegant taste seems to have the aroma of dates slowly returning to the sweetness, making people unable to help but savor it for a long time after taking a bite. Sun Xiaoxiao was even reluctant to drink it all at once, and drinking water directly after a meal would dilute the stomach acid and affect gastrointestinal digestion. So, she took a few sips and poured it into the cup she brought with her. Lin Chi watched from the side and couldn't help but envy. "You have a good habit. I will bring a cup next time." She had a bad stomach, and after eating, she couldn't drink much water, but the jujube tea was delicious, and she drank it mouthful after mouthful, out of her control. When Nguyen was standing aside, drinking and nodding in agreement. Hearing Lin Chi say this, Sun Xiaoxiao raised her head proudly. Hearing the noise coming from Anqua's table, Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look envious. Lin Chi saw it but didn't ask any more questions. Who doesn't have some unpleasant things in their family that they don't want to talk about? We still have to work in the afternoon, and the three of us have to go back. It was also at this time that they realized belatedly that they had forgotten something. Bring lunch to your colleagues.
Ah.
Fortunately, there are not many diners at the moment. There should be some left, right? There wasn't much fish-flavored shredded pork rice left, so the two of them got some egg and ham rice. Sheng Jiu fried it quickly, and then put it into a takeaway box. The three of them happily took their food and prepared to leave. At this time, there were only 3 bowls of millet porridge and 2 servings of egg and ham rice left in the store. There are fewer today. It was dinner time, and the smell of shredded pork with fish flavor could not be contained, so it drifted to further places. Someone came here to try it, only to find that it was sold out.
Huh.
It was so expensive, and it was sold out? What should I do? I still have the egg and ham rice, or want to try it? Some people are willing to make do, while others choose to come back tomorrow. Then the 2 servings of egg and ham rice were gone. Sheng Jiu was about to put up the sold-out sign when she saw Boss Li from next door coming. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, it's just sold out." Li Cheng thought, "Woo-woo. The sky is falling." He was also busy for a long time and just came here when he had some free time, but it was still gone. Li Qingxiang looked towards the tables in the restaurant reluctantly. After the 2 old men finished eating, they savored the food for a while before leaving. Aunt Gua and her little granddaughter ate very slowly and were still sitting there. At this time, there was only the most leftover fish-flavored shredded pork rice on their table, and it had the strongest aroma. Li Qingxiang looked at the brightly colored and fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork rice and swallowed quietly. It smells so good, but he didn't get to eat it. Li Qingxiang also knew that the ingredients for Shengjiu were delivered by the company, so if they were gone, they were gone. The ingredients bought from outside never taste like the ones delivered by the company, so Shengjiu won't cook anymore. Li Cheng was thinking if he couldn't eat today, would he be able to eat tomorrow? Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at Sheng Jiu. "Little boss, can I make a reservation for tomorrow?" Lin Chi and Sun Xiaoxiao had all walked to the door. When they heard this, they subconsciously slowed down their pace. Sheng Jiu shook his head. "I'm sorry, Boss Li. Please come early tomorrow. If you really can't, you can just tell me on VX." When Lin Chi heard that it could also be discussed on VX, his eyes suddenly lit up. She came over and asked quietly, "Then little boss, can I add you on VX?" Sheng Jiu generously showed the code, and Sun Xiaoxiao and Wenwan were not left out. After everyone added each other on WeChat, they left. Li Cheng didn't want to make things difficult for Sheng Jiu, as he couldn't leave his family alone, so he said a few polite words and went back. Anquis secretly observed that everyone wanted to eat more after eating, and thought, could this be something bad? However, the store clerk said that the food inspection personnel had come yesterday and passed the inspection. Should I be able to rest assured? Aunt Guo was nervous, but soon, the sweet and sour taste of the fish-flavored shredded pork rice attracted her. Although the dish lacks a lot of soul because it is not spicy, the sweet and sour taste is actually quite good. And children prefer this sour and sweet taste. Xiaofu ate without raising his head, taking a bite of rice and a bite of vegetables. His chubby face was puffed up. Anqua watched her granddaughter eating happily and stopped thinking about anything else. After seeing off the last table of customers in the store, Shengjiu pulled down the rolling door. She took inventory of the water and items while Aries cleaned the place. Aries, who was still a bit rusty yesterday, was particularly fast today. After Shengjiu finished the inventory, the other party had already gone to the kitchen to wash up. By the time Shengjiu finished taking inventory of all the items and wrote down the mineral water and drinks he would order for tomorrow, Aries was already mopping the floor for the third time. Shengjiu helped to clean up, and the two of them went back upstairs. Today Shengjiu bought an outdoor shower rack. It had been delivered a while ago. Aries and her teammates packed it up and finally started using it. Taking a shower today is much more convenient than yesterday. Shengjiu blew his hair and didn't take the sleeping pills today. She didn't drink it yesterday, she only drank Star Date tea, and she slept well last night. She thought maybe tonight would be fine. Lying on the bed, she slowly listed the things to do tomorrow in her mind. Before she finished thinking, Shengjiu fell into a sweet dream. At this time, Team Aries was breaking into the cold pond at night and fighting against the exploding lotus seeds. This thing is one of the main materials of gene repair fluid, and it is an important material. It can be said that the gene repair fluid has this effect thanks to the exploding lotus seeds. However, the exploding lotus seeds themselves are also extremely difficult to obtain. With its ability to fight on land, sea, and air, ordinary people cannot deal with it. If there were mechas to help, that wouldn't be a problem. However, the reason why the exploding lotus seed begins with the word explosion is because if it cannot defeat its opponent, it will self-explode. Once you expose yourself, the lotus seeds will be useless. Therefore, it is definitely unrealistic to use mechas to bomb directly, and they have to be captured alive. The Ares team has now entered a semi-cold weapon combat state. Without the energy stone, the mecha cannot be started. What they can use now is an external multifunctional robotic arm, which can be powered by the sun. At this moment, everyone was in a mess. Xiaoming wiped his face and asked loudly, "Does anyone in the boss's family have a genetic disease?" Aries thought about this question for a while. Their explanations may be different from ours, but the root cause is the same. We can't get the gene repair fluid now, so we can only kill this thing. Xie was sprayed with blue liquid all over his face, and he felt terrible at the moment. Woo-woo, I was beaten so badly. I have to ask the boss to cook 10 meals for me tomorrow. Yuan Yu was the closest to him. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes and said, "Go get something first, then talk." Xie almost burst into tears. Without a mecha, it's too difficult to fight directly. Too difficult. Yuan Yu ignored him and directly tore the exploding lotus seeds apart with his hands. Of course, it didn't work. Not only that, he was also sprayed with juice from the exploding lotus seeds. Due to the large number and low temperature, Yuan Yu was frozen into an ice man and stood there. Yuan Yu.
Alt.
Shengjiu slept until dawn, and when he woke up, he didn't even remember what he dreamed about. She felt that she had slept very well last night. She had a monitoring watch on her wrist. Although in her opinion it was not always so accurate, it was accurate most of the time. Shengjiu looked at his watch again. Good. He had slept well indeed. It seems that her current insomnia can be solved by just drinking Star Date tea. I remembered what my roommates had complained about in the group, saying that their sleep levels had plummeted after being treated like slaves. The more tired I am, the clearer my mind is. When I lie in bed, my body is extremely tired, but my mind is clear, but I can't fall asleep. Then it becomes a vicious cycle. The next day, my head becomes even more dizzy, and I am half asleep and half awake at night. After getting up and washing up, Shengjiu prepared to send jujube tea, shrimp paste, and squid meat to his roommates and friends. Then, after coming back, go to the market to see if there are any high-quality vegetables. Shengjiu didn't cook millet porridge this morning. Instead, she cut the steamed buns she brought back from the village yesterday into slices, coated them with egg liquid, and fried them over low heat. Fry until both sides are slightly yellow, crispy and burnt, with the aroma of wheat and egg dancing hand in hand in front of her nose, and Shungjio picked up the steamed bread slices. Breakfast was simple, with some crispy steamed bread slices and the beef sauce I brought back. It is no exaggeration to say that Shungjio can finish off a bun as big as his face by himself. I had just finished washing and sat down when the door upstairs rang. Shungjio, who was still on the first floor. When she stood up, she couldn't help but complain to the system. Our design is a bit inhumane. Is there a way to open the door remotely? Smart locks can be opened with a mobile phone. It doesn't make sense that your high-tech system can't do it. The system is very responsive. After hearing Shungjio's complaint, he responded immediately. Feedback has been provided. Aries came early in the morning. They spent half the night last night killing exploding lotus seeds, and they were all in a very miserable state. It is no exaggeration to say that. Aries is now a little blue man, his body covered in the juice of exploding lotus seeds, and he was frozen 6 times in one night. Even so, he was still the least frozen one in the team. When Shungjio opened the door for the first time, he didn't even recognize that this was Aries. Aries was afraid that the juice from the exploding lotus seeds would freeze his skin again, so he wore a mask. Now, a little bit of vision has been roughly blocked on the mask, just at the position of the eyes. Elsewhere, the sky is blue. It looks pretty good, but the more you look at it, the weirder it gets. After staring into Aries' deep-set eyes for a while, Shungjio spoke uncertainly. "Commander?" Aries' voice came from behind the mask, sounding a little muffled. "It's me." After confirming that it was him, Shungjio asked in surprise, "Why is he in such a mess?" As she spoke, she had already opened the door and invited the person in. Aries was too embarrassed to go in with all that dirt on his body, so he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. "Young boss, please turn on the water so we can clean up."
Shungjio ne dédurie. Ah?
Okay, I'll be right here. It was more than half an hour later when Aries and the others finished packing and came in. Aries and the others also wanted to wash quickly, but it's too dirty. It's so dirty. However, the harvest was still acceptable. After Aries finished cleaning up, he brought in 2 buckets of star mushrooms. Looking at the fresh and tender white mushrooms and smelling the faint fragrance of grass in the air, Shungjio swallowed slightly. This mushroom. You can tell she is pretty at first glance. You can tell it's fresh as soon as you smell it. There are quite a few star mushrooms, but they are very watery, so there isn't much left after they are put into the pot. After Shungjio finished reading it, he directly let the system process it. The 2 buckets of mushrooms disappeared from their original locations, leaving behind 2 empty buckets. Compared to the bumper harvest of mushrooms, the number of exploding lotus seeds is touching. Aries served it in a cup. The cup is not big. If filled with water, it is estimated to be about 300 milliliters. The result of Aries and his men's all-night fight was a cup of lotus seeds. It looks white and tender and very tempting. Shungjio couldn't control himself and swallowed again. She wasn't sure whether to eat it directly or not, so she asked the system. Eat it directly? It is recommended to process it, and it is best to pair it with green radish ginseng. Shungjio also needs to consider practical issues. Lotus seeds can cure all diseases. It doesn't sound very reliable, but if it's ginseng, it would seem more reasonable. Then, Aries took out 2 ginsengs from his arms. He was not sure whether Shungjio needed this thing, but thinking that it was the main component of the genetic nourishing solution, he just took 2 of them. When Aries took the things out, he reminded in a deep voice, "This thing is contaminated. I'm not sure if you can use it." Shungjio thought this was the green ginseng mentioned by the system. However, the system denied it. This is the whisker of the mutant green radish ginseng. The anchor point has been treated for pollution, and the system can perform secondary processing and make lotus seed ginseng tea together with lotus seeds. When Shungjio heard this, she thought, this thing must be the ginseng spirit that is thicker than her waist. Thinking about the bitter taste of the previous mutant star mushroom, Shungjio asked worriedly, "This mutant has no unpleasant taste?" Ginseng is a medicinal herb, so it is normal for it to have a slightly different taste. Mushrooms are generally considered food materials, and they have a peculiar smell that affects the food experience. Sheng felt that her thoughts were suddenly opened up. She responded to Aries first. I need this too. Thank you. When Aries heard that Sheng needed it, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The green ginseng was too cunning, and their main goal last night was to explode the lotus seeds, so they did not pursue it any further and only pulled out 2 of its whiskers. Sheng thought, Aries and the others were so sincere, she couldn't just say nothing, right? So, Sheng quickly took Aries downstairs and asked him to help make a big bucket of fried rice. I also used the remaining tomatoes to make an egg drop soup. The aroma of Xingji restaurant wafted through the air early in the morning. Li Qingxiang from next door just came to the store preparing various marinades and sorting out various ingredients. He ate 2 buns for breakfast. Now he smelled the fragrance from next door. Li Qingxiang swallowed his saliva and leaned over to take another look. Very good. The boss didn't open the door. Just plain greedy? Woo-woo. He had no appetite when he woke up in the morning, but when he smelled the fragrant egg fried rice, he finally felt hungry. Unfortunately, he couldn't just show up shamelessly. Li Qingxiang felt that this wouldn't work. At noon today, he must eat delicious fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Well, if that's not possible, egg fried rice is also fine. After Sheng cooked the meal, Aries left carrying 2 large stainless steel buckets filled with their rice and soup. Some of the tableware had been given out yesterday, and Aries washed them and took them back. Therefore, no further preparation is needed. Before leaving, Aries shamelessly took away half a plate of steamed bread slices from Sheng If there wasn't only 1 bottle of beef sauce left, Sheng seriously suspected that he would have gone with it. Looking at this scene, Sheng showed an expression of disbelief. Aries was stared at by Sheng and he turned his face away embarrassedly, his ears turned red, and his movements were a little awkward. As soon as he went downstairs, he smelled the fragrant fried steamed bread slices. If he didn't reach out to grab 2 slices, he would miss it all day. Before leaving, Aries thought about it and said solemnly, Don't worry, boss. I will try my best to kill the exploding lotus seeds. Sheng has a patient at home who needs this, so he can just kill more. Although it's not easy to kill. They killed for half the night last night and got a cup of lotus seeds. Although this thing is big, there are very few lotus seeds that can be used after it is captured alive. Most lotus seeds melt into a pool of water after being out of the low-temperature environment. Only a few can stay. However, even so, he still has to kill more tonight. Aries thought that he had to prove that the steamed buns and noodles he had eaten were not in vain. After breakfast, the delivery truck disguised as the system arrived. Sheng went out to sign for it. The star mushrooms were only briefly cleaned. This gift from nature does not require any complicated processing to produce a fresh and natural taste. After estimating the quantity, Sheng marked today's food on the menu. Millet porridge and egg and ham rice are still there. A new addition is made below. After changing the menu, Sheng tidied up a bit and went out. She has to go out and mail the shrimp today, otherwise she won't have time to do it later. After all, she was still concerned about the situation in the interstellar space. Although Aries was helping him in the fight, Sheng himself was also curious. Moreover, the system said that there might be more dangerous planes in the future, and it would not be good for me to keep hiding. Sheng went to the nearest express delivery point and sent all his friend things out. On the way back, I went to the vegetable market. After a round of searching, I bought a nice tenderloin. Although it was not as good as the one provided by the system rated it as high quality, which is pretty good. In addition to this piece of meat, I also bought some side dishes, such as garlic, onions, etc. The worst system rating is also good. Again, that's not good. Sheng didn't choose. On my way back, I unexpectedly ran into the older sister who had bought tomatoes from me before at a stall in the corner. The eldest sister obviously recognized Sheng and smiled at her. The elder sister is selling fresh garlic and loofah today. The system's ratings are all excellent. Sheng looked carefully and found that there was no trick in it, so he said he wanted them all. There was a big basket full of garlic, weighing more than 30 kilograms. There is not much loofah, only about 10 pounds. The eldest sister was shocked after hearing this. I want both. Soon, she came to her senses and nodded quickly. Hey, here I come, here I come. I'll help you move it to the car. Shungjio's strength is really not that good now, so she didn't refuse. My elder sister's loofah is a little more expensive than those sold in the market, at 12 yuan per caddy, and the price of garlic is even more exaggerated, at 16 yuan per caddy. But if Shungjio thinks the quality is good, then it's actually okay. After paying the bill with his elder sister, Shungjio returned to the store. The phone kept ringing during the journey. However, Shungjio ignored it. All calls from unfamiliar numbers will be treated as scam calls. Moreover, she had just sent her uncle and his men to social death, and now was the time when they hated her the most. Last night, she deliberately turned her phone to silent mode. Woke up this morning to find 68 missed calls. She plugged in her phone to charge before going to bed, otherwise can work directly without electricity. After turning to the store, Shungjio called the beverage supplier who had supplied him with goods in the past and asked for some drinks. Because she was not in a hurry, the other party said that they would deliver the goods when they had time. After finishing the preparations, Shungjio went to prepare the meal. She hasn't tasted today's serving of star mushrooms yet. So, after Shungjio cleaned up, he fried one for himself first. Cumin is provided by the system and has a particularly strong flavor. Shungjio grinds part of the cumin into powder and keeps the rest in a granular texture. This made the smell in the kitchen even stronger. However, even so, they did not cover up the fresh fragrance of the mushrooms. When the star mushrooms are put into the pot and the water vapor is fried out, the aroma will slowly be stir-fried out. The less water, the more charred the mushrooms will be, and the more flavorful they will be. Especially with the cumin added as garnish, the fresh fragrance makes people's hearts float. How do I describe that feeling? It's like when you smell this scent, you know that there are still 2 days left before the short holiday. At this moment, you are not in the mood to think about studying, working, or tasks. You just want to take a vacation and enjoy it. The freshness and fragrance of star mushrooms is different from the freshness and fragrance of seafood. It comes from the depths of nature, slowly opens its powerful arms, and gently embraces you, allowing you to slowly feel the nature and taste the fragrance in the scent of grass and trees. When the star mushrooms were fried until crispy and the cumin wrapped them, Shungjio quickly served them out. The rice has been steamed. The rice provided by the system is really fragrant. The rich aroma of rice made me feel like I didn't need any side dishes and could eat 2 bowls. However, Shungjio had had breakfast in the morning and was not very hungry at this moment. So, she only filled half a bowl. She was not in a hurry to eat, but tried the cumin star mushrooms first. The surface of the star mushroom is covered with cumin powder and granules, and the aroma of cumin is everywhere. However, when the lips and teeth touched and bit into the mushroom, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the aroma of nature reached its peak at this moment. While chewing gently, Shungjio even felt that the grass and tree spirits of nature were dancing on the tip of his tongue at this moment. They are lively and cheerful, beautiful and fragrant. Star mushrooms have a great taste, soft and tender with a slight chewiness, and are very delicious to chew. When the bitten star mushroom moves between the lips and teeth, the oil and cumin aroma on the surface and the softness and fresh aroma on the inside happily rush to the taste buds hand in hand. A sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously at this moment. Shungjio squinted her eyes gently and enjoyed for a while the wonderful experience that the food brought her. Fresh, tender, and full of aftertaste. Star mushrooms are indeed a holy product. While Shungjio was enjoying the star mushrooms, the diners outside the door were suffering. Yesterday, the store was closed at noon, and I don't know how many people's hearts were broken. At night, they might have this or that thing to do. Life, sometimes, can't always go as planned. So, many people don't have the opportunity to come. Today it is finally possible, and they came here without stopping. They were embarrassed to knock on the door before Shungjio opened it. This was somewhat impolite. But little boss, we are polite. Are you polite?
Woohoo.
If you don't open the door, you'll just make people hungry? The lives of us cattle and horses are also lives. If you have the ability to cook delicious food, you have the ability to open the door. Diners who have eaten there, such as retired people like Mr. Hong, just stroll around every day. They will be wherever there is excitement. Today, they also brought along a few old friends who didn't believe in superstition. Several uncles didn't believe it at first. As a result, I couldn't walk when I smelled the smell. This is the smell of mushrooms. They're fried so deliciously. It feels like it's wild. The smell is amazing. Isn't it unsafe to grow wild ones? What are you afraid of? She was fired by the restaurant. If something happens, they won't ignore you. Old man Sheng was a kind man. This girl is his granddaughter.
She's fine.
The old men formed their own groups, either standing or sitting at the door. Other diners were also standing in groups of 3 or 4, chatting. The largest group of people are young people. Are you a fan of Shower? Oh, what a coincidence, me too. Haha, I came here after watching the video. If it doesn't taste good, I'll go to Shower later. Believe Shower, the food that you pay for is different from the food that really tastes good.
What are you talking about?
If Shower had that kind of acting skills, she would have changed her career path long ago. At first, the diners discussed the food in small groups. Fans of the host of Tianxiu beauty pageant account for the majority of the diners. And among these people, the majority are young people. As they chatted, seeing more and more customers attracted by the aroma, some people couldn't help but get anxious in advance. I remember Showa said it was limited. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Let's get in line. Tianxiu's fans are quick-witted. After someone heard this, he quickly grabbed the first spot under the rolling door. Before others could react to what was happening, they found that those people had automatically stood in a row. Others?
Huh?
Are we queuing? Oh no, I'm too slow. Everyone who reacted, led by Uncle Hong, formed another row and lined up with them. Tianxiu's fans can't say anything about this. After all, there are indeed some people among these people who arrived earlier than them, so it is normal for them to be in front of the queue. Now, setting up 2 rows is the best way to maintain fairness. However, fearing that others would follow suit, the boy standing in the first row among Tianxiu's fans discussed with Mr. Hung. Let's stand in 2 rows. If anyone else wants to stand first, we can't let them stand first. We were there first. Mr. Hong comes here to eat every day. How could he not know that there is a limit? So, when he noticed the young people queuing up, he immediately followed suit. At this time, hearing the young man say this, he immediately nodded. No problem, let's see. When Sheng Jiu opened the door, what he saw was 2 long lines of people lined up automatically. Sheng Jiu. Seeing Sheng Jiu finally open the door, Grandpa Hong laughed and said, Little boss, you finally opened the door. If you don't open the door, I'm afraid a lot of people will die of greed. As soon as Mr. Hung opened his mouth, the others followed suit. Sheng Jiu felt a little embarrassed by everyone's teasing and hurriedly greeted everyone with a smile. Please come in, take a look at the menu first. There are not many dishes today, and the quantity is limited. Please consume rationally. With so many people coming in, some people may not be able to get any food. So, Sheng Jiu gave a greeting in advance. Everyone heard. His expression tensed, and he wished he could cut in line right now. But no, there are so many people watching. Will you get scolded? But the room smells so good. The lingering aroma of the meal that Sheng Jiu had finished was still there, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded when they smelled it. Aries helped maintain order, even if someone wanted to cut in line. Well, after looking at Aries' height, I feel that this team doesn't have to be joined, right? With such a big guy, I think one punch from him would kill a lot of people, right? Fans of Tianxiu naturally come for the shrimp dumplings and shrimp noodles. Finally, I came in and looked at the menu.
Ah?
No? What's the difference between that and the sky falling? However, smelling the lingering fragrance in the store, they felt. Mushrooms seem good too? Some people don't like the taste of cumin, so even if they like mushrooms, they can't accept this dish. However, they didn't want to make the trip in vain. So, How about trying something else? Some people left disappointed when they found out there were no shrimps. As for the fragrance in the store, if it's not shrimp, nothing smells good. Some people were stubborn and said, I have to try it. What does this expensive thing taste like? There were only 6 tables in the restaurant, and even if everyone shared the table, it couldn't accommodate many people. Some people thought the food tasted delicious and wanted to wait, so they asked Xingjiu if they could take the food away. After knowing that it was possible, they waited in line with peace of mind.
Some people feel that
It's not necessary to eat it. Although the room smells nice, it's annoying to queue up and I don't want to queue. Xingjiu had already started cooking skillfully, and Aries was in charge of the reception work at the front. The aroma of cumin mushrooms. Domineering and unreasonable. When Xingjiu fried the mushrooms until they were crispy and fragrant, the aroma reached its peak, filling the air and spreading in front of people. Uncle Hong took a breath and said, that's the smell. Uncle Wu laughed out loud. The other few uncles who didn't believe in evil also laughed when they saw him like this. But I couldn't laugh anymore. Why does it smell so good? How did they fry the mushrooms? The old men stopped laughing and turned their heads to look towards the kitchen. Soon, the first serving of cumin mushrooms came out. As Aries walked by, everyone's eyes were on the plate of rich and fragrant cumin mushrooms. Of course, no one ignored the bowl of fragrant white rice next to it. However, compared with the mushrooms, the taste of rice is much lighter. Fragrant. This smells so good. It felt like nature jumped in front of me and gave me a kiss. You're pretty good at describing things, but this statement is not wrong. Smelling this, I feel like my soul has been cleansed. The fragrance of the grass and trees is so healing. It's like having been bent over for a lifetime and suddenly straightening up. Everyone praised it, and then watched the plate of mushrooms being served to Grandpa Hong and his friend's table. Everyone, I'll watch. Mr. Hong was under a lot of pressure at this time. There were 7 old men sitting at the table, and 6 of them were looking at him. What else could he do? He forced a smile and said, come on, you're welcome. Everyone should have a try. Others also ordered, but at this point they obviously didn't want to wait. So, go for it. The old men took out their chopsticks one after another, and the people at other tables looked at this scene and were so envious that tears were about to flow. Woohoo! When will they come up? Xingjiu's speed is still very fast. The 2 dishes were stir-fried together, and soon 3 more servings were served. Aries brought it out steadily. The Grandpa group and the Tianxiu fan group are both ranked at the front. So, among these 3 meals, Aries gave 1 to the uncles, and the other 2 to the Tianxiu fan club. It's our turn now. Haha, I moved first.
I'm so sorry.
First come, first served. Tianxiu's fans are actually not very familiar with each other in private. If we hadn't met today, the chance of us meeting each other in this life might be 0. At this point, although everyone was familiar with each other, they were not yet at the point where they could share food with each other. Moreover, food hygiene issues also need to be considered. After thinking about it, everyone decided not to divide it. Smelling the aroma of food wafting from their tablemates, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and then all looked towards the direction of the kitchen. Little boss, please try harder and cook it faster. If you really can't do it, you can ask me to help you cook it. Soon, Aries brought out 2 more servings of cumin mushrooms and 2 servings of millet porridge on the tray. Along with the sound came 5 spirited young men with colorful hair. When Uncle Hong and the others looked up and saw people, they subconsciously frowned. In the eyes of these old men, why not learn something else, such as spirited young man, doing hair every day? However, after all, they were eating in someone else's restaurant, so the uncles tolerated it for a while and did not say anything for the time being. Aries could tell at a glance that the visitor had ill intentions. However, he still nodded politely and said loudly, "Scan the code at the bar to order. What would you like to eat?" Before Gu Deming came in, he observed for a while and found that there were so many people today. The returns are definitely good. He can ask for more when the time comes, since he doesn't have to worry about money recently. At this time, when he heard someone calling him to order food, Gu Deming laughed out loud. "This is my family's restaurant. What should I order?"
How much do I pay?
As he spoke, he looked up and met Aries, who was nearly 2 meters tall, with a sharp and deep gaze. Gu Deming's heart subconsciously tightened, and he took a step back. Realizing that he was the one who got scared first, Gu Deming was furious. Who are you? This is my land. You dare to yell at me?
Get out of here right now.
Before Aries could say anything, Shengjiu, who came out with a tray, heard it. When she saw that it was Gu Deming, the little rascal from her aunt's family, she sneered, I'm your father, understand?
Can you get out of here now?
Gu Deming didn't expect Shengjiu to say that. He was furious after hearing this. I tell you, you're done. Shengjiu was too lazy to pay more attention to him. He served the guests first and comforted them briefly. Then he turned to look at Aries and said, Please call the police and report that someone is causing trouble. Gu Deming panicked when he heard the police call and shouted at the top of his voice, Shengjiu, how dare you? Shengjiu looked at him with a smile. I don't dare, but you dare? Gu Deming was so angry that his face turned red, but he stiffened his neck and refused to admit defeat. Believe it or not, I will tell my mother. Shengjiu gave him a questioning look. Who is your mother? When she comes, I have to listen to her.
Why?
When Nua pinched her, she pinched her face, right? After hearing this, the diners couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Deming was angry and annoyed, and raised his hand to attack. As a result, Aries stepped forward directly. He didn't even need to use any strength, he just needed to raise his hand to pinch Gu Deming so that he couldn't move. Gu Deming screamed in pain. Hey, my hand is broken. When his younger brothers saw this situation, they were scared, but their eldest brother said that they would have money to spend today, so what were they thinking?
Come on.
The 4 energetic young men looked at each other and prepared to rush forward. There are 2 uncles at Uncle Hong's table who are the gods of morning exercises in the park. Now it seems like a group of energetic young men are doing bad things to make things difficult for a little girl. The 2 uncles looked at each other and then stood up. The old man is not particularly tall, about 1.75 meters, and not fat, but when he moves his arms, you can see the bulging lines of his muscles. The 2 old men smiled and stepped forward to stop him. Why? You want to practice? For spirited young men. Help. No one told me that there are hidden talents in the store? Big brother, it's not that we are disloyal, it's really. There's something going on at home, so I'll leave first. The 4 friends looked at each other again, then turned around and ran away, not wanting to stay even a second longer. Aries was too lazy to listen, and he picked up Gudming and sent him out. Gu Deming wanted to shout, Do you dare to touch me? Unfortunately, Aries had a pair of cold and sharp eyes. When he looked at people, it seemed as if there was an endless abyss of darkness hidden behind him, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. Gu Deming's throat seemed to be strangled, and he couldn't make a sound. In the end, I had no choice but to leave in shame. Shengjiu heard the noise in front, thought about it, and brought a few cups of jujube tea to the old man's table. Other things are limited and difficult to give away, but the star date tea is okay, just brew it again. Shengjiu gave some gifts and expressed his gratitude. The 2 uncles felt embarrassed. We didn't make any move, and we took advantage of the young boss. Those little guys don't look like good people. Young boss, you have to be more careful in the future. The uncles gave friendly advice. Shengjiu naturally accepted the kindness. Thank you, uncles. That's my aunt's youngest son. After my grandfather passed away, they thought this restaurant should belong to them, so they always come here to make trouble. Speaking of this, Shengjiu felt a little embarrassed. The restaurant closed down before because of this consideration. They always make trouble and affect the diner's dining experience. When it comes to taking advantage of the opportunity to smear others, Shengjiu said that he is the best at it. When the uncles heard this, they thought, the youngest son of the aunt is here to take over the restaurant left by her grandfather. Who is this person? Shengjiu repeatedly expressed his gratitude and apology, and also apologized to the other diners. After all, it disturbed other people's meals. Shengjiu quickly returned to the kitchen, and his smile faded. She was not in a hurry to deal with Gu Deming, but prepared delicious food for the diners first. When you open for business, your customers are your top priority. As for the little trash, we'll deal with him later. Aries will be back soon. He was worried about Sheng-Jiao, so he went into the kitchen to check on him. Young boss, are you okay? Sheng-Jiao thought about it and shook his head. It's okay, I'm used to it. When her grandfather was alive, her aunt and uncle on her mother's side also often made trouble. After Grandpa passed away, those people probably felt that she had no one to protect her, so they became even more noisy. Sheng-Jiao really felt that he was used to it. After hearing this, Aries looked reluctant and a little distressed. But he didn't know what to do. He doesn't know much about the laws here.
Or
Bring people directly back to the interstellar space?
Zerk.
Oh no, it's the cold water devil crab or the black shrimp, which can swallow a person in just one bite, right? Moreover, if the person really disappears from Sheng-Jiao's side, there will be no less trouble in the future. Aries quickly realized that this was not a good idea. Now that we have guests here, it's hard to say many things. Aries quickly returned to the front desk, and at that moment 2 girls came over. They were at the table of Tianxiu fans, and when they saw the star date tea at the table of Uncle Hong and his friends, they couldn't help themselves. It was clearly a tea with a very light aroma, and even amid the overwhelming mushroom fragrance, one could not smell anything.
But
The 2 people just felt that the light-colored tea was shaking with an alluring smell. The 2 girls were the first to lose control and thought, let's just do 68, since they had already come. Of course, the 2 girls did not deny that part of the reason they came here was because of Aries. Aries thought the 2 girls wanted to add more food, but what did he hear? Add VX? Having had more contact with Sheng-Jiao in the past 2 days, Aries has also gained some understanding of this world. Naturally, he knows that this is a social software. Only, the prerequisite for joining is that he must have a mobile phone. Aries quickly smiled and said, Sorry, I don't have a cell phone at the moment. 2 girls? No, handsome guy, your reason for rejecting me should at least be sincere. Which modern person doesn't have a mobile phone? In order to make his words more credible, Aries quickly added, I just came from a remote place. Desolate planet. How come it isn't considered a remote place? Aries felt that he was not lying. 2 girls? I love him even more. What a pity. He doesn't have a cell phone. The 2 girls waved their hands and said it was okay, and then comforted her and ordered 2 cups of jujube tea to take back. After the 2 girls sat back down, they still felt reluctant. How about we get him a cell phone? Another girl disagreed. That's not a good idea. What if it hurts someone's self-esteem? Besides, there is a small boss here. Besides, raising money has a bad impact. The girl just thought about it impulsively, but was quickly persuaded to give up the idea. When the cumin mushrooms were served, they no longer cared about Aries. What handsome guy or beautiful girl? Sorry, I chose food. The aroma of cumin was very strong, and after being stir-fried at high temperature, the taste became even stronger. The fragrance of mushrooms is a light and natural aroma, like mountain streams, surrounded by green bamboos, an elegant and gentle feeling that can make you unconsciously lighten your steps and carefully try to smell its fragrance. However, although its fragrance is light, it is not weak. The fragrance of cumin becomes more intense after being heated to high temperature. However, the fragrance of the mushrooms, after rolling a few times in the flames, drifted even further. It carved out one culinary path after another of its own from the aroma of cumin, presenting its fragrance generously and domineeringly to everyone. When they smelled the flavor before, they had already enjoyed the taste of delicious food. Now again, they actually put it into their mouths and swallowed it into their stomachs. When I smelled it before, it seemed as if they had encountered nature unexpectedly, and they were shy and didn't know how to introduce themselves in a generous and appropriate manner. Nowadays, nature has opened its arms generously to embrace everyone who yearns for delicious food. It smells so good. Wow, it smells so good. Don't talk, eat me. Ah, that's the feeling. The girls are still young, and the way they express their feelings is at its most passionate. Uncle Hong and the others couldn't help but smile when they looked at the group of little girls. It's great to be young. However, they're still strong and can still eat. Can't lose. Today's mushrooms didn't produce much. Shengjiu also needs to leave some for Aries and the others. So, wait until this group of diners, either dining in or taking out, finish their meal. Today's food supply has ended. Shengjiu hung the sold-out sign he had prepared in a conspicuous place on the door, then turned around and went back. After the later customers found out that the food was sold out today, they just felt, the sky is falling again. They even came early today, but it's still sold out. Lin Qi and Sun Xiaoxiao both had a good sleep yesterday, and their mental states were different today. Colleagues also lamented, saying that even though we are working overtime, why are you two so energetic and efficient? Why do cows and horses roll up the cows and horses? Lin Qi thought that it might be the food at Xingji restaurant that nourished her soul, so her mental state was so good. Sun Xiaoxiao keenly felt that it might be the cup of jujube tea. She felt comfortable when she drank it yesterday and slept soundly last night. For people who suffer from insomnia for many years, they dare not imagine what kind of happy feeling this is. The two of them came over after finishing their work today. As a result, there was nothing left except jujube tea. Woo-woo. Even so, Sun Xiaoxiao still ordered 2 large cups with tears in her eyes. She brought her own thermos cup, which was large enough for her to take 2 cups. Lin Qi also followed her example today and brought a big cup. Seeing that Sun Xiaoxiao had ordered, Lin Qi was afraid that he would fall behind, so he also ordered. The two of them didn't have a meal, so they were not in a good mood, but thinking that they had tea, it was okay. It's somewhat of a compensation. 2 adults can still comfort themselves well. But when Man heard that the squid rice and shrimp noodles were out of stock, he cried and sat there. Shengjiu felt sorry for the child and felt helpless. I gave her the millet porridge that I had reserved for myself as a snack. Man had tried millet porridge before, and it tasted different from the one her mother bought. With his father still coaxing him, little Man pouted and reluctantly accepted the reality that he could only drink millet porridge today. The father and daughter quickly finished their meal and left, and Shengjiu hurriedly pulled down the shutter. Aries has already started cleaning up diligently. He was quick, and Shengjiu sorted out the accounts and helped him. After cleaning up, I made fried rice for Aries and the others. During the cleaning process, Aries felt uneasy and hesitated to speak several times. After cooperating with Shengjiu to prepare their lunch today, Aries finally couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Young boss, do you need help?" Aries had come across many people like Gu Deming when he was in Interstellar. It's like a dogskin plaster that can't be removed no matter what. Aries was very scared. If the man left today and came back the next day when he was not around, it would be troublesome. Shengjiu had already seen that he had something to say. It's not surprising to hear him say this now. Shengjiu didn't tell outsiders much about his family's messy affairs. Now that Aries mentioned it, Shengjiu nodded. He is indeed a trouble. Let's find something for him to do later. Although Aries didn't understand, he ate his share while Shengjiu was cooking. When the food was ready, he first delivered the meal to his teammates, explained that he had something to do, and then hurried back. While Xie Yi was smelling the fragrance of mushrooms, he asked curiously, "Commander, what are you busy with? You didn't even eat?" Xiaoming tilted his head and thought for a while. Maybe there is something wrong with the young boss. Xie Yi became nervous when he heard this. It's not serious, right? Don't delay my meal. My little boss, you can't get into trouble. Yuanyu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Say something auspicious, little fool."
Ji.
He was a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to refute Ueharayu. After Aries left, Shengjiu simply tidied himself up and changed his clothes. Seeing Aries coming back again, she smiled and waved. "Let's go, call the police." Aries thought about it, and Shengjiu had his own solution. However, it is so simple and crude. He likes it very much. He believes that professional matters should be done by professionals. But if you want to call the police, there must be a crime, right? Aries packed up quickly and followed Shengjiu out, not forgetting to ask one more question. What are we suing him for? Shengjiu started her small van and motioned for the other party to get in. Then she explained his brother sent me a lot of colorful pictures and videos. If you want to spread this kind of thing, if there are too many, you will have to go for a half-moon tour. Of course, for someone like Gu Deming whose case is not serious, he will probably just stay for a few days, get some education, and then be able to go home. But what if they also have a private screening room? Isn't this a serious plot? Moreover, his gang can be wiped out. Sheng Jiao explained while driving. Aries couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't know how to comment for a moment. How could the young boss be so nice? But he has such relatives. Although he didn't see Aries' expression, Sheng Jiao understood what he meant. It can't be helped. Who doesn't have some troubles in their family? This is normal. I have good relatives too. Look at my uncle's family and my aunt's family. They are all very good. My uncle has a genetic mutation. As for my aunt and uncle, maybe it's because of bad family genes. Aries already knew that Sheng Jiao's father had passed away a long time ago and his mother had remarried, so they didn't have much contact. At this time, Aries hesitated for a long time when he heard Sheng Jiao mention the people from her mother's family. Then he asked cautiously, "Your mother? Doesn't she care?" Hearing him say this, Sheng Jiao shook his head gently. If she has such ability, would those people dare to come and trouble me? Sheng Jiao's mother is soft-hearted and has no opinions of her own. Now she has a new family to take care of. How can she have the extra energy and time to take care of her? It may also be because her grandparents have taken good care of her over the years, so her mother enjoys all this with peace of mind. Want to complain? When Sheng Jiao was bullied by his aunt and uncle at the beginning, he felt resentful. Later, when he realized that complaining was useless, Sheng Jiao started to do the same as his aunt. If you don't agree, just do it. I'm not afraid of anything. Sheng Jiao said it lightly, but Aries could hear the bitterness in it. After thinking about it, he said uncertainly, I don't know if we can bring the combat robots over here. Aries thought living people can't, but dead things might be able to. But that's not necessarily the case. The mutated star mushrooms he brought with him were also alive. It was only after Sheng Jiao dealt with it that the matter became a thing of the past. So it should be possible? Sheng Jiao still yearns for this kind of high technology, but it is easy to be targeted if it is too conspicuous. She just wanted to live her life in peace. So, after thinking about it, Sheng Jiao shook his head. Instead of relying on external things, it is better to rely on yourself. I think it is more real to learn some skills by yourself. Sheng Jiao heard from Aries that their mecha could not be started because they had no energy stones. I guess it's similar for robots, right? After hearing Sheng Jiao's words, Aries was stunned at first, but after reacting, he nodded. If you need it, we can help you. They were able to survive because of the small boss's special shop. Therefore, Aries is grateful to Sheng Jiao. If he could help Sheng Jiao, that would be good. At least he would feel more at ease. Do you want to learn from Aries? Sheng Jiao thought about it and thought it was okay, so she nodded happily. Okay, when we get back, I won't be open at night, so let's practice more. After training well, she will start the 2.0 version of Brave StarCraft. How can it be just a one-time trip? She wants to go again. Moreover, the system said that there might be more dangerous planes in the future. If she didn't practice in advance, she might not be able to escape when the time comes. The two of them quickly finalized the agreement and went to the police station. Although Sheng Jiao blocked these people, he kept the evidence and never deleted it. Fortunately, she usually has a tablet to play with, so her requirements for a mobile phone are not too high. Therefore, even if there are a lot of things stored, it will not affect the daily fluency of the phone. Gu Deming and his two brothers have given Sheng Jiao a lot of things in recent times. All kinds of disgusting words and disgusting pictures. Sheng Jiao sometimes wonders if some people have lost their bottom line after being single for too long and their mental state starts to become touching. Gu Deming is okay. He just wants money. Gu Deming's elder brother, Sheng Jiao's blood cousin, he even wanted Sheng Jiao to marry him. Sheng Jiao. How many years has the Qing dynasty fallen? Brother, we are close relatives. The law does not allow us to get married. Moreover, if you want to get married, I must marry you? What kind of bandit mentality is this? The problem is, Sheng Jiao's aunt actually thinks there's nothing wrong with this, as it's a good thing to keep the wealth within the family. If Sheng Jio marries cousin Gu, she won't have to worry about the restaurant because it will belong to her. Her aunt had called Sheng Jio many times because of this matter. After Sheng Jio scolded her a few times, he blocked her. Sheng Jio has kept their call records, recordings, and VX messages, and they can all be used as evidence. Looking at the evidence that Sheng Jio brought out and the explanation she provided, the police officer who received her almost couldn't control his expression. He thought to himself, what kind of people are these? However, he still had his professional ethics and didn't want to curse them. Sheng Jio provided all the necessary evidence here, and also provided a piece of information. That is, Gu Deming and his group of spiritual friends also have a private screening room. Police, wow. After finishing the matter here, Sheng Jio and Aries went back. After hanging up the sign indicating that the shop was closed at night, Sheng Jio and Aries took inventory, while the other cleaned. After packing up, the two went upstairs and ventured into the interstellar space again. This is Sheng Jio's second official visit. Because of Aries' departure, Xie Yi and the others were worried that something might have happened to Sheng Jio. Now that they saw the boss was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. Aries briefly told his teammates the main purpose of Sheng Jio's visit today. Train. In other words, it strengthens one's own military strength. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi raised his hand and said, I can do this. I'm really good at it. Thinking about the projects during his recruit training, Xie Yi was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Sheng Jio smiled gratefully at Xie Yi's enthusiasm. After Aries finished speaking, he worked out a simple training plan with Yuan Yu. When Xie Yi heard this, he felt a little disappointed as it had nothing to do with him. However, they've been staying here all the time, facing either Zerg or mutated plants every day. It is rare for them to meet someone, so he is still very happy. Xie Yi quickly adjusted his mentality. After Aries made a plan, he briefly told Sheng Jio about it. Considering that you haven't had any high-intensity training before, let's start with running, build the basics first, and then think about ways to improve intensity and endurance. I will form a circle with my teammates in a while. This is to ensure your safety. I also hope that you don't have too much psychological burden. Let's run 1,000 meters first to see how well you're adapting, and then decide on the rest. After Aries finished speaking, he looked at Sheng Jio and asked, what do you think of this plan? Sheng Jio didn't understand these, but he thought that the other party was the commander and should be very professional. For a plan like this, he might not have needed to do it himself in the past, right? Thinking of this, Sheng Jio nodded. You can try it. After the plan was discussed, everyone took action. Aries and his teammates directly surrounded an area, forming a circle to ensure Sheng Jio's safety as much as possible. When Sheng Jio was surrounded by a group of men and women over 1.8 meters tall, she had a subtle feeling. How to say it? I saw a joke on the internet before that said, I person is the toy of E person. Sheng Jio felt that he was not an I person, but he was not an E person in the full sense of the word either. But at this moment, she felt like an alien toy. Although it was subtle, Sheng Jio was not going to waste the opportunity. She quickly warmed up and started running. For safety reasons, their encirclement was not large, only 200 meters. You have to run 5 laps to complete 1,000 meters. Sheng Jio usually needs to cook, and he actually has good arm strength and physical strength. When she ran to the 4th lap, she was a little out of breath, but she could still hold on. After 1,000 meters, Sheng Jio's legs felt a little heavy. Aries and the others did not move, but asked loudly, Can you still hold on? This really works. Sheng Jio quickly re-entered the running circle. You can't stop. Once you stop, your endurance will drop to the bottom, and it will be difficult to run again. At 1,000 meters, Sheng Jio was still only breathing slightly. When we reached 2,000 meters, Sheng Jio felt
The air is a bit thin.
At 3,000 meters, Sheng Jio's condition was better than before, probably because his body had adapted. Just when I was about to hold on for another 4,000 meters, I heard Aries shouting, Little boss, go back to the restaurant. The other party's voice was high and urgent. Sheng Jio realized something was wrong and directly opened the door handle. Before she entered the house, She turned her head and saw rows of big mouths with a slight bluish color in white rushing towards her. After a long pause, Shengjiu quietly opened the door.
Bang!
A large bluish-white mouth slapped on her door frame. Shengjiu. She was so scared that she closed the door immediately. After closing the door, he used his body to hold it shut. It took a while before he reacted. Just looking at that big thing just now, with her small body, she could easily lift more than 20 of them. Therefore, her blocking was useless. After taking a deep breath, Shengjiu asked the system, "What is that?" "Cold water, mutant octopus." When he heard that it was an octopus, Shengjiu realized belatedly what those blue and white mouths he had seen before were. Octopus suction cups. If I had seen such scenes before, I would have felt fear and disgust deep in my heart. After hearing that this thing was an octopus, Shengjiu's mentality became very peaceful. She could even calmly ask, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious and chewy." "Shengjiu, slurp. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore." But thinking that it was just a mutation, Shengjiu asked again, "It's not poisonous, right? Not poisonous." After knowing that it was food, Shengjiu quietly opened the door again. A huge bluish-white tentacle instantly stretched out in front of her. There is a barrier at the anchor point, which provides good protection for Shengjiu. That tentacle was really huge, and the suction cups on it seemed to be moving in big mouthfuls. When it was filmed, the holes moved irregularly, giving people a very scary visual impact. Shengjiu slowly closed the door again. "The ingredients are good, but they are terrible. Or I'd better wait and eat the ready-made ones." Shengjiu muttered softly. "After the door opened just now, I scanned it and saw Aries and the others were running for their lives."
Shengjiu? Ah?
They can't beat him either. Normally, they should be able to fight, but the cost might not be proportional to the gain. They have to hold back for the sake of retreat. After hearing the system's explanation, Shengjiu understood. Aries and his team are currently repairing their intelligent brain and want to send out a distress signal. In addition, they're also working hard to find energy stones. If they had energy stones that could activate the mecha, they could also go back by themselves. However, the reason why the desolate planet is called the desolate planet is because of the shortage of energy stones, so it has not been mined and developed. So, what should you do if you encounter a cold water mutant octopus? Run away first. The ingredients are good, but life is more important. Shengjiu felt it was a pity that he couldn't get such ingredients. She shook her head gently. "It's a bit regrettable. How about you give it a try?" "Shengjiu." A question mark slowly appeared above her head, and she soon said in surprise, "With my tiny arms and legs, can I feed an octopus with its suckers?" "That won't be enough to feed it, right? You have the anchor point protection barrier. What are you afraid of? You open the door as bait, and then come back. The anchor point will cut the food for you." "Shengjiu, are you willing to risk your life for a bite to eat?" "However, why am I a little moved?" The system said that it would protect the host's safety. After all, they have to have a reason to bind to the host. The host fell off this time, and I don't know when I can find a suitable one next time. Shengjiu took a deep breath. "I'll trust you once." Shengjiu wanted to be the bait, but he didn't do it on impulse. She went to the warehouse to look for tools and finally found a half-meter-long machete. After swinging the knife back and forth a few times to get a feel for it, Shengjiu went out with the knife. When the door was opened, a tentacle hit the door again. Shengjiu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked anxiously, "Didn't Aries and the others escape? Why is it still here with me?" This is normal. The mutant octopus tentacles are more than 30 meters long and weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. The tentacles are slightly elastic. Otherwise, how could they have such a chewy and elastic texture? Shengjiu thought, "If you say this thing is delicious, then I won't be sleepy." She took the watermelon knife, took a deep breath, and then stepped out. Hold the machete tightly with one hand and the door handle tightly with the other. If the situation goes wrong, run for your life immediately. The mutant octopus was indeed chasing Aries and the others, but it's so huge. You see it run more than 30 meters away, and then look back.
Huh?
Why is there still more than 60 meters left? Because the other tentacles have not yet unfolded, and because the octopus has a secondary brain on its tentacles. When Shengjiu appeared, he also attracted the other party's attention. Octopus. A question mark slowly appeared on its head.
Huh.
Is there anyone else here? The octopus's tentacles twitched, and then it stretched out 2 free tentacles and rushed towards Shengjiu. Shengjiu had already made preparations. While adapting to the visual impact of the giant object, she also needed to aim at the right position. If the situation is not right, turn back immediately. While going back, you also need to control the speed. If she moves too slowly, she will become a ghost under the claws of the octopus. The speed is too fast, and I am afraid that the anchor point will be difficult to cut. After all, this meat. It looks very chewy and elastic at first glance. It would be a shame not to cut more. The mutant octopus was very fast. After all, its tentacles were very sensitive and very long. When it realized something was wrong, it probably thought for about a second, then it darted away, and both tentacles moved at the same time. That scene. Shengjiu had seen it before, and had barely gotten used to it, but he was still deeply shocked. She overcame her fear as best she could, then opened the door handle and went back at an eerie speed.
Bang!
The door closed. Shengjiu gasped for breath and asked, "Did you cut it?"
Cut to it.
Picture the system not only told her, but also popped up the corresponding picture for her. The anchor point is worthy of being an anchor point. It directly cut off a tentacle that was about 10 meters long. Shengjiu was shocked after reading it. Is it this long? It has followed all the way here? She didn't even dare to think about how cold her body would be if she was entangled by these 10-meter-long tentacles. 2 sticks weigh more than 60 kilograms, a great harvest. Hearing the weight, Shengjiu breathed a sigh of relief. So many, it's really a great harvest. If we hadn't decided to close tonight, there would be so many octopuses. It can be stir-fried, blanched, or made into small meatballs. The process of making the meatballs is a bit complicated, but the spicy stir-fry tastes amazing. However, octopus requires higher cooking temperature than squid. If the cooking time is not right, the food will be so tough and unpalatable that you'll doubt your life. However, Shengjiu is still very confident in his cooking skills. Her grandfather said that she probably inherited her father's extraordinary cooking skills. The system has processed the ingredients. In the evening, dried tea made from green ginseng and exploding lotus seeds will also be delivered. The quantity is not large. After drying, it is about 60 grams. But if you take 2 to 3 tablets a day, you should be able to drink it for a while. Whether these doses can cure my aunt depends on her physical condition and various indicators. The system cannot guarantee that after drinking this tea, my aunt will have no worries in her life. We need to wait and see what happens next. To Shengjiu, this probably meant, the more the better. The harvest of 2 octopus claws was already very good, and Shengjiu's training intensity today was not small, so she was not prepared to take any more risks. Today's octopus. He gave some of it to Aries and the others as dinner, and ate some of it for himself. Freeze the rest and share with family and friends. Shengjiu is unsure about the situation with Aries and the others, so he can't take a shower for the time being and has to wait for news. An hour passed, and there was still no news from Aries and the others. The ingredients for the system arrived first. Shengjiu first took a photo of the lotus seed tea for Shengxiu and sent it to him. Xingji Bistro. Sister, come and get it when you have time. Ask someone for a box of ginseng and lotus seed tea. Let Annie drink it and see if it can help. Shengxiu. I'll get it tomorrow. After returning home, my aunt had a poor appetite, but she drank the millet porridge with ginseng juice with great relish. In the afternoon, Shengxiu tried adding some lean meat and vegetables to the millet porridge. Her mother didn't complain and drank it all. This made Shengxiu feel that Shengjiu was her god. Whatever Shengjiu gets must be good.
What?
Ginseng da. That's even better?
Ah?
There are lotus seeds behind it?
Didn't see it.
Then I saw ginseng. If it wasn't so late and her driving skills weren't so poor, Shengxiu actually wanted to come over tonight. The two sisters talked for a while, and Shungjio did not hide it from her and told her about Gu Deming's coming. Shungsiu was so angry that she turned around and complained to her mother. After she finished telling the truth, she remembered that her mother was sick. After hearing this, the eldest aunt was indeed angry. She sneered and said, "I am sick, not dead. Wait for me to find someone from the Gu family. Gu Deming's hometown is in the village next to theirs. I know my aunt and the others." She asked Uncle Xingjio to drive his electric tricycle to take her over for a fight. "Uncle, you are sick. Take a good rest." But I dare not say it. In the end, Shang Zishuan came over and persuaded the man to stop. Then he drove to his grandfather's village and told his grandmother about it. After hearing this, my grandmother, who had the same personality as Aunt Shungjio, picked up her sickle and went to Lao Gu's house. The battle was said to be very exciting. Grandma Shun gave birth to 4 daughters in total. She had no sons at home, but she was not bullied in the village. This was all because the old lady had a bad temper and would fight back if she didn't obey. The old lady waved her sickle and said, "If you dare to mess with Xiaojiu again, I will chop off the thing of your Gu family men and feed it to the dogs." Everyone in the Gu family. So, what did those idiots of Gu Deming do? Isn't it good to live? They are so carefree outside, but they are making them suffer in the village?
No.
They're going to find him. If they don't live well, they can't let Gu Deming's family live well either. Sheng Jiu couldn't help laughing for a long time when she heard Sheng Xiu live broadcast the grand battle to her in the voice chat. Grandma Sheng is a very nice person. Even though she has no blood relationship with Sheng Jiu, she treats Sheng Jiu as her own granddaughter because her aunt loves her. Among the squid and shrimp meat that Sheng Jiu asked the aunt and the others to take back, part of it was also shared with the other party. While Sheng Jiu was listening to the noise, there was a knock on the door. She quickly put down her phone and went to open the door. Aries and the others ran all night. When they came back, they were all in a mess. Aries was too embarrassed to come in, so he just said in a low voice, "Excuse me, boss. Turn on the water." Sheng Jiu quickly boiled water, then asked Aries if he could have spicy fried octopus feet. After hearing this, Aries swallowed subconsciously. "Spicy fried octopus feet? Can you eat the thing that caused them to escape for a whole night?" The mucus all over his body exuded an indescribable fishy smell. However, Sheng Jiu now says that the meat of this thing is very delicious. Slurp. Others said that Aries might still have doubts. But if Sheng Jiu said, the credibility is very high. Soon, Aries realized another problem. "You went out hunting?" Sheng Jiu didn't lie and told him about his own routine. Aries. Therefore, he had to be thankful that she reacted quickly and said in advance that she could work as a handyman to earn money for her meals. Otherwise, when Sheng Jiu can get the ingredients by himself, how will they eat? Aries sighed in his heart and did not forget to praise him. "Young boss is awesome." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. There was also mucus hanging on the gloves, and when the hands moved, the mucus was still sliding down. The scene was a little funny, and Aries smiled awkwardly. Sheng Jiu also thought it was funny, but she was afraid that she would laugh too loudly and make Aries embarrassed, so she controlled herself and said, "The commander is also excellent." After the two of them exchanged some business talks, Aries and the others went to wash up. Sheng Jiu went downstairs to fry the octopus feet. The blanching process of octopus requires more time than that of squid. Sheng Jiu controls the time well, then takes it out, heats the oil in a pan, and stir-fries the sauce. Aries and the others can eat spicy food, and Sheng Jiu can too. Moreover, the base sauce that Grandpa made is not actually very spicy, but more of a rich and fragrant flavor. When the base aroma is fragrant, it is already tempting enough. After the fresh octopus claws are put into the pot, the neatly cut little claws are like running elves, constantly turning and jumping in the pot, releasing their gentle yet domineering fresh fragrance. Every time Sheng Jiu stirred the wok, it was like a layer of waves passing by his nose, lapping at it gently and slowly, and then leaving a salty and fragrant smell on the ground before leaving in a leisurely manner. The waves left, but the fresh and fragrant smell remained for a long time, making people unable to help but yearn for it. Shengju swallowed, then waved the spatula while counting the time in his mind. She didn't use too many embellishments, just base sauce, shredded green peppers, and shredded carrot. Stir-fry slightly to allow the base sauce to blend with the fresh aroma, then you can serve it on a plate. After a long time, the fresh fragrance of the ocean is still there, but the meat may not be as chewy and crispy. After serving one portion, Shengjiu served another bowl of rice. She was going to taste the food first. It's time for dinner now. Many people rushed over subconsciously, only to find out. Hey, why is it closed again? No, young boss, don't be so willful. If you keep doing this, we'll come again tomorrow. However, the door was closed, but the fragrance was still there. Why is it so fresh? Seafood again? It smells like the squid rice from before, but it feels a little different. Young boss, if you have the guts to stop operating, then you have the guts to stop cooking. Maybe it's also a food tasting? That's normal. It's not normal for my stomach, wha. Diners come and go, and those attracted by the aroma can't help but stay and complain. Li Cheng next door wanted to smell the familiar fragrance, but he was actually a little absent-minded. Who could resist such a fragrance? The problem was that he could only smell it but not taste it. Young boss, you are too willful. If you say you won't open the door, then you won't open it. Li Qingxiang thought that if he sold it at such a high price. He too. After the spicy fried octopus was served, Shengjiu took a small bite first. The first feeling when you take a bite is a slight spicy taste, as if the chili pepper brings the freshness of nature, rushing to the tip of your tongue, slowly dancing with its aroma. Take another bite. Gently bite the chewy octopus claws, and the fresh and fragrant taste instantly explodes in your mouth. It's like the waves hitting one another, and then gently falling on the tip of your tongue. When the waves leave, they take away all the sand and gravel, leaving only traces of freshness, still blooming warmly on the tip of your tongue, leaving you with a lingering aftertaste. The octopus meat is crispy and chewy. Shengjiu manages time very well, so the food tastes great and is fresh and fragrant, satisfying people's expectations and yearning for delicious food to the greatest extent. At this moment, the body is soothed and the soul is satisfied. It seems that no matter how many worries and helplessness there are, they can be temporarily put aside and just enjoy the beauty and comfort of this moment. I am enjoying food and savoring life. Shengjiu squinted his eyes in satisfaction, then took another mouthful of the fragrant rice with a slight aftertaste. A bite of octopus, a bite of rice. The most satisfying moment in life is probably the moment of enjoying beauty. Whether it is delicious food, beautiful women, or other beautiful things. Beautiful things can always make people put aside their worries temporarily. Shengjiu was just savoring the moment when there was a knock on the door upstairs. Okay. The system upgrade is complete, and new functions have been added. The system's previous feedback was responded to quickly. Now that the door upstairs was knocked, there was no need for Shengjiu to open it himself. As long as Shengjiu agrees, the system can open the door automatically. However, considering the possibility of new diners, Shengjiu went upstairs to open the door himself. Aries and the others finally packed up. He used to be a sticky, dirty, and old commander, but now he has been completely renewed and transformed into a young and handsome man. Aries' first reaction when he saw Shengjiu was, "She is so fresh." After a careful sniff, I found that Shengjiu should be cooking downstairs. Thinking of the delicious food, Aries' eyes suddenly lit up. Is it the taste of octopus? Shengjiu nodded. Do you want to eat now? I haven't fried it yet. Although Aries was looking forward to it, he was not in a hurry. He nodded and followed in. Let me help you. The two of them went downstairs and started stir-frying over a high fire. The aroma was even richer and more fragrant than before, and they both rushed out domineeringly through the rolling door. Li Cheng thought, "No, is this how you test food? How many portions do you have to cook with such a high fire? Can you give him some?" He had just seen off a group of guests and finally had some free time. Li Cheng couldn't help but picked up his phone and asked Shengjiu on VX. AAA hot braised duck. What is the boss doing? It smells so good. At this moment, Sheng Jiu was bathing in the gentle fragrance of the ocean. He could no longer hear any sounds from the outside world, let alone pay attention to his cell phone. Sheng Jiu had already tasted them and had developed a little resistance to these flavors. But Aries didn't. At this moment, smelling the overbearing aroma, which kept drilling into his nose, Aries thought, mutant octopus. When Aries smelled the fragrance, he thought, the mutant octopus is not impossible to kill. When Aries ate the spicy fried octopus, his mind changed. He thought, what's wrong with the mutant octopus? Can it be killed without a mecha and a thunder cannon? That's impossible. He can also fight in close combat. What? Can't beat him? That's impossible. Although he is a commander, his combat ability is also among the best in the Empire. Tonight, he is going to kill the mutant octopus. Kill 2. Woo woo. The spicy fried octopus is delicious. The octopus meat is chewy, and when you take a bite, it's chewy yet soft. Beneath the firm, thick and soft meat is the fresh fragrance of the ocean, which slowly blooms as it is bitten open layer by layer. Like the sea, it gently extends its hand and gives you a sweet and fragrant hug. Aries took a satisfied breath, feeling the salty smell enveloping him, and felt, I am full of strength. He wants to kill the mutant octopus now. If he had known that this thing was so delicious, he would have killed it long ago. Although it was difficult to kill, there were many of them. While Aries was eating, Sheng Jiu was not idle either. She hadn't finished her previous portion yet. Sheng Jiu was not as fast as Aries. She ate slowly and occasionally drank a sip or two of jujube tea. But not much, because I was afraid that drinking too much water would dilute the stomach acid, so I just drank a few sips to satisfy my craving. By the time Sheng Jiu finished eating, Aries had already eaten his 6th portion. Sheng Jiu. Okay, she'll go fry it again now. There is a group of teammates there who are crying out for help. Sheng Jiu started frying again skillfully. Li Shenxian. Boss, why don't you take a look at your phone? I wonder how many people are outside. Are they almost fainting from greed? The diners who didn't know the news came over and smelled the aroma and didn't want to leave. Some people smelled the smell of seafood and guessed that if they couldn't have it today, they should have it tomorrow. But if they cooked so much, why didn't they open the store? Does the boss need a food taster? I can pay for it myself. Please, open the door. After being intoxicated by the aroma, the diners started to go crazy. Fortunately, they all controlled their behavior and did not actually knock on the door. By the time the aroma wafting from the store became fainter, Aries had already eaten his fill and carried out another 40 meals. Before leaving, he specifically explained, Young boss, leave it alone. I'll be back to collect it later. Sheng Jiu responded loudly. After Aries left, she took a quick shower to wash off the oil smoke on her body. Then she packed up the remaining octopus meat and froze it. She couldn't go back to the village for the time being, so she kept it in the freezer and waited for Sheng Xiu to come and take it back. After putting it away, Sheng Jiu finally had time to look at his phone. Seeing Li Qingxiang's message first, she replied embarrassedly, saying that she was busy and didn't see it. At the same time, she said that if she had the chance, she would cook spicy fried octopus. Li Qingxiang. I was so greedy before that I ordered a small seafood dish with sauce, but after taking 2 bites, I found it hard to swallow. Now, after seeing Sheng Jiu's reply, I feel that this dish is not worth it. He wasted more than $100. Wow, do you know how many hours it takes for him to earn more than 100 yuan? Li Chen wanted to wipe away his tears and replied to the message, saying that it was okay and he could wait. In addition to Li Qingxiang, Lin Qi and others who had added him on VX before also came to ask. Sheng Jiu felt that her business hours were not very stable, so she actually needed to create a group. If you have any questions, please let the group know in advance so that more diners can know the normal business hours. Thinking of this, she created a group overnight, added Lin Qi and the others in, then took a screenshot of the QR code and sent it to the boss she had added at the copy shop before, asking him to help print a few copies. The 2 people briefly discussed the required quantities on VX, calculated the money, and then agreed on a time to pick up the items. After finishing his work, Shang Jio casually checked his circle of friends. There were all kinds of mixed messages, and before he could read them carefully, a call came in.
Qing.
Shang Jio's biological mother. Seeing her incoming call, Shang Jio raised his eyebrows, wondering in his heart why the other party called at this time. Most likely it's because I called the police myself, right? Thinking of this, Shang Jio sighed. After the call was connected, Shang Jio just responded, but didn't rush to speak. Lu Qing didn't know what to say to Shang Jio. Mother and daughter. The relationship is not really close. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Qing asked in a low voice, "Your cousin, isn't it that Gu Deming is looking for trouble with you?" At first, Lu Qing wanted to say, "Your cousin," but she probably guessed that Shang Jio would not want to hear it, so she changed her words temporarily. Shang Jio didn't hide it either and replied calmly, "Yeah." After listening to this, Qing was silent for a while. After a while, she whispered, "I'm sorry, it's my fault that I'm not capable." After hearing this, Shang Jio was also silent, but it didn't last long. "It's okay, I don't blame you." Shang Jio is no longer at the age where she longs for her mother to stand up and protect her. Now, she can protect herself. So, no expectations, no disappointment, and nothing to resent. She had seen how her mother protected her younger brother. At that time, Lu Qing was like an awakened lioness, looking ferocious and not to be messed with. At that time, Shang Jio understood that no one stipulated that a mother must love every child equally. No one stipulates that every child must love his mother. She was grateful to her mother for giving her life and for loving her for several years. Shang Jio was willing to understand his mother's difficulties, but that was where it ended. She couldn't give Lu Qing the mother-daughter love she wanted. Shang Jio had never experienced being loved from beginning to end, so she didn't know how to respond. Nowadays, the best way to get along is to not disturb each other and contact each other occasionally. Shang Jio even breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Lu Qing called and said sorry instead of blaming him. She thought, at least her mother didn't stand on the other side in a foolish way, and she was already satisfied. Lu Qing also knew that she and Shang Jio were not close. Even after she remarried, she hadn't seen Shang Jio for several years for the sake of her new life, and didn't even call him. It was not far away, but it seemed to have disappeared. By the time Lu Qing realized what was happening, time had already gone. Listening to Shang Jio's words at this time, Lu Qing felt uncomfortable, sour, and awkward, but she didn't want to blame Shang Jio. Lu Qing opened her mouth for a long time before she whispered, "Take care of yourself." Shang Jio responded softly, "Yeah, I know." The mother and daughter were silent for a long time. Finally, Lu Qing couldn't stand the silence anymore. After saying something, she hung up the phone first. After Shang Jio hung up the phone, before he had time to feel sad, he heard someone knocking on the door upstairs, and at the same time the system reminder sounded. When Shang Jio heard that it was a new customer, she stood up and rushed upstairs. She put her hand on the door handle and asked hesitantly, "Is it safe?" To ensure safety, diners will be physically eliminated when necessary. Shang Jio: "No, just kick him out." She doesn't want to be responsible for a death for no reason. Knowing that the system would ensure his safety, Shang Jio boldly opened the door. As a result, a cold knife with a cold glow suddenly stretched out in front of him. Along with the sharp knife, there was also a low, hoarse voice. "Don't move." Shang Jio:
No.
"Where's the safety you promised?" The knife was pointed directly at Shang Jio's throat. She even suspected that if she had stepped back a step later, the knife would have stabbed her neck directly. "Do we have a protective barrier?" After hearing the system's reminder, Shang Jio's wildly beating heart calmed down a little. She didn't close the door immediately because the man pointing the knife at her said "Don't move," and then fell straight on her. Along with it, there is also a sharp knife. The last time Aries fell, Shang Jio was kind enough to help him up. But this time, Shang Jio dodged swiftly, causing the opponent to fall to the ground with a bang. That sound hurts. However, Shang Jio did not have the slightest sympathy. After the man fell to the ground, she even ran to the bathroom, took the cleaning gloves and put them on, then grabbed the man's clothes and prepared to throw him out. She didn't want violent diners. There are thousands of diners. If it doesn't work, we can change. Without him, there are still others. He has the communicator parts that Ares and his team need. When the system saw Shengjiu's actions, it explained. Shengjiu paused for a moment. He is also from StarCraft?
Right.
After hearing what the system said, Shengjiu hesitated for a moment. As a result, the man seemed to come back to life and suddenly stretched out his hand as if to grab something. When Shengjiu saw that something was wrong, he suddenly burst into energy and pushed the person out. What Shengjiu expected was that she would quickly throw the person out and then close the door. As a result, the opponent was too tall. Shengjiu struggled to throw the man's upper body out, but ended up with a pair of long legs that had nowhere to go, still inside the door. The door is stuck by the long legs and can't be closed. Shengjiu saw off the leg? After realizing what terrible thing he was thinking, Shengjiu shook his head frantically. Crazy, crazy. It must be in the afternoon. I cut too many octopus claws. This is a human leg. The man was still somewhat conscious when Shengjiu threw him so roughly. Okay, totally passed out. Shengjiu was worried and didn't dare to look. But it's not a good idea for someone to just stand there at the door. Is he dead? Shengjiu asked the system as he lifted the other person's long legs with difficulty and prepared to throw him out. No, I just fainted. Not fainted from hunger, but injured. Shengjiu thought. She is not a doctor, and she can't save him, so why not just throw him away and forget about it?
What?
How could she be so heartless to watch him die without saving him? She didn't even see that the other party wanted to kill her. When they first met, the knife almost stabbed her neck right through. Just like that, he still wants her to save him? Impossible. However, the other party still has the communicator parts that Ares needs. Thinking of this, Shengjiu stopped what he was doing and started to take off the other person's clothes and check the things on his body. When Ares came over, what he saw was Shengjiu working together. Ares.
This.
Shengjiu also heard the footsteps. She looked up and found Ares looking at her in disbelief. Shengjiu. No, listen to my excuse. Oh no, explain it.
Wrong.
What am I explaining? I'm looking for parts for you. Shengjiu was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the unconscious man and said, Didn't you say you needed parts to repair the communicator or the intelligent computer? I see he's wearing something similar to you. Maybe he has some. Looking at the man whose clothes were unbuttoned, revealing his chest, and whose belt was unbuttoned, revealing the edge of his underwear, Ares felt an inexplicable chill. He should be thankful that he woke up quickly when he fainted from hunger. Thinking of this, Ares swallowed and said with difficulty, How about I do it? Ares had just delivered the meal and was about to rush over when he heard something unusual. After checking with his teammates, he found that the unusual thing had disappeared, so they returned to the camp. Because of the unusual things, Ares was worried about Shengjiu. After briefly explaining to his teammates that they might have to kill the mutant octopus that night, he hurried over. As a result, there really is something unusual. But that person, it looks somewhat familiar. Ares spoke as he moved closer, naturally taking over Shengjiu's position and stripping the man's clothes off again. If it wasn't for the purpose of looking for spare parts, Shengjiu didn't want to just take off the clothes of the strange man. Now that someone took over, she naturally withdrew. To show her disgust, she also moved the man's other leg out of the house. Seeing this, Ares nodded and said, Little boss, you are doing the right thing. This man is called Bull, and he is an interstellar pirate, notorious throughout the galaxy. At this point, Ares hesitated a little, that although he may not be particularly bad in nature, he has very poor principles and a low bottom line. Pirate? When Shengjiu heard these two words, he felt a chill on his back. No wonder. Just use the knife as soon as you meet. After hearing this, Shengjiu turned back to the bathroom, took the mop and started mopping the door. Her land is dirty. Woohoo, pirates. Looking at Shengjiu's actions, Ares wanted to laugh, but was afraid of angering the little girl, so he tried hard to hold it back. He searched Bull's body 3 times but found nothing useful. Ares couldn't help but frown.
Could it be?
The other party also came to the desolate planet by accident and brought nothing with him? He touched Bull from head to toe again, uncertainly. Shengjiao.
Drog.
After looking at Bull, Ares turned his gaze to Bull's sword that was shining with cold light. When an uninformed person came and saw the sword, he thought it was a child's toy. Because its material looks shiny and it really glows. Bull was searched all over his body, but except for the space button, no usable parts were found anywhere else. Ares thought the other party's intelligent brain should not be placed in the space button, right? So, he turned his attention to the opponent's sword. The hilt of the sword. It is a cool shell that wraps the intelligent brain. After peeling off the shell, the opponent's intelligent brain is revealed. This thing either requires a password or face recognition. Ares tried it and found that the face recognition could not be used. This is normal. In order to prevent myself from fainting or other accidents, my smart brain may be blocked by others. Therefore, a password is still required. Shengjiao almost dragged the ground to sensitive skin, and then she stopped her actions. Seeing Ares squatting there without saying anything, she asked curiously, "No?" Ares shook his head. "Yes, but I don't have the password, so I can't open it." After listening to Ran, Shengjiao thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, "How about waking him up?" Ares felt that there was no better way, so he conjured up a rope. Shengjiao. Wow, space button, folding high technology. Shengjiao understood as soon as the system explained it. In fact, even if Shengjiao didn't say it, he had some guesses in his mind. After all, in the interstellar age, it is normal for technology to be more advanced. Ares took out a special rope made by the military and Paul. Ares's binding method. Well, the Zongzi makes me cry just by looking at it. He bowls hands and feet separately first, then folded them back, and then tied his hands and feet together. At the same time, in order to maintain Bull's stability, he wrapped the remaining rope around him several times. After ensuring that even if there were metal ends on this person's body, he would not be able to break the rope and run away, Ares tied a knot with confidence. The knot was so fancy that Shengjiao didn't understand it. But it's definitely complicated. After everything was done, Ares raised his hand and patted Paul's face. Not awake. I patted his chest again and found it was rising and falling slightly, but he was not awake. Ares struggled for a long time, and Shengjiao felt a little sorry for him. Could it be that he is too seriously injured and can't wake up? Ares. Well, he had seen his colleagues' interrogation process of pirates so many times before that he thought they would just go straight to the interrogation and forget about their injuries. Thinking about the wounds on the other person's body when he was stripping off his clothes just now, Ares followed his memory and revealed the places where Bull was injured. There was a half-arm long wound on the lower back. It was no longer bleeding, but the skin and flesh were turned inside out, looking very horrifying. This is the longest wound on the opponent's body, and there are many smaller wounds in other places. Ares took a quick look and frowned. He needs medicine. But Ares and the others.
No.
Shengjiao was not sure whether the interstellar people's physique could be used with iodine or hydrogen peroxide. But why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Shengjiao pointed to the room where he slept and said, "I have a medicine box. Wait for me for a moment." Shengjiao quickly went to get the medicine box. There are some common medicines in the medicine box, as well as things like iodine. Thinking about how the other party had stabbed him with a knife before, Shengjiao still felt a little unhappy. So, she took out the hydrogen peroxide first. Let's clean his wound first. While speaking, Shengjiao also changed a pair of gloves. Although there is an anchor point treatment, Shengjiao is afraid that this person has other problems and wants to prevent them from being transmitted to her. Necessary protection is still necessary. Put on the gloves and take out the hydrogen peroxide. Ares smelled the scent of these things and felt a little familiar. Thinking that they should be useful, he did not stop them. Afraid that Bull would struggle again during the wound cleaning, he stretched out his long legs and directly trapped the man. Seeing this, Shengjiu felt much more at ease. She openly used hydrogen peroxide to clean the other person's wound. The moment hydrogen peroxide was poured onto the wound, that sound, that reaction, those bubbles, and that sour feeling. Hiss. Shengjiu felt pain all over his body just watching this. The wound on Paul was long and deep. When the hydrogen peroxide was applied, the feeling. It's amazing. The pirate who was like a dumpling was struggling slightly while unconscious. Unfortunately, it's useless. Ares' two long legs pressed down on him, and Balksa couldn't even wake up, so naturally, he didn't struggle. Shengjiu was not in a hurry and cleaned the wound slowly. It's impossible to be faster. Who made him stab himself with a knife in the first place? Humph. I'll give you some hydrogen peroxide from the earth, so you can have a taste of my power. Shengjiu hesitated for a while before finishing the cleansing work, and then used iodine tincture for secondary disinfection. After cleaning, Shengjiu looked at the long wound and fell into silence. Ares thought that this was all right and was about to cover Bull's clothes back, but was stopped by Shengjiu. His injury needs to be sutured, right? For simple debridement and bandaging, Shengjiu is okay. But stitching. She's not a professional. How could she know these things? But without sewing, just expose it like this? When will it be better? Ares thought about it and agreed. Yes, it does need to be stitched. When he reacted, he took out a temporary tool from the space button. Shengjiu was not surprised to see him transform into a living being. What surprised her was the other party's tool.
And
No anesthetic, just sew it up like this? Shengjiu opened his mouth, and Ares was a little puzzled after seeing it. What's wrong? Shengjiu didn't hide his doubts and pointed at Bor. Hard seam? Ares nodded as a matter of course. Yes. Ares thought that Shengjiu was afraid that Bor would struggle and hurt others, so he quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm holding him down, he can't move." Shengjiu.
okay.
If it were someone else, Shengjiu would still have some sympathy. But if it is Bol, forget it. People who stab you as soon as they meet you don't deserve sympathy. Ares' movements were quick and rough. As for the beauty of the stitching, forget it as long as it can be sewn. Why do so many requirements come from? During the process, Bol must have struggled. Unfortunately, Ares ruthlessly suppressed them all. Then, Bol woke up in pain. After waking up, a pair of green eyes stared at Ares, who was right in front of him. Ares nodded politely at him. Your crime is governed by the laws of the Empire. I am only responsible for taking you back.
Bull.
Is that what I'm asking now? Bol didn't want to show weakness to Ares, but at this moment he had no strength in his body and his lower back was throbbing with pain. Compared to the pain in his body, Bol was more concerned about. Is there any water? Paul felt that Ares was telling a ghost story. He sneered. Even if you go bankrupt, I still have money. Ares had a blank expression on his face and pointed in the direction of Shengjiu. Young boss, we don't accept credit points here.
Bull.
He turned his head in confusion, met Shengjiu's curious gaze, and asked subconsciously, Then, what do you collect? Shengjiu thought about this question for a while before nodding. Star mushrooms, thorn peppers, mutant octopus claws, green radish whiskers, exploding lotus seeds. I'm not picky. Bull. What a good sentence. You're not picky. Just ask me in my current state, which of them do you think I can beat? Bull lay flat on the spot and sneered. Then just die of thirst. Ares smiled after hearing this and said, That's fine. There just so happens to be another field of jujubes coming up behind us. They may need fertilizer. Bull was so angry that his blood boiled. He wanted to compete with Ares, but found himself. Only then did Bull realize that he was tightly, Ares repeated his previous question. So, do you have money? Paul said nothing. Ares didn't care. If you don't have money, you can have sleeping soothing agent, gene repair liquid, or nourishing liquid. If it doesn't work, you always have nutrient liquid, right? What about nutrient cream? Bull didn't want to move at first, but he couldn't bear to hear Ares going too far, so he sneered, I have a used AI, do you want it? Ares heard that the things were coming, so he nodded quickly. It's okay. Bull sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? If you had an intelligent computer, you would have gone back long ago. Why are you still staying on this desolate planet? Ares spread his hands indifferently. If you don't want to give it to me, I can only use you to catch mutant octopuses. They like the smell of humans. If I use you to catch them, the mutant octopuses will definitely come out. Thinking of the terrifying touch of the mutant octopus tentacles and the sticky feeling, Bull shuddered violently. He roared, Commander Sale, don't go too far. We prisoners have human rights too. Ares. Oh.
Bull.
When I get out of this predicament, I will kill you first. Bull finally helped and handed over an abandoned intelligent brain. Shengjiu poured him a glass of juju water. Drinking the vaguely familiar taste, Bull frowned and said, Are there really star dates around here? Ares nodded. It's a high-level mutation. The star date vine is so big that it covers the sky and the earth. Paul licked his lips and said nothing, just drank the water in big gulps. After drinking a glass of water, Bull looked up at Shengjiu and asked, Anything else? Shengjiu was in no hurry to speak and turned to look at Ares. Ares understood immediately. Do you have money?
Bull.
If he wasn't, he would have jumped 3 feet high. Don't go too far. My brain is discarded. Is it worth only the price of a glass of jujube juice? Ares nodded. You also know that yours is a discarded intelligent brain, right? Don't you think about how difficult it is to kill Xingzhao and how difficult it is to take him? This is true. Although Bull looked unhappy, he did not refute anymore. He just looked at Shengjiu with an unpredictable expression. A question mark appeared above Shengjiu's head. What are you looking at? Shengjiu rolled his eyes at him and poured another glass of jujube water, but he didn't rush to give it to Bull, but turned to look at Ares. Ares quickly spoke up. Let's use you to catch mutant octopuses. The boss wants to sell spicy fried octopus claws tomorrow.
Bull.
He immediately got angry. Are you crazy? Eating mutant octopus? That thing is poisonous. After hearing this, Shengjiu vaguely understood Ares' previous evaluation of Bull. It has a bad reputation, but it is not necessarily bad in nature. Shengjiu was about to explain, but Ares was one step faster than him. The young boss can handle it. You just act as bait.
Bull.
Bull finally compromised with silence. Shengjiu fed him 2 more cups of jujube water. Then Ares took the man away. The door to the balcony was closed again. Shengjiu stood there, still holding the empty cup in her hand. After a long while, she muttered quietly, How come the customers are here, but I don't feel like I'm making money? After muttering, Shengjiu realized something else. Now that Ares and the others have an intelligent computer, can they leave? In theory, it is possible. Shengjiu. Although the reality may still be a little bit different. But I should be able to go back, right? Shengjiu felt a little empty inside, thinking that he didn't know how long it would take before he would meet new diners after they left. However, the effect of star jujube tea is still very good. Shengjiu fell asleep after cleaning up. In the dream, Shengjiu vaguely thought that he seemed to have forgotten something. It wasn't until he woke up the next day that Shengjiu realized. They didn't clean the house yesterday. When Shengjiu realized this early in the morning, he was ready to rush downstairs. I didn't clean up last night, so there won't be cockroaches, right?
No.
She is afraid too. I had just come downstairs and hadn't even washed my face when the door was knocked. Shengjiu hurriedly rubbed his face, tidied himself up, and then went to open the door. Ares stood at the door wearing a colorful outfit, holding a colorful person in his hands. Shengjiu. While seeing Shengjiu getting up, Ares breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that it was a little early to knock on the door. But he didn't clean up last night. He wanted to get up early and clean up. After seeing Shengjiu, Ares signaled her first. Please turn on the water, boss, so we can deal with it first. Shengjiu uttered twice and boiled the water quickly. After waiting for more than half an hour, there was a knock on the door again. Ares, who had cleaned up, came in carrying Paul. Paul is now in a coma. It would be strange if anyone was in good condition after being used as bait for a whole night. Moreover, he was a patient. Was there anyone who cared about him? He had a wound half an arm long on his body. Rascals. Before he fainted, Bull was still cursing. Unfortunately, it's useless. After putting the men aside, Aries began to report the results of that night's battle into the house. A cup of exploding lotus seeds. The green radish ginseng has 6 roots. 4 large barrels of mutant octopus claws. A bucket of thorn pepper. 2 barrels of star mushrooms. 2 buckets of unknown wild onions. As for the last 2 barrels, Aries was not sure whether Xingju needed them. He just happened to see them at that time and thought since he was already there, he might as well just grab them all. Seeing Xingju's eyes on them, Aries smiled embarrassedly. I saw they were all green, so I got them together. I don't know if they will be useful. Interstellar wild onions, no special effects, but taste good, and the wild onions on the deserted planets are almost pollution-free. The system explained it in a timely manner, and when Xingju heard it, he realized that there were even sautéed onions, which was great. She hurriedly thanked Aries and asked the system to process the ingredients directly. Then she cleaned up the place with Aries. Aries thought he was not picky about food, so he nodded. I'm fine with anything. Bull woke up slowly and said in a hoarse voice, I can do it too. Hurry up and give him a piece of nutritional paste. He's starving. Xingju and Aries ignored him. Bull. Wait until he escapes successfully. Xingju bought a nice piece of fresh meat before, but because the store had a system-delivered tenderloin for comparison, that piece of meat looked average. But in the system's rating, it is also an excellent piece of pork. Thinking of this, Xingju took it out of the refrigerator and asked Aries to chop the stuffing while she went to knead the dough. Although millet porridge is good, you can't drink it every day, right? So Xingju decided to make wontons this morning. Although kneading the dough is a bit troublesome, compared to the delicious food in the end, the previous hard work is actually worth it. Things like chopping stuffing. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. For someone with a strong learning ability like Aries, he can learn it after a few times. Then you can start chopping skillfully. Because of his identity and the injuries on his body, Bull was thrown at the door of the second-floor balcony. He couldn't see anything, he could only hear the trembling sounds coming from below. He calculated. What is this? Is the nutritional paste made now? At 7:30 in the morning, the system's delivery truck arrived. There are a lot of ingredients today, including star mushrooms, octopus claws, thorn peppers, and wild onions. Xingju had to make several trips to move everything back, but Aries did it in one trip. In addition to these, there are basic rice, flour, oil, and seasonings. Aries finished both trips, came back, washed his hands, and continued to chop the stuffing. Xingju's dough has been kneaded and cut out. After the wild onions were delivered, Xingju processed them again. Tender pork tenderloin, paired with a little refreshing wild onion, only needs simple seasoning to make the wonton filling very fragrant and delicious. Aries chopped the stuffing, Xingju adjusted the seasoning, and finally put in the wild onions. Wild onions must be added last to reduce the time they are in contact with other ingredients. This will best ensure that their respective aromas are not eroded or disturbed, and that their natural flavors are retained. Xingju makes yuanbao wontons. Each one is plump and cute, and just looking at them raw makes people full of reverie and yearning. Aries tried several times but couldn't wrap it well. Either it can't be wrapped or one end is wrapped but the other end is leaking. After failing several times, the commander did not give up and insisted on taking over. When it was finally wrapped into shape, Xingju was also nearing the end. Wonton soup doesn't need to be complicated. Shrimp skin can be added to the soup at the end, and it will still be fresh and delicious. All you need is a little salt, a little pepper, and some seaweed to enhance the flavor. The wonton soup has a light and lingering flavor. It is like a lazy and slow-moving person who, after getting up early, slowly prepares everything for himself. Get up slowly, dress slowly, wash slowly, slowly. Everything is slow, but it is everywhere and smells good everywhere. As the plump wontons rise and fall in the water, their fragrance becomes even more fragrant. It seemed as if the freshness and fragrance from before were only separated by a thin layer of gauze. It could be vaguely smelled, but something was missing. However, when the wontons were put into the pot and rolled up and down, the fragrance wafted out, and the layer of gauze was slowly lifted, revealing the delicious fragrance inside. Not overbearing, but long-lasting. Li Qingxiang, who lives next door, got up early in the morning to prepare the goods. He felt numb when he smelled the familiar and tempting aroma. When Shengjiu's wontons were out of the pot, pour the soup into the prepared dried shrimps. The aroma of the ocean and the meaty flavor of pork turned into wisps of white mist, rising quickly and drifting far away. Its freshness is low-key, restrained and not ostentatious, but it should not be ignored. Just like at this moment, it slowly floated out along the white mist of delicious food, embracing everyone who smelled its fresh and fragrant scent. Its embrace was shallow and light, and it separated immediately after the slightest touch. It is like the waves in the heart of a flower, gently hitting every grain of sand, but finally returning to the sea, leaving the beaten sand to guard the gentle touch and slowly recall the past. Aries was the closest, and this was his first time touching wontons. Smelling the light and faint fragrance that rose and fell in front of his nose, appearing and disappearing, he took a deep breath. In the kitchen, the temperature was getting higher and higher because of the heat from steaming. Aries looked at the fan working frantically and fell into thought. This fan. Not very good. I can't feel any coolness at all. When the wontons came out of the pot, Aries wanted to eat 2 bowls regardless of the scalding heat, but Shengjiu stopped him. Don't eat hot food all the time. Your esophagus and stomach will protest. Water over 50 degrees can scald the meat and turn it white. The hot wontons go down. Along the way, from the esophagus to the stomach, a layer of skin will be lost. Aries didn't notice this. In the past, nutrient solutions and nutrient pastes were all cold. Of course, it can be heated, but there is no such condition in wartime and in normal times. No time. They were used to eating cold food, so they were a little uncomfortable with the sudden switch to hot food. I always think the first bite is the best. Now that he was lectured by Shengjiu, Aries was not angry. He sat there, enduring the temptation of the delicious food, and gently flipped the wontons in the bowl with a spoon, trying to cool it down faster. Shengjiu also served herself a bowl. She sat opposite Aries, thought for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "Are you going back?" After hearing this, Aries' hand that was stirring the wontons paused slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Well, we contacted the operations department last night. They will send a warship to pick us up. It may take about a week. They are on a desolate planet with no scheduled air routes, so they can't get on an interstellar spaceship to go back. The operations department is preparing to send a warship to pick them up. The nearest warship is quite far away from them. Although there is no need for interstellar jumps or space folding, the feasibility of the route still needs to be considered. So, the time can be long or short, it's hard to say." Shengjiu had guessed it before. With the contact information, they could probably go back. When I hear it now, I inevitably feel a little lost. But it's okay. At this moment, she was thinking more about. Aries is gone. What will he do with his chores in the store? Although Aries is going back, he is still worried about Shengjiu. The little girl has some unreasonable relatives at home who come to cause trouble from time to time. As Aries expected, he was planning to send 2 all-round household robots to Shengjiu. But after slowly getting to know this world, I realized that the current technology in the world is not that advanced. Shengjiu is just a small restaurant owner. It would not be a good thing for her if she had too many things beyond technology. But after he left, no one could come in. Thinking of this, Aries' eyes rolled suddenly. That's right. There's a ready-made one upstairs. Thinking of this, Aries said hastily, "Don't worry about no one doing the work in the store after I leave. When I send Bull back and the trial is over, I'll let him come to your place to serve his sentence." Shengjiu. A question mark slowly floated above her head. Aries briefly explained the laws of the Empire. Pirates like Bull are not considered to be extremely evil. Therefore, the maximum sentence would be several decades, or even more than 100 years. In Aries' opinion, it doesn't matter where they work. Instead of going to the garbage planet to pick up trash, or going to the barren planet to open up wasteland, it is better to be sent to Shengjiu to work as a handyman. Not wanting Shengjiu to worry about Bull's safety, Aries quickly explained. As for safety issues, don't worry. Bull will wear special tools at that time, which will limit his mobility. The management process for guarding prisoners in Interstellar is already very high-tech. They would put special collars on the prisoners. The neck collar is used for 24-hour online monitoring. Once the prisoner makes any unusual movements, he will be given an electric shock. What about the current? The strongest person in the galaxy can be electrocuted to the point of not knowing anything after being hit by 2 waves at most. At the end, Aries thought for a moment and said, when the time comes, I can apply for another one for you, a remote control for on-site monitoring. Once you find that Bull has made any unusual movements, you can press it before the background monitoring and give him an electric shock. Shengjiu was amazed. However, she still asked carefully, although she felt that it was not very reliable to let Paul be a handyman. But why was I so moved? A 5-foot-tall man with 3 meals and a place to stay, no salary required. Shengjiu thought for a while, then asked worriedly, will it work? Aries thought about it seriously, then nodded. It should be no problem. I will negotiate with the corresponding department after I go back. Aries still has a very high status in the Empire. With him coming forward, Bull's crime will not be punishable by death. Therefore, the probability of passing is extremely high.
And
a restaurant that no one else can see. Many people would be tempted after hearing this, right? Shengjiu also thought about it for a while, then nodded in agreement for the time being. Aries still felt lost, but he also had responsibilities. So, no matter how reluctant he was, he had to leave until the rescue from the command center arrived. He lowered his head somewhat sadly, smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the bowl of wonton soup in front of him. Emotions such as reluctance and loss were slowly dissolved by the food, and then turned into wisps of white mist, floating away into the distance along with the aroma. The wontons have cooled down and are now ready to eat. Aries couldn't wait to scoop one up and put it into his mouth. It tastes warm but smooth. After the thin dough has been soaked in the delicious soup, only the silky and refreshing fragrance remains. Aries needed to hold the spoon to support himself so that the wonton would not fall directly into the bowl. He took a gentle bite. The thin dough opens easily when touched, and the pork inside is tightly wrapped. As soon as you take a bite, the freshness, fragrance, and heat waft out without stopping. Amid the strong meaty aroma, there is also a hint of the natural fragrance of wild onions. It's a very light smell, but one can smell it suddenly without realizing it. The fresh and natural aroma is like the finishing touch, giving the whole bowl of wontons a unique flavor and vitality. Aries tasted it carefully and found it tasted so good that he wanted to swallow his tongue. In the past, he actually had no idea about food. There is nothing wrong with simple and quick nutrient solution and nutrient paste. Simple, efficient, and does not require any cooking skills.
now,
Aries felt that the days he had led before were dull and meaningless. Now, there is a bowl of steaming wontons in front of him and delicious soup in the pot not far away. As long as he wants, he can start a gourmet journey anytime and anywhere. Days like this, feeling like this, seem to be what life is. Aries was not sure, but delicious food could indeed lead to depravity. However, he enjoyed this kind of degradation. Aries felt that he was not like this every day. He just indulged himself occasionally. In life, you can't push yourself too hard and live too hard. Occasional decadence can be considered a form of adjustment. Thinking of this, Aries took another sip of the delicious soup. The freshness of the dried shrimp is like the sea breeze gently blowing past your nose, carrying the moisture and fragrance of the ocean, enveloping the people who are tasting the food and slowly moving forward. A bite of wonton, a sip of soup. Aries wants. What's wrong with him indulging himself a little? Who wouldn't want a day like this? Aries ate 6 bowls of wontons in one go. Each bowl contains 10 large round wontons. There wasn't much tenderloin to begin with, so after he and Shengjiu finished eating, his companion, there is no more food. Aries realized this after he finished eating, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Without wontons, we can only make fried rice for Aries' teammates. This is simple and quick, and it is a source of happy carbohydrates, which will give you a sense of satisfaction after eating it. Shang Jiao still had some loofah that he had bought before, so he made some loofah and egg drop soup, which was just the right amount to relieve the greasy feeling caused by eating too much fried rice. The aroma of fried rice is more overbearing than that of wontons. Li Qingxiang had just finished preparing the meal and was now stewing it over low heat. A very strong aroma came from next door. Li Qingxiang shrugged his nose and said, the aroma of pure lard, and the aroma of rice, and the smell of sausage. Li Qingxiang sniffed it for a long time, then slapped his thigh and said, "This is lard fried rice." As the overbearing fragrance came over, Li Qingxiang felt that the bun in his hand instantly lost its fragrance, and it even became hateful. But these were what he often ate before. Li Qingxiang stood at the door, peeking through it and looking towards the next door. The roller shutter next door hasn't been lowered yet. So, this morning, everything is fresh and fragrant. Boss, do you have a mine at home? Such a big meal in the morning? Woohoo, so, can you take him with you? Mr. Hong and his friends sleep less as they get older. After finishing morning exercise, I strolled over here.
Then
I smelled the rich aroma of fried rice. Lard fried rice has simple ingredients, but a rich flavor. Before serving, Xingjiu sprinkled a layer of fresh wild onions on the dish. The natural aroma and the meaty flavor of lard blended perfectly together in the fierce fire and high temperature, giving off a gentle and alluring fragrance. As soon as Uncle Hong arrived at the door, he smelled this fragrance. Uncle Wu and Uncle Zhou and others who joined yesterday. I can't walk anymore. They stood at the door, smelling the aroma of fried rice, which gradually absorbed them all, but they were reluctant to leave. This lard has a pure taste. It smells good to me too. I can tell it's good pork just by smelling it.
good pork is hard to buy now.
My wife went to the countryside with someone to buy it 2 days ago. As a result, she was so exhausted that her legs hurt terribly. She even went to the hospital for an X-ray yesterday. Fortunately, she was fine. The problem is that the pig was not okay either. Many pigs in the countryside are also fed with feed, which doesn't taste good. Several old men smelled the odor and stayed there, not leaving, and started a discussion about it. Li Qingxiang was originally greedy. Listening to the uncle's analysis, when they were young they ate this and that, and they thought this was so fragrant and that was so delicious that they could hardly control their saliva. Li Chung thought, I just opened the store early, I didn't break any rules, there's no need to do this. After the rich aroma of fried rice, there's the light smell of loofah soup. Compared to the rich and warm flavor of fried rice, it is like a beauty from the Jiangnan water town, gentle and introverted, floating in a boat in the distance, slowly walking towards you. In the hazy rain and mist, I just glanced back and refused to move forward again in this life. The loofahs sold by that lady are of really good quality. When Sheng Jiu cut it, he could smell a faint fragrance. The taste of loofah is not strong. When stir-frying in the pan, there is only a light, fresh, and natural fragrance. When water is added to boil the soup, the faint fragrance slowly dissipates in the air, vaguely and seemingly elusive, yet people can still catch a hint of it inadvertently. The fragrance seems to come from the mountain breeze, gentle and refreshing. Sheng Jiu sniffed the flavor and felt that he could have another bowl. This soup is good, mainly because the loofah is very good, priced at 8 yuan a bowl. Sheng Jiu. It's not particularly surprising. Even compared to other dishes in the restaurant, this soup can be said to be very cheap. However, the supply of eggs is limited, so if you choose this soup, you need to reduce the amount of egg and ham rice or cancel it. After hearing what the system said, Shang Jiu thought about it. When the newbie benefits are over, you will have to find your own way to get eggs and ham. This basic dish being abandoned seems to be a matter of time. Therefore, you need to make plans early. Then start reducing the amount from today. Thinking of this, Sheng Jiu told Aries to get the soup later while she went to the front to change the menu. There are a lot of ingredients today, and the variety of dishes can be richer. Cumin mushrooms, spicy fried octopus feet, lard fried rice, chili eggs, millet porridge. The chili eggs are made with thorn pepper, which has a slightly spicy taste that is acceptable to Xingjiu. Recalling the spiciness of the thorn pepper, Xingjiu muttered in his heart, "But this thing is not suitable for children. It is obviously rich in growth hormone, but it is not suitable for children. I feel like this thing looks a bit contradictory. That I wasn't born to be eaten by you. Xingjiu. I feel like I can't refute it." For today's millet porridge, Xingjiu prepared 2 casseroles. One pot is ordinary, and the other is high-end. She cut some green ginseng with great effort, trying her best to ensure that there were 2 slices of ginseng in one bowl. Although this millet porridge sells for 298 yuan a bowl, but she even felt sorry for the ingredients she used. In other words, the amount from great ant is enough for the time being. The lotus seeds and green ginseng that Aries and his team got last night have been perfectly used to make a new ginseng lotus seed tea, which can be used by great ant for a while. In addition, Aries and his team will be able to return to the headquarters soon. Being able to return to a normal place means that the genetic nutrient solution will no longer be restricted by the environment. However, the supply of gene repair fluid is still not large. Most of them are mainly supplied to the military and used by soldiers on the front line who suffer mental breakdown. Therefore, Aries couldn't guarantee how much he could send back to Xingjiu. However, he can guarantee that he will go and play exploding lotus seeds recently. It's uncertain how much gene repair fluid they can get, but if they try hard, they can still get a lot of exploding lotus seeds. Because of these 2 reasons, Xingjiu was generous today. The millet porridge was cooked first, and as for the other ingredients, Aries meant to wait until he finished delivering meals to his teammates and then come back to help. Xingjiu saw that there was still time, so he nodded in agreement. She accompanied Aries upstairs to open the door, and then found they seemed to have forgotten something. As soon as the 2 went upstairs, they met Paul's eyes, which were green with hunger. His eyes were originally green, and now they were even greener than before, making people feel uneasy. Xingjiu was shocked when he saw the person. Feeling Xingjiu's fear, Aries took 2 steps forward, blocked Xingjiu directly behind him, and looked at Bull with eyes as sharp as knives. In the morning, I first smelled the delicious wontons, then the fragrant lard fried rice, and then the refreshing and natural loofah egg drop soup. His eyes turned green with hunger. Bull thought he was just a pirate. He just committed a crime. He didn't break the law. Even if he was tortured to extract a confession, he wouldn't do this. The problem was that Aries was ruthless. Not only did he tie him up tightly, but he also thought he was too noisy, so he stuffed his mouth tightly. At this time, the cloth in his mouth was soaked with Bull's saliva. He was so hungry the whole morning that he couldn't move or speak. I can only let my eyes grow greener and greener. At this moment, watching the 2 people going upstairs and being surprised when they saw him for the first time, how could Bull not understand? These 2 people, they forgot about him. He is a living person after all. Is it reasonable to just forget about him upstairs? He was the bait all night last night, helping you catch so many exploding lotus pods and green radish ginseng? Doesn't he deserve a bite to eat? Xingjiu only realized it after he came up and saw the people. Oh yes, there is another person upstairs. At this moment, Xingjiu quietly poked his head out from behind Aries and looked at Bull, whose eyes were green from hunger. He asked the system worriedly, "Is he starving to death? I can still be hungry for a day and a half at most." After hearing this, Xingjiu's eyes widened. And then he starved to death? At most, I fainted from hunger. After hearing this, Xingjiu felt much more relieved. I hope I'm not going to die. However, thinking that the other party might become an employee of his store in the future, Xingjiu thought. When Bull heard Xingjiu say that he would give him something to eat, his eyes lit up instantly. He turned his head and for the first time looked at Aries with anticipation, the lunchbox in his hand. Aries felt inexplicably scared when he was stared at by his green eyes. He subconsciously tightened his hand holding the lunchbox, thought for a while, and then said, "You still have some leftover rice in the refrigerator. Why don't you heat it up and give it to him?" At the end, Aries thought for a moment and added, "Don't feed him too much."
Bull.
People do things? Can I run away or what? How can I run away when you are like this? Shengju knew at a glance that Aries was reluctant to part with the food in his hand. Besides, Bull is a pirate. What can you talk to him about? Shengju nodded quickly. Okay, then I'll go down first. After Shengjiu came downstairs, Aries stepped forward and kicked Bull. Behave yourself. Bull, no, are you sick? I didn't move. Aries didn't care about him. After kicking him, he opened the door and left. Paul wanted to follow, but the aroma of fried steamed bread wafted from downstairs. Ah, this. Suddenly, I don't really want to leave. Besides, what will you do after you go back? He can neither run away nor fight now. What else can he do besides being used as bait to catch Zerg monsters? Aries, this rascal is not a human being. Shengjiu worked quickly, and in a short while, he had fried a plate of steamed bread slices for Boar. In addition to the faint wheat aroma, the fried steamed bread slices also have an enticing burnt aroma. Shengjiu also specially poured a layer of honey on it to make the taste more intense. After Bull smelled it, he was almost intoxicated. After Shengjiu went upstairs, he discovered the problem, which was how to eat this. Just untie Bull? That's impossible. She can't beat the other party. But if she doesn't loosen up, she will need to feed him. Just when Shengjiu was struggling, there was a knock on the door. When Shengjiu opened the door and saw that it was Aries, he instantly felt that the day had dawned. You're back just in time. I didn't know how to feed him. Aries obviously considered this, so he hurried back. Well, I'll feed her. You go downstairs to prepare the food first, and I'll come downstairs to help when I'm done. With Aries around, Shengjiu felt much more at ease. She left the steamed bread slices behind and turned to go downstairs. There are quite a few dishes today, so there are more steps to prepare them. When cutting green onions, Shengjiu couldn't help but taste a piece of the green onion when he smelled the fresh onion fragrance. Slightly spicy, but delicious. If you use this chopped green onion to garnish, the aroma of the food will be even better. After preparing the food, Shengjiu glanced at his phone. Since the shrimp and squid are fresh, we use Fresh Food Express delivery. Some friends have already received their goods since this morning. Compared to others, Xiao Shui, the college roommate who had a relatively regular life, was the first to reply to Shengjiu's message. The other party is currently preparing for the civil service exam. How would you describe his overall condition? Xiao Shui first thanked Shengjiu for the gifts, and at the same time complained about the hardship of studying. Finally, she mentioned that her brother was almost going crazy doing experiments recently. Shengjiu was puzzled and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Xiao Shui, metal iridium. My brother changed his VX name to favorite metal iridium. He deserves to be single. Shengjiu. She has this. Come and ask her. But she probably needs to extract this? However, with so much material, at least about 10 to 20 kilograms can be extracted, right? Those things are still piled up in the warehouse upstairs. Shengjiu went upstairs quickly and stopped to take a look when passing by Aries and Paul. Paul was choked and rolled his eyes. The fried steamed bread slices are delicious, but Aries was forced to eat them like a duck. Seeing Shengjiu coming up, Bull's green eyes lit up as if he saw hope, and he looked over with anticipation. Shengjiu passed by in a hurry, gave Aries just a look, and rushed into the warehouse. After she went in, she turned on the lights and took a 360-degree photo of the 2 barrels of materials. AAA Xingji Restaurant. Look at this. This is what my customers gave me as payment for their meals. They said it contains iridium metal. I don't understand this. You can ask your brother. Xiao Shui. To be honest, Xiao Shui didn't understand either. But she can ask her brother. Xiao Shui directly created a group and invited her brother to join. After her brother Xiao Jingyuan joined the group, he slowly typed a question mark. Shengjiu understood it at a glance and sent the photos he had taken before to the group, and then took a video. Because this is not a single metal, but an alloy. If you want the single metal, you need to extract it later. Therefore, Shengjiu couldn't tell what color or shape it was. Anyway, it looks like stainless steel, but the color is a little darker. But he could still tell whether there was one or not. Qiao Jingyuan. Keep it. Xiao Jingyuan. I will buy it at a high price, a high price. I must keep it. Please send me the location. I will pick it up myself. Xiao Shui stayed up late reading last night and was still a little drowsy at the moment. If she hadn't been for picking up a package, she would have been too lazy to get up. Seeing her brother so excited, she also cooperated and asked Xingjiu to help stay for a while. Xingjiu was still thinking about what to do with this thing. Now it's on sale? She comforted the brother and sister, then sent them the location of her restaurant, said a few simple words, and went downstairs to prepare the food. Other friends also received the gifts one after another and sent messages to Xingjiu to express their gratitude. Aries quickly fed Paul by force-feeding him.
Bol, no.
He can still eat. Unfortunately, Aries simply stuffed his mouth shut, not caring at all about his eyes that were about to pop out. Aries then went downstairs to help prepare the meal. At around 10 o'clock, Xingjiu opened the door and prepared to open for business. The uncles who had been wandering around for who knows how many times in the morning saw the restaurant door open from afar and immediately rushed over. Li Cheng thought that since he didn't get to eat it yesterday, how could he miss such an opportunity today? There were no customers in the store at the moment, so he closed the door and walked in around the corner. After coming in, Li Cheng wanted to look at the menu on the wall by himself, without Aries' introduction. This look. My pupils are shaking. Ginseng millet porridge, 298 yuan a bowl. How much? How many bowls? No, you put the words ginseng and wolfberry in front of it, and you dare to sell it at such a high price? Li Qingxiang had been smelling the fragrance all morning and originally came here for the lard fried rice. At this moment, looking at the menu on the wall, he felt he wanted them all. However, his stomach was so small that even though he could eat a lot, he couldn't eat too much. After some hesitation, the old men came in. Uncle Hong first noticed the millet porridge on the wall, which had undergone slight changes. Ordinary millet porridge is also available.
But
this was followed by a bowl of expensive millet porridge. 298 yuan a bowl? A bowl? Mr. Hong thought, boss, the price is increased just because the word ginseng is added. However, he didn't plan to order it, so he didn't plan to say anything more. Moreover, it is the freedom of small business owners to decide how to set prices. It is their freedom to choose what to eat. He looked at the items on it and finally ordered a cumin mushroom. This is delicious and mushroom-like, so it's good for your health. Uncle Hong moved first, followed by Uncle Wu and others. Of course, they were also shocked by the sky-high price of millet porridge. However, since they didn't have any intention to do anything, they naturally wouldn't say much. The uncles ordered some mushrooms and some scrambled eggs with peppers. I also thought I was in good health, so I ordered octopus claws. That stuff is no good. It has high cholesterol. I'm not afraid. There's nothing wrong with my physical examination.
have you checked?
Then there's nothing wrong with you, haha. The old men's banter with each other brought Li Qingxiang back to reality from his imagination. After some hesitation, he ordered a plate of spicy fried octopus feet and another plate of cumin mushrooms. 8 yuan a bowl of loofah soup. He silently covered his wallet and added it in, and finally added 2 bowls of rice. He thought that he might eat all the food for the day in this one meal. Not expensive, really not expensive. Woohoo! His turnover today. All of it was given to the neighbor. Isn't he the boss? Why does he feel like an employee? However, soon, Li Cheng no longer had the mind to think about anything else. Because Sheng Jiu opened fire. Naturally, she fried the cumin mushrooms first. The fresh and natural fragrance floats out leisurely with the rising mist, leaving people with nowhere to escape and can only passively accept it. Li Cheng wanted to stand there, smelling the scent, and thought, it's worth it. Everything is worth it. If people don't live for this mouth, then why? If it weren't for this mouth, how would he make money every day? As portions of cumin mushrooms came out, the aroma of nature was like a dancing elf. Time and again, it stepped on the greenery of the mountains and the gentleness of the clear water, slowly bringing the taste of nature to their noses, allowing them to feel the unique fragrance of nature. Smelling this aroma, Li Cheng even wanted to let himself go and not open the store today. He would just sit down and eat openly. But no, my wallet doesn't agree. After ordering a meal, my wallet was already crying. If the aroma of mushrooms is described, it is a light fragrance of nature. Well, the freshness of octopus is the dominance of the ocean. After the base sauce is fried until fragrant, the spicy aroma lingers around. Before you have time to savor it, the octopus feet, which have been blanched in water but still smell fresh and fragrant, are put into the pot. The overbearing aroma from the ocean, after colliding with the high temperature of the fire, stimulated the rich and fresh fragrance, which reached its peak at this moment. The fragrance was already overbearing, and now it was even more ostentatious, filling every corner, allowing people to feel its unique love with every breath. When the previous spicy aroma and the fresh aroma of the ocean intertwined and blended under the high temperature, the aroma that burst out at that moment really made Li Cheng want to let go of everything, sit down quietly, and enjoy the overbearing pampering from the ocean. Compared to the natural, mellow fragrance, the scent of the ocean is bold, overbearing, and omnipresent, yet it has a gentleness that is unique to it. The refreshing loofah and egg drop soup carefully extends its tentacles and blooms peacefully among these aromas, whether bold or restrained. It just exists like that, without fighting or competing, but trying hard to show its existence. If you sniff carefully, among those complex aromas, there is always a hint of the natural freshness of loofah. It's like the soft mountain breeze blowing in the empty mountains after the rain. Every wisp is gentle and romantic, making people's heart move. Li Qingxiang finally held back his saliva and took all his food back in 2 batches. Because they were right next door, Li Cheng wanted to say that he would deliver the tableware later, and Xingjiu did not refuse. The old men quickly enjoyed the meal. As they got older, their appetites actually decreased a lot. However, at this time, each of them felt that they could finish 2 bowls of rice in one go. Uncle Hong couldn't help but think, how about they pool their money to buy a bowl of millet porridge for 298 yuan to try it out? However, their appetite was limited, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't eat it in the end. Especially at the end, there is loofah soup to fill the gap in the stomach. After the slide, there was really no room in my stomach. This loofah is so fresh, it tastes a bit like home. Is this a nostalgia for the past? Who would have thought that 30 years ago, I desperately wanted to go to the city, and 30 years later, I desperately wanted to go back to the village? It's reincarnation. The old men were joking while drinking the loofah soup. Uncle Su, who was with me, lost his wife a few years ago. He never found another partner after that and became much quieter. He sat there for a long time before he slowly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" After asking, he seemed to be talking to himself. After my wife passed away, I have not been able to sleep well in the past 2 years. I always want to get up and cover her with a blanket, but when I reach out, it's cold and there's no warmth. I wake up quickly, and I can't fall asleep in the second half of the night no matter how hard I try. But last night I slept very well, didn't get up in the middle of the night, and even dreamed about that couple. When talking about his wife, Uncle Su unconsciously became more talkative. The old men didn't find him annoying. The fact that they could sit together proved that they had a good relationship and understood each other's situations. After hearing what Uncle Su said, Uncle Hong thought for a moment and said, "You know what? I slept better last night than before." Uncle Wu had no trouble sleeping. Even at his age, he was the type who could fall asleep as soon as he touched the pillow, so he looked around. Grandpa's son thought about it and said, "Now that you mention it, it's true. I slept very well last night. When I woke up today, my head wasn't heavy and my eyes weren't blurry." After the uncles finished speaking, they looked at each other, and then their eyes uncontrollably looked towards the bar. There's a health-preserving pot used by Shengjiu to brew jujube tea. At this time, the health pot had just been started, and the jujube tea had not yet been brewed. Aries happened to go and see how the star date tea in the health pot was brewing. The water is just boiling, and the temperature is just right. He poured out a cup and left it to cool, waiting for Shengjiu to drink it when he was free. The elders took a look. "Hey, all right, can I drink now?" "So, what are you waiting for? Go for it." Uncle Sue speaks slowly, but he is not slow and is the first to rush forward. Uncle Hong was watching from behind and couldn't help but tease, "You old thing, you run pretty fast." Uncle Sue smiled innocently, without slowing down at all. The other uncles knew that he had a hard life and did not compete with him for it. The old men lined up consciously and bought jujube tea. Even old men who didn't have sleep problems started buying them. Tianxiu, an internet celebrity who had been here before, came with his small team and saw old men queuing up at the bar to buy Star Date tea. She didn't know at first and thought she had to queue up to eat. Tianxiu naturally led his team members and lined up behind the old men. There are more people coming today. Previously, it was Tianxiu who brought 2 friends with him, and today there are 2 more post-production people. She is a small internet celebrity. The number of her fans is not exaggerated, but her success lies in stability. Therefore, the team size is not large. In addition to these 5 people, there are a few people in the team who are socially anxious and unwilling to go out, and now they are still staying in the studio. When they are not busy, they will also pay attention to the live broadcast room and know that Tianxiu ate delicious food last time. However, I am afraid of social anxiety and dare not go out. I originally sought this post-production job so that I wouldn't have to go out and see too many people. Therefore, delicious food can't keep them out of the house. Tianxiu tried to persuade them for a long time but failed, so he could only take those who were willing to go out with him. When the uncles left contentedly with their Star Date tea, Tianxiu looked around, then looked at the cool and handsome Aries and said hesitantly, "Aren't you queuing up to order food?" Aries was stunned by the question, but he reacted quickly and shook his head. "Not yet. The masters are ordering tea." Tianxiu, "Wow. What kind of tea?" Tianxiu was a little curious. She looked at the cups in the old men's hands and then looked at the health pot that Aries was moving at the bar. "Is this red date tea?" The old men had already divided the pot, and Aries now added purified water to it. Hearing Tianxiu's question, he nodded. "Yes, it's used to help you sleep."
Aid sleep?
Tianxiu, who suffers from insomnia for many years, widened her eyes slowly when she heard this word, which was very obvious with her bulging makeup.
Wow.
Tianxiu's eyes are so beautiful. I have seen her in person offline. I don't know what she looks like without makeup, but with full makeup, her eyes are really beautiful. Aren't we here to watch food? I don't have high requirements for the appearance of food bloggers, as long as they are good-looking. However, Tianxiu's eyes lit up. Does this mean there is something good? I'll prove it. Although the red date tea is ridiculously expensive, it is a great sleep aid. I drank it yesterday and slept really well last night. I couldn't even remember my dreams. I started using it yesterday, and it's really useful. I used to be unable to control myself from scrolling through my phone, and I couldn't fall asleep unless I scrolled through it until late at night. But last night, I fell asleep while scrolling through my phone, and the phone didn't wake me up even when it hit my face. I slept so comfortably. It's a pity that I have to work today and can't go out to drink. Woo-woo. Everyone looked at it and saw that there were fans who spoke out about it. Is this red date tea really that powerful? Tianxiu was also curious. Of course, the main reason is that she has been suffering from insomnia for too long. Although she is a food anchor, she doesn't often broadcast live in the middle of the night. However, working in this line of work, it is inevitable to confuse right and wrong. After a long time, my daily routine becomes disrupted, and it is really difficult to get back to normal sleep. Moreover, there are many things to worry about and many things to be bothered by. When I lay in bed at night, it was like a slideshow in my mind, and I couldn't stop. Sometimes, those thoughts seem to be out of my control and keep rushing into my brain. Tianxiu has tried various sleeping pills and even went to the hospital to get prescriptions. However, the doctor would generally advise her to first try to soothe the liver and spleen and maintain physical and mental health. If that doesn't work, then consider various medications. After all, once drugs are used, many of them are addictive. Sometimes, if you take too much, the drug resistance becomes serious and you have to change the medicine again. Furthermore, the effects of those drugs on the liver and kidneys are unknown. Tianxiu doesn't want to always rely on these. Now that she heard that it could help her sleep, she was inevitably tempted. After swallowing, Tianxiu turned around and looked at his friends. Almost all the friends had the same question, and when they saw Tianxiu's gaze, everyone's eyes glowed with a faint green light, and they wanted to shout out on the spot. Yes, yes, yes. After Tianxiu understood what his friends meant, he ordered 5 cups of jujube tea first. Aries glanced at the health pot and indicated it will take about 2 to 3 minutes. Tianxiu nodded to show that he understood, then looked at the menu on the wall. Look. There are no more shrimp steamed dumplings and shrimp noodles?
Huh.
All those delicious things are gone? What are they going to do? You know, the 2 little friends who followed her out were attracted by the deliciousness of the shrimp she described. Now that these are gone, not only is she disappointed, but her friends are also inevitably disappointed.
But
smelling the fresh aroma of the ocean lingering in the air, Tianxiu's gaze slowly stopped on the spicy fried octopus claws. She thought, they are all marine creatures, shrimps are fresh, so why aren't octopuses fresh too? Taking a sniff of the air was not only fresh, but also spicy. However, Tianxiu was not giving up and turned to ask Aries, are there no more shrimp dumplings? Shrimp noodles are also fine. The shrimp noodles she brought back that day were clumped together and not tasty. However, Tianxiu used the soup to dilute it and cooked a pot of instant noodles, which he shared with his friends. Then, he successfully conquered a group of friends. The 2 people who came with me today are the friends who tasted the delicious flavor that day. Aries pointed to the menu and said, I'm sorry, the company didn't deliver shrimp today. When Tianxiu heard this, he understood. It was the company that delivered the food, no wonder it was so expensive. But it's delicious, so it's worth it. Sniffing the lingering smell in the air, Tianxiu turned around and discussed with his friends. How about we try the octopus claws? I think they smell good too. One of the friends who came with us last time raised his hand and pointed to the location of the millet porridge. Sister Xiu, how about we go for some fun? What a family! It's made like this. Even though Tianxiu's income was indeed good, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such millet porridge. Of course, she has seen and eaten more expensive ones. But the small street stalls, 300 yuan a bowl, no matter which one, sounds very niche. Only, what should I do if I feel unexpectedly moved? I didn't pay attention to it before, and I was only thinking about the fresh smell of the ocean. Now I see. Tianxiu swallowed, turned around and asked again, Excuse me, what is put in the millet porridge? Aries replied honestly, 2 slices of ginseng, 6 wolfberries, and some millet. Tianxiu? That's it? Isn't it too simple? 2 pieces of ginseng. You sell them for 300 yuan? Aries stood there with an honest look on his face, letting Tianxiu look at him. The discussion in the live broadcast room has become more heated at this moment.
Huh.
This little shop has its own currency.
Help.
Does Qing City have its own currency?
No.
I don't want people to say, look, that's from Qing City. They have their own currency when they mention Qing City. But why do I want to try it? Some fans complained about the high price, while others wanted to try it. Some fans from Qingshi also said that they would come to try this 300 yuan per bowl of millet porridge tonight to see what it tastes like. Tianxiu was already tempted and now encouraged by fans. He couldn't help but order a bowl. Turning around, her friends all stared at her. Tianxiu. This. All right. She turned to look at Aries, smiled, and added 2 more bowls. My wallet is crying. 3 bowls of millet porridge cost me nearly 1,000 yuan. However, they were originally here to explore various stores. This expensive millet porridge from a street shop can become popular with just a little bit of preparation. If there is popularity, there will be attention, and the number of fans will increase, and there will be traffic. So, for Tianxiu, it's not expensive. After the millet porridge, she ordered 3 servings of octopus, 1 serving each of cumin mushroom and chili mushroom. Of course, we couldn't miss the loofah soup, so each of us had a bowl. For the lard fried rice. Tianxiu was afraid of gaining weight by eating lard, and fried rice was not something new to her, so she didn't plan to order any. But one of my team members still likes it very much. Besides, since we're here and it's on the menu, wouldn't it be unprofessional not to order it? So, in the end, Tianxiu added another serving of fried rice. After ordering the food, their team members found a seat near the door and sat down. All the tables in Xingjiu store are for 4 people, and with chairs they can seat up to 6 people. The friends from the Tianxiu team didn't want to separate, so they asked Aries for small stools, and everyone squeezed together. The old men were enjoying drinking tea. The taste of jujube tea was very light, but it had a strong aftertaste. After the tea enters your stomach, swallow your saliva gently, and the lingering fragrance will slowly linger between your lips and teeth. Uncle Su narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Uncle Wu also thought it was good. He couldn't help shaking his head and almost humming an old song. However, they also knew that they were in someone else's store and should not be too lax with themselves. Tianxiu initially watched the old men sipping tea. However, soon, she no longer had the energy to pay attention to anything else. Because Shengjiu is frying octopus claws. After the perfect collision of spicy and fresh aromas, the tempting fragrance, wrapped in curling white mist, floated in front of them. The fragrance was like a pair of invisible hands, gently caressing their sense of smell, and then quickly drifted into the wind and into the distance. And in this combination of freshness and spiciness, you can faintly smell a hint of natural fragrance. The fragrance is faint in the air. If you don't smell it carefully, you may not be able to smell its faint scent. However, Tianxiu smelled it accurately, and his heartstrings were moved. For a moment, the fragrance became very strong, making Tianxiu feel as if he was back in his childhood, back to his grandparents' home in the countryside, back to the wall covered with vines, letting the natural fragrance slowly drift past his nose. The simple happiness of childhood and those times that have been deeply buried in memory seemed to suddenly come alive at this moment. Tianxiu couldn't help but move her head. She wanted to ask, "What is this? Why is it so?"
Familiar.
Yes, familiar. There is a familiar feeling, like returning to childhood. It's actually hard to describe what that feeling is like. It could be a bouquet of flowers, a blade of grass, or an old piece of cloth or an old photo. Or maybe a bowl of soup. Yes, Tianxiu didn't even have time to ask what it tasted like. She found that the scent had drifted towards her and was stretching out its lazy and warm little hands, gently caressing her tired body. She turned her head sharply and found that the familiar fragrance came from a bowl of soup. A simple bowl of loofah egg drop soup. At this moment, the memories are more vivid. Those vines that I had only a vague impression of in my mind have now become clearer and clearer about what they are.
Loofah vine.
The green climbing all over the wall, with the fresh smell in her memory, now turned into a bowl of delicious and light loofah soup before her eyes. At this moment, Tianxiu felt a little homesick. Some of me miss those happy, simple, and carefree childhood days. Tianxiu's eyes were slightly moist. Eagle-eyed fans have seen it.
Ah?
Are you crying already? It doesn't feel like it. When we were making a lot of money, our acting wasn't this good. So, it really made me cry. Fans were curious, and Tianxiu sorted out her emotions quickly. She didn't hide too much of her emotions, and explained to fans with a smile, "Just looking at this bowl of loofah soup, I suddenly thought of my childhood." This is a good topic that many fans can resonate with. As soon as Tianxiu said this, more and more comments appeared. Everyone talked about their childhood memories or interesting things. Tianxiu took a sip of the loofah soup while talking. Very light flavor, with a hint of natural freshness. This soup is not very fragrant, but it can make you feel that nature is slowly embracing you. It may not be warm, but it is surprising enough. Tianxiu racked her brains to think of the words, and finally her friend whispered a reminder, and she suddenly realized it and said with a smile, "To put it simply, it means that your crush looks back at you in the crowd and smiles at you." It may not mean anything in itself, and it may not make you feel very happy, but at least at that moment of smiling, your mood will become better. Fans who have empathized with the situation couldn't help but post comments, saying they also felt the same way about the bowl of soup. Very beautiful. It has a gentle and refreshing fragrance, even though they can't smell it or taste it. But they can see that faint feeling of happiness. Even across the screen, they were envious. Tianxiu was amused by them, and the sadness in his heart was diluted a lot. Soon, Tianxiu no longer cared about the loofah soup, because the spicy fried octopus claws are here. The flavor is strong and overbearing, as if it doesn't give other delicacies a chance to show off, leaving only this one place with this kind of fragrance. As soon as it appears, it takes the center stage, grabbing everyone's attention. Tianxiu looked up subconsciously when he smelled the scent. The plate of octopus claws that had been fried to a bright red with a slight hint of red had already been brought to her. Seeing the playful and lively octopus claws stained with tiny bits of chili pepper, Tianxiu swallowed subconsciously. The barrage naturally did not miss this scene. Ah, please let us see it. Don't swallow your saliva secretly. Show your strength. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Tianxiu swallowed hard, then signaled to his teammates to give the spicy fried octopus claws a shot. The octopus claws, cut into evenly small pieces, are now either slightly curled or lazily straightened on the plate. They are stained with tiny fragments of chili peppers and bright red sauce, and they seem to be hanging yet falling, giving people a sense of flowing beauty and temptation. Finally, sprinkle a handful of fresh and natural wild onions on top to add a layer of green embellishment. It is as if a ray of afterglow from the setting sun suddenly floats onto the blue sea. At the junction of the sky and the sea, it blooms its last beauty and burns its last fragrance, just to give mankind a grand gift. Tianxiu shrugged her nose and whispered, "It smells so good. I feel like if I say a few more words, I'll start drooling." This wasn't there when I went there. So why? What kind of magical shop is this, with new products every day? There are beauties every day. How can they bear to leave? The description of Tianxiu may not be very elegant, but it is simple and attractive. The fans were so greedy that they were screaming. The team members couldn't wait any longer. After Tianxiu finished speaking, they couldn't wait to ask, "Can we eat it now? If you don't eat it now, you'll start drooling." Tianxiu swallowed, then nodded, signaling everyone to start. Because the quantity ordered was not large, but there were many of them, the friends consciously took small bowls and spoons and divided the food. It's not that they themselves are so particular, but after all, they are showing it to their fans, so they need to give a relatively correct demonstration. Tianxiu had been craving for the spicy fried octopus feet for a long time, and now he could finally eat them. It is chewy and fresh, firm and delicious. The refreshing feeling of chewing the waves between your lips and teeth always seems to be a happiness that cannot be bought with any amount of money. After the octopus claws enter the stomach, the lingering fragrance still lingers between the lips and teeth, making people unable to help but let out a light sigh and savor it carefully. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Tianxiu couldn't help muttering, but his hands did not slow down. It was so delicious that if she didn't eat enough, she would have to give herself a slap when she woke up in the middle of the night. So, eat quickly. There are so many people at their table. At this time, at the uncle's table, they have entered the end. There wasn't much Xingzao tea, so they drank it up slowly. Everyone discussed whether to go back or find a place to play chess. Uncle Hong and Uncle Wu had promised their spouses that they would take the things back with them. Actually, octopus claws are good, but no, my oldest granddaughter is back, and she doesn't eat spicy food because she's afraid of getting acne. My grandson didn't come back, saying it was boring and he was too lazy to move, so I asked my wife to take care of him. She has a light appetite, so I brought millet porridge. The old men discussed what to bring for their spouses or family members. After some discussion, they asked Aries, "Can octopus claws be made non-spicy?" Aries was not sure about this. He comforted the old men and turned to ask Xingjiu, who was busy. The noise in the kitchen is quite loud. Once the stove and the range hood are turned on, they are high-power electrical appliances, so the noise is naturally very loud. Xingjiu moved closer to the kitchen door, and only then did he hear clearly what Aries asked. After hearing it clearly, Xingjiu nodded. The taste may be affected, but the quality of the octopus claws will not change. If you can accept it, then consider it. Aries turned around and told the uncles the truth. The uncles really think that the quality of the octopus claws is very good. Even with their poor cooking skills, they can actually cook them to taste good. Uncle Hong ordered non-spicy octopus feet, and Uncle Wu ordered millet porridge. He didn't have the luxury of ordering the expensive one. Uncle Zhou hesitated for a moment and ordered a bowl of millet porridge for 298 yuan. After hearing this, the uncles did not feel that surprised. The other person's spouse had just had surgery some time ago. Although the problem is not serious, he is old and weak. After the operation, I stayed in bed to rest. Uncle Zhou's 2 children are busy and cannot spare time, so he hired a live-in nanny to help take care of them every day. Uncle Zhou has not been out much recently. When he occasionally goes out, he always wants to ask his old friends what to eat to replenish the body faster after the operation. Now that he has tasted the delicious food, he has seen the ginseng millet porridge, although he is not sure whether it is good. But give it a try. What if? Eating such expensive millet porridge can sometimes be a kind of spiritual comfort. Everyone ordered something one after another. The spouses of Grandpa Sun and Grandpa Su passed away one after another. They didn't look for another partner and just lived alone. The kitchen is empty and I don't want to bring anything home. They decided to come over for dinner in the evening. It was so delicious, they couldn't miss it when it was freshest. After the uncles ordered, they sat back and waited for their meals. Sheng Jiao was about to stir-fry the kitchen to the point of smoke. The spoon was almost leaving an afterimage. Therefore, it must be limited. She really can't make it anymore. However, when the meaty lard was put into the pot and smelled the rich and tempting aroma, Shang Jiao felt,
Well,
actually, it's not bad to be able to smell the aroma of various delicious foods every day, right? She decided that she would have lard fried rice and loofah soup for lunch today. After the uncles ordered their food, more diners came in. It was Lin Qi and Sun Xiaoxiao who didn't have dinner yesterday. Wen Nuan didn't come today because the other party had business today and couldn't spare the time. However, before leaving, she repeatedly asked Lin Qi to bring her a meal and a cup of red date tea. It's not just warmth, but there are other friends too. After tasting the food, who wouldn't want to eat it again? Although it's expensive, why do they work like cattle and horses? Isn't it just for a living? There are many choices of dishes today, and although they are limited, they are not excessive. After Lin Qi and Sun Xiaoxiao came in, they were dazzled by the menu on the wall. This. I suddenly felt a sense of indecision. But why do adults have to make choices? They chose to have both. Looking at the millet porridge on the menu, Lin Qi touched her stomach, which had not rebelled for more than a day, and nodded comfortably. I want a bowl of millet porridge, the expensive one, 298. Lin Qi thought, I've been working like a cow and a horse for so long, and I can't eat some high-quality fodder? Expensive? She wants expensive food. Sun Xiaoxiao, who was listening to this, was shocked and said, Oh my God, is it so cruel? But why was she so moved? However, 300 yuan was not a small amount, so Sun Xiaoxiao hesitated. Anqua, who came in later, saw that millet porridge was available, and today there was also ginseng millet porridge. Eat, 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 you must eat. Seeing Sun Xiaoxiao hesitated and didn't order, Anqua tried to ask, How about let Annie go first? Anqua brought her granddaughter Xiaofu. When Sun Xiaoxiao saw the two of them, she subconsciously made way. After Anqua politely expressed her gratitude, she ordered a bowl of millet porridge for 298 yuan and also ordered yam millet porridge and asked if the octopus feet could be made non-spicy. After receiving a positive response, Anqua asked for one with a smile. As soon as she came in, she smelled the aroma of seafood. After Xiaofu smelled it, he said he wanted to eat octopus. Anqua glanced at Tianxiu's table with concern and found that the spicy fried octopus feet were indeed good, so she ordered it directly. Of course, mineral water and jujube tea must be provided. The grandparents and grandchildren quickly found a seat and sat down. Xiaofu looked at the spicy fried octopus claws on Tianxiu's table and whispered, Nana, the octopus claws must be delicious. After the little girl finished speaking, she recalled the delicious food she had before, smiled, and pursed her lips. Millet porridge is delicious too. The millet porridge her mother made before was so unpalatable. But the millet porridge in this store is different. Delicious and thick. Xiaofu tried it once last time and liked it very much. I still missed it for a long time after I got home. Aunt Gua decisively ordered millet porridge. Sun Xiaoxiao hesitated and said, "How about I have a bowl too?" After Aries heard this, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, we're out of ginseng millet porridge. How about yam millet porridge?" Sun Xiaoxiao.
Huh?
Has this world finally gone mad? 300 yuan of millet porridge just gone like that? She hesitated for a moment. Sun Xiaoxiao felt like crying but had no tears. Before ordering, she was still hesitant and didn't know how to choose. Now that it was gone, Sun Xiaoxiao began to regret that she had not been fast enough. The spicy fried octopus rice is actually pretty good. Just as I was about to speak, I smelled a strong meaty aroma wafting from the kitchen. How do you describe that smell? It was a bit like when I was half asleep and my stomach was empty, and suddenly I smelled the smell of rice from the kitchen. You know that is the smell of your food, and no one can take it away. So, even if you are still hungry, you can get up calmly. It was a reassuring and rich aroma that made Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curl her nose. What's that smell? It smells so good? Help! As the temperature rises, it becomes more and more fragrant. Finally, sprinkle a handful of wild onion flowers in. The natural freshness and unruliness collide with the high temperature at this moment, blooming directly and warmly in front of you, allowing you to experience the comfort and beauty brought by nature. Aries was also overwhelmed by the delicious smell, but he still controlled himself. It's lard fried rice. He has eaten it, and it is delicious. Aries actually hasn't studied these terms related to food. After all, nutrient solution and nutrient paste do not need so much modification and praise. However, at this moment, he racked his brains and kept thinking of the corresponding words to praise the rich aroma of the lard fried rice. The pork is bought from the village, and the lard is refined by ourselves. It is very clean and mellow. The rice tastes very good and has a strong aroma. After combining with the lard, it releases its own aroma more perfectly and complements each other to merge into a new fragrance. Finally, the wild onion is the soul. After being embellished, it makes the taste of this fried rice even richer. At the end, Aries said with a hint of temptation, "If you can accept lard, you can consider trying it. It tastes very fragrant." Even without the last sentence, Sun Xiaoxiao felt that she could still choose to try. Because Sheng Jiu was already walking past her with the finished lard fried rice. The strong fragrance directly impacted her senses, leaving her unable to think about anything else. She ordered fried rice and loofah soup. She didn't miss out on the jujube tea either, and ordered a cup as well. When Sun Xiaoxiao and Lin Qi sat back down, their eyes would occasionally drift towards Tianqiu's table. It's not that she is curious about internet celebrities, but that fried rice smells so good. Obviously, octopus is also very fresh and fragrant, but the lard fried rice can tear a hole in that overbearing aroma, carve out a bloody path, and bloom its own rich fragrance all the way, making people feel itchy. At this moment, Sun Xiaoxiao, smelling the rich aroma of delicious food in the store, couldn't help but ask herself a soul-searching question. Can people really not have two stomachs? Aries quickly served Aunt Gua's millet porridge. When he put it on the table, he did not forget to remind her. Ginseng millet porridge is very nutritious and is not recommended for children under 14 years old. Aunt Gua actually knows that children are not good at eating ginseng. She ordered 2 servings of millet porridge at first because her child couldn't finish one of them. When Aunt Gua heard Aries' reminder, although she knew it, she still thanked him politely. She thought this store was quite considerate. Xiaofu didn't understand. She curiously looked at the millet porridge in front of her grandmother, then looked at her own, but didn't see much difference. The ginseng slices are cut very thinly, and the yam slices are not thick either. So, what's the difference? Aunt Gua took the opportunity to educate the child. You are still young. You can't eat ginseng, otherwise you will have a nosebleed, which is very scary. When Xiaofu heard about the bleeding, he immediately retracted his gaze and sat down obediently. Okay, milk. I don't want to eat. I'll just drink this. Ankwa didn't want to scare the child, so she touched her granddaughter's head again. Shang-ju used his spatula so hard that sparks flew off it before he finally cooked the meals ordered by the old men. He also arranged for the 2 tables for Lin Chi and Ankwa. Of course, Lin Chi didn't forget about the limited quantity, so she and Sun Xiaoxiao quickly ordered takeout. After Shang-ju wrote down the corresponding dishes, he first arranged for Aries to modify the quantities on the menu and then turned and went into the kitchen. The white mist from the previous busy day in the kitchen had not yet dissipated, and soon a new one rose up. Amidst the fresh and delicious aroma, Shang-ju stir-fried the food skillfully while making a decision in his mind. This afternoon, she's going to the Starcraft and get a big crab, which she will enjoy all by herself. There is still a lot of ingredients prepared for lunch today. The main reason was that last night, bowls served as a good bait, and Aries and the others fought even harder. However, there were so many people. When it first opened, there weren't many people. The closer it gets to mealtime, the more people there are. Especially for old customers, knowing that the food is delicious and the ingredients are great, they will rush here whenever they have time. For those who come later, there are no more dishes. But isn't there still rice? Just this, I can finish 2 bowls with various sauces. So, we want rice too. I don't know how many cups of Xingzhao tea I sold. Shang-ju later found that 1 health pot was not enough, so he ordered 2 online and planned to sell 3 of them together when he got busy again. At around 1 p.m., the last bit of rice was sold out. Shang-ju was just about to ask Aries to close the store when Shang-siu came over. She was very busy this morning. She first went to see a classmate who knew a doctor. Shang-siu went to ask about her mother's condition. The doctor looked at her mother's medical records, a list of medications and treatments, and concluded that the survival rate should be good, but she must keep an eye on the medication and maintain a good attitude. The doctor was an old doctor with a lot of experience. After hearing what the other party said, Shang-siu felt a lot more at ease. I originally wanted to invite the old doctor to dinner, but he was too busy. He had a flight at noon and had to attend a meeting, so in the end we didn't get to have the meal. Shang-siu also wanted to bring her classmates over to eat, but her classmates were busy. In the end, she had to come by herself. Shang-siu came in and started muttering, "Xiaojiu, is there anything to eat? Give me something first.
I'm starving. I'm starving."
She had only had a cup of coffee in the morning and was now starving. Shang-ju looked at the empty stove in the kitchen and looked at her innocently. Shang-siu understood as soon as she saw Shang-ju's expression. She asked unwillingly, "Is there no more rice?" Shang-ju opened the steamer and let her see it for herself. The steamer is very clean. You can scrape out maybe half a bowl of rice with a spatula. However, skipping meals is definitely not an option. Shang-ju looked at the tomatoes in the refrigerator and gestured, "Let's cook some tomato noodles." Shang-siu was already starving, so naturally he had no objection. Shang-ju moved quickly. She kneaded the dough while Aries cut tomatoes. The 2 of them worked together very well. Shang-siu watched from the side, thoughtful. "Don't mention it, this clerk. Actually, it looks okay. At least he is quite diligent." Shang-ju cooked the noodles skillfully. She originally wanted to eat lard fried rice, but there is no more rice. Now I can only eat noodles first. She and Shang-siu used large bowls to serve it. As for Aries, the basin that Shang-ju gave him, a big basin for washing vegetables. When Shang-siu saw it, he was stunned. She wanted to. Although the shop assistant is diligent, it is not good for him to eat too much. How much money can Xiaojiu make cooking in a day? This is just boasting, and I don't know if it is enough. No, this is really not possible. However, Shang-siu soon stopped paying attention to Aries and his rice bowl, because the bowl of noodles in front of you is emitting an enticing aroma. The tomato and egg soup base is fresh and natural, with a sweet and sour taste. A bite of chewy noodles paired with a sip of the sweet and sour soup. The fatigue of the day seems to disappear at this moment. Shang-siu took a sip of noodles, feeling the chewy and delicious noodles wrapped in the soup. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Yes, that's the taste. Xiaojiu, you are really amazing. Now I finally understand why Grandpa left the restaurant to you. It's not only because this restaurant belongs to my second uncle, but also because of your good cooking skills. It's like a unique skill that needs a successor. The other children don't have this talent or ability, so naturally it will be given to the best one. Sheng Jiu felt embarrassed by her praise and smiled with pursed lips. Stop teasing me. The noodles won't taste good if they clump together. Eat quickly. Sheng Siyu was indeed hungry. However, at this time, hunger had emptied Sheng Siyu's mind, and the food had cleansed her soul.
Control?
Reserved? What is that? Eating well is the most important thing. So, I inhale, I inhale, I inhale. Slurp. She was embarrassed for a moment. However, he glanced up secretly and found that the other two were immersed in their noodles, so he looked away and continued to enjoy the food. After the three of them had eaten, they sat there contentedly, not moving for a long while. After a long time, Sheng Jiu asked about his aunt's situation. Sheng Siyu briefly said that her appetite was still not very good, but the ginseng liquid given by Sheng Jiu was quite good. Every time she used it to cook millet porridge, her aunt could drink it. Sheng Zishuan has now begun to try to add lean meat, fish, shrimp, etc. to the porridge. Just drinking porridge is not enough nutrition. You still need to add something to it. My aunt had no appetite for other things. However, this won't happen with this. Even if other things are added, my aunt still eats it very well. Sheng Jiu felt much more relieved after hearing this. She took out 2 cans of ginseng lotus seed tea that she had prepared. Make 2 to 3 slices a day, and throw them away when they have no taste. Sheng Siyu took a look and saw that it was ginseng tea. She quickly took it, fearing that it would fall. Hey, I'll remember it, Xiaojiu, don't worry. Sheng Siyu was afraid that she would forget, so after putting the tea away, she took out her cell phone and wrote down the precautions on the memo. After taking note, Sheng Siyu then asked in a low voice, "You asked your friend to do this. It must have cost you a lot of money, right? Tell me the amount, and I will transfer it to you directly." Fearing that Sheng Jiu would not want it, Sheng Siyu quickly said, "You can't say no. If you keep doing this, I feel embarrassed to come here." Sheng Jiu felt helpless, but he also knew that if he didn't accept it, both Sheng Siyu and his aunt would feel uneasy. "Give me 10,000 first, and we'll talk about it later." Sheng Siyu guessed that this money might not be enough. However, if she gave it directly, Sheng Jiu might not be able to accept it, so in the end, he honestly transferred only 10,000. Sheng Siyu thought that she could get the money back to Sheng Jiu from somewhere else later. Sheng Siyu sat for a while and then prepared to go back. She was afraid that she would go back late, and her mother insisted on going to the fields. Sheng Siyu came over and brought a lot of onions, cucumbers, and other things to Sheng Jiu. However, because my aunt was ill, I didn't take good care of these things, so the system's rating was barely good. Compared with the ingredients arranged by the system, or those obtained from the interstellar space by oneself, the quality is not high. However, compared to many ingredients on the market, it is actually very good. There weren't many things, so Aries carried them all in one trip. Seeing Aries easily lifting dozens of kilograms of weight with one hand, Sheng Siyu nodded again. Xiao Jiu, this employee, is quite capable. Seeing that Sheng Jiu didn't understand, Sheng Siyu coughed lightly, and when Aries walked away, he whispered, "I think he's okay. If not, just find a partner. That partner will help you with work, and you can still ask for money, right?" Sheng Jiu is embarrassed to do this. Sheng Siyu rolled her eyes after hearing this. "How can you say it so harshly? It's not like we haven't invested any feelings in each other." Sheng Jiu. She was amused and laughed, and pushed Sheng Siyu. "Go away. How can you tease your own sisters like this?" Sheng Siyu chuckled, and Sheng Jiu looked at her helplessly. Unbeknownst to both of them, Aries had sharp hearing and heard every word of the conversation between the two sisters. He tried hard to control his steps, but when he reached the second floor, his ears started to turn red uncontrollably. By the time Aries calmed down and went downstairs, Sheng Siyu had already left. Sheng Jiu was just about to pull down the rolling door when she saw 2 people rushing towards her. Sheng Jiu subconsciously quickened his pace, closed the door, and then locked it. The 2 who came over later. Xiao Jingyuan had no choice but to take out his cell phone to show that it was him and that he was here to get the iridium. Sheng Jiu heard that it turned out to be Qiao Shui's brother. After the two of them checked on VX and found that they matched, Sheng Jiu reopened the door. Metal iridium is upstairs, which is a private area, and Sheng Jiu doesn't want to let anyone go up there easily. So, she asked Aries to go upstairs and bring the things down. Seeing Sheng Jiu throwing the precious metals into an ordinary plastic bucket so carelessly, Qiao Jingyuan felt heartbroken. The young man who came with him also looked like his heart was about to break. "Ah, how can you do this? Don't move, don't touch me." Aries looked puzzled. "Don't worry, it won't break. Moreover, the structure is stable and cannot be disintegrated, so there is no need to be so scared." Although Qiao Jingyuan saw it, he still couldn't control his subconscious reaction. Because today's metal is synthetic, we need to go back and extract it to know the specific quantity. However, in order to reassure Sheng Jiu, Qiao Jingyuan took out the contract and cash on his own initiative. "Although I'm not sure about the quantity, if you trust me, you can let me take it back first, decompose it, and then weigh it. If you're not sure, we can find a good laboratory to help." The recycling price of iridium metal is about 700 to 800. This is subject to fluctuations based on the metal price of the day. We make a reservation first, and then calculate the money based on the day with the highest recycling price in the past few days. Here is a deposit of 100,000. When the exact weight is known, we will calculate the total price. Here is the contract I prepared. Take a look at it and see if there are any problems. If there is anything you don't understand or have any doubts about, we can discuss it later. Qiao Jingyuan was well prepared. To be honest, Sheng Jiu doesn't understand these things at all. She looked at Aries. Aries. He doesn't understand either. He has only scratched the surface of the situation here. Seeing his confused expression, Sheng Jiu asked the system again. "I'm just a gourmet system, so I won't look at the contract." In desperation, Sheng Jiu could only catch them from his classmates. She looked through her address book and found Healing. The other party was her and Xiao Shui's college roommate, a small internet celebrity with over 1 million fans. Sheng Jiu guessed that the other party should understand the contract. Sheng Jiu first sent a message to the other party and asked if it was convenient for him to connect with the video. After receiving a convenient reply, the video was sent. With Healing's help, the contract review went smoothly. After reading the contract, Sheng Jiu was polite again. "I'm sorry, I don't understand these things very well. I can only find someone who knows to take a look." Qiao Jingyuan didn't mind this. It's as it should be. We are not familiar with each other. We can all rest assured if we follow the normal procedures. Qiao Jingyuan's laboratory really needs these materials, so the price is very fair. Sheng Jiu quietly checked online and found that the price was about the same as what he said. The handover between the two parties went smoothly. Sheng Jiu did not look for another place to disassemble it, and directly let Qiao Jingyuan and the others take it back. Qiao Jingyuan and his companions came and left in a hurry. Sheng Jiu originally wanted to keep the meal, but "We are out of food. Team Aries can only eat noodles today." Qiao Jingyuan was indeed anxious, so he quickly left with his things. After everyone left, Sheng Jiu finally pulled down the rolling door successfully this time. She cooked 2 large pots of noodles for Aries' teammates. "Use up the last bit of tomatoes. Is there a lot of it? Is it golden and fragrant?" It would have been better if she didn't describe it. As soon as she did, Aries was moved. Thinking of the crab bodies that were several times his size, Aries thought, "The crab roe should be very big, right? It would be fine if he didn't mention it." Once he did, Sheng Jiu was looking forward to it. Noodles with crab roe sauce, crab roe tofu, crab roe vermicelli casserole, crab roe steamed buns. Slurp. Aries, slurp. With a yearning for delicious food, the two of them hit it off and decided to go on an adventure in the afternoon. When Aries went upstairs carrying the bucket of noodles, what he saw was Paul's dark eyes. Paul's dark green eyes stared straight at the two people going upstairs. That look seemed to be saying, "Do you still remember to come up?" I fed him a few mouthfuls of food and then ran away. Is this something a human would do? Aries eats in a bowl, so he's full with just one bowl. Paul's stomach growled countless times at the delicious aroma wafting from downstairs. But no one paid any attention to him. Paul has never felt so wronged. Seeing people coming up at this moment, I finally couldn't control my tears of grievance. Unfortunately, his mouth was blocked tightly, and he couldn't utter a word. When he realized this, Paul cried even harder. Looking at this scene, Shengjiao was a little surprised. Can pirates cry? Paul, what the Hades are you talking about?
Why?
Pirates are not human beings? Ares didn't expect that Paul would cry. In response to Shengjia's question, he hesitated. Maybe he'll cry? Paul roared, trying to explain himself, but the sound almost disappeared when it reached the rag. Paul became even angrier, but unfortunately, he was too hungry to have any strength left, so he just lay down and pretended to be dead. Ares was afraid that Shengjiao would be soft-hearted, so he specifically reminded him before leaving. He won't starve to death for a while. Don't worry about him. Wait for me to come back and get some leftovers for him to eat. Bull. Don't go too far, Commander Sayer, Ares said, winking at Shengjiao. When Yuanyu saw the cold water crab coming, he flew up into the sky like a rocket. Shengjiao. How could she care about the cold water crab at this time? She had to see why the alien could fly. After a closer look, she found that the other party had transformed the mechanical external force arm into an elevator, and it became extremely small, and then with the excellent jumping power of the body, the other person bounced directly up. Shengjiao.
Wow.
Awesome. Shengjiao silently gave a thumbs up and then shrank back. The bait has now been taken back and is now at Shengjiao's feet. Bull couldn't speak and could only look at Shengjiao with his green eyes. He wanted to say, "Boss, what are we having for dinner?" He has credit points, and he can also enjoy fighting, so let him try something good? Why kill the cold water crab? Is it because it tastes good? Where did all the octopus claws go last night? Bull had too many questions, but unfortunately, Shengjiao didn't look at him and kept staring at Ares and the others. Their fight was so exciting to watch. It was so exciting that Shengjiao felt like he could do it himself. She just took a look. Yuanyu is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much, and he refuses to do anything fancy. Almost all of his fighting moves are effective attacks. Xiangming is the calmest, and he performs combat moves, occasionally doing some tricks. However, once the situation is critical, the other party will just have a cold face and cut the Gordian knot without any mercy, coupled with a fierce look, giving people a sense of murderousness. Sister will send you to death. Song Wenqi is similar to Shengjiao, and most of the time, he is still a marginal OB. However, he is not like Shengjiao, who just watches the show the whole time because of his poor fighting ability. The opponent uses intelligent brain analysis to report various data points, providing teammates with more efficient and reasonable combat coordination. Shengjiao guessed that this person might be a reserve talent for the commander. Compared to others, Xie Yi was either calm, neat, or skilled, and although he was also very good at fighting, he was. I always feel it's a bit gaudy. Maybe it's because we are young and prefer those cool-looking moves. However, when cutting the cold water crab legs, the action was not slow at all. With one cut, the crab legs were loosened directly. After Yuanyu cut another cut on the side, one crab leg was successfully cut off. The meat of the cold water crab is white and tender when it is raw, but it has a slightly transparent and moist feeling. After steaming, it will become whiter and firmer. Shengjiao looked at the soft and crystal flesh on the cut and couldn't help swallowing.
Bull.
Little boss, what are you drooling over? What's there to drool over in this scene? Bull was confused. He was lying flat before. At this moment, out of curiosity, I struggled to turn my head to look. Then a small crab leg flew over. The small crab legs are also very long, but there is not much meat on them. Compared with the crab claws, they have a slender beauty. However, if you dig a little deeper, you can probably dig out a few pounds of meat. Shengjiao walked forward very cautiously, checked it, and signaled the system to take the crab legs away. The crab legs disappeared on the spot, leaving only a pool of light blue blood. At first, when Bull saw this scene, he thought it was the space button used by Shengjiao. Although they are not in the same galaxy, no one says that the technology in that galaxy is the most advanced. Maybe there are other higher dimensions in the universe. Bull is not so arrogant. However, he soon realized something was wrong, because the big crab claw that was very far away from them also disappeared on the spot. It really disappeared in a flash. Before disappearing, Bull heard Xingjiu mutter quietly, "The meat is really good." Then the crab claws were gone.
Bull.
This scene appeared several times afterwards. The crab legs disappeared one by one. After the crab's legs were chopped off and it was attacked repeatedly, it fell to the ground completely, and its huge body also disappeared. Bull? Has the Imperial Military Space button improved to this level? Direct remote summoning, without even contact? Paul's green eyes widened to their maximum at this moment. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Not only did he ignore him, he also used a mechanical rod to prop him up again. Although the cold water crab is not easy to kill, it had lost a leg, and its overall combat effectiveness has decreased a lot. In addition, Ares and the others cooperated well, and the motivation of delicious food tempted them. So, an hour later, the battle was over. However, the end of the battle with the cold water crab does not mean that this afternoon's adventure is over. Ares quickly lifted Bull up and nodded at Xingjiu. "Little boss, let's go and collect the star dates." They discovered a new patch of mutant star dates last night. However, I was in a hurry to kill the exploding lotus seeds and the mutant octopus yesterday, so I really didn't have time to take care of it. Now that I have some free time, I have to go and restock. Although Xingjiu still has a lot of star dates in stock. But who would complain about having too much goods? Moreover, Ares was also worried that Xingjiu would not be able to replenish the goods after he left. By then, at least I can still sell some jujube tea, so I won't lose too much. When Xingjiu heard the word Xingzao, he instantly became energetic. Other things can be absent. She can try to find excellent ingredients in places like the vegetable market or supermarket. But star dates won't work. She now relies on Xingzao to save her from insomnia. So, she wants to stock up a lot. Xingjiu quickly followed Ares' footsteps. The newly discovered mutant star date group is still in a static mutation stage. To put it simply, the so-called static mutation means that they are still in the growth stage and are not very aggressive. They will not be arrogant and cause trouble everywhere for the time being. The previous batch had already passed the maturity stage and were in the period where they had nothing to do and just wanted to go out and fight every day. When Xingjiu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried because it was still in the growth stage. Will the efficacy be affected? Ares shook his head. "Don't worry, I won't." Xingjiu felt relieved when he heard that the efficacy would not be affected. The group was moving very fast, and if it weren't for Xingjiu's care, Ares and the others would have been even faster. Bull was soon held out as bait again. Familiar mechanical rod, familiar boar bait. Bull is now lying very still, thinking. It is known that they caught the mutant octopus and ate it. Don't ask him why he knew. It was at this time that Bull remembered that last night, when they were fishing for octopuses, Xie muttered in a low voice, "This thing looks fierce and difficult to fight, but it smells really good." At that time, Bull was used as bait, and he felt unhappy and didn't think much about it. Now think about it, they said it smelled really good. What smelled really good? After tasting the food provided by Xingjiu, Bull thought, the food smelled really good. No one cares what Bull thinks, because soon he was hung up and used as bait. This kind of thing happens once, I'm afraid twice, but it doesn't matter if it happens 3 or 4 times. Besides, he could also eat food by being the bait, Bull thought. This bait is pretty good, isn't it? This patch of star dates is still static. As soon as Bull appeared, the original calm was broken, and then the Xingzaos began to move. It is still the familiar way of covering the sky and avoiding the sun. It is still the familiar green sky and the scorching heat. When Bull realized that something was wrong, he actually wanted to activate the space button and use something to block it. He really couldn't stand Xingzao's high temperature. He is also a human being. Unfortunately, it can't be started. Ares rolled up a shield from him and directly blocked his space button. Unless Ares needs it, you are not allowed to use it. Seeing the star dates falling and about to land on him, Bull closed his eyes, which had been rolling for most of the day. He thought, even if he became a ghost, he would not let Ares go. In the end, the expected pain did not come. Moreover, Bull also heard Ares' voice. "Young boss, please put the bait back. Don't get hurt, otherwise it will affect the next use." Shungjie reacted quickly and threw Paul into the door nimbly. Then she and Ares squeezed under an umbrella and kept asking the system to work. Batch after batch of star dates fell and soon disappeared. When all the star dates had fallen and only the vines were left, Shungjie did not let them go. Such good feed. She wants it all. After the jujubes were harvested, another hour passed. Thinking that he still needed to prepare meals in the afternoon, Shungjie didn't intend to take any more risks. Ares also felt that after all the exertion, Shungjie's physical strength was probably almost gone. "I still have to cook in the evening, so I have to conserve some energy." They packed up simply and took Shungjie back to the camp. After letting her familiarize herself with the place, Ares followed Shungjie back to the store. Bull was lying on the cold ground at this time. His first thought when he was thrown back was, how could he not be burned all over? Why did he suddenly feel touched? When Bull realized what was going on, he was so angry that he laughed. He thought, how shameless. They used you as bait, and you are grateful? Paul was too angry to talk. Shungjie came back and took a shower first, then ran the water for Ares and the others to clean up. They simply ignored Paul and made his anger seem insignificant. "Bull, you wait for me to get better." After Shungjie had packed up, the system's backup vehicle arrived. Today's crab was quite big. After all, it was almost a whole crab, except for the claw they had eaten before. There are 2 full buckets of crab roe that Shungjie is looking forward to. There were 7 barrels of crab meat and 9 barrels of crab shells. In addition, 100 kilograms of processed star date slices were also delivered. Shungjie plans to find time to send the processed jujube vine feed, as well as those he had saved before, back to his uncle's house. There are a lot of things, and Shungjie and Ares need to prepare a lot of meals. The crab meat can continue to be fried rice. However, there is a lot of crab meat, so you can think of other ways to eat it, such as crab meat soup. Add tofu, mushrooms, and add a beaten egg. Thicken it with starch. Slurp. Just thinking about it makes it look delicious. There are many ways to eat crab roe. You can stir-fry it with sauce, mix it with noodles, or steam it directly into steamed buns. Shungjie is alone, so she won't do too many tricks. After thinking about it, she changed the menu. The millet porridge is cooked normally and has both flavors. The crab fried rice can make a comeback. Crab meat soup is a new attempt, and the system prices it at 38 yuan per bowl. The system price for crab roe steamed buns is 98 yuan per serving for 4. The crab roe noodles are 58 yuan per serving. Star jujube tea is a daily supply, so Shungjie wrote it down. After changing the menu, Shungjie went to the vegetable market again. Crab roe steamed buns require pork as the filling, and also require mushrooms and bamboo shoots to enhance the flavor. Crab soup needs tofu and mushrooms to enhance the flavor, which need to be prepared separately. Shungjie confidently and boldly handed the store over to Ares, taught him how to use the kitchen utensils, and then let him prepare rough meals in the store first. For example, crab meat needs to be steamed and then shredded for later use. Millet porridge needs to be cooked, and the rice needs to be steamed. Ares can now complete all the hygiene and preparation work independently. There was Ares in the store, and there was no need to close for the time being, so Shungjie went to the vegetable market with peace of mind. Time is short, and the task is heavy. After Shungjie entered, he didn't bother to look around. Every time he passed a stall, he let the system scan it directly. If the system determined that the score was excellent, Shungjie would buy it without hesitation. Of course, we still have to talk about the price. She often comes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, and she probably has an idea of the prices of these vegetables. If someone thinks that she has a tender face and is young, they want to take advantage of her. That won't do. When it comes to buying groceries, she is professional and experienced. She passed by one vegetable stall after another and picked out some good pork leg meat. For stuffing, pork hind leg meat is a good choice, with the right amount of fat and lean meat, and the meat is not dry or tough. There were several tofu shops, and Shungjio chose the one with a good system rating. Shungjio prepared 3 kinds of mushrooms: shiitake mushrooms, white jade mushrooms, and oyster mushrooms. White jade mushrooms and shimeji mushrooms are used to make soup with crab meat, while shiitake mushrooms are used to enhance the flavor of the siumai. Today in the market, Shungjio felt a little regretful that he didn't meet the vegetable seller he met before. However, before she left, she came across 2 nice winter melons in the corner. The man pulled a cart full of winter melons, and Shungjio picked out 2 with good ratings and bought them. After preparing everything, Shungjio hurried back. Then I started preparing the meal, without stopping. Aries' teammates had noodles for lunch. Noodles are a kind of refined carbohydrates that provide a moderate sense of fullness and are digested very quickly. Shungjio thought that if he cooked for them after closing time, they would all be starving. So, she planned to cook for Aries and the others first. It just so happens that there are new dishes to try today, and they are great food tasters. Shungjio talked to Aries, turned around, and started kneading the dough. Shungjio didn't plan to sell more crab roe noodles. Making each portion of hand-rolled noodles is hard work. So, she only prepared 20 copies. Apart from her and Aries trying it, he would not bring any for his teammates. Shungjio was preparing to make crab roe steamed buns for his teammates. For Shungjio, this was easier than making noodles, although it is a bit troublesome to wrap it up. While Shungjio was working, Aries was helping him and observing him all the time. Rolling noodles requires some experience, or a sense of the hand, which depends on both talent and practice. Aries tried it secretly and found that he couldn't roll it properly. Nothing is difficult in the world as long as you are willing to give up. Aries is not a man who gives up easily. But rolling noodles, it really won't work. He gave up silently. He turned around and followed Shungjio to make steamed buns.
But
this is different from making dumplings. So, is that skirt hem necessary? Aries looked at his own big hands, then at the tiny steamed bun in his palm, and thought silently, his big hands really can't make such a cute edge. But he had to wrap it. Shungjio said, "This pot is for them." Aries swallowed silently and decided to try again. By the time Aries had finally mastered the art of making the siumai with its cute hem, Shungjio had already packed 2 large plates. While Shungjio was wrapping the dumplings, he also steamed a pot of them. After all the prepared fillings were used up, Shungjio turned around and started preparing the crab roe sauce. The crab roe steamed buns are not very big, so Shungjio set the steaming time to be 12 minutes on high heat. Before the time was up, a familiar and delicious smell wafted through the kitchen. There is a slight difference between the freshness of crab roe and crab meat. Aries sniffed carefully in the rising mist. He felt that compared with the fresh fragrance of crab meat, the fresh fragrance of crab roe seemed to have a bit more sweet taste. It was very light, but it came out from a strange corner, showing its uniqueness. As the temperature rises, the wheat aroma can no longer lock in the fresh fragrance of crab roe. The familiar scent of the ocean hit his face directly. Aries swallowed hard and glanced at the timer. Great, 2 more minutes. He can wait. Fresh aroma, meaty aroma, and light wheat aroma intertwined in the high temperature, forming an alluring aroma that rises and spreads with the mist. Aries only felt that it was you when he looked up, you were you when he looked down, you were you when he turned his head, and you were you when he looked back. This was the ocean scent that he couldn't escape, couldn't leave, and didn't want to get rid of. It was too fresh. In the past, Aries didn't like this ocean scent.
Joke.
Who would like the taste of the Zerg's hometown? But now, at this moment, he wished that he could spend his whole life hugging the fragrance of the ocean and never be separated from it. He likes the delicious smell. So, how many minutes are left? Why do these 2 minutes seem so long? Li Chung thought that there were not many customers in the afternoon. He would watch some videos, check his moments, take pictures of the freshly cooked braised dishes, and post them on his moments. After finishing all this, he prepared to make another round of hot stew. As soon as he turned around, he could smell the ocean dancing in front of his nose. That familiar, yet tempting taste. Li Cheng turned his head angrily and looked at the next room through the door. Very good. The door is not open. So, little boss, what dishes are you trying? Thinking about the food group he joined Xingji restaurant at noon, Li Cheng wanted to open it and take a look. It was not time for dinner yet, and no one was talking. Li Cheng wanted to think about what to post, but he was afraid that too many people would come and compete with him for the food. Only, if I don't send it, those people won't come?
Haha.
So, let's make them hungry first. Li Qingxiang figured it out, walked out, and tapped the roller shutter door of Xingji restaurant. What a pity, I can't capture the flavor. Otherwise, they will surely die of jealousy. AAA hot braised duck. The boss is tasting the food again. It's so fresh. Buddha does not save the poor. Is this a new dish? Woohoo, describe it. My child is working overtime tonight. Ah, life is like tea. What does it taste like?
Can you smell it?
Forever young. I don't know if there will be millet porridge tonight. As soon as Li Qingxiang sent a message, the group became lively. There aren't many people in the group now, but there are still dozens of them. Li Qingxiang was just about to type to describe it, but the smell from next door was even more fragrant. Ocean scent. It must be seafood. But Li Qingxiang couldn't smell what it was exactly. He shamelessly sent a message to Sheng Jiu. AAA hot braised duck. Is the boss researching new dishes? Sheng Jiu hasn't replied yet. Li Cheng thought the other party must be busy. Sometimes he is so busy that he has no time to look at his phone. He still needed to prepare hot stew for dinner, so he had to put his phone down for the time being and go about his own business. Uncle Hong and his friends saw the message in the group and asked a few questions. After not getting any specific response, they stopped playing chess and just strolled over here. It's not time for dinner yet, but they are not in a hurry, so they just stroll around. After strolling, there is still more to eat. At this time, the first pot of xiaomai has been cooked. At the moment of cooking, it is no exaggeration to say that Aries was almost confused by the fragrance. He thought, if I had known that the zerg was so delicious, I would not have had to physically destroy it before. What a waste. There was quite a lot of steamed buns in this pot, and Sheng Jiu picked up a bowl for Aries first. Yes, a pot. One plate is Sheng Jiu's quantity, not Aries. After picking up the ones for Aries, Sheng Jiu picked up 2 more for himself. She wanted to try the crab roe noodles later, so she tried 2 first. There is not much left in this pot, but the other pot has already started steaming. These are all from Aries' teammates. Aries still remembered what Sheng Jiu said, that hot food is not good to eat. So, after he brought them to the table, he kept turning them over, trying to make them cool faster. Feeling that it was not so hot anymore, Aries couldn't wait to take a bite. The skin of the siumai is so thin that you can see the filling inside. Although the dough is thin, it is very chewy. It feels slightly springy when touched lightly, but it breaks quickly when bitten. The soup locked inside by the crab roe, and stuffing burst out the moment Aries bit it open. The temperature inside was still very hot, and Aries couldn't help but hissing because of the heat, but he didn't spit it out, feeling the hot and delicious fragrance exploding in his mouth instantly. Although it's hot, it's really fresh. Aries hissed and turned the bite over in his mouth. When it was no longer so hot, he moved his teeth up and down. The dough is thin, soft and glutinous, and the filling inside is sweet and tender. That burst of juice is like a wave rolling between the lips and teeth, and then mischievously leaving a fresh fragrance on the ground that can make people linger for a long time. After swallowing the soup, Aries savored it carefully. The salty and fresh taste has a lingering sweetness, and the soft and glutinous taste is full of deliciousness. The crab roe has a slightly granular texture, but is more of a soft, dense, and gentle feeling. As soon as you take a bite, the aftertaste lingers between your lips and teeth, making you want to savor the fresh fragrance that you once passed by here. Aries couldn't help but growled, okay. Sheng Jiu had just picked up a steamed bun and was blowing on it carefully to cool it down when Aries' shout startled her, and the bun fell onto the plate. The position where xiaomai fell was not very good, and he fell headfirst. Then, The soup inside slowly seeped out along with the golden crab roe. Not much, but enough to make people feel distressed. When Aries heard the noise, he subconsciously looked up and met Sheng Jiao's resentful eyes. Aries felt guilty for a second and quickly withdrew his gaze. He took another pair of chopsticks, quickly and carefully picked up a siamai from his own bowl and carefully placed it on Sheng Jiao's plate. At the same time, he picked up the siamai that Sheng Jiao had dropped and had a slight flaw on it and put it in his own bowl and opened his mouth to swallow it. Sheng Jiao. That doesn't have to be the case. Sheng Jiao failed to taste the delicious food for the first time and was a little angry. But Aries' actions were so funny that she couldn't help but laugh, then picked up the steamed buns again. The crab roe is on the top layer of the siumai, wrapped in a lovely white skirt with a bright golden color. The color contrast at a glance has already aroused people's curiosity about new things. Sheng Jiao observed it for a while and found that what he had wrapped was pretty good. Then he slowly put it to his mouth and took a bite. It bursts with one bite, and it has the unique salty and fresh taste of the ocean. The siumai had been left for a while, so the soup inside was no longer that hot. This bite is salty, fragrant, and gentle, with a slightly sweet aftertaste. The temperature was right, and the flavor was just right. Pork here is just a garnish. Shiitake mushrooms are just a foil. The salty and fragrant crab roe takes over the atmosphere in an instant. However, the meaty aroma of pork and the fresh fragrance of mushrooms cannot be ignored. They are like flowers on a cliff, blooming firmly, but silently in the corner. The vigorous vitality gives them more power and allows them to burst out with more fragrance when they mature. At this moment, in this small steamed bun, they and the crab roe are good partners working together. They can make each other's fresh flavors blend better and bloom more perfectly. After taking a bite, Sheng Jiao nodded with satisfaction. She only ate 2 and then stopped. Aries finished a pot of steamed pork ribs as quickly as possible. After he finished, the 2 pots that had just been steamed were ready to be opened. After Sheng Jiao let it sit for a while, he installed it for Aries and the others. After the 2 men went upstairs, when they saw Bull, they turned their heads away guiltily. "Ah, this. I forgot about him again," Aries said very naturally. "I'll come back to feed you, don't worry about it. Go downstairs and prepare the meal first. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking and got Sheng Jiao's response, he went out directly. After hearing what Aries said, Bull was not surprised, but, "Do you want to listen to this? Are you guys going too far? You guys are eating and drinking down there and you let me smell the food up there? Or, why don't you block my nose too?" Bull's resentful eyes fell on Sheng Jiao. Sheng Jiao hurriedly lowered his head to check whether his hair was wrapped in the hair cap, then looked to see if his hands were clean, and then checked the floor upstairs. "Anyway, I pretended to be very busy and didn't dare to look at Paul's eyes." Then, Sheng Jiao went downstairs in this busy situation. Bull. The heart that was hanging in the air can finally be put to rest. Aries really goes and comes back quickly. Sheng Jiao had just finished steaming a new pot of steamed dumplings when Aries came back. This time, Sheng Jiao opened the door for him remotely. Although Aries was surprised, he was not surprised. Sheng Jiao had some methods that he couldn't understand, but this made him feel more at ease. Aries felt that he would not be able to leave without peace of mind if the little girl did not have the means to protect herself. The meal preparation was completed, and the 2 of them had a taste of the dishes. "We can now officially open for business." Aries went to open the door, while Sheng Jiao went to prepare fried crab sauce. When Aries opened the door, there were 6 uncles for aunts and 7 young men with hair of different lengths and colors standing at the door. They stood in 2 rows consciously. I saw Aries open the door and felt the fresh aroma wafting out of the house. The uncles showed an intoxicated look. "This taste. Fresh." The uncles went in first, followed by the aunts. The young people came later and were at the end of the line. They didn't rush to grab the tickets at this time. After the old men and women went in, they also came in. With so many people crammed in at once, the store looked a bit crowded. Aries calmly gestured for them to find a place to sit first, then pointed to the bar. "Scan the code at the front desk to place your order." Mr. Hong, and his men walked forward with ease. The ants looked a little unfamiliar. However, the ants were talkative and soon started talking to Uncle Hong and his friends. They asked them how to order food, and then did it skillfully. Looking at the ants playing with their cell phones, they looked even cooler than them. The young college students silently compared themselves to their friends and said, 6. The ants actually came here because they heard that there is a small shop here that sells particularly delicious millet porridge, and the millet porridge is also expensive, so they came here. When they actually saw the menu, the 2 ants frowned. 298. I know it's expensive, but isn't it too expensive? Put 2 slices of ginseng in it, and it can be sold at such a high price? The other 2 ants pulled their sleeves. Hey, there are cheaper ones, don't get excited. Watch your blood pressure. There aren't many dishes in the evening, but they are delicious. Most of the uncles ordered fried rice, which came with a bowl of winter melon soup for 8 yuan.
Don't ask why you don't eat siumai.
The answer is I don't like to eat. Woohoo. Blood lipids can't stand the aroma of crab roe.
Don't they want to?
They don't dare. The ants don't dare either. So, several people ordered millet porridge. The 2 ants who initially said it was expensive insisted on trying the one that cost 298 yuan per bowl. After the other 2 ants tried to persuade them in vain, they had no choice but to sit back down. When the college students saw that the uncles and aunts had finished ordering, they hurried to the bar. They had seen the menu before. The price is amazing though. But now that we are here, if I don't try it, I always feel like I'm missing out. These young people just want to have such a mouth. Just show off. Of course, if it doesn't taste good, it will be spread to everyone in the surrounding villages. 7 young people, 4 men and 3 women. The 4 boys were relatively decisive. 1 serving of crab meat fried rice. +1. 2 orders of fried rice, 2 orders of steamed buns, and mixed noodles. They decided to share the food later. The girls thought the jujube tea looked good, and they also thought the millet porridge was okay. They also felt tempted by the steamed buns, and the crab roe noodles sounded delicious. Then the 3 girls decided to draw an electronic lottery ticket. 1 ordered fried rice, 1 ordered mixed noodles, and 1 ordered steamed buns. As for who ordered, it depends on who gets the prize. The girls solved the problem quickly. There were so many of them that it was difficult for them to squeeze into one table, so they sat separately. The millet porridge is already cooked. Aries just needs to go in and serve it. This one came out first, and the fragrance was also light. Ginseng millet porridge has a light herbal flavor. College students don't understand what the different herbs are, they just smell like medicine. However, it doesn't smell bad, and the more you smell it, the more you feel. It is very much like the natural herbal fragrance coming from deep in the forest, with a somewhat alluring and profound meaning. The girl's companions thought she was crazy.
But
why is it that I feel so moved? However, even though I feel moved, I still have to consider the reality. A girl frowned and said with some embarrassment, "A week's living expenses, have you thought it through?" Another girl also felt a little pain, but she whispered, "Let's share it among the 3 of us. It's only 2 or 3 days' living expenses. I just want to try this expensive millet porridge. What does it taste like?" The girl who first proposed it nodded frantically. Yes, how about we split it equally?" The 3 girls discussed for a long time, then plucked up their courage and ordered another bowl of expensive millet porridge and a cup of jujube tea. Humph. They just want to try it. What on earth is it? So expensive. The ants were already drinking millet porridge. 2 of them are cheaper and contain yam and wolfberry. The yam is dense, the wolfberry is slightly sweet, and they are wrapped together with a fragrance of millet. Although the taste is light, it is still very tempting. The other 2 ants ordered ginseng millet porridge, which also contained wolfberries. However, the taste of ginseng is too overbearing, suppressing the slightly sweet taste of wolfberry completely. The 2 ants sniffed the smell and carefully observed the ginseng slices in the millet porridge, then looked at each other and nodded. Well, it smells like this, the smell is familiar, but the taste is stronger. That should be good ginseng, but I can't see the texture of this ginseng. It is said that the texture of the good ones can tell the age of the ginseng. I am too lazy to check it, so I will just eat it directly. The ants discussed in low voices. In terms of life experience, they cannot compare with the experienced ants. So, listening to what they say may help you gain some new insights. The ants discussed in low voices for a few sentences and then started eating. This yam tastes good. I feel that this rice is very fragrant. I haven't eaten such fragrant millet in a long time. It also comes with rice oil, which is really good. How about the one you added ginseng to?
Tell me about it.
The ants discussed in low voices. The two ants who ordered ginseng porridge took a small sip first. The smell of ginseng is quite strong. However, when you scoop a spoonful of porridge and put it into your mouth, the first thing you smell is the sweet aroma of millet. After being simmered over low heat, the millet is now soft and delicious. When you put it into your mouth and chew it slightly, it can slowly slide into your throat and be swallowed into your stomach. The taste of warmth, all the way forward. Fresh aroma, always lingering. When this mouthful of porridge enters your stomach, a slightly sweet aftertaste lingers in your mouth, blooming slowly and gently. The two ants swallowed, savored it carefully, and then looked at each other. I thought the ginseng flavor would dominate, but it didn't. It's still the rice aroma. This millet is so good. You have the same feeling, right? I thought it smelled like Chinese medicine, and I thought it would taste the same, but it turned out to be the fragrance of millet with a sweet aftertaste. This millet is really good. I'll ask the boss where he bought it later. This rice is so fragrant, and it also contains ginseng. This price is not expensive. My daughter brought me some millet porridge from a big hotel before. A bowl cost more than 900 yuan, and I didn't taste anything good. That millet was also fragrant, but it was far inferior to this. Just take a look at the things in the big hotel. There are good things, but there are more bad things. The ants discussed in low voices, trying their best not to disturb other diners. After listening to this, the female college students nodded. It's stable. This wave of millet porridge is definitely stable. Soon, the millet porridge they ordered arrived. After Aries put the things away, he reminded, "The porridge is hot. Please pay attention to the temperature and eat slowly." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the bar. The three girls' attention had previously been on the food. I just noticed now. The clerk in this shop looks quite cool. The three girls looked at each other. Basic courtesy prevented them from talking about others in person. But they have a small group.
Wow.
This shop assistant is awesome. Oh my god. Look at his arm when he was putting the porridge in just now. It's so strong. I feel like if the clothes were thinner, the muscles would burst out. It feels like I can swing on his arms. Sister, this is not a no man's land. The girls just discussed in low voices for a while. As for VX or something.
Oh.
What are you thinking about? The 300 yuan millet porridge is right in front of me, so why should I have time to care about anything else? Handsome guys are nice, but they are not theirs. But paid millet porridge, it is. The three girls first observed the quality of the millet porridge. It is golden, and the edge of the bowl feels shiny. The millet porridge that the girls drank before was never like this. If they hadn't heard it from the ants before, they wouldn't know that this shiny thing is rice oil. Just looking at this clear rice oil gives people a very tempting and delicious feeling. Although the taste of ginseng is strong, the aroma of rice is not far behind. At some point, it will rush straight into your senses, leaving you nowhere to escape. It smells so good. I'm a little reluctant to eat it. I'll get the bowl. The three girls sighed, and one of them diligently went to the sterilizer to get a small bowl. The three of them quickly shared a bowl of porridge. The first bite of millet porridge gave them a surprising feeling of its stickiness, softness, and tenderness. How do I describe that feeling? It was like a person who had been thirsty for 3 days suddenly got a sip of warm water. For this person, that saliva is the hope of life and the beginning of light. After tasting it carefully, a girl squinted her eyes and savored it for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but whisper to her sisters, "I think I understand that feeling a little bit. It's like the light seeping in from the cracks, giving the last hope to those in the abyss. This porridge is for me." The other two girls couldn't think of a good way to describe it, so they looked at each other and said in unison, "Me too." After the three of them finished speaking, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aries didn't understand their laughter. He just looked at them curiously and then looked away. After Sheng Jio skillfully served the crab meat fried rice, he called out to Aries, signaling him to serve the dish. Next, start frying the crab roe sauce. Crab roe sauce is not pure crab roe. It needs to be seasoned with a little crab meat to increase the fresh and fragrant taste. Of course, it would be even better if there was some broth to enhance the flavor. However, there was no time left, so Sheng Jio could only use crab meat and crab roe first. Of course, the proportion of crab meat is smaller, and it only serves to enhance the flavor. Most of the time, it is still better to eat the soft and sandy texture of crab roe. On Sheng Jio's side, when the hot oil and crab roe were put into the pot, the fresh aroma of the ocean instantly spread out. Sheng Jio was the closest, and even with the mask on, he was still sprayed with a fresh aroma. Feeling the impact of the fresh aroma brought by the ocean, Sheng Jio took a long breath and then waved the wok. When the fresh crab roe and hot oil are perfectly blended under high temperature, the whole Xingji restaurant is filled with the enticing aroma of the ocean. The four ants were originally drinking their own millet porridge, sharing their own food experiences, and occasionally reminiscing about the past. As a result, a domineering fresh fragrance wafted over. Millet porridge is originally a light carbohydrate. In terms of taste, it is indeed elegant, with a non-competitive vegetarian aroma. Compared with the overbearing aroma of crab roe and crab meat, millet porridge really cannot compete with them. At this moment, the fragrance wafted over, and the ants immediately stopped scooping porridge with their spoons. The four of them looked at each other and swallowed involuntarily. Woo-woo. It smells so good, but they're blood lipids. What if they don't like to eat it? Who doesn't like a more overbearing aroma? But the body won't allow it? In this situation, what's the difference between them recuperating in bed, drinking bland soup, and the unfilial son at home ordering a plate of spicy crayfish next to them? Woohoo! They are not saying that this millet porridge is not delicious. But, in front of the aroma of crab roe, it really doesn't smell good anymore. The three girls were still enjoying the millet porridge. As the aroma of crab roe wafted over, they felt that the porridge in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. Not to mention porridge, I always feel that the fried rice that has just been served doesn't seem to be as fragrant. At this time, Aries brought steamed buns to the two tables. The fragrance wafting along the way was no less fragrant than the strong fragrance wafting from the kitchen at this moment. Aries smells good all the way as he walks. The uncles and aunts smelled the scent and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Mr. Hung looked at the fried rice in front of him, thought for a moment, and whispered, "Mine is not bad either." Grandpa Wu thought about it while holding the millet porridge and muttered quietly, "Actually, I've been taking medicine on time recently. It's okay to be greedy occasionally, right?" Several uncles couldn't sit still anymore. Then two old men couldn't resist the smell of the food and ordered a portion of steamed buns and a bowl of crab roe noodles. At this time, in the kitchen, the crab roe sauce had been fried. The noodles are in another pot and have also been cooked. Sheng Jio quickly served the noodles and poured a large spoonful of sauce on it. The rich aroma of the ocean instantly overwhelmed the light wheat aroma, and this fragrance drifted out again along with the hot steam of the noodles. Everyone. The customer who just came in. Is it so fragrant? It feels like they are not in a restaurant but an oceanarium? Ling Ziyu had just picked up Man Man from after-school class and was on his hurried way home when he smelled the rich aroma wafting from Xingji restaurant. Man Man smelled the food and couldn't move for a moment. Dad, squid fried rice. Man Man didn't remember anything else, but the aroma of squid fried rice kept lingering in her mind. At this moment, when she smelled the crab roe, she thought that this was the taste of squid fried rice. Ling Ziyu. He couldn't even walk after smelling this smell. But, his wife was on a business trip and will be back tonight. If they found out that he took his daughter out to eat, they might beat him to death. So, even though the delicious food made people unable to move, Ling Ziyu still gritted his teeth and pulled Man Man back. Man Man, be good. Mom's back tonight. Let's go home and eat. Fearing that Man Man would not leave, Ling Ziyu raised the bag in his other hand and said, Dad bought shrimps and squids. When we get home tonight, let's make fried rice, okay? Man was a little unhappy, but she was not a willful child, so she pursed her lips, looked reluctantly in the direction of Xingji restaurant, and whispered, okay then. It was a very forced tone, and Ling Ziyu felt distressed listening to it. However, he didn't want his wife to beat up the father and daughter as soon as she got home, so he had to endure it for the time being. Unlike the father and daughter's slow and reluctant steps, Shui Wanling ran over happily. She didn't come yesterday. Woo-woo. Delicious food. She is here today. Her boyfriend was working overtime and was not with her. Shui Wanling didn't want to wait any longer, so she ran over first. She thought that if she had arrived earlier today and could order one more portion, she would ask her boyfriend for a takeaway. If not, forget it. Who made him work overtime? As soon as Shui Wanling approached, he was hit in the face by the overbearing aroma of crab roe. She took a deep breath and entered the restaurant. When Shui Wanling came in, Aries had just brought the crab roe noodles to the boys' table. At this time, Sheng Jiao was frying the dish ordered by the girls' table. Shui Wanling smelled the aroma and then looked at the bright golden crab sauce hanging on the distinct noodles.
Slurp.
Finished. Just one look and Shui Wanling fell in love. Today, there is no other choice. Dry noodles will do. After Aries finished cooking the noodles, he returned to the bar. Shui Wanling followed all the way and took a look at the menu. When she saw what the dish of noodles she wanted was called, she quickly ordered it. After scanning the code to pay, Shui Wanling found a table near the college students and sat down. As soon as she sat down, more diners came into the restaurant. He is a man in his 30s. After the man came in, he looked around, as if he was observing what everyone was eating. When the man saw the millet porridge on the table of his grandpa and aunt, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried to the bar and pointed at the millet porridge on the table and asked, "How much is that porridge?" Aries smiled and gestured for him to look at the menu. With yam, 38 yuan a bowl. With ginseng, 298 yuan a bowl. The man looked in the direction Aries pointed and found that there were quite a lot of things on the menu. Moreover, the smell in the store was really fragrant. He nodded. "Then I want a bowl with ginseng. Take it away, thank you." 300 yuan a bowl of millet porridge. In the past, he wouldn't even look at it. How much do you earn in a month? Why do you eat such expensive porridge? However, the situation is special now. After taking the medicine, his mother felt very uncomfortable and had a poor appetite. After returning home, the only thing she could think about was the millet porridge she had smelled in the ward before. The man took a lot of effort to find out where the millet porridge was sold. After driving for more than 20 kilometers, I finally found the place. The man scanned the code and paid. Aries motioned for him to wait and went into the kitchen. Aries was serving millet porridge. Sheng Jiao's newly fried noodles were ready, so she put them on a plate and brought them to the girls' table. The crab sauce is really fragrant all the way. When Sheng Jiao passed by the man, the strong fragrance, the man couldn't help swallowing. He turned his head and glanced at the menu. Crab roe noodles, 58 yuan per serving. Okay, can't afford it. After his mother fell ill, he sold all his houses. Now he can still spend money for his mother by gritting his teeth. For yourself?
No.
But it smells really good. Just when the man was about to give up, Aries came out with packed millet porridge. He quickly packed the food into the bag, put a spoon in it, and handed it to the man. Seeing the millet porridge handed to him, the man breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God! Finally I can go. If you don't leave now, you'll have to spend dozens more." It's not that he is stingy, nor is it that he is not good to himself. He really has to calculate every penny carefully now. The man finally turned around with difficulty, swallowing his saliva, and left. The fresh fragrance drifted far away with him. Men try to ignore it as much as possible. He thought, when his mother got better and he made some money, he would definitely come and have a bowl of crab meat noodles. The girls were still exclaiming that the crab meat fried rice smelled so good, and the crab meat was really substantial. Yes, it is expensive, but it does give meat. I am afraid that some places like restaurants and hotels will offer expensive food and not much service. Ordered Kung Pao chicken. It was all carrots and cucumbers, barely any meat. Even if there is meat, it is wrapped in a thick layer of noodles. Even a small street shop dares to sell a portion of Kung Pao chicken for 48 yuan. This crab meat-filled fried rice is a little expensive, so what? The girls think that it is expensive but worth it. It tastes so delicious that you can't stop eating it. When the crab roe noodles came, the three girls couldn't control their saliva when they saw the thick layer of crab roe sauce on the noodles. It's fresh and fragrant. If you smell it carefully, there is also the aroma of wheat lingering in the middle, and the air is filled with a faint sweet and refreshing aroma. The three girls mixed the noodles first. Every time they mixed it, the golden crab sauce would be better integrated with the noodles, wrapping them, and the aroma would be more intense. The girl mixing noodles was really scary. As soon as she opened her mouth, her saliva fell into the bowl. Fortunately, this step was completed quickly. The three girls quickly divided the noodles, then picked up a handful of noodles with chopsticks and stuffed them into their mouths. The fresh aroma of crab roe, wrapped in the meaty fat, instantly bursts into the mouth with a beautiful and rich flavor. After the rich aroma, there are chewy noodles and a light wheat aroma. There is also a slight sweet aftertaste in the mouth after taking a bite. Just one bite was enough to amaze people. Xue Wanling looked at the three girls eating with such ecstasy that she almost couldn't help but ask, "How about giving me a bite?" She withdrew her gaze with difficulty and turned to look towards the kitchen. At this point, her portion of crab sauce went into the pot. It tastes best when freshly fried and poured over noodles. Therefore, Shengjiu did not hype all of them up at once. Each portion is freshly baked, as much as possible. 1 minute ago, the crab sauce is in the pot, and 1 minute later, it is in the diners' mouths. The rich ocean flavor wafts over in waves. After the ants finished drinking the millet porridge, they actually couldn't hold it any longer. However, they are very concerned about their bodies. So, crab roe is really not good. It is so difficult for them to control their blood lipids. Usually they eat clear soup and watery food, and they can barely control it. Now I am really eating and drinking to excess. How can I justify my usual restraint? Who would have thought that when I was young, I was so poor that I had no meat to eat? When I got old, I finally had money.
Hey,
My body won't allow it. Let's go, let's go. If I sit down again, I will definitely break my vow. I can't do that either. My daughter said she would come back in 2 days and take me to the hospital. If the readings are not good, she will start to nag me and want to take me away. That's why I don't want to live with these young people.
what are you talking about?
No place is worse than your own home. Your own home is so comfortable, but not your children's homes. Not to mention your daughter-in-law and son-in-law, even your own children. I feel uncomfortable when I look at them. The ants couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and chose to leave first. As long as they leave, they can no longer smell the fragrance, and the fragrance will not tempt them. The uncles looked at the ants' willpower and admired them. However, they really can't do it for the time being. Xue Wanling ordered one for herself and ordered crab roast siumai for her boyfriend. After thinking about the quantity, she also ordered crab meat fried rice. She thought that after returning home, she would divide it in half, one for her boyfriend and one for herself as a midnight snack. She muttered quietly, and Aries happened to be not far away. After hearing it, he turned around and asked, "Do you need me to help you pack it in advance?" Xue Wanling's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Is it okay?" Aries nodded. "Okay." Xue Wanling hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you for your trouble." Aries said a few polite words and went back to his work. After that, many more diners came. Some look familiar, while others look unfamiliar. Some people came in because of the smell but were discouraged by the price. Portions of fried rice and mixed noodles came out. Wisps of rich fragrance kept wafting out. Li Chung next door thought about it when he smelled the scent. In the past, the most fragrant smell on their street was when he cooked hot stew, and the other was the smell from the rice noodle shop not far away.
Now,
It became Xingji Restaurant, but it tastes really good. Thinking of this, he swallowed a steamed bun. The food bursts with juice in one mouthful, and the fresh and meaty aroma lingers in the mouth. The feeling of satisfaction cannot be expressed in words. Diners who came to buy duck products saw how deliciously he ate the duck and asked where he bought the steamed dumplings. Li Qingxiang pointed to the next door without hesitation. Some diners were curious and went over to take a look. I found that the siu mai is expensive. Some people resisted the aroma, asked, and left. Some people couldn't stand it and thought they couldn't let it go to waste, so they ordered some to try. Then I couldn't leave. Soon the fried rice was gone. The crab roe noodles are also out of stock. There are 4 servings of siu mai left, and the crab meat soup is just average. Maybe in the eyes of many people, a bowl of soup is not filling enough, and it always seems not worth spending too much money on it. Then, when Sheng Jiu was not busy, he drank a bowl by himself. After thickening, the crab meat soup has fresh and fragrant crab meat, tender tofu, and fragrant eggs. When it is stirred, it has a thick and tempting visual impact. Sheng Jiu was drinking quietly in the kitchen. When Aries came in to serve the meal, he saw it and coughed silently. Sheng Jiu took a look and ordered the pot of crab meat soup with his chin. Aries smiled instantly. "Thank you, little boss." Sheng Jiu nodded, pretending to be serious, and continued drinking. After Aries' meal was served, he served himself a bowl. Because he still had to take care of the front desk, he went to the bar to drink. At this time, the customers in the store have changed several times. Aries was quick and agile and cleaned up very quickly, so he was also very efficient in turning over the tables. The guests from the new tables noticed that Aries was drinking something they had never tasted before, and a social expert asked loudly, "Boss, what are you drinking?" Some customers couldn't tell who was the boss between Sheng Jiu and Aries. Anyway, the person standing at the bar collecting money has to be either the boss or a relative of the boss, so it's never wrong to call him the boss. Hearing the customer asking him, Aries pointed to the menu and said, "Crab soup." After hearing this, the diner tilted his head to take a look.
Wow.
That's a bit expensive. Just a small bowl. However, seeing Aries drinking so drunkenly, he couldn't help but be moved.
Order
a bowl? Especially if you order fried rice. Even if it comes with winter melon soup, the crab soup seems to be more tempting. Some people can't resist and try to order it. Some people find it expensive. It's just a bowl of soup, which is not much. Why does it cost so much money? They can also drink winter melon soup. Moreover, it is very fresh and delicious. The crab meat soup is ready-made, and there is only one pot, and it will be sold out once it is sold out.
There are still quite a few today.
Aries quickly served a bowl over. After drinking it and feeling the tenderness of the tofu, the rich aroma of the eggs, and the freshness of the crab meat, the diners feel, this bite is worth it. Crab fried rice is not the limit. This soup is it. The thick and fragrant taste makes you feel as if you are in the ocean for a moment. The scent of the ocean is in your breath, and you are gently caressed and patted by the waves. This feels really good. The diner exclaimed to his companions. His companion was tempted by the way he ate, and couldn't help but took another spoon to scoop a spoonful to taste it. This bite. It's so delicious. The taste is just light and refreshing. Why is it so delicious when you drink it? My companion couldn't help but want to order some, but when he touched the food that was almost filling his neck, he silently gave up the idea. Never mind. I can't eat today. I must come and try it tomorrow no matter what. New customers kept coming, and those who had eaten before knew that the restaurant was not big, so although they were tempted by the delicious taste, they all got up and left consciously after finishing their meal. The shop isn't open just for one day. If you want to eat, come back tomorrow. Today, their stomachs can't take so much. Soon, 2 new customers came into the store. A man and a woman entered the store and looked around, as if they were observing the store's sanitary environment. Aries had seen many such picky eaters that night. Aries was very confident about the cleanliness he had done himself. After reading it, the 2 diners nodded as if satisfied, and then went to the bar to order. Aries introduced the restaurant specials of the day and gestured for them to look at the menu. The 2 diners took a look and found that there was a bowl of millet porridge for $298. Why is it so expensive? Moreover, there was only one bowl left. After reading it, the two of them looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. Then the girl said, "I want a bowl of ginseng millet porridge." The man smelled it, thought for a moment, and said, "I want some crab roe noodles." After the two of them ordered, they found a seat and sat down. Sheng Jiao moved quickly. There was only one bowl of millet porridge left, so Aries served it to the table first. After a while, the noodles were ready. The fresh and fragrant smell once again filled the entire restaurant. A table of diners had just finished their meal and couldn't help but exclaim in ecstasy when they smelled the aroma. "This smells so good. And there's plenty of crab roe."
What are you talking about?
It's all crab roe and crab meat, not adulterated at all, unlike some stores that use pumpkin puree to thicken it. I have no objection to using pumpkin puree to flavor the food, but you have to separate the price of the pumpkin from the crab roe. Especially the Xingyuan Hotel over there. Last time I ordered a bowl of noodles with crab roe. It was like looking for crab roe in pumpkin puree, and you might not even find it. Hee, I've eaten it too. I wonder if it uses any technology. The crab roe doesn't taste right. The two people whispered. The new diners who were nearby looked up and exchanged glances after hearing this, with a hint of impatience between their brows. Aries noticed it, and although he was puzzled, he didn't look at it for too long, in order to avoid the diners thinking that he was staring at them and being impolite. Soon, the delicious and fragrant crab roe noodles were served. When Aries turned around, he cleaned up the table that had just been left. The new diners were shocked when they saw Aries spray the surface with oil cleaner twice, then with alcohol, and then wipe it carefully with water.
This.
Did you wipe it so many times? The two looked at each other again, then lowered their heads silently. At this time, there were 3 other tables of guests in the restaurant, including them. After Aries finished cleaning up, he went to wash his hands before coming back. As soon as I stood at the bar, I saw the table of new diners. The woman stood up and said, "Boss, there's hair in your noodles." Aries was a little confused. He took a step forward and took a look. There is indeed a hair in the face, and it is long. Aries looked at the hair and felt that it didn't look like Sheng Jiao's hair. Although Sheng Jiao has long hair, she always ties her hair neatly when cooking and covers it tightly with a chef's hat. Not only her, Aries also wore a chef's hat and wrapped his hair every time to avoid contaminating the food. When the woman spoke, her voice was a little high, and the guests at the other 2 tables subconsciously looked up. One table of diners quietly raised their mobile phones and seemed to be taking pictures. Aries had never encountered such a thing before. He subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the kitchen. There were no new customers in the restaurant at the moment, so Sheng Jiao had some free time. She stuck her head out to take a look, met Aries' pleading gaze, and hurried out. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Sheng Jiao coming out of the kitchen, the woman looked her up and down. How to describe that look? It feels like looking at pork on a chopping board, which makes people feel physically uncomfortable. After looking at Sheng Jiao, the woman said loudly, "Boss, there is hair in your noodles. Is there any other hygiene problem?" In this regard, Sheng Jiao suppressed his discomfort and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to bring you a bad food experience, but the hygiene of the store is definitely guaranteed. The inspection came a few days ago and..." At this point, Sheng Jiao pointed to the surveillance cameras in several corners and said, "There are surveillance cameras in the restaurant, from the front desk to the back kitchen, except for the private area and bathroom on the 2nd floor. There are no blind spots. If diners have any questions, we can check the surveillance cameras." After saying this, Sheng Jiao nodded first, then went to the bar, turned the management monitoring monitor in a different direction, and rushed towards the diners. Then she pulled back the time and started watching from the moment the new customer entered the restaurant. Sheng Jiao does not casually question the food hygiene in his store. One is that she herself is very strict. Another one is the system. The system does not allow contaminated food to be served to customers' tables, thus giving diners a bad dining experience. Therefore, if there is hair or other debris falling in a place where Sheng Jiao is not paying attention, the system will give a timely reminder to either her or the clerk. When Seung-jo heard the noise just now, he had already asked the system. Get a positive answer from the system. They ensure that there are no foreign objects throughout the entire process, from the time the ingredients are put into the pot to the time they are served to the diner's tables. In this way, Seung-jo could be sure that the other party probably came with some ulterior motives. It is also for this reason that Seung-jo stands straight. As soon as the surveillance camera was turned on, other diners also came over out of curiosity. The diner who said there was hair in the noodles is now in a difficult situation. Although she intentionally avoided the camera, but she was not sure if her little action would be caught by the surveillance camera. The woman felt a little guilty, but she tried her best to act as if she was not guilty. The cameras in the store are a benefit for newcomers to the food system, and their clarity is particularly high. Whether it is the ingredients in the kitchen or the diners in the front, each post is extremely clear, almost capturing the wrinkles on the person's face. Therefore, you can clearly see whether there is hair or not. This includes the little movements that the woman thought were very secretive. The woman didn't even notice that there was a camera on the ceiling facing her table. It blended in with the decorations and could not be seen at all if you didn't look closely. Of course, women are reluctant to admit their little actions. So after watching the surveillance video, facing Seung-jo's puzzled eyes and the other diners' expressions of watching the fun, the woman said in a confident and reasonable manner, "Who knows if there was hair in the ingredient stage? Anyway, there's hair in the noodles now, so you decide how to solve it." Seeing that the woman was just going to make trouble, Seung-jo nodded. "Okay, let's call the police. With advanced technology, I think this hair still has a hair follicle, so it should be possible to test for DNA." At this point, Seung-jo turned around and looked at the other diners with a smile. "Our restaurant has strict requirements on the safety and hygiene of the ingredients. Please rest assured." After saying that, she turned to look at Aries and said, "Please take my phone and call the police." When the woman heard that there were hair follicles on the hair, she started to panic. Then she heard that Seung-jo was really not afraid of trouble and would call the police if he said so. She became even more panicked. She tried her best not to look too flustered, but her voice still trembled when she spoke. "Forget it, it's not a big deal. If you don't want to admit it, forget it." She wanted to avoid this matter, but Seung-jo was unwilling to carry this blame. Therefore, Seung-jo nodded slightly. "I'm sorry, diners. Yes, it is yes. No, it is no. Our shop dares to guarantee the hygiene, and naturally does not want to bear a false reputation. We must report this to the police today." At this time, Seung-jo had a tough attitude, and the diners' attitude showed that they were guilty. The other diners are not stupid. How could they not understand? This was an attempt to frame someone, but it ended up backfiring. The diners who understood the situation looked at the couple with meaningful eyes. The man had already lowered his head silently, but at this time, he did not forget to scoop a few more mouthfuls of millet porridge. He didn't make any sense at all, which made the woman very angry. There weren't many ingredients left, and Seung-jo thought he could make some midnight snacks for Aries and the others. "So, that's all for today's business." Seung-jo said he would call the police, and he did it directly and quickly. During the process, the women said that they were just talking casually and that they might have seen it wrong or that they might have dropped it themselves. Anyway, I just don't want Seung-jo to call the police. However, no matter what they said, Seung-jo remained firm in his attitude. Because after approaching the two diners, the system said something. "I smelled the scent of colleagues from them." As soon as these words came out, Seung-jo understood. Was it someone in the neighborhood who was jealous and came to mess with her? In this case, she was even less afraid. If Seung-jo takes a step back today, they don't know how many dirty tricks they will use in the future. Seung-jo has to let them know. She is really not afraid of anything. Don't look at her as a little girl, but when she really comes, she really dares to do it. Like a little girl, if she doesn't agree, just do it. Seung-jo finally called the police. The diners wanted to leave, but with Aries standing there, who would dare to move? When he doesn't smile, he really looks like a villain who eats children. "Aries?" The police arrived quickly. They asked about the situation first and found out that it was a hygiene issue. At first they thought Seung-jo was quibbling, but after watching the surveillance video, they fell silent again. The police initially wanted to mediate and let everyone settle the matter privately. It wasn't a big deal originally. However, Seung-jio was determined not to take the blame and insisted on going through the process and getting his hair tested. At the end of the discussion, Seung-jio said firmly, "Whose hair it is, it's whose hair it is. If it's mine, I'm willing to compensate the diner 10 times the cost of the meal. If it's not, I also asked the diner to write a handwritten apology letter and post it on the door of my restaurant to clear my restaurant's name." The diners were already panicking by now, and they even asked someone to come and rescue them. Unfortunately, their boss behind the scenes doesn't dare to come for the time being. When they saw this, what was there to not understand? They were in trouble, and their boss was ready to give up on them. They called several times, but no one answered, sent VX messages, but no one replied, sent messages on their company's internal DD number, and they were even kicked out of the group. The female customer was immediately annoyed. Okay, that's how we play it. The abandoned female customer directly exposed herself. No need to check. This hair belongs to our boss's wife. The length and color of her hair are very similar to the hair of the boss of Xingji restaurant, so I brought her hair with me. I confessed directly that we came from Xingyuan Hotel and came to frame Xingji restaurant. I have the corresponding chat records, payment records, and chat recordings. This is not the first time the female diner has done this. She was not a newbie in society. She had been very careful and kept all the necessary things. She thought she couldn't get away, and the boss behind the scenes couldn't escape either. With the system reminder and Seung-jio's own experience, he had guessed that the two diners were most likely pawns, and the real mastermind had not yet revealed himself. Now that the other person has exposed himself, Seung-jio immediately knows who the target is. The police didn't expect this either. Has the case been solved? Moreover, this is not the first time that Xingyuan Hotel has done such a thing. They have accepted it before. However, because the circumstances are not serious, in many cases, they are just fined and the matter is settled. The current situation is not serious. Even if Xingjio takes the legal route, Xingyuan will not be affected too much. At most, it will just be educated and fined. Seung-jio also knew that he probably couldn't do anything to the other party. Because, in the current situation, Xingyuan would at most be charged with incitement, and the consequences were not serious and no harm was caused. However, it is still okay to give someone fame. Seung-jio is not planning to settle the matter privately, and will follow the entire process. So, late at night, the person in charge in Xingyuan was also called to the police. Because the person who arranged the work for the female diner was the manager from Xingyuan, the boss didn't even need to show up. Now Seung-jio requires Xingyuan to go through the procedures and give an explanation. When the manager of Xingyuan came over, he denied it at first, but when faced with concrete evidence, he realized he couldn't deny it. So he smiled and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding." The store manager said that it was all personal grudges and had nothing to do with Xingyuan. The main reason was that he felt that Xingji restaurant was an eyesore, so he had to send someone to do something despicable. Seung-jio heard. Wow, this is directly picking out the boss. The final result was that the manager was criticized and educated, fined, and then an apology was made to Seung-jio. People don't talk much about Xingyuan. Seung-jio knew that even if the case went to court, the final result would not affect Xingyuan. But just swallow this breath? How is that possible? It was already midnight when she finished her work here and went back. She was not in a hurry to go to bed, so she got together with Aries and wrote a soft article. Then she used Healing's relationship to ask him to help contact several local marketing accounts and directly spread the news. Seung-jio is upright and honest, so he is naturally not afraid of anything. As for Xingyuan, Seung-jio didn't care whether it was afraid or not. Marketing accounts won't talk nonsense, but they can play word games. By then, even if Xingyuan were to pursue the matter, "Hey, you know how to play, right? We can do the same. Moreover, our marketing accounts use various tricks, which are much better than yours. Marketing accounts know too well how to avoid risks. If they don't have this kind of trick, how can they survive for so many years without being banned?" Aries has seen this kind of trick before. However, there are no rich delicacies or restaurants in the interstellar space, so he felt confused when he saw the hair before. After watching the whole thing, he nodded and said, "Our surveillance is still not advanced enough. We will make an audio version later." Sheng-jio waved his hand when he heard it. "Not really, it's good like this now." It was too late, and Aries didn't want to bother Sheng-jio. So, when Sheng-jio said he was going to prepare midnight snack, he stopped him directly. When the two of them were done, they remembered.
Wow.
It's over. Forgot again. There was also a bowl. Fortunately, there were 2 more servings of noodles, so Sheng-jio cooked them all and fried a large portion of crab sauce for him. Paul hasn't had anything good to eat in the past few meals. As soon as he took a sip of the delicious flavor, his eyes widened in amazement. However, when his green eyes widened, he looked a little scary.
What
"Is so delicious, wha?" Bull said curiously while chewing with big mouthfuls. Aries didn't pay much attention. Seeing that there was a gap in his mouth, he showed it in. "Eat quickly, the little boss wants to sleep."
Bull? So?
"Don't you care about my life or death? Eat slowly, you can't chew it." When Bull finished eating, Aries quickly stuffed his mouth shut and went downstairs to clean up. Bull was still savoring the delicious smell. He stared at Sheng-jio curiously, as if asking, "What did you eat before? Why is it so delicious?" Sheng-jio felt that he understood what Bull meant and kindly explained, "This is crab roe." "Oh, yes, it is the unexcreted egg cells of the cold water devil crab you're talking about."
Bull.
"I seem to understand every word you said. But why is it that when combined together, the meaning is so explosive?" Is that what he understood? Bull looked at Sheng-jio in shock, as if he wanted a result. But Sheng-jio ignored him and turned around to wash up. After washing, she went downstairs and quickly counted the accounts before coming up with Aries. Aries quickly carried Bull away, while Sheng-jio packed up and went back to bed to sleep. She drank the jujube tea before taking a bath. Now it's just right to go to bed. After Sheng-jio fell asleep, the local marketing accounts that received the live messages had already started to take action. The soft articles are ready-made, they just need to make some slight modifications and adjust the order of the pictures, and then they can start. How could they sleep in the middle of the night when traffic was high? Let's get to work. Sheng-jio provided photos of the manager of Xingyuan Hotel entering and leaving the police station, and also asked about the identities of the 2 diners in Xingyuan. The girl is a front desk waitress and is currently working towards the position of foreman. The man is a waiter in the kitchen and is an intern who is preparing to become a full-time employee. Photos of them working, photos of them eating in a restaurant, photos of them coming out of the police station. Of course, the faces were definitely blocked, and the names were all Li Ziyun, Zhao Skiang, etc. However, for acquaintances, if you show a corner of your clothes and add your name, they will recognize you. When Sheng-jio was sleeping soundly, the marketing account had already spread the news of tonight all over the internet. Of course, it is limited to local people's attention or recommendations. The diners who had watched the lively scene before also posted a lot of videos and pictures, helping to add fuel to the fire and making the incident even more popular. On the other side, Aries brought his team, plus the bait bowl, to harass the exploding lotus seeds first. As a result, they were frozen for a long time and only got 10 seeds. Then, the exploding lotus ignored them. Aries and his friends had no choice but to give up and go harass the green ginseng again. After picking 2 ginseng roots, they went to fight the cold water black shrimps. The next day, Sheng-jio got up early. "I went to wash up first, then changed my clothes." Then there was a knock on the door. Aries and the others put the ingredients in first. 3 cold water black shrimps, which are semi-processed and need to be processed systematically and carefully. 2 roots of green radish and 10 exploded lotus seeds. Although the quantity is not large, they are all life-saving things. Sheng-jio asked the system to keep them and make ginseng lotus seed tea according to the ratio. "I got 4 buckets of wild onions directly." Sheng-jio: "You don't actually need that much wild onion for seasoning. But they are all good things, and it is impossible to let her throw them away. Moreover, she kneaded the dough last night, and it must have risen by now." I'll go to the market to pick out a piece of good meat later, and then come back to make pork and scallion dumplings. After throwing all the ingredients to the system, Sheng-Jio packed up and prepared to go downstairs. Aries had just finished washing, and he was worried, so he wanted to accompany Sheng-Jio to the vegetable market. The boss of that store is not a good person. What if he fails to frame him and assassinates him? They often use such means in the interstellar world. Sheng-Jio explained to Aries that things between them shouldn't be like this. There are some life and death feuds that cannot be resolved by just one killing. Aries was still worried, and he had been communicating with the operations department remotely, preparing to resolve Bull's case as soon as possible and send him here to serve his sentence.
Bull.
Sheng-Jio is going to the market, and Aries wants to go with him. After the two people passed by, Aries looked at everyone who appeared around Sheng-Jio with sharp eyes. Everyone. A little panicked. Where did the murderous intent come from? Sheng-Jio didn't care much and bought time to pick vegetables. Only 3 high-quality cucumbers were found in a basket, and they were all picked away. There was only 1 bundle of high-quality Chinese cabbage, and some good or poor-quality ones were mixed in. However, the price is reasonable, so you can take your time to choose when you get home. The pork is naturally of good quality. There is a pork shop that sells freshly slaughtered pigs, and all the meat is of high quality. Sheng-Jio has a unique vision because of systematic guidance. Some people have their own unique insights into this kind of fresh food or vegetables. So, they also know that the meat in this restaurant is good. Then, a long line formed in front of the meat stall. Sheng-Jio was glad that he arrived early. When it was her turn, she asked for a large piece of hind leg meat, for ribs, a large piece of lard, and 2 pig's trotters. Actually, Sheng-Jio wanted to buy pig liver, but the aunties in the front of the line have successfully divided up all the pig liver. Sheng-Jio felt that she didn't buy much, but even so, the uncles in the queue behind her were already yelling, "Little girl, don't buy everything. Leave some for us." That's right. Let's share the good stuff. Sheng-Jio originally didn't plan to buy more. Today's menu has been basically finalized: shrimp steamed dumplings and shrimp noodle soup. So the vegetables from the vegetable market were just bought randomly, and most of them were employee meals for her, Aries, and others. Hearing the uncle's persuasion at this time, Sheng-Jio smiled helplessly. When she turned around, a customer who had been to the restaurant recognized her, and immediately an auntie shouted, "Let her buy it. Let the boss buy it. The boss is a good cook." The diners who had never been there were immediately dissatisfied. No, I've already picked out that rib. Leave some for me. 1 pound is enough. Do you have any pork belly left? If that doesn't work, you can use the front leg meat. Leave a piece for me. I just want the bones. Everyone's eyes were bright, and the good meat was indeed fought over. At the stall next door, there were a few people who came in a hurry and didn't want to queue. They thought they could just make do with the others, so they picked and chose and bought. Most of the people still stand in the back and queue. Sheng-Jio simply greeted the familiar diners and followed Aries to the other side. As they walked, Aries muttered quietly, "It's a pity that we haven't seen any mutated pigs like these over there." In the past few days, Aries has gained some understanding of this world through Sheng-Jio's tablet. He paid attention to see if there were any mutated pig-like species in the universe.
No.
However, there is a planet with a similar but not quite the same species. He had mentioned this to Sheng-Jio before, and Sheng-Jio suspected it was a mutated wild boar. Especially after hearing Aries say that the thing had extremely strong combat power, she felt even more that it must be a wild boar. However, there is no such thing on the deserted planet today, and there is more seafood. Therefore, if you want to eat, you have to wait until Aries and the others return to the headquarters, charge the mecha, and all kinds of transportation can be used conveniently. The two of them bought some things, and then returned to the store. Just then the system delivery truck came, and Sheng-Jio picked up the ingredients. Today we have 6 large buckets of shrimp meat and a little over 3 buckets of shrimp shells. There is still metal iridium in it. There's been no response yet for the items that Sheng-Jio had previously sold to Qiao Jingyuan, so he is not in a hurry to sell them. Anyway, things that are in high demand should have no problem selling them. We'll talk about it later. The 4 buckets of wild onions have been cleaned, and all impurities and roots have been removed. They now lie neatly in the buckets. Aries carried the things into the store swiftly. Lee Chung was just preparing the ingredients and had just started to cook the stew when he heard the noise coming from Sheng Jiao. He looked over and asked, "Young boss, what ingredients did the company deliver today?" Sheng Jiao pointed to the direction of the bucket generously. "Shrimp meat. Today we have shrimp dumplings and shrimp noodles." Lee Chung thought. Slurp. Finished. His wallet. He's losing it again. The taste of raw shrimp meat is not strong, but the wild onions after being cleaned exude a natural fragrance, and the taste is very overbearing. Wherever it passes, it leaves a trace of fragrance, as if to prove that it has been there. Lee Chung wanted to smell the smell, and couldn't help saying, "Little boss, the wild onions your company provides taste really good." Sheng Jiao agreed with this. Although this wild onion has no therapeutic effect, it tastes good. Lee Chung originally wanted to ask which delivery company they were from, but he was afraid that since they were not very familiar with each other, it would be impolite to ask rashly.
To be honest,
the onion tasted so good that he wanted to leave the company. "I don't know if the company will provide it if the quantity is small." Sheng Jiao went back quickly. "Arrange Aries to chop the stuffing first. They need to have zilongbao for breakfast today and then steamed shrimp dumplings. Therefore, a lot of meat filling is needed." Aries is now quite skilled at this job. So, in a short while, he had chopped all the stuffing. Sheng Jiao was still making today's noodles. Seeing that the pork filling had been chopped, she asked Aries to prepare the shrimp filling. "This doesn't need to be too finely ground. What we want is the granular texture of the shrimp meat." Aries understood as soon as he heard it. After getting started, he asked a few times. After knowing the approximate standards, he started to work without hesitation. After finishing the meal preparation, Sheng Jiao prepared the meat filling. Divide the pork into 2 halves, fry 1 half in a pan, and season it. After seasoning, mix it with the raw meat filling and finally sprinkle in the chopped green onions. After mixing well, you can officially open the package. The way to wrap zilongbao is different from that of dumplings and wontons. It's a whole new kind of learning. However, Aries went up bravely. He used to think that wontons were difficult to make. However, after actually getting in touch with the dumplings, Aries discovered,
oh,
there are even more difficult ones. Watching Sheng Jiao easily pinching one wrinkle after another and then wrapping the buns into cute round shapes, Aries thought, this is not difficult. After he got the hang of it, he was dumbfounded. This. If you pinch it too big or too small, the bun will be crooked, flat, ugly, or even leak. The dumplings made by Sheng Jiao are round and cute. The dumplings made by Aries are ridiculously broken. Aries is not a person who will admit defeat. So, he just wraps it, and just wraps it, and just wraps it. After his efforts, each one looked better than the last. Although it's not as round and beautiful as the one made by Sheng Jiao, it's at least not ridiculous. Although there weren't many people eating breakfast, but you have a big appetite. Sheng Jiao felt that it was very wise for Interstellar to research nutrient solution. With this amount of food, if they don't eat some energy bars, once the number of people in the army increases, several cooks will be exhausted. Sheng Jiao steamed 2 pots of dumplings. As the mist rose, the aroma of pork, wrapped in a hint of rich sauce, slowly floated out. If you sniff it carefully, you can smell a faint scent of wheat, which makes the fragrance even longer and lasting. Lee Chung thought that they were busy over there, and smelling this familiar smell, he thought, here it comes, finally here. He had been counting the time all morning. So, it's time for the young boss and the others to have breakfast. He flipped through his phone, wanting to ask the boss what they were eating. Then he saw a message posted in the newly added Xingji restaurant group. AAA Xingji Restaurant. Today's menu. Steamed shrimp dumplings, shrimp noodle soup, winter melon soup, jujube tea. Lee Chung looked at the news, thought about it, and poked it carefully. AAA braised duck food. Little boss, are you eating steamed buns for breakfast? Sheng Jiao didn't avoid it and took photos and posted them in the group. The photo shows the white and tender dumplings. Each one is round and cute. The corners have turned an attractive shiny red due to the oil. Although this affects the appearance of the dumplings, it greatly enhances their appeal to diners at first sight. Nyoma007. This is the Zilongbeo, my dream bun. Picture. Some people circled the shiny part, saying that this was the dumpling they wanted and the one they wanted to eat the most. The Zilongbeo soaked in grease tastes the best. Seeing this reply, Shungju smiled. Then she made a joke and took a short video. In the video, Aries is using chopsticks to tear open a steamed dumpling. Behind the soft white skin is the fragrant and shiny meat filling, which is wrapped into a cute meatball. A little green can be vaguely seen inside, which is the green onion used for garnish. Of course, what attracts diners most is not the slight bit of green. Instead, after the Zilongbeo was torn open, the bright red soup inside, although not much, flowed out leisurely along the torn edge. The visual impact at that moment is a fatal attraction for people who have eaten breakfast or not. Li Shenxian. He originally wanted to tease the boss, but it didn't have to be this serious. He had eaten beef buns from the meat bun shop on the street in front of him, where he queued up every day. The beef was juicy and of good quality. People like them who run the catering business are very sensitive about meat, so Li Chung could tell from the taste that the beef, there was real beef.
But
none of them were as shocking as the short video, the scene where the juice flowed out at the end.
he had eaten.
But at this moment, it was as if he hadn't eaten. There are many people like Li Qingxiang in the group, especially those who, after getting up, hurriedly wash their faces and even put on makeup on the way. Breakfast? Just buy something on the way. Whatever doesn't require a queue and is efficient will be bought. As for whether it tastes good, it depends on your luck. I killed pigs in my last life, and I am a cow or a horse in this life. Brothers and sisters, have you eaten? Hua Kai Fugui. I tried to cook millet porridge at home, but it didn't have the rice aroma of the small boss. Elegant lotus on leaves. The rice from the boss is really good. The rice I cook doesn't taste right. This is the premium millet from the supermarket. After Sheng Jiu posted the video, he watched it for a while and then put his phone down. Aries, on the other hand, found it interesting. He took out his tablet and used Sheng Jiu's secondary account to watch the fun in the group. When the dumplings were almost dried, Sheng Jiu took a bite of one. The dough is soft and gives a very relaxing feeling when you take a bite. The part soaked in oil is also contaminated with the meaty flavor of pork. When combined with the wheat aroma, they complement each other, and the final taste is fascinating. Sheng Jiu really likes this oily feeling. Aries actually can't tell the difference between steamed buns, dumplings, and wontons. However, when you really eat them, you will feel the difference. Especially the soft and loose feeling, which was somewhat similar to the steamed buns he had eaten before, but also slightly different. The steamed buns he had eaten before were fried into slices, so they had a slightly burnt and hard texture. Today's little buns are so soft that it makes you feel like biting on soft clouds, feeling the closeness of nature and the gentle caressing of the sky on your face. It was an indescribable, magical, and comfortable feeling. The steamed bun was not big, but Aries still tried hard to divide it into 2 bites. He wanted to learn to taste delicious food and experience the different textures and flavors of these foods. However, after biting into it, the aroma of pork could no longer be controlled and rushed into his mouth. Aries couldn't bear the temptation, so he swallowed it all in one gulp. After tasting one and feeling the magical combination of wheat aroma and meat aroma, Aries ate very quickly. 1 at a time, 2 at a time. Sheng Jiu watched from the side, afraid that he would choke himself. Sheng Jiu ate 4 dumplings and refused to eat any more. Aries showed off 4 large plates. Fortunately, a lot was steamed, leaving a lot for his teammates. After Aries finished eating, he finally remembered that there was another person named Bull upstairs, so he kindly left a plate for him. He packed up the rest neatly and brought it to his teammates later. There is still some time before opening, and the meal preparations are almost complete. Sheng Jiu thought about it and decided to follow them up to see if there was anything else. The 2 men went upstairs first and fed Bull. The buns have soft skin, which means if you don't eat well, it's really easy to choke. But will Aries care about this? Bull rolled his eyes because of choking, but Aries was still stuffing his food into his mouth. Shang Jiu couldn't stand it anymore and whispered, "Why don't you go slower? Or give him some water. I'm afraid he'll choke to death." Aries then noticed that Bull rolled his eyes. He drank a glass of water and slowly recovered. Bull is lying down now, but he was cursing before. "But now I don't curse anymore. Woo woo. The Zilongbao is so delicious. So just choke if you have to." Even if their positions were reversed, he would never give Aries such good food. Such delicious dumplings. Why not keep them for yourself? To Aries? After roughly feeding Bull, Aries was afraid that leaving him in the store would cause trouble, so he took him away. The friends were all very happy to see Aries come back. Seeing the young boss, they were even happier. Xia Yi couldn't keep his words to himself and smiled as he came over. Commander, we found a school of sharp-mouthed cutlass fish this." Before he finished asking the question, Xia Yi realized something was wrong. If he asked Aries this question, he might not be able to answer it. Then, he smiled foolishly at Aries and then turned to ask Shang Jiu, little boss, can the sharp-mouthed hairtail be eaten?" Xia Yi never knew before that the zerg were actually delicious. Now that he knows, he really wants to try every kind. Of course, they can't do it themselves. But there is Shang Jiu. The boss can definitely do it. Sharp-nosed cutlass fish? The name sounds familiar and a little weird. Shang Jiu was unsure and asked the system. "It's a cutlass fish, but even the smallest cutlass fish from the interstellar world can be up to 1 meter long." When he heard that it was 1 meter long, Shang Jiu actually breathed a sigh of relief. A normal cutlass fish is about 1 meter long, so the length of the interstellar one seems normal as well. The skin and meat of hairtail are tender, and they taste delicious and soft. Shang Jiu actually likes it very much. Whether it is stir-fried, braised, or sweet and sour, it is delicious. After getting confirmation from the system, Shang Jiu nodded. "It should be possible. I need to see the real thing before I can confirm it." Hearing that it was edible, Xia Yi swallowed his saliva. He was about to say something else when he smelled a rich fragrance. He turned his head sharply and found that his teammates were already happily showing off their dumplings. "Ji, let go of those dumplings and let him come. I just want to say something." Xia Yi rushed back yelling. After seeing this, Shang Ying laughed out loud. "You are not active in eating. What are you thinking about?" Everyone had a battle breakfast. It's not that they want to be fast, but because if they're slow, you can't even lick the plate. Today's dumplings are so fresh and delicious. They are so tasty. Xia Yi finished eating and still felt a little hungry. He licked his lips and couldn't help but savor the taste. Aries saw that they had finished eating and gestured. "Let's go and get back to work. The boss will open the shop soon." Shang Jiu only has more than an hour before he has to go back to work. So, they have to hurry. Regardless of whether there is any gain or not, just step on the spot first. After Aries left, Yuan Yu and his team would continue to investigate the situation nearby and then make an electronic map. Now it is relatively easy to find it again with the electronic tags. The place we went this time was much farther than the place where we fought the cold water crab yesterday. Shang Jiu felt that he had good physical strength, but he still walked for half an hour. They went to a small pond. The so-called small means compared to the large pool of water before. This pool of water is even bigger than the pond used for irrigation in Shang Jiu's hometown. She estimated the length, and it was probably nearly 50 meters long and more than 20 meters wide. It is normal for such a large pond to have some creatures in it. Shang Jiu could barely make out some of the flowers and plants nearby. They seemed to be upgraded and mutated species from Earth. I don't know him at all. I have also come across wild onions, but only a small piece. Shang Jiu didn't have time now, so he could only write down the coordinates in his mind and do it later. It grows in the ground and is still fresh. If you can't finish eating them after picking them, they will wilt quickly. So, let it grow in the ground. After arriving at the ground, Yuan Yu gestured, and Shang Ying charged directly. "I'm going too." When Shang Jiu heard the voice, he looked up subconsciously and saw that Shang Ying had already rushed out more than 10 meters away. She was extremely fast. She quickly stretched out the robotic arm in her hand, then reached into the water and stirred it rapidly. How do I describe that feeling? It seems like beating egg whites. The speed was so fast that Shengjiu was dazzled. This is an extremely obvious provocation to the creatures in the pond. So, within a minute of Xiangying's stirring, several silvery, white creatures suddenly rushed out of the water. They were extremely fast, and after rushing out, they headed straight toward Xiangying. They did not move Xiangying's robotic arm, but rushed directly toward Xiangying himself. Wow, here they come. Xiangying saw that the provocation was successful, turned around and ran, while quickly retracting the transformation of the robotic arm. The silvery, white creature followed closely behind. When they jumped out of the water, they were so fast that Shengjiu's eyes were dizzy and he couldn't tell what kind of creatures they were. The distance was shortened at this time, and Xiangying intentionally controlled his speed, so Shengjiu was able to see it. That's hairtail, but it's probably about 3 or 4 meters long. Looking at the length, Shengjiu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Finally, it's not that exaggerated. This is a vanguard, usually unmutated. The variations are long and short. The longest is 20 meters and the shortest may be more than 10 meters. This pool of water is small, so it is estimated that there are no large mutants. As soon as the system finished speaking, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared under the water. It's really bright and glowing. Moreover, the body is extremely long. Xia Yi looked at this scene and was a little excited. Oh, there's a leader, just in time to warm up. Xia Yi is ready to fight and is now just waiting for the commander's order. The leader moved and more cutlass fish rushed out. The quantity each time is not that much, only 7 or 8, but there are many batches produced. When Xiangying returned to their area, there were already 6 batches of about 50 hairtails following him. These hairtails, the shortest of which was about 1 meter long, and the longest of which was 16 or 17 meters long. They rushed over here in batches like wild geese in a queue, bringing up a dazzling silver light. Especially when the sunlight shines, the silver light becomes more conspicuous. Shengjiu even felt that his eyes were a little uncomfortable from being stung. Ares quickly stood in front of Shengjiu and reminded him in a deep voice, "Don't keep looking, your eyes may get hurt easily." Shengjiu hid behind obediently, but she was still curious about how to kill these cutlass fish, so she would stick her head out to take a look from time to time. After Ares arranged Shengjiu, he began to command the battle. To them, the sharp-nosed cutlass fish is a kind of insect with a low presence. They reproduce quickly but are not very aggressive, their fighting ability is not very strong, and they don't have much interest in occupying human territory. In addition, their living environment is limited and they cannot survive without water. Therefore, it is not on the dangerous list of interstellar Zerg. If Yuan Yu and the others hadn't discovered it by chance, if Xia Yi hadn't been curious about whether this could be eaten, if they hadn't happened to meet Shengjiu, they wouldn't have known that Zerg could be so delicious. Ares might not even organize such a battle. Before the operations department comes to pick them up, they must reduce consumption as much as possible and preserve their overall strength to prevent any accidents.
But now,
slurp. Their skin and flesh are so thick, they must taste especially rich and delicious when roasted. The sharp-mouthed cutlass fish is not very powerful in combat. However, they still have some biological intelligence. When you realize you can't win, just turn around and run away. As for companions? Team? I don't know. Let's just run for our lives first. When they came in groups and in a very orderly manner. However, when he left, it was obvious that he was indeed in a hurry to escape. Because they escaped in a messy and disorganized manner, Shengjiu wanted to laugh after seeing it. Ares and the others naturally didn't want to let them run too much. If they all run away, what will they eat? The two sides argued for almost half an hour. In the end, they harvested 20 sharp-nosed cutlass fish of different sizes, the largest of which was probably about 12 or 13 meters long. Width. Well, about the same size as Shengjiu's waist. Shengjiu felt that such a wide hairtail. Forget it. Let's just get some fish or something. Otherwise, she was afraid of scaring people. whose hair tail is so wide. Those small cutlass fish were also wider than Shengjiu's palm. But at least it looks normal. At most, they would be questioned and accused of being farmed. Before Shengjiu came, he had already installed the corresponding tools into Aries' space button. Now take out the bucket, pack the hairtails, and they can go home. Aries and his men are not in a hurry and can take the opportunity to slowly explore the terrain. But it was too late for Shengjiu. She also has to season the shrimp paste and make dumplings. Thinking of this, Shengjiu nodded at Aries. I have to go back first. Come back after you finish packing. After saying that, he pointed at the ingredients and said, I'll take care of it first. Seeing Aries nod, the system took away the ingredients directly. Everyone has become very accustomed to this scene. Then, Shengjiu opened the door and went straight in. Unfortunately, the moving door was only open to her. Aries couldn't even see it, let alone enter it. He could only return the same way he came. After Shengjiu returned, he simply washed up. She didn't participate in the battle, so she wasn't in a mess. However, Aries and the others still have some. So, after Shengjiu finished washing, he turned on the water so that Aries and the others could use it when they came back. After finishing all these, Shengjiu went downstairs to prepare meal. Cook the millet porridge first, both types of porridge. Then prepare the filling, make noodles and wrap dumplings. Shengjiu was busy for a while, and Aries came back. This time, Shengjiu didn't go upstairs but opened the door remotely. Aries carried bowl, put him down, and went downstairs. After entering the kitchen, wash your hands consciously, then put on the chef's hat and start helping. When two people go together, things will always go faster. Although Aries cannot participate in making noodles or dumplings now, but he is already very skilled in other tasks. Shengjiu's newly bought health-preserving kettles have arrived. Add dried jujube slices and mineral water to the 3 kettles and start brewing directly. After all the tableware and other items were cleaned in the dishwasher, Aries took them out and checked them carefully. While they were busy, it was already past 10:30, and Shengjiu motioned to Aries to open the door. She has already steamed 2 pots of dumplings and the other dumplings have been wrapped, so she can take a break for a while. Shengjiu picked up his phone and found many unread messages. Qiao Shui sent out a sharp explosion early in the morning. Qiao Shui, Jiuer, your shrimp paste is amazing. I have never eaten such fresh shrimp in my life. It is so delicious. I almost licked the plate. My cooking skills are so bad. I use shrimp paste to cook instant noodles. It is so delicious. It was followed by 3 60-second voice messages, all of which were Qiao Shui's excited voice. Shengjiu couldn't help laughing after seeing this, and gave a simple reply. Next came Heling. Heling, Jiuer, your squid and shrimp paste are so delicious, so delicious. Do you have any more? I'll buy it. I'll buy it. This was followed by a 30-second voice message from Heling and 2 transfers of 10,000 yuan. Shengjiu. Shengjiu replied to her, saying that shrimp were still available, but squids were temporarily out of stock, but fish had just arrived. Although the fish haven't been made yet, we have to make them even if we have to take out a loan. As for Healing's transfer, Shengjiu temporarily confiscated it. Because they were only given the ingredients, Shengjiu was not sure what the appropriate price would be. However, no matter how much it is, 20,000 yuan is definitely too much. The next roommate who replied after the 2 roommates was another one who was relatively low-key. Xiamengmeng. Jiu, wow, your red date tea is so delicious. Xiamengmeng. Not only is it delicious, it's also easy to use. My period hasn't come for 3 months. My endocrine system is disordered. I went to the doctor and took medicine for 2 weeks, but it still hasn't been adjusted. I didn't have time to go to the doctor. As a result, I drank a cup of tea yesterday, and it's all right now. Xiamengmeng. Jiu, you are my god. Where did you buy this tea? Here is the link. Xiamengmeng. How about you buy it for me? Following this was Xiamengmeng's transfer of 5,000 yuan. Xiamengmeng and Shengjiu are both in Qing City, but the straight-line distance between them is quite far, and it takes nearly an hour to drive there. However, the express delivery arrived very quickly, so she had already drunk the tea. The other two roommates probably had not received their packages yet. Looking at Xiamingming's message, Sheng Jiu was still a little surprised. She thought that star date tea only helped with sleep. Can it replenish qi and blood? Sheng Jiu asked unconsciously. Isn't that its basic function? Sheng Jiu did not confiscate Xiamingming's money. He just said that the tea was distributed by the company and he would send her some more when he had time. After that, there were messages from other people. Sheng Jiu responded briefly and then turned back to the kitchen. The steamed dumplings were almost ready, and some customers were coming to the store. It would be busy at noon, and she didn't have time to look at her phone any longer. The first to come today is my aunt's team. Yesterday, there were 4 aunts. There are 6 aunts coming today. Trust me, I slept well last night. We're old neighbors. How could I lie to you? When did I ever go to get eggs without you?
Stop talking about the eggs.
The drug dealer who got the eggs last time said a lot of good things, but in the end it was useless. I wasted more than 10,000 yuan. It's normal, it's a scam everywhere. Today's is cheap, 300 yuan a bowl. You can drink until you die here with 10,000 yuan. After the aunts came in, they whispered to each other. After they came in, they first sniffed the smell in the restaurant. Oh, this is fresh. Let's eat shrimp today. This is good. Protein. I saw it online. It's high-quality protein. You should eat more of it. The sea is polluted, and there is no high-quality protein. I don't want to eat it. I just want to drink millet porridge. The aunts said that it might not be a good idea, but when they really stood at the bar and smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, they couldn't control themselves. How about ordering one to try?
What are you talking about?
I'm already this age, and I'm still afraid of these things. Aren't you afraid? Do you lie on the magnetic therapy chair every day?
You didn't lie down.
The aunts teased each other. The 2 aunts who ordered ginseng millet porridge yesterday ordered it again with tears in their eyes. As for steamed dumplings, woohoo! I can't light it up. My wallet is so thin today. But let's eat first. 2 of the other aunts ordered a serving of steamed dumplings together, and each ordered a bowl of yam and millet porridge. The remaining 2 new aunts looked at it and asked, Hey, you all ordered millet porridge? Hiss. I can't afford the ginseng one, so I'll just order the normal one. In addition to millet porridge, they also ordered a serving of steamed dumplings. The steamed dumplings are just a few minutes away from being out of the oven, and the millet porridge has been simmered over low heat until it is soft and tender. Aries quickly served it out and brought it to the table for the aunts. Li Chung had been wanting to smell the fresh meat dumplings all morning, but in the end, he didn't get to eat a single bite. When he saw the door open, he came over and took a look around, and now he came again. Seeing that the millet porridge was already on the table, he slurped and swallowed his saliva, then raised his voice and said, Little boss, give me 3 servings of steamed dumplings and a bowl of shrimp noodles. Li Chung wanted to finish speaking and scan the code. There were not many customers in his shop at the moment, so he sat there waiting. Soon, a delicious smell wafted from the kitchen. Familiar, intoxicating ocean scent. Sheng Jiu is cooking shrimp. The noodles are already 80% cooked. Now all that's left is the shrimp paste. When the water boils and steam rises, the fresh aroma of the shrimp meat slowly floats out, occupying every place in a domineering and powerful manner. Its rich and tempting fragrance is everywhere and in every corner. Li Qingxiang took a deep breath and thought to himself, Yes, this is the taste, there is no doubt about it. While feeling the tenderness and romance of the ocean scent, he was typing frantically in the group chat. AAA hot braised duck. Friends, I am about to eat it. This familiar and tempting aroma is from the shrimp dumplings and shrimp noodles. It is so fresh. He not only sent text but also pictures. When Aries brought his steamed dumplings, Li Chun wanted to take a photo and send it to the group, then he turned off his phone and waited anxiously for his shrimp noodles. As for those friends who can't come to eat yet but are drooling with cravings?
Huh? Who is that?
While waiting for the shrimp noodles, Li Chun looked at the 3 health pots busy on the bar counter and asked curiously, This red date tea, can it replenish qi and blood? In his eyes, Red dates are mainly used to replenish qi and blood and can occasionally be used as a spice. In response to this question, Aries replied very seriously, replenishing qi and blood and promoting sleep. Li Cheng thought.
Sleep well?
He has no sleeping problems, so he doesn't care about that. But just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean that other people in the family don't have it. His sister has not been sleeping well in the past 2 years, and his nephew always says that his mother might be in menopause, and she doesn't like everyone. There are indeed many problems during menopause. Li Qingxiang had previously suggested to his sister that she find a reliable doctor to check her out. If that doesn't work, the doctor could give her an injection or prescribe some medicine. His sister actually tried a lot, but the effect was not good, and it started to go badly last year. Now, when Li Cheng heard the news about sleeping aid, the first person he thought of was his sister. He looked at the jujube slices in the health pot, which rose and fell with the flow of water, and asked uncertainly, "Is it useful?" Aries usually has no problem sleeping. However, he knew that Sheng Jiao had not been sleeping well recently because of a lot of things going on at home and was feeling a little anxious. But it worked for her if she drank this. Aries thought about it and nodded. It is useful for the boss himself to drink it. Some diners have also given feedback that it is good after ordering it. Overall, it is still good. I suggest you try it first. Li Qingxiang thought that it was indeed worth a try. Moreover, everyone's absorption or physical reaction is different. Who knows, it might work wonders on his sister. Thinking of this, Li Cheng wanted to say hello to Aries and went back to find the cup. He felt that this tea was indeed not very convenient to take away. Fortunately, he still had another one. It was a thermos cup given to him by the supplier when he purchased goods last time. Although the quality was average, the material was quite good. Li Cheng came over because he wanted to wash the cups. He directly asked for 2 cups and filled up the thermos. Just at this time, the shrimp noodles were also out of the pot. The steaming, fresh, and fragrant shrimp noodles made Li Cheng want to squint his eyes uncontrollably. This taste. It smells good. It's understandable that your wallet is crying thin. It's so delicious. What's wrong with spending some money on it? In the end, doesn't it satisfy your mouth and stomach? It's worth it. This wave is really worth it. Li Cheng wanted to take his meal in 2 batches. The ants watched him tossing and turning, smelling the fragrance he brought with him as he walked, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Shrimp noodles. It's not that you can't try it, right? Is it its fault that it's so delicious? No, it's their fault. They can't control their appetite, so order it. The 2 ants who ordered ginseng millet porridge looked at each other and prepared to order a bowl of noodles together. One is that purse strings really need to be tightened. Another reason is that their appetite is not as good as when they were young, and they can't eat too much. The noodles are no different from others. You can heat them up at home and eat them for the next meal. The noodles were a lump, and the taste was gone. So, it's best to eat it now. The other 4 ants also wanted to order some, but I can't eat anymore. However, if there were sisters at the table who ordered it, they could share a sip of the soup. What noodles? I can't eat anymore. The ants ordered another bowl of noodles, and Sheng Jiao quickly got busy. After Li Cheng wanted to leave, new diners soon came. The new diner was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The other party came in hurriedly, smiled at Aries, and then looked at the menu. After finding millet porridge, he subconsciously relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Please give me a bowl of ginseng millet porridge. The man, Zhao Xian, ordered, scanned the code to pay, and then found a seat to wait. Aries quickly served the millet porridge and packed it. In order to prevent the millet porridge from spilling while walking, Aries also wrapped 2 circles of plastic wrap on the packing box. After he finished packing, he said loudly, "The ginseng millet porridge is ready." Zhao Xian got up in a hurry, took the millet porridge, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Excuse me, is the millet porridge always available?"
This.
Not sure, really. But considering that they have stockpiled a lot of ginseng roots in the past 2 days, they should be able to sell them for a while. Aries couldn't make the decision, so he smiled apologetically at Zhao Xian and said, "Wait a moment, I'll ask the young boss." What Shengjiu needs more are the exploding lotus seeds, and there are enough green radish ginseng roots, so some of them can be divided out. So, when Aries asked her, Shengjiu thought for a moment and said, in the past half-month, I only sell 2 pots a day, and after half a month, there is still a lot of ginseng left. After receiving the reply, Aries relayed it to Zhao Xian truthfully. Zhao Xian felt a little anxious after hearing this. But he also knew that how to sell it was other people's business. That situation. Thinking of this, Zhao Xian sighed, thanked him, and then dragged his tired body away. After Zhao Xian left, the ants whispered to each other, it's obvious that there's a patient at home. He didn't even think of cleaning himself up before going out. Look at his greasy hair. He's a child with a hard time. Look how worried he is. His wrinkles are so deep. So, you still have to have more children. Just this one. If there is a patient at home, there will be someone else to keep busy. Come on, the unit behind us on the 6th floor had 4 sons and 2 daughters. They died at home, and it was the neighbors who found them because of the stink. It is human nature to gossip. Who doesn't like some fun? The ants were discussing when the uncles came over. 5 uncles came today. Uncle Zhou was worried about his wife, so he didn't go out this morning. The other uncles were worried and went over to take a look. After knowing that everything was fine, they strolled over. They were late because they went to Uncle Zhou's house. Otherwise, the first batch is guaranteed to arrive every day. When the old men came in, they smelled the familiar fragrance. Hey, it's shrimp. Looks like we'll have shrimps to eat today. The noodles we had last time were so delicious. The old men came in with smiles on their faces. Some ordered steamed dumplings, some ordered shrimp noodles, and some thought the millet porridge was so delicious that they had to order it anyway. No matter what others ordered, Uncle Su brought his own large kettle just to order 2 cups of jujube tea. This stuff tastes so good. He slept well again last night. Although he did dream, he dreamed about the time when he and his wife were young. To be honest, he quite likes, or rather enjoys, such dreams. Therefore, if you drink tea, sleep well, and dream about your spouse, that would be great. How can 1 cup of this kind of tea be enough? 2 cups. As for the expensiveness? He is already old. Who is he saving for? Those unfilial sons? Uncle Su thought, I spend it all, and I don't leave them a penny. After the uncles came in, Shengjiu was busy for a while and cooked 2 servings of shrimp noodles. After serving the meal to the uncles, Shengjiu turned around and found a familiar figure coming into the store. Qiao Jingyuan and the young man he brought with him before. When Qiao Jingyuan saw Shengjiu saw him, he smiled and waved. Hello, young boss. Shengjiu smiled and responded, today's lunch only has shrimp dumplings, shrimp noodles, and millet porridge. Take a look, what do you want to eat? They came here probably because there is a follow-up to the incident of metal iridium. However, there are still diners in the restaurant, so it's not appropriate to talk about this. Shengjiu thought that if they were in a hurry, they could go to the 2nd floor to talk. If you are not in a hurry, let's eat first and talk later. Besides, it's not nice to talk when you arrive at the restaurant on an empty stomach. Qiao Jingyuan and the others were indeed not in a hurry. Things were a bit complicated and needed to be discussed slowly. They came here early because they were afraid of getting stuck in traffic and having difficulty traveling. Now, sitting down, smelling the delicious aroma from the store, my stomach, which had just eaten a piece of bread after getting up early on the road, rebelled. Qiao Jingyuan touched his stomach, which was not feeling so well, and turned his head to look at the menu. Looking at the prices above, his brows moved slightly, and then he ordered 2 servings of ginseng millet porridge and 2 servings of steamed dumplings. His annual salary is not low, and he doesn't have much expenses on a daily basis. The institute almost covers all the needs of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moreover, when he is busy, he may not be seen for 10 days or half a month. Even if he has money, he has no time to spend it. Therefore, a bowl of millet porridge costing 300 yuan is normal for Qiao Jingyuan. Besides, this is the small shop of my sister's classmate, and I have business to discuss with them. It is only right for me to be generous and take care of the business at this time. The young man who came with Qiao Jingyuan was named Lin Hegui. When he looked at the price, he was actually quite surprised. Lin Hegui is this year's intern and now serves as Qiao Jingyuan's assistant. Although his current salary is not high, his family conditions are not bad. Just as he was about to rush to pay, Qiao Jingyuan raised his hand to stop him. Go sit and wait. Lin Hegui. Wow, this is considered the leader picking up food. Should I turn the table? After Lin Hegui sat down, Qiao Jingyuan also came back. Shengjiu turned and went into the kitchen, preparing food for Qiao Jingyuan and his group with Aries. The ants have almost finished eating. Before leaving, those who wanted to order jujube tea had already come to the bar. One of the ants loudly called out Aries. Normally when they go out, they all bring a kettle with them. But those who wanted to buy tea today didn't bring any water, just to store the tea. When Qiao Jingyuan saw this, he found there was special tea. Take a look at the menu.
Wow.
68 yuan a cup. The store also sells ordinary beverages and mineral water. However, after thinking about it, Qiao Jingyuan ordered 2 cups of jujube tea. After Aries poured tea for the ants, he put 2 more cups on their table. Afterwards, I went to the menu and wiped off the ginseng millet porridge. Qiao Jingyuan took a look.
Wow. Wow.
The 300 yuan per bowl of millet porridge was sold out first. This millet porridge has something interesting. If it doesn't taste good, who is crazy to order something so expensive? There are many cheap ones on the street, costing only $1.50 or $2 a cup. At this time, Qiao Jingyuan's curiosity about ginseng millet porridge reached its peak. Lin Hegui is the same. He wondered why millet porridge was so expensive. Anyway, when he ate it himself, he had never eaten anything so expensive. When I went to eat with my parents, I ate more than 200 sweet potatoes. Of course, they didn't call it that name, and it was also very complicated to make. Anyway, even if it is done to the point where ordinary people take one look at it, they will have to take 3 steps back and realize that they cannot afford it. Lin Hegui didn't think the sweet potato was delicious. So after all you eat it, isn't it still sweet potato? If it is mixed with milk and cheese, it tastes different? Lin Hegui didn't think so. Today's millet porridge. Lin Hegui also held a skeptical attitude. He decided to take a good look at the millet porridge to see what it looked like. The ginseng millet porridge is ready. It is cooked over low heat until it is soft and tender, and rice oil is also produced. Shengjiu quickly served millet porridge to the 2 people, and Aries brought 2 plates of steamed dumplings. After all the food was served, Shengjiu went back to the kitchen because she had to get busy as new diners had arrived. Aries returned to the bar. Lin Hegui looked at the millet porridge in front of him. Well, it has an attractive light yellow color. The small bowl was about 8/10 full. The millet had been boiled for a long time, so clear rice oil had been produced, and there was a faint sweet fragrance when you smelled it carefully. Very light, yet very tempting. 2 slices of ginseng and 6 wolfberries were lying irregularly in the tender yellow millet porridge, and they were still quite obvious. Looking at the clear and soft millet porridge, Lin Hegui swallowed his saliva.
Don't say.
Just looking at it, it looks delicious. Lin Hegui thought, maybe it's because he hasn't seen millet oil porridge for a long time? And smelling this tempting sweet smell, he always thinks that millet porridge should taste good. Thinking of this, Lin Hegui scooped up a spoonful, blew it, and then carefully put it into his mouth. Warm, comfortable, sweet, soft. As soon as he took a sip, this mouthful of millet porridge gave Lin Hegui different feelings, and each feeling was the kind of amazing feeling that made people raise their eyebrows unexpectedly. The taste of ginseng only occupies a shallow layer in it. Only when you taste it carefully can you discover a slight astringent feeling from nature. When you chew it, you can taste the softness and sweetness of millet. As soon as the meal went into his stomach, Lin Hegui felt his stomach was warm, as if he had taken a nap on a warm spring day with the sun shining all over his body. Comfortable, warm, soft, and quiet. People's emotions often affect the comfort of their stomach, and vice versa. When you taste delicious food and feel the satisfaction and comfort it brings, you will also relax yourself. When the stomach is warm, the body will be warm too. Lin Hagui couldn't help squinting his eyes and took another sip. Lin Hagui is still young and still able to fight. In comparison, although Qiao Jingyuan is also young but a few years older than Lin Hagui, his stomach is almost as hard as glass. There is no way. When you are busy, where do you have time to think about eating? A regular diet and unstable mood when you are busy also put different burdens on the stomach. So his stomach is not that good. This is the result of their institute regularly arranging various nutritious meals and conditioning meals for maintenance. Otherwise, his stomach would only get worse. When he ordered the millet porridge, although he had some expectations of nourishing his stomach, he wanted more to take care of Sheng Jio's business. However, when he put the ginseng millet porridge into his mouth, Qiao Jingyuan realized that he was shallow. This millet porridge, compared with the fresh fragrance brought by steamed dumplings, its presence is faint, like a beauty who is indifferent to the world, just quietly blooming slowly on the mountains. It doesn't care whether other people pay attention to it or not. It just wants to be itself. However, this light fragrance brings an amazing feeling of warmth when it enters the stomach. Qiao Jingyuan even had an illusion that his stomach was warmed and redeemed at that moment. It forgave itself for its rude treatment in the past and was willing to reconcile with its master, who did not know how to cherish it. Feeling the comfortable feeling in his stomach, Qiao Jingyuan couldn't help but scoop another spoonful. There was not much millet in a bowl, and it was soon empty after one spoonful after another. In the end, Qiao Jingyuan didn't even care about other people's eyes. He concentrated on using the spoon and chopsticks to clean up all the rice grains in the corners bit by bit, and then put them into his mouth with satisfaction. It was at this time that Man followed his parents into the restaurant. Seeing Qiao Jingyuan enjoying the meal, Man swallowed hard and pulled her mother's hand. "Mom, I want to eat millet porridge." Man's mother is a capable young woman. She was very angry that she was on a business trip and the father and daughter were eating takeout at home. "I did some thinking and education work last night, but ended up getting counter-educated by Man's dad." After a night of reflection, Man's mother took the initiative to bring 2 people to Xingji restaurant at noon today. The first thing she looked at when she entered the store was naturally hygiene. From what I can see, the hygiene is acceptable. Although some places are old, they are wiped very clean. You don't need to touch them to know that they should be very smooth and not greasy. Man's mother looked at the details carefully again, and as she was looking, she heard Man say that she wanted to eat millet porridge. Nowadays, children in every family have suffered from poor spleen and stomach when they were young, and their parents have tried all kinds of things, such as yam millet porridge, yam apple soup, apple and red date soup. In short, I have tried all the possible methods. Not only that, various acupuncture and massage. Anyway, both adults and children are having a hard time. Whether it is cured in the end depends on the physical constitution of each child. Man's physical condition has improved in the past 2 years, and Man's mother finally stopped making trouble for him. However, she knew that Man didn't like millet porridge. "I ate too much when I was a child, and now that I grow up, I find it unpalatable." Now the child takes the initiative to ask for food, which surprises Man's mother. She turned her head and glanced at the menu. The price of millet porridge was unexpectedly expensive. But for Man's mother, it's not too bad. She can accept it whether she or her children eat it. Because she was satisfied with the cleanliness of Xingji restaurant, Man's mother decided to have a meal there first to see the difference. A family of 3 ordered a bowl of millet porridge, 2 steamed dumplings, and a bowl of shrimp noodles. When Aries brought the millet porridge and steamed dumplings, he wiped the millet porridge off the menu. When Man's mother saw it, she was a little surprised. "Is it sold out?" Man's father, Ling Ziyu, nodded and said, "Yes, they have limited supply. The millet porridge seems to be the amount for a clay pot. It will be gone once it's sold out." Man's mother is called Chinrongrong. After hearing this, she nodded and said, "That's not bad. At least it's freshly made." Chinrongrong doesn't want her children to eat takeout. One reason is the hygiene issue, and the other is because of the pre-prepared food. Prefabrication itself is not a big problem. She often prepares a week's worth of breakfast for her family on weekends and freezes them in the refrigerator. But isn't it too much to put so many additives? How can she let her child eat this? Is that eating a meal or eating condiments? After hearing what his wife said, Ling Ziyu nodded. Young boss, your cooking skills are pretty good. You can smell it. As soon as he finished speaking, a fragrant smell wafted from the kitchen. Sheng Jiao has already started making their portion of shrimp noodles. A lot of wild onions were brought back from StarCraft, and they are all excellent ingredients for stir-frying. After sautéing, you can add water. You don't need to wait for the water to boil. You can start cooking the shrimp paste over low heat. After all the large shrimp pastes are squeezed in, turn up the heat. The aroma will slowly float out as the temperature rises. Chen Rongrong sniffed the tempting aroma and couldn't help but shrug her nose. It tastes really good. The shrimps are good. I wonder where the boss bought them from. Ling Ziyu came over to eat. At first, the child was attracted by the smell and came over in a hurry. Later, he also observed this. Regarding this question, he thought about it and said, I heard that there is a company that provides unified distribution. Hearing that it was a unified cooperation of the company, Chen Rongrong couldn't help but frowned. The company provides unified delivery. If the boss didn't go to the market to choose the ingredients himself, I would always feel that there are more tricks involved. As soon as Ling Ziyu saw his wife frowning, he knew what she was thinking. He nodded at the uncles at the next table, as if to say, It's okay, they are watching you. The old men and women who have nothing to do are very capable. If there was something wrong with Sheng Qi Bistro's side dishes, they would have discovered it long ago. Chen Rongrong received the signal and felt a little relieved. But after thinking about the news she saw when she woke up this morning, she took out her phone again and motioned Ling Ziyu to take a look. Look, this is a big restaurant near us. The layout is really small and the food is really not good, and they even have a membership system to tie up customers. It's so annoying. Ling Ziyu had also been paying attention to the news about Xingyuan Hotel early on. Now, after hearing his wife talk about it, he nodded and said, The boss must have some connections. Some small companies like to come to their place for dinner and team building. After hearing this, Chen Rongrong sneered. That's good now. I heard that the fire department and the health supervision department have gone to inspect it. They said it was a surprise attack, but we don't know if it was a real surprise attack or not. Let's see the final result. Sheng Jiao would not give in at all to the dirty tricks of Xingyuan Hotel. If the other party dares to throw dirty water on her, she will dare to throw it back. In the morning, Li Qingxiang sent her a message saying that Xingyuan Hotel had a surprise inspection today. As for the final result, it is still uncertain. Li Qingxiang also took the opportunity to complain about the various outrageous operations of Xingyuan Hotel. They had also dealt with Li Qingxiang before. However, Li Chung thought that since he was barefoot, he was not afraid of those who wore shoes, so he just went for it. He was firm in his attitude, and his stuff could withstand scrutiny, so in the end the matter was left unresolved. However, Li Qingxiang's impression of Xingyuan Hotel turned bad overnight. In the past, I would occasionally go there to improve the food. Although the taste is average, it has a wide variety of ingredients, and you can taste things that you can't usually eat. After that, he never went there again. Moreover, according to Li Qingxiang, there are many large and small restaurants nearby that have been affected by Xingyuan Hotel. Some of them were ruined by him, but some are still standing. In short, Xingyuan Hotel is a cancer that the catering industry in the vicinity cannot afford to offend. They are wealthy and powerful, so naturally they are not afraid of these small street shops. Sheng Jiao doesn't know what's going on over there right now. Besides, she doesn't have time to care about so many things now. Boiled shrimp slippery. This is a fresh and natural taste. It feels even more fragrant than yesterday's crab meat. There is a lot of shrimp meat today, and Sheng Jiao left a lot to give to his aunt and sister-in-law to try. I won't send it to my classmates for the time being. It's enough to just try it out first. This thing can help you grow taller so you can send more to my aunt's house. I just don't know. Is it possible for a 20-year-old girl to grow any longer? My sister-in-law, Tianziyu, is 20 years old and 158 centimeters tall. Sheng Jiao is about 168 centimeters tall. Shengxiu is 170 centimeters tall, and Tianziyu is only 158 centimeters tall. She is often unbalanced and complains about her father, saying that it is her father's height that affects her and her siblings. My aunt's younger brother, Tianzichen, is 16 years old and 166 centimeters tall. Sometimes the little aunt was worried, afraid that the child would still be the same height when he grew up. It was Shengjiu and others who comforted her. Some children develop late and may grow up quickly later. Only then did the little aunt feel relieved. If the shrimp meat works, it can allow the brother and sister to run around again, and maybe the aunt will have fewer worries. Because of the beating from my aunt, my uncle's family has been well-behaved for a long time. Not to mention showing up in public recently, there are not even any harassing phone calls. The shrimp noodles were served quickly. The delicious smell wafted all the way, and Shengjiu turned around and went back to the kitchen because a new customer had arrived. Man was originally drinking millet porridge. Although it contained yam, it was also delicious. Steamed dumpling. She tasted half of it. After the shrimp noodles came, Man didn't even eat the steamed dumplings and stared at the shrimp noodles eagerly. Chun Rongrong was amused by her behavior. If I had known that she loved to eat so much, why would we need to regulate her spleen and stomach? Isn't this a good meal? The shrimp paste is very big and plump, pink with a hint of red, and with its fresh and fragrant smell, it will make you drool. Chun Rongrong couldn't help herself, but she still observed it carefully, then nodded. This shrimp is so big. Ling Ziyu listened on the side and nodded. It's normal for the grains to be a little bigger since it's so expensive. Hearing him say this, Chun Rongrong sneered. When I was on a business trip, I accompanied my boss to dinner at a private restaurant. The dish was called Peace and Joy. It was actually 6 small shrimp pastes with a little soup on them. It cost $16.88. Ling Ziyu. Diners come and go, and come back again. Although the amount prepared for lunch today was not small, there were too many people. Especially after Lin Qi and the others came over, they found that the millet porridge was gone, so she and Sun Xiaoxiao angrily ordered 20 steamed dumplings. This almost emptied the stock of steamed dumplings. After them, a few more diners came in, and then there were no more steamed dumplings. After that, there was no more shrimp noodles. The main ingredients were gone. Only the jujube tea was left, and Shengjiu hung a sold-out sign. After the last customer in the store left, Shengjiu opened the rolling door in time and hung up the lunch break sign. Then, Shengjiu invited Qiao Jingyuan and Lin Hegui to the second floor. Aries was worried about Shengjiu, so he wasn't in a hurry to clean up. He just went upstairs to take a look. There are no outsiders here now, so it is relatively convenient to discuss things. After everyone sat down, Aries brought up the star date tea as a treat for the guests. Lin Hegui had drunk it before and felt relaxed all over. When he saw that it was this tea, he was a little flattered. Although Qiao Jingyuan was surprised, there were more important things to discuss at the moment, so he couldn't take care of anything else for the time being. He took out the contract and motioned Shengjiu to take a look. We have cooperated with a friendly laboratory and worked around the clock to extract all the iridium metal, so the speed is relatively fast. Qiao Jingyuan pointed to the data in the contract and said, the total weight we extracted this time is 12,079 grams. In fact, there is a decimal point at the end, but we rounded it up. Qiao Jingyuan guessed that Shengjiu would probably be surprised, so he gave her enough time to react. Seeing that she had probably reacted, he continued, the highest price in recent days is 842 yuan per gram. We agreed at the beginning to buy it at this price, so the unit price has been marked, which is 842 yuan. There are a lot of things in the contract, because Shengjiu gave all the things away generously. Therefore, Qiao Jingyuan and his team would not do anything like advance payment or final payment. In addition to iridium, there are other metals in the alloy. The weight and price are marked on the back. Take a look. Because the quantity is quite large, our institute cannot eat it all at once, so we are sharing it with friendly laboratories and institutes. Of course, this is something we discussed internally, but I still want to tell you about it. We will pay the money. Before I came, the finance department was already going through the process. It will take about 3 to 7 working days for the money to be transferred after approval. If there are other situations during the process, I will proactively tell you. Shang Jie listened carefully to what Qiao Jingyuan said to him and checked the data and money mentioned in the contract one by one. At the end, her eyes slowly widened. 14,271,933 yuan. Afraid that he had seen it wrong, Shang Jie closed his eyes and opened them again. Very good. The value remains the same. She was still afraid that she had counted wrong, so she used her finger to point at the decimal point and counted carefully. Then, I took a look at the capitalized data marked with financial information at the back. It is indeed more than 14 million. This is. Have you made a fortune? I used to think that more than 20 kilograms was a lot, and I should have a lot of money. But more than 10 million? Shang Jie felt that his CPU was about to burn out. She swallowed subconsciously and looked at Aries. Aries didn't understand, but he still looked at the contract. He has been studying seriously recently, so of course text is not a problem, as there is a system for conversion and what they see are all universal fonts. But there are only some common sense that we know, and the rest still needs to be learned. Aries hadn't learned much, so he still didn't have much confidence in reading the contract.
But he saw the money.
The commander, who is not short of money, does not think that more than 10 million is an exaggerated number. His assets are more than that. Although credit points are not equivalent to the currency here, they are pretty much the same, right? Aries was not surprised. He thought Shang Jie wanted him to help look at the contract. He looked at it for a long time with a stern face and then gave in. How about asking our friend from last time to help look at it? Shang Jie always kept in mind that wealth should not be shown off. If it doesn't involve a certain amount of money, Shang Jie can feel free to let his friends see it. Even a smaller amount is fine. But there are too many. Not so good. So, in the end, I had to bite the bullet and read the contract. He asked Qiao Jingyuan again, and only signed after he felt reassured. Next up. Just wait for Qiao Jingyuan to complete the financial review and then transfer the money to her directly. More than 10 million. Shang Jie had never seen so much money in his life. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. However, she still tried hard to control herself. After talking with Qiao Jingyuan and the others, he sent them out. Before leaving, he gave the two of them some shrimp paste and jujube tea dried snacks that he had prepared himself. Qiao Jingyuan and the others politely declined it, but then accepted it directly. If it was something else, they would feel embarrassed to ask for it.
But
after tasting the jujube tea and eating the shrimp, this was really a test for them. After sending the person away, Shang Jie jumped a few times on the spot. I'm rich, I'm rich. Looking at Shang Jie like this, Aries couldn't help but smile. He wanted to remind Shang Jie that there were still shrimp shells in the warehouse that had just been brought back last night, and that more could be extracted from them than now. However, not wanting to disturb Shang Jie's happiness, Aries said nothing for the time being. Shang Jie was so excited that she felt she had to find something to vent her excitement and joy. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would drift too much and lose her direction in life. Thinking of this, Shang Jie grabbed Aries' sleeve and said, "Let's go to the market to buy things. We'll have a good meal today." Aries relaxed his body and let Shang Jie lead him. The two men quickly drove the pickup to the market. The vegetable market was not very busy in the afternoon. After dinner time, even fewer people come to buy groceries. The food is not as fresh as in the morning. But there are also some who have just arrived and want to catch the evening meal. So, Shang Jie went around twice and finally bought some good green peppers, shiitake mushrooms, and some green vegetables. After returning, Shang Jie went into the kitchen and started preparing meal. Aries started to clean up. The tables and chairs need to be wiped clean carefully, and the floor needs to be mopped several times to ensure that there is no oil stain. After Aries finished his work, he went to help Shang Jie. There was still a lot of shrimp meat, and in addition to giving some to others, I kept some for myself. Shang Jie was going to make some shrimp pot stickers and then stuff a green pepper with shrimp and a button mushroom. For these two stuffed shrimps, the last layer of sauce is the most important. If the juice is good, the taste will be even better, more fresh and delicious. In addition, we also need to study the evening dishes. I caught a lot of hairtail in the morning. In addition to the normal part, there is another part that obviously exceeds the standard by a lot, and looks abnormal. Sheng-jo wanted to make the part that exceeded the standard into fish. Although fish made with fish meat would be a bit soft and not as chewy as yellow croaker. However, if you're eating it yourself, you don't need to worry too much. So, Sheng-jo decided to braise one first and then make a sweet and sour one. These two are also on the dinner menu. Sheng-jo gave a brief talk and then started to get busy. Sweet and sour is relatively simple. If you want to stew it in sauce, the hairtail needs to be coated with a layer of water to achieve the texture and taste of pan-fried dishes. Therefore, there are more steps in the middle, which is relatively troublesome. Sheng-jo plans to make this first. The large pieces of hairtail meat give people a feeling of soft, tender, and fragrant just by looking at them. Moreover, this kind of fleshy hairtail, a bite, that kind of refreshing feeling, makes people can't wait just thinking about it. After Sheng-jo simply cleaned the hairtail, he began to wrap it with dough. When frying hairtail, you need to do it slowly over low heat and don't be impatient. Moreover, you cannot flip it easily during the process. You need to wait until it is fried until it is crispy and set, then flip it over to avoid it becoming a pot of minced meat. Sheng-jo was patient enough. He smelled the burnt aroma wafting from the pot, gently lifted his nose, and felt the fresh and fragrant smell coming in wave after wave. He counted the time and watched the heat. Then, Sheng-jo waved the spatula and slowly turned the hairtail over. Aries was attracted by the burnt smell and couldn't help but lean over. Looking at the crispy and fragrant hairtail pieces in the pan, he swallowed quietly. There wasn't much Aries could do to help, but he was still doing what he could. The hairtail fish was quickly fried to produce a rich roasted aroma. Moreover, the hairtail fish produced in interstellar space was not fishy at all, but rather very fresh and fragrant. If you smell it carefully, there seems to be a slight aftertaste of sweetness. After smelling it, Sheng-jo nodded slightly and felt much more satisfied with the fish. Lee Chung next door thought that it was past the busiest meal time, and he could relax a little. However, he is not very idle, as there are still many things that need to be replenished. Smelling the fragrance coming from next door, Lee Chung wanted to stop working and asked in the Shingji Bistro group, very naturally, "AAA hot braised duck. Little boss, what delicious food do you want to make?" Sheng-jo didn't reply yet because she was still in the kitchen. Aries saw it using the small account hanging on the tablet and first asked Sheng-jo's opinion. After hearing the other party's response that there was no reply for the time being, he put the tablet down and didn't care about it anymore. To braise hairtail in sauce, first fry the hairtail until crispy and fragrant, then pour the sauce on it and braise it. This will make the hairtail fresh and tasty, and it will be almost tender and boneless. Hairtail has many bones and is difficult to eat. However, after processing, although the fish bones are still there, it will be much less troublesome to eat. After the braised hairtail was out of the pot, Aries sniffed the fresh aroma in the air, looked at the bright red hairtail on the plate, and swallowed gently. There was still a little rice left, which Sheng-jo had specially left for Aries and his teammates. At this time, she scooped out a bowl and a small basin for Aries. The two of them sat down with their meals, ready to try the braised hairtail fish first. Just by looking at the bright red color, you can tell that hairtail must taste delicious. Sheng-jo picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece first. The first thing you taste is the rich and tempting sauce flavor. With a light touch of lips and teeth, you can bite into the soft, tender, and thick hairtail meat. This bite, Sheng-jo felt that he took a big bite and finally bit it all through. Because the hairtail is big enough, the fish meat is also thick enough. When you take a bite, it is soft, tender, delicious, and has a tempting fresh fragrance. The sauce covering the outside makes the flavor even more delicious. The thick and tasty fish meat gives people an extremely satisfying dining experience. Moreover, this fish does not have any fishy smell, but is full of the fresh fragrance of the ocean. The first bite brings a slight aftertaste of sweetness, not only because Sheng-jo added sugar to enhance the flavor, but also because the fish meat itself is fresh and fragrant enough, with a slight sweet taste. So, it tastes great, and the experience is excellent. Sheng-jo couldn't help but nodded. Seeing this, Aries swallowed slightly and picked up a piece of food with chopsticks. He remembered what Shungjio reminded him, that hairtail is bones, and most of them are small, so one has to be extra careful when eating it. It has a strong sauce flavor when you take a bite, and a soft and salty taste when you chew it. After chewing it carefully, there seems to be a sweet aftertaste between your lips and teeth, slowly lingering. After Aries finished eating a piece of fish, he spat out some fish bones. Then his eyes slowly widened, revealing an obvious look of surprise. He had never thought that the ugly-looking sharp-mouthed hairtail fish could be so delicious. Its meat could be so tender. He had strong teeth and was not afraid of these things. However, before eating, Shungjio had shown him the dangers of fish bones piercing the throat, so Aries was very obedient and spit out the fish bones. After tasting the delicious food, Shungjio looked at his mobile phone, found out the question Li Chung wanted to ask, and replied first. AAA Xingji Bistro. Dinner menu: tentative braised hairtail in soy sauce, sweet and sour hairtail, stuffed shrimp with green peppers. There was still a lot of shrimp meat. Apart from the ones that Aries and the others needed to eat, Shungjio kept some for himself and gave some to others, so there was still a lot left. So, Shungjio decided to sell some more in the evening. The green peppers were all of good quality picked from the vegetable market. Shungjio felt that they would not affect the freshness and fragrance of the shrimp meat. The system also conducted a simple evaluation and confirmed that they could be sold. So, Shungjio mentioned this in his reply. Of course, she also did some advanced preparation.
Tentative.
In other words, whether it will be finally confirmed or not depends on the business performance in the evening. After seeing the news, the group members were very excited. Wakafuyugi, their new dishes. The boss is really good. Warming the world with love. Try hairtail fish at night. Painting his face with paint. Ah, little boss, I must go eat there tonight. Li Qingxiang also replied to quite a few messages. While preparing his own food, he recalled the smell he had smelled before and thought, it's the smell of hairtail. Moreover, it doesn't taste fishy, but very fresh. Looking forward to the evening. After tasting the braised hairtail fish and sauce, Shungjio prepared to take a break and then get up to prepare the meal. She has been busy these past 2 days and is quite tired. So, let's not venture into the interstellar space this afternoon. After preparing meals for Aries' teammates, Shungjio went upstairs to take a shower. Aries went and came back quickly and fed Paul. In order to reduce trouble, Aries did not feed Bull with hairtail fish, but gave him the green pepper stuffed shrimp that Shungjio had improvised at noon. The green pepper is fresh with a hint of spiciness, and the shrimp is slippery, fresh, fragrant, and chewy. The combination of the two is unexpectedly eye-catching. After system evaluation, the price of this dish is 68 yuan per portion, and one portion contains 8 large shrimp. As for the braised hairtail and sauce and the sweet and sour hairtail, the price given by the system is 88 yuan, and the quantity must not be less than 6 pieces of hairtail. Moreover, these 6 pieces of hairtail were carefully selected after systematic processing, and the fattest pieces of meat were chosen. The head of the hairtail is removed by the system and processed as feed along with the star jujube vine. The tail and belly of the hairtail, as well as the smaller pieces of meat, were all processed into fish paste by the system, which was then used by Shungjio to make meatballs. For fish ball soup, the system recommends that it is best to pair it with seaweed. A serving costs 38 yuan and comes with 6 large fish. However, Shungjio did not come across good quality seaweed in supermarkets and markets. In addition, the meatballs made from hairtail meat are also chewy, but the overall taste is still a bit soft. So, Shungjio planned to keep it for himself. That is, the amount is quite a lot. Shungjio was still thinking about this problem while taking a shower. If she eats it all by herself, she definitely won't be able to finish it. Moreover, the space in the refrigerator and freezer is almost completely occupied. So, when she was preparing for the evening, she decided to see if she should send out a few copies. After she came out of the shower, Aries also came back. When Shungjio heard the sound, he hurried to the door to take a look. This look.
Wow.
My goodness, I wonder where Aries' teammates went this afternoon. Anyway, what was finally placed in front of Shengjiu were 8 particularly large barrels. The 2 buckets contained the thorn peppers that Shengjiu had seen before, but they were not mutated and were of normal size and came in both red and green colors. The 2 buckets closest to them contain young carrot. The young carrot is very tender and light yellow in color, with a slight red at the tip. Because it is freshly dug out, it is still stained with a little mud. The remaining 4 buckets were filled with seaweed. Shengjiu was afraid that he had read it wrong, so he asked the system to confirm it again. The system finally gave the correct answer, which was indeed young carrot, pepper, and seaweed. In fact, young carrot and pepper do not require special processing, but seaweed needs to be dried before it can be used. Nowadays, the water content is high, so the final product is actually not that much. But this is already a pleasant surprise. Of course, among these things, except for the thorny pepper, seaweed, and young carrot, none of them have any special effects, just like wild onions. But it tastes great. After confirming with the system, Shengjiu nodded at Aries. They are all good ingredients. After I prepare them, we will have pickled carrot with thorn peppers tonight. If you like sweet and sour food, you can also pickle it in sweet and sour. In addition, the seaweed fishball soup that Shengjiu had been thinking about before can also be made. Ready-made fresh seaweed is a perfect match with fish. The items were quickly taken away and processed by the system. Aries' teammates were also very happy to find that they could help the boss. They usually explore more and rarely take the initiative to attack. After all, we also need to consider preserving our strength. However, now that they have contacted the operations department, they have become bolder and are preparing to do a few big jobs before leaving to ensure the supply of food for the small boss. However, when it comes to seafood, Shengjiu still prefers fresh ones. So there is no way to stock up too much goods. In fact, frozen goods are not prohibited from being sold, but the quality cannot be guaranteed, and the taste will also be affected. The system does give suggestions. After the frozen goods are evaluated, the selling price will definitely be adjusted. However, Shengjiu did not want to affect the final guarantee of delicious food because of the freshness of the ingredients. Moreover, seafood is something that can easily cause problems if not stored properly. So, she has to be responsible for the diners. I know that young carrot, thorny pepper, and seaweed are what Shengjiu needs. Moreover, these things can be preserved for a certain period of time, and the members of Aries' team became excited. Lunch break? It doesn't exist at all. They are going to charge forward. Although Shengjiu was tempted, he finally chose to rest. Her body couldn't take the constant work. During a wonderful nap time, Aries brought his team back with a lot of seaweed and young carrot. Not only that, a lot of wild onions were also brought back. This thing won't taste as good as it does when it's fresh even if it's stored for a long time. However, the white part of the scallion can be kept in the refrigerator for a longer period of time and can still be used as stir-fried chopped scallions. Shengjiu slept for 40 minutes during his lunch break. After waking up, he took a short rest, then washed up, opened the door, received the ingredients, and then took Aries downstairs to prepare the meal. Now that we have seaweed, fishball soup must be put on the agenda. After Shengjiu adjusted the flavor of the fish paste, he weighed it and divided it. The flavor of fish paste can be adjusted in advance, but the fish are cooked in the pot right away, which can ensure the freshness of the food to the greatest extent. In terms of quantity, Shengjiu looked at the 2 bags of dried seaweed that had just been delivered by the system and finally ordered 30 portions. There are 2 ways of eating hairtail, each with 30 servings. For carrot, Shengjiu had also started preparing before the meal. After the main meal preparation is finished, the young carrot has been drained of moisture. Now wash it and marinate it with the chopped thorn pepper and garlic. It has a spicy aroma and is extremely refreshing. I think this is the best food to eat in summer. However, for Shengjiu, it tastes great and is great to eat with porridge in the morning. Sweet and sour. Shengjiu also tried it. After tasting them, Aries made a difficult choice between the 2. He felt that the chopped thorn pepper and pickled carrot tasted better. After system evaluation, the price given is 18 yuan per copy. The plate is not big, much smaller than the plate used for serving food. This one contains thorny pepper, so it has a slight height growing effect, so the price is not expensive. The most important thing is that this thing can be prepared in advance, then covered with plastic wrap and put in the refrigerator to chill when the weather is hot. If today is not too hot, we can spend the whole afternoon at the booth. After finishing the meal preparation, Sheng Jio called Sheng Siu again and asked about his aunt's health. Upon learning that she had eaten well today and was able to walk around several times, Sheng Jio felt much more relieved. She called mainly to talk about how she had asked the system's delivery vehicle to deliver the feed she had saved directly to her uncle's house, and it was estimated that it would arrive in the village before dark. The two sisters talked for a while, and Sheng Jio asked someone to run errands and fill 2 large boxes with frozen shrimp paste, fish, hairtail slices, young carrot, and jujube tea, and deliver them to her aunt's family. My sister-in-law is also in the city, but she lives closer to the suburbs, so is a little farther away. Besides, my sister-in-law has to go to work every day, so she doesn't come here often unless there is something important. Sheng Jio didn't have time to deliver it, so he could only ask someone to run errands. After running errands, Sheng Jio sent a VX message to his sister-in-law to tell her about it. The other party was at work and probably didn't see the message and didn't reply for the time being. Sheng Jio put down his phone and opened the door for business. Li Qingxiang had heard the noise a long time ago, and taking advantage of the fact that no one was in his own shop, he quickly slipped into Xingji restaurant. After coming in, I greeted Aries first, and then looked at the menu. After seeing the hairtail, Li Qingxiang swallowed his saliva quietly. Slurp. Li Cheng wanted to eat this and taste that. He didn't let himself get away with it. He ordered both ways of cooking the hairtail fish, a portion of young carrot, a portion of shrimp stuffed with green peppers, and finally a bowl of fishball soup. After ordering, Li Chung said goodbye to Aries and went back to his room first. After Li Chung wanted to go back, Sheng Jio turned and went into the kitchen. Both types of hairtail needed to be simmered over low heat for a while, so that's what she made first. Otherwise, if you cook these two after finishing the other dishes, the previous dishes will easily get cold and affect the taste. As soon as Sheng Jio entered the kitchen, his aunt's team came over. The 4 aunts who came today were the same ones as before. Their original plan was to order some millet porridge, go dance in the square after eating, and then go home to sleep at night. As a result, after entering, I found that there was carrot today. Slurp. Although the ants are very healthy, but occasionally you don't have to do that. Moreover, the young carrot looked fresh and tender, so it must taste delicious. There is young carrot. See, I want the spicy one. Sweet and sour is boring, spicy is better. The 4 ants discussed it for a while, and then they ordered 1 portion to eat together. As for hairtail, it smells delicious too. Let's have another portion of the stew dish. The 4 ants ordered millet porridge, hairtail fish, and young carrot. Having missed the lunch break, Shui Wumling finally got some time in the evening. She rushed over in a hurry and rushed straight to the bar as soon as she saw the new dishes. During the process, I also looked over the menu. To be honest, I want to try them all. But she didn't have such a big stomach. So, she could only taste a little. I want 1 portion of sweet and sour hairtail fish, 1 portion of stuffed shrimp, 1 portion of young carrot, 2 bowls of rice, and a takeaway box, too. Shui Wumling thought about it and decided to give some of the things to her boyfriend first, and then deliver them to him when she had time. Of course, if you don't have time, then I can only have it as a midnight snack for myself. Aries placed the order quickly and in time. Sheng Jio started working quickly. Prepare the one that Li Chung wants first. He asked for everything, so soon the store was filled with the fresh aroma of hairtail. If the freshness of hairtail fish is just the gentle waves gently lapping on the beach. When the fish are put into the pot and cooked until they boil, the aroma is like overbearing waves, one after another, rolling up high waves and violently washing down layer upon layer of sand on the beach. The fragrance of fish, wrapped in the freshness of seaweed, rolled back and forth repeatedly in the boiling soup pot, then rushed all the way to a farther place. After the ants sat down, they talked about the gossip of this family and the excitement of that family. I heard that another person passed away in the community behind us. He was fine in the morning, but he took a nap and hasn't woken up since. That's fine. I didn't suffer, and I didn't burden my children. Why does my heart feel so uncomfortable when I hear this news? Don't scare yourself. This morning, you were so energetic that you tried to grab the magnetic therapy chair. Hiss. This tastes so delicious. The topic of the ants quickly changed from gossip to reviews of food. The millet porridge here is the best. I went to several places this morning and none of them tasted as good as this one. Of course. The things my daughter mentioned before, such as the restaurant and vegetarian food, are not as delicious as this. I thought the rice was also quite flavorful before, but now when I compare it, well, no. When the ants started discussing, Shui Wanling, who had been craving for it for a long time, couldn't bear it anymore. She discussed it with her boyfriend on VX, while swallowing her saliva. Thinking that many of the group members might not be able to make it, Shui Wanling had a bad idea. After her meal was served, Shui Wanling resisted the temptation and did not pack up or enjoy the dishes right away. Instead, he first took a short video, covering all angles, capturing the brightly colored and delicious sweet and sour hairtail, and sent it to the group. After taking the photo, she took another photo of the green pepper stuffed shrimp, which was beautifully presented and smelled fresh. After taking 2 photos, without looking at the feedback in the group, Shui Wanling swallowed her saliva and packed some of these things into packing boxes. After it was installed, he couldn't wait to pick up a piece of hairtail. This hairtail fish looks thick, and it must taste good. Shui Wanling took a bite, feeling the soft and thick texture of the hairtail fish, and couldn't help shaking her head. Who can resist the urge to jump for joy when eating something delicious? The ants have already started discussing, why is the fish so thick? I heard from the guy in front that he picked the middle part of the hairtail fish. Otherwise, how could it be so expensive? This fish can't be farmed, right? Who cares? If you want to eat wild ones, there probably aren't many left now. Don't worry, it's all wild and won't end up in our mouths. It's definitely farmed. I used to be worried that farmed fish would not be good, but then I thought, where can we get so many wild fish? There are so many of us, and even if the mother fish gives birth every day, they can't keep up with us. However, compared to the gossip or discussions among the ants, the delicious food in front of you is more tempting. The hairtail fish was bright red in color and of excellent appearance, with every piece of meat intact. Shui Wanling thought about how her mother would occasionally have a sudden urge to cook a home-cooked hairtail fish meal, which would always be stewed into 1 or 2 pieces. There's nothing we can do about it. The fish meat is just so tender. If you don't spat it properly, it's normal for it to break a little. However, the ones in restaurants are always cooked very well. Sheng Jio's portion of hairtail fish is neatly arranged because there are fewer pieces of fish. Moreover, the fish meat is really thick. Shui Wanling also secretly glanced at the portion ordered by her aunt and the others, which was also a thick portion. In the 2 portions they ordered, they couldn't see the fish head, fish tail, or even the ruptured belly. They all choose the best ones. Listening to the ants discussing farmed hairtail, Shui Wanling thought about the zombie meat and other things she had seen on the internet. She thought the hairtail fish sold by the boss couldn't be ready-made fish pieces, right? But the taste is really different when you bite it. It is fresh, soft, tender, delicious, and sweet. Slurp. Shui Wanling thought, never mind. She didn't even know how much of the pre-prepared meals she had eaten, so there was no point in thinking about those random things at this time. It's time to eat and drink. When eating, thinking about all kinds of messy things will affect your mood and appetite. Customers came to the store one after another. A young-looking but tired girl came in and went straight to the bar. Excuse me, do you have ginseng millet porridge here? This is the kind. As the girl spoke, she took out the photo album on her phone and showed it to Aries. The takeaway meal boxes from Xingjiu are all delivered by the system. They are all high-temperature resistant and environmentally friendly products. A large number are given every day, and they are daily free benefits. The packing box is an inconspicuous, transparent box, but it feels very solid. When the girl took out the picture, Aries could tell that it was from their store. So he nodded and said, "This is my ginseng millet porridge, 298 yuan a bowl. Madam, would you like to order this?" The girl also heard about it from her father's fellow patients group. The other patient's mother was sick and couldn't eat anything, but this was the only thing she could eat. The other party complained that there was nothing wrong with the product except that it was expensive. The girl asked for information, pictures, prices, and the restaurant's location, and then came in a hurry. Now that Aries said yes, he heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes turned red. Aries could see that the girl's smile looked a little forced, and she looked a little tired. However, he didn't want to pry into the guest's privacy, and he himself was not curious. So, after responding to the girl, he turned around and went back to the kitchen to pack up. The girl originally wanted to buy the porridge and leave, but when she smelled the fresh and fragrant aroma in the store, she couldn't help but sniff. She had a good income, but money was tight after her father fell ill. Smelling the rich and fresh fragrance at this time, the girl couldn't help herself. Just at this moment, Shangjiu brought out a bowl of fresh fishball soup, which was for my aunt's table. The fresh and fragrant smell wafts along the way. A wisp of it floated precisely in front of the girl's nose. The overwhelming and overbearing fragrance left no chance for her to refuse. The girl couldn't help but take a deep breath and then glanced at the menu on the wall. A bowl costs 38 yuan and contains 6 fish and a small amount of seaweed. 38 yuan for 6 fish. The things in the shop are really expensive. The girl has eaten a lot of fish before, no matter whether they are made with technology and hard work, or, as the boss said, they're made on the spot. Anyway, I've never eaten anything so expensive. Of course, I've never smelled anything so delicious. How do you describe that freshness? There is a kind of freshness that is freshly caught from the ocean, simply processed, and then served to the diners. The girl didn't want to order it at first, but the rich and fresh aromas soon filled the entire shop. The girl tried to hold back, but couldn't. When Aries came out with the packaged millet porridge, the girl scanned the code to pay and ordered a bowl of fishball soup. She thought, after taking this fishball back, she would see if her father could eat it. If he could, she would add some noodles to it. Otherwise, if you only eat porridge, where's the nutrition? Eat more so you have energy to fight against diseases. If her father doesn't want to eat it, then she can add it to the noodles, and that will be today's dinner. Seeing the girl finish scanning the code, Aries nodded. The fish need to be made fresh. It will take about 5 minutes. The girl nodded after listening and took a look at the millet porridge in her hand. It was packed very tightly, so even if she couldn't hold it steadily, it would not spill. In this way, the girls also feel relieved. Soon, the familiar fresh fragrance wafted out again. The girl guessed this should be her fishball soup. When I smelled other people's before, I just thought it was fresh and tempting. When she smelled her portion, she probably knew that it belonged to her, and she felt more confident and expectant. The girl couldn't help but think that after she got home, she would heat up the pot, add some noodles, some vegetables, etc., and mix them into a pot so that she could have a full meal tonight. While she was thinking about all sorts of things in her mind, the girl couldn't help but look around the store. I came here in a hurry before and didn't pay attention to these. Now, while waiting, the girl had nothing to do, so she looked around. There is no problem with the hygiene in the store. Seeing that the diners are enjoying their meals, I guess the food must taste good too. Although the dishes are a bit expensive, it is actually acceptable if it is worth the money. There are 3 health pots on the bar. Are they brewing red date tea? The girl took a curious look at the menu and found that it was 68 yuan per cup. She then silently looked away and thought, "Excuse me." The fishball soup was quickly served, and Aries packed it carefully. In order to prevent the soup from leaking, he carefully wrapped the edges with plastic wrap several times to ensure that it would not spill out. Then he put it in his pocket and handed it to the girl. The girl thanked him hurriedly and turned to leave. Before leaving, an aunt came over with her own cup and said loudly, "Hey, young man, give me 2 cups of red date tea. After you measure it, just pour it directly into my cup." After hearing this, the girl's eyes slowly widened. 2 cups. That's over $100. The girl couldn't help but look back and asked curiously, "Auntie, is this tea delicious?" After hearing this, the aunt was stunned for a moment and quickly replied with a smile, "The taste is very light, but it's not bad. But I sleep well after drinking it. That's enough. Even if it tastes bad, I can drink it." Can it help girls sleep when they hear it? She swallowed slightly, looked up at the menu on the wall, and was ultimately discouraged by the price of 68 yuan per cup. It's not that she doesn't want to drink, nor that she doesn't suffer from insomnia. But she can't afford to drink. Or maybe she just isn't working hard enough. Gone to make money. The girl left quickly. New diners came in. Shengjiu also keeps an eye on the diners coming in and out every day. Some people who come here often, if they look familiar, will greet everyone with a smile. Shengjiu was actually a little surprised that he didn't see the old man's team tonight. But I thought, it's impossible for people to come here to eat every day, right? Regardless of whether it's takeout or not, the food here is not cheap. Although Shengjiu knows that the food is good, other people don't know. They just taste the same. So, it's normal not to come. After taking a look, Shengjiu quickly went back into the kitchen. The food sales tonight are relatively slow. One is that the hairtail is slow to be cooked, and the other is that the price of hairtail is really not cheap. If you are not an old customer and know that the ingredients are good and the taste is good, it is probably difficult for you to be willing to pay a high price for a few pieces of fish. In comparison, although fish are also expensive, they are cheap at the bottom. For only 38 yuan, you can eat real fish. Isn't this cheaper than fish meat? When it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, there was still some hairtail left. After seeing off the last table of diners, Shengjiu directly signaled Aries, "Close the door, let's have dinner." She had already eaten a bowl of fishball soup in her spare time. The meatballs made from hairtail are indeed softer and not as chewy as those made from yellow croaker. However, the system would only whisk the food thoroughly before sending it to Shengjiu for seasoning. So, overall it tasted good. Moreover, the fish meat is 90% pure and the bones are removed systematically and precisely, which makes it taste very good. There is no food left over in recent days and there is often not enough to sell. There were only a few left today, and they were kept by Shengjiu for backup. After reading them, Aries felt a little uncomfortable. He feels, or maybe I didn't work hard enough. The ingredients they got were not good, so the sales were not good. If it were all shrimp meat, crab meat, etc., would it be easier to sell? Shengjiu didn't notice Aries' thoughts. In fact, a lot of things were sold today.
And
at noon, she negotiated a big deal with Qiao Jingyuan. More than 10 million. Even if the store is closed today and has no sales, Shengjiu is happy. Shengjiu was unaware of Aries' sorrow and happily closed the door and went into the kitchen. Looking at Shengjiu's cheerful figure, Aries thought, the young boss has a really good attitude. So, tonight, they slept 2 hours less and went to eat cold water shrimps. It's just right to catch them. Although the employee meals can be less sophisticated, Shengjiu is not ready to destroy its own reputation. Therefore, the hairtail fish was cooked with a slight change in style by first coating it with flour and frying it in a pot. After that, I made another bowl of sweet and sour soup. There was no fishball soup left, but there was still fish paste, so I seasoned it and got started. The sales of young carrot are average. Many people may not be used to eating it, and some people think that it is unnecessary to sell a cold dish so expensively. So, there are still quite a few left. Shengjiu put them all on the plate, and she left a small plate to taste later. Let Aries and the others take the rest. Shengjiu was frying the pot in the kitchen until it was smoking, and Aries cleaned up the front area. After Shengjiu finished cooking, Aries also cleaned up and consciously brought his and Shengjiu's food to the table, then turned around and started packing dinner for the team members. After the things were packed, Aries said something and went to deliver them to the team members first. It's getting a little late today, so Aries plans to deliver it first. Shengjiu was not in a hurry. He went to take inventory first and waited for the other party to come back to eat together. When Aries went upstairs, he met Paul's resentful eyes again. Aries. Well, forget about him again. He quickly said, wait until I come back, and then left. Bull, as a prisoner, I have no human rights, Wu. Aries really went back quickly, for fear that if he came back late, the food would be cold and Shengjiu would feel uncomfortable after eating. Before Shengjiu finished the inventory, the other party came back. She could only put down the half-finished meal and eat with the other party first. Shungjiu prepared a bowl of millet, a small portion of fishball soup, 3 pieces of hairtail, and a small plate of pickled carrot with thorny peppers. Aries naturally sells it in pots. After the two of them sat down, they bowed their heads in tacit understanding. The first thing Shungjiu tasted was the young carrot. Although I have tasted it before, it tastes even better when I eat it again. The taste of the thorn pepper is not particularly spicy, but when combined with young carrot, there is a sense of tacit understanding that one has finally found a soulmate. The slight spiciness of the thorn pepper makes the young carrot taste more crisp, and the taste is also spicy and fragrant, with a charming sweet aftertaste. The young carrot is very crisp and tender, with very little residue, and tastes very refreshing. The red, green, and yellow froth of the thorn pepper is irregularly stained on the young carrot, making the slightly yellow carrot look bright, cute, crisp, and delicious. In fact, the taste of sweet and sour is also very good. It tastes sweet and sour and goes well with rice. It is also friendly to people who don't eat spicy food. However, Shungjiu had eaten a little before, so he didn't prepare much for the evening. Shungjiu first tasted the young carrot, feeling its crisp texture, and then bit into the chewy fish. The first thing you experience is the chewy texture, followed by a rich and fresh flavor. The freshness of hairtail fish is originally elegant and gentle, like the sea breeze, gently blowing by, leaving behind traces of freshness and fragrance, proving that it has been there. However, when its meat becomes a fish ball and is tightly held together, the freshness and fragrance seem to be infinitely compressed in a small space. After biting it open, even between the lips and teeth, there is a unique freshness and fragrance from the ocean. It is domineering and long-lasting, making people look forward to and reminisce about it. Shungjiu was worried before that the taste of meatballs made from hairtail might not be as good as that made from yellow croaker. However, as long as the ingredients are good enough, some minor shortcomings can actually be compensated or even ignored. It was at this time that Shungjiu finally realized something. By the way, what are the benefits of hairtail? Before, she was only concerned with lamenting how big the hairtail was and how it couldn't all fit in one pot. Only now did I remember to ask the system what benefits there are in eating this thing. It enhances immunity and has a certain hair growth effect. Shungjiu. Hair growth. A little girl who suffers from alarming hair loss on a daily basis now has her eyes wide open. Aries was originally looking down to show off to his fans, but when he sensed Shungjiu's mood change, he suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Shungjiu also knew that he was too excited, but he was in a good mood. Even if it has a certain effect, as long as you can have a baby, what are you waiting for? Eat quickly. Found Aries looking at him, Shungjiu thought for a while, then asked tentatively, "What are the ingredients of your shampoo?" "Oh, no, it's shampoo beads?" Or, "What are the main ingredients?" For people like Starry Sky to wash their hair, one high-tech gel bead is enough. It doesn't even require water. It washes automatically, leaving you feeling refreshed and comfortable after washing. Aries thought about this question carefully for a long time. It seems to be extracted from cypress trees and from hairtail roe. He had not done much research on this and could only retrieve some memories from the recipe sheets he occasionally glanced at. When Shungjiu heard this, he thought, there are hairtail roe. Hairtail can promote hair growth. This is almost a sure thing, right? Shungjiu nodded, saying that he understood it, and then he started to show off the hairtail. If you don't eat things that make your hair grow, what are you waiting for? Show off now, you dead mouth. Seeing that Shungjiu stopped eating young carrot and ate hairtail meat crazily, Aries asked a heart-wrenching question. "Young boss, are you experiencing severe hair loss?" Shungjiu. She raised her head and gave Aries a death stare. After receiving the signal, Aries sat up straight instantly and then lowered his head silently. He was already thinking about bringing some shampoo beads to Shungjiu. However, shampoo beads that can promote hair growth need to be customized and take time to make. So, the hairtail still has to be killed. Moreover, you should choose the ones with seeds. The two of them finished eating quickly, and Shungjiu continued to count the bill. Aries went upstairs and quickly fed Bull the food, then came back down to clean up the kitchen. After everything was done, It was already past 10 o'clock. Sheng Jio had just finished his meal and didn't want to sleep right away, fearing that his stomach couldn't take it. So, after seeing Aries off, Sheng Jio went downstairs and started to prepare the ingredients. Hair tail is such a good thing. If you can't sell it all, give it away. 1 bag to my uncle's house, 1 bag to my aunt's house, 1 bag to my grandmother's house, and 1 bag to her mother's house. Never mind, just give me half a bag. Although she has no feelings for her mother, the twin boy and girl born to her mother and stepfather like to stick to Sheng Jio. When Sheng Jio's grandfather passed away, his uncle said some unpleasant things to Sheng Jio at the funeral. After hearing this, Sheng Jio's younger brother, who was a primary school student, hit his uncle's lower body with his head. The uncle was so scared that he didn't dare to get close to Sheng Jio until his grandfather was buried. The younger sister was afraid that Sheng Jio would be sad, so she reluctantly gave her 2 animation cards. The card is still sitting in the upstairs bedside table. Sheng Jio struggled for a long time and felt that he had almost digested it, so he went back upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. Since drinking jujube tea, Sheng Jio's sleep quality has improved visibly. I slept soundly tonight. Half asleep and half awake, she was woken up by the system. Wake up, the diners are coming. The probability of new diners is high. The system must have called many times. When Sheng Jio woke up, he was confused. She sat up and looked at the dark room. After a long time, her eyes finally became clearer. He reached for the phone on the bedside table and took a look at it. Great, 3:40 in the morning. Who is this nice guy coming to eat at this time? Sheng Jio rubbed his face and asked the system. That plane, is there a time difference with us? Did I don't know? Sheng Jio sighed helplessly, checked his clothes, which looked normal, and then went to open the door. In order to prevent the last bowl incident from happening again, this time after Sheng Jio opened the door, she took an umbrella and pushed the door open, and she had already retreated a few steps away. After the door opened, it was pitch black outside. Before Sheng Jio had time to look further, he smelled a refreshing scent of jasmine wafting over, along with a tall figure.
Bang!
The tall figure fell straight over Sheng Jio. No, aren't the postures you all use when you come in the same? Sheng Jio turned on the light, so she knew that the person who fell down was a man. She asked the system uncertainly. Is he still alive? Alive, just poisoned, no big problem. Sheng Jio. Isn't this a big problem? I don't know what spices they used, but it smells delicious. And that fragrance gives people a fresh, natural, and slightly mysterious feeling. It's like nature is blooming its beauty and fragrance in front of you. The man was wearing a pure white robe with wide sleeves and a pastel-colored gauze dress over it. The whole person looks like a fairy. Sheng Jio guessed uncertainly. The immortal cultivation plane? After checking, it should be. When he heard that this was really the plane for cultivating immortals, Sheng Jio's eyes slowly lit up. Cultivating immortals is good. Cultivating immortals is wonderful. Cultivating immortals is true immortality. Thinking of this, Sheng Jio was a little excited. Can I cultivate too? Sheng Jio. Okay, we can't. However, she had never originally thought about cultivating immortality. She took a step forward, closed the door first, then squatted down to check on the man. The man was shorter than Aries, but also about 1.80 meters tall. Compared to Aries, who was strong and sturdy, the man in front of him looked a little thin. However, the flesh on the arms and shoulders was hard to touch, and it could be seen that although the man was thin, he was very strong. Sheng Jio took a lot of effort and finally turned the person over, revealing the other person's amazing face. What about that face? If we say that Aries is the kind of handsome man with clear outlines, strong and resolute, then the one in front of you is the lotus in the water, charming and beautiful. The man's features give people a very tough feeling. Even though he is handsome and charming, he does not have too much feminine air. This is a very handsome young man. Of course, there needs to be a question mark around the word young. There is no age limit for those who cultivate immortality.
Who knows how old they are deep down?
The man's condition was not good, and Sheng Jio was not sure whether the medicine they had would be effective for him. However, Throwing people to the ground is obviously not a good idea. Taking the issue of new diners into consideration, Sheng-Jio cleaned out a room in the warehouse on the second floor so that he could move people over there. Sheng-Jio went over first, opened the folding bed, took 2 quilts and spread them on it, then came back to move the man. Thanks to the arm strength she has gained from frequent cooking recently, although Sheng-Jio can't hold the man, dragging him is not that tiring. After a lot of struggle, I finally settled the man on the folding bed. After settling down, Sheng-Jio squatted beside the bed, looking at the man's pale face and almost pale lips, thinking to himself, "What should I do? Can't she handle the poison in the world of immortal cultivation?" He raised his hand and touched the man's head. "Great, I feel like I can boil eggs now. Or should we treat it as a fever first?" The system did not give any opinion. Sheng-Jio thought that since he had already opened the door and let the person in, it would not be good to throw the person out just because he could not be cured, right? Thinking of this, Sheng-Jio sighed and went back to his room to find the medicine box. Apply the fever-reducing patch to men. In addition, Sheng-Jio also found 2 extra long sanitary napkins for overnight use, soaked them in water, and put them in the freezer of the refrigerator. These can be taken out later and used to wrap the man's head to help cool him down. After taking physical cooling measures, Sheng-Jio took out the antipyretic drugs. Not sure whether the man still had the consciousness to swallow, Sheng-Jio first tested it with warm water. Very good, I didn't swallow it at all, and the water just flowed out from the corners of my mouth. The system reminded at this time, it may be a precautionary awareness. Sheng-Jio. That's a bit difficult to handle. Even so, Sheng-Jio is ready to give it a try. She crushed the antipyretic pills, added a little warm water to dissolve the powder, and then raised both hands to pinch the man's chin. With a force on his hand, Sheng-Jio suddenly screamed, "Ah, it's over, it's over." He used too much force and directly removed the person's jaw. Sheng-Jio, on the other hand, muttered, don't blame me, I don't have any experience." Then, he forced the antipyretic medicine down the man's throat, held his mouth and forced him to swallow it. Then Sheng-Jio put his jaw back in place. Snap! The sound was too loud, and Sheng-Jio felt inexplicably guilty after hearing it. After the temperature of the sanitary napkin dropped, Sheng-Jio took it out of the refrigerator and wrapped the man's head with it. For convenience, Sheng-Jio took off the other person's hairpin. The hairpin was made of beautiful purple jade, and the jade was emitting an alluring light. It was obviously a top-grade product. Although Sheng-Jio was moved, she would not touch things that did not belong to her. She put the hairpin on the small table beside the bed, fearing that it would fall off. Sheng-Jio also found a box to keep the hairpin separately. After everything was cleaned up, Sheng-Jio sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the man's temperature. Initially, the other person's body temperature was 39.8 degrees. Sheng-Jio took the temperature with both the forehead thermometer and the mercury thermometer. She was afraid that the other person's temperature would break through her thermometer. Fortunately, it did not break 40 degrees. An hour after taking the antipyretic, the other person's temperature dropped to 38 degrees. Another hour later, it dropped to 37.5 degrees. An hour later, the fever reached 40 degrees again. Sheng-Jio. No, the fever came up so quickly? But the interval between taking antipyretic medicine should be at least 4 hours. Even if the man's temperature reached 40 degrees, she didn't dare to give him medicine anymore. Seeing the temperature, Sheng-Jio couldn't sit still anymore. This situation is not good. Do we have his ID after he passed away? He needs to be sent to the hospital, right? Sheng-Jio wanted to send the new customer to the hospital. After all, he was so burned. If we don't take care of it, someone might die, right? The system hesitated for a moment. There is no problem with his identity, but it is hard to say about his body and his reaction after waking up. Sheng-Jio. Fearing that Sheng-Jio would have a psychological burden, the system quickly said, besides, he is poisoned, not having a normal fever. It is normal for him to have a fever again and again. Let's observe him first. After listening to the system's words, Sheng-Jio thought for a while, and for his own safety, he temporarily gave up the idea of sending the diners to the hospital. But if we just let it burn, If she is really burned out, can she still make money from the diners?
So, she still needs to be saved.
Sheng has not yet sent away the lotus seeds that Aries and his friends had caught last night. Because the quantity was too small, only a small bottle of ginseng lotus seed tea was produced. Sheng was reluctant to do so he took out 2 slices of lotus seeds and ground them into powder. He then took a small amount of water, brewed it, and fed it to the new diner. You have to stay alive. I feel like you have unlimited potential. Whether you can get rich depends on you. But now your survival is the most important thing. Sheng muttered to himself as he drank. With the previous experience, Sheng is now much more skilled in prying the opponent's chin, and he will not accidentally remove the chin. After drinking the lotus seed powder, Sheng continued to observe. Half an hour later, the man's temperature dropped to 39.2 degrees. Seeing the temperature drop, Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that it's falling. At this time, it was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. The balcony door was knocked, probably Aries coming over. Sheng got up and opened the door. Aries and his friends had so much fun playing last night that they almost didn't sleep the whole night. Of course, the harvest is also extremely rich. Cold water shrimp, 3 PCS. A green ginseng. After Aries and his team had been rubbing their whiskers for a few days, they finally got the whole green ginseng. That ginseng. It was thicker than Sheng waist. The whole ginseng was longer than Aries' height. Aries was not sure what Sheng would do with the ginseng, so they sent it over as intact as possible. At this time, it was packed in a large bucket, its tall body exposed diagonally in the warm morning light. Looking at this huge ginseng, Sheng opened his mouth wide. So big? Aries wiped his face and nodded. Well, after fighting for more than 2 hours, I finally caught it. In addition to the green radish ginseng, there are also exploding lotus seeds, but only in a small cup. This was the result of their battle for more than 2 hours. They had originally wanted to catch the devil crab, but the other party probably sensed the danger and moved overnight, running away very fast. Yuan Yu and his team explored the location during the day and wrote down the coordinates. But when they went to look for the other party at night, they had disappeared. Aries and the others could only give up temporarily. We also got 2 buckets of hairtail, and there were also lots of kelp, wild onions, and other things. Now all these harvests are piled up at the door. After Sheng took a quick look, he let the system handle it first, then turned around to boil some water and asked Aries and the others to clean up first. 10 minutes later, Aries came in carrying the cleaned pole. Sheng took a look at the new diner and found that his temperature was still dropping, so he felt relieved. There was someone on the 2nd floor, and Aries would know sooner or later, so Sheng didn't hide it from him. After he came back in, Sheng told the other party about the situation. The young boss's shop is very magical, and Aries couldn't figure out the secrets hidden in it for a while. Besides, he had no intention of investigating further. When Sheng mentioned the new diners, his first reaction was, "Is this person safe?" Unsure of the situation, Aries obtained Sheng consent and went to check on the person first. The man was dressed strangely, wearing a retro gown, and had very long hair. At this moment, his long black hair was spread on the simple folding bed, making the bed look classy. Moreover, the other person's hair quality is excellent. It is the kind that even Sheng is envious just by looking at its color and gloss and wants to touch it. However, she still controlled her restless hands. After all, that's not polite. Aries observed carefully. He didn't know medicine, so he just bandaged it. After finding that the other party had a fever, he asked if he had taken medicine. Sheng picked out the key points and emphasized that he had fed the other party the exploding lotus seeds. Aries nodded after listening. That shouldn't be a problem. The repair function of the exploding lotus seeds is extremely strong, so they should be of some use. Sheng was about to go downstairs to make breakfast. Aries originally wanted to go downstairs to help, but he was worried about the people upstairs. Bowl was tightly and couldn't run away for a while. However, the person in front of me,
he's still sick.
It's inappropriate to tie him up directly, right? Moreover, They may be potential customers of small business owners. After thinking it over, Aries decided to stay upstairs for the time being and watch the new diners. Shengjiu went downstairs quickly. She went to the kitchen to knead the dough first, and then went out to the vegetable market. What to eat in the morning depends on what's available at the market. If there is a suitable dish, make soup dumplings. If not, make pot stickers. Shengjiu took a look around and bought some pretty good vegetables and 2 pieces of good pork hind legs. When I was about to leave, I ran into the lady who is selling vegetables at the corner. The other party is selling tomatoes and pork skin jelly today. This surprised Shengjiu very much. She originally thought that if there was suitable jelly on the market, she would make soup dumplings. Turns out it really exists. In fact, it is okay to make it without pork skin jelly, but the difficulty of preparing the filling will increase dramatically, and it will also be troublesome when wrapping it. If you have pork skin jelly, the process is relatively simpler. Now that he has it, Shengjiu will naturally not make things difficult for himself. Of course, the main reason is that the system gave the eldest sister's pork skin jelly a rating of excellent. The eldest sister was also surprised to see Shengjiu. After all, he was a big client who had bought out the entire order twice in a row, and my elder sister has kept it in mind. After seeing Shengjiu, she pointed at the things in front of her. My family slaughtered a pig a few days ago and made jelly from our own pig skin. Do you want to try it? As the eldest sister spoke, she prepared to put on disposable gloves and cut some for Shengjiu. With the system rating, Shengjiu was naturally relieved, so she waved her hand. No, thank you, I want all of these. There weren't many pork skin jelly, and I guess the elder sister just wanted to try to sell some. After Shengjiu finished speaking, he went to look at the tomatoes again. The quality of this time's tomatoes is slightly worse than before, and the system gives them an excellent rating. Maybe because Shengjiu's gaze lingered for a little longer, the elder sister smiled embarrassedly. This time it's persimmons from the shed. The taste may not be as good as before.